Secret and how we saw RRQ last perform, even with the losses, very convincing. With that, the only thing, you guys, that's cuter than Attack to Bear is.
น้องเบสสวัสดีครับ
So let's welcome the coach of
สวัสดีครับผมครับผม
RRQ here.
เดี๋ยวลงไปเอากาแฟมั้งนะ
Coach Ewok.
True.
แป๊บหนึ่งนะผม
Yeah, I mean, Tech
We can
Bear's
vote on that too. Ooh,
It's
sunglasses
close.
are up.
It's
Welcome.
close.
Coach,
Hello, friends.
I'll put him here next to you so we can have a side-by-side comparison of an Ewok to Attack to Bear. Okay, how are you feeling? I heard you guys have been here the entire time since kickoff, presumably practicing and prepping for this.
Yeah, we try to make best use of the 5 to 6 weeks that we have, and we decided that we're not going to do a long break. We're going to go straight back into it and change potentially something,
Okay.
and try to be the best that we can be.
Okay, I have to ask about the last couple of matches, the way RQ's been placed in these groups. Do you think you were unlucky with the draw? If you were with any other group or faced any other team first, would the outcome have been very different for RRQ?
Well, there's something I said at the end of last year, which I'm going to stick to, and I said I'm tired of being unlucky. I felt like we got unlucky a lot of times last year, but I don't want to use that word anymore. So I think we were just not good enough.
Okay.
That's fair. That's fair. My question is, what do you think was like the biggest thing you had to focus on from kickoff to now to kind of get over that line, to stop having to be that team that has to say, oh, we got unlucky, or, you know, throw that out the window? What was the most important thing as a team you needed to focus on to now get yourself finally to an international event?
I think for us is replicating our comms when we're winning to also when we're losing. Sometimes we would have that little bit of a dip in our communication basically in game when we're just not feeling as comfortable, when things are not going our way. So we put a lot of time into being consistent in terms of what we're bringing. That it's not your mental, it's not your mood that's affecting your communication. That's kind of been the name of the game for us, that we can keep consistent on that.
I was actually curious about, a lot of people are saying that you guys are actually one of the strongest teams, kind of just because of your results against Gen G and how well you performed against some of these really top teams, especially after they went and had a really good run in Masters. So where do you rate your team right now in terms of Pacific and in the world? Like, do you think you're one of those really top tier teams that can challenge, you know, the likes of Gen G and maybe get the better of them this time?
We finished 7th out of 10 last year, and that's where we are. We're still there. And unless we win our games, and for now we haven't done that yet. Yes, we played a strong opponent that ended up doing very well, but to know how we could compare against the other teams is a very difficult task. And of course, Genji learned a lot through their run. They played how
น้อง
many
แอร์สวัสดีครับ
after our
สวัสดีน้อง
series, and
CNJR ค
we've
รับผ
only
ม
had practice. So for right now,
เฮ้ย
we're
ขอบคุณน้อง
really
โย
hungry
จิ
just
นะครับ
for match
21 เดือนนะครับแบงค์
We
นะครั
want
บ
to
ผมขอบคุณ
improve
ครับ
in the server on the stage.
สมานที่ฉันนะผมเมื่อวาน
It's a fantastic point. Any
สวัสดีเอ็มนะค
takeaways
รับ
from
สวัส
the
ดี
game
ก้านะครับวันนี้ผมเป็นทีมไหน
days
เจ้า
ago
พ่อ
with Team Secret and
ดีเด็ดวันนี้นะครับผมวันนี้นะฮะ
that you're willing
ขอดู
to
อีกที
share?
หนึ่ง
Look at your expression
Wouldn't
right
I
now.
cut
What's your strategy,
He has a
please?
lot to say.
I think Team Secret deserves the respect from any other team here in Pacific, and that's the respect we'll give to them. But we're going to play our own game. It seems like they haven't changed as much from kickoff, from what we've seen. Of course, we've only seen two maps from them.
ดีเด็ดวันนี้
The first one we're not playing, and the second one neither.
อ่า
So it's for us. We're keen to
Oh,
see
yeah,
if they
exactly.
changed a little bit more on some of the other maps.
That's fair. So I want to ask about, like, how do you deal with, you know, being at
ทีม
home
ที่เอ2 1ครับผม
and maybe having that FOMO?
สวัสดีครับน้อง
Like,
สุนทรจีนะครับผม
you're watching Madrid, you're seeing how well Paper X and Gen G, the two teams you had to
ไม่
play
รู้คะแนนที่สุดอะ
during
ไม่ได้ดู
kickoff, how well they did. How do you
สวัสดี
like
ปารีสนะครับส
handle
วัสดี
that
น้อ
as
ง
a
เจ
coach?
โน
How do
กอ
you
ต
keep
นะครับ
your
ผม
team like in check, keep them sort of on the ball?
I absolutely hate it. For me, it's there is FOMO for sure, and it's
โคตร
really
โดน
just
เกม
just
เลย
wanna
แมนยู
compete.
ตอนเนี้ย
So for us,
โค้ชเทนฮากก็อยู่
the
ต่อ
main focus was just we focus on ourselves. We're not going to
น้อง
draw
ฟิล
the
เดี๋ยวครับผม
comparisons. Oh, Genji beat Sentinels in the first series. We could beat Sentinels. No, let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're trying to make sure we're just doing the best in our practice. We just practiced very hard, and now we're just ready to play.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for the very humble take. I was happy to
ต้อง
have
ไม่โทษนะครับผม
you with us here, and all the best. Yes, I feel like a lot of
ตัวนี้
coaches
ต้อง
are
รู้
fighting for the
เสี้ยน
second
นี่
player.
For somebody
ตัว
to
นี้
just
มา
run
นะ
off with it, just take
run with
off.
it,
Well,
เดียเอ็กเจนจี
I gotta say here.
I mean, we like
อันนี้
you
ไม่
all
ต้อง
here,
ต้อง
but
ต
all
อบ
the best for your match,
นะครับ
and, we'll see
ว่า
you
เท่าไหร่
guys.
Good luck. Good luck.
Thank you.
มองตาก็รู้ใจ2-0ไป
What a humble
nice.
guy.
See, I
เฮ้ย
know.
ดีเอ็ก
How
จี
do
อี
you
พูดผิด
not like
Yeah.
Ewok
Like, you're so
after
good.
a
น้องใหม่เริ่มประเดี๋ยวครับผม
It's like, we're 7th. In my mind, we're starting from the bottom. We got to work to the top. I think definitely the team is better than he gives them credit, and he's trying to stay humble and modest for now. But I'm excited for this team and for Ewok and for what they can get done.
Yeah, I mean, what he said wasn't true. So I think, that's a very good way to set expectations. Now, before we move forward, we had a little audience survey, a fun little question, because it is springtime here in Korea, and there are cherry blossoms. All the little petals are flying
it's
everywhere.
gorgeous.
That's why Valdez is wearing little.
Yeah, I got
flowers.
one right here. This is not a cherry blossom, but
And
close enough.
And this was the question: would you go for a date with a stroll through the cherry blossoms with your crush, or you would go on a date to VCT with
ทีม
some
สเกต2-1 ครับผม
That's
What
a
would
tough
you guys
choice.
pick?
That's actually a tough choice.
I
I mean,
do
both sound
know-
really enjoyable, to be honest. I think I'd go for the cherry blossoms. I'm a huge cherry blossom kind of guy.
ตัวเดียวก็นะครับ
I'm
กินเรียบร้อย กิน
that's
ข้าวผัด
like
ไป
my favorite time of year. I know. It's like
Girl,
what I
that
live
is
for.
it.
It's
ข้าวผัด
like
ไก่
every time this week, it's like 1 week you get where they're blooming, and I'm just like out. I'm like going everywhere I can find in the city to see them. So
Yeah, if you follow Paper Thin on socials, which you should do, he's always posting about cherry blossoms. He's going out there. Not sure if it's with his crush or
no, it's just kind of
by
alone.
himself, but
Này
you
đi
know,
đỏ.
that's fine too. You know, the time will come, and that's fine. I like the cherry blossoms as well. I like getting outside, I think, personally.
I mean, the way around this is if your crush is something, then you could go through a
you double
stroll
dip.
with something.
Ah.
And Paper Thin socials. He likes long walks through the cherry blossoms.
I like nature. Yeah.
Yeah, he likes nature. He likes candlelit dinners. And ladies, sign up at Paper Thin here.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah. So it's genuinely beautiful every day here in Korea, and I think we're really lucky. Both years Pacific has kicked off during springtime, but we are here in the stadium where we got some crazy things happening. The first matchup.
ขอบคุณน้อง
Again,
ทัน
it's
ชี่
gonna be
นะครับ
Secret
ทันชี่
versus
ซับสไครต์ใหม่แล้วครับนะครับผมขอบ
RRQ.
คุณครับผม
We didn't get to talk to Warbirds again. He had a
ยังไม่
very
โยงหัวหลบ
similar vibe to Ewok coming into this when we
ยัง
talked
น่า
to
ใช้
him
อยู่
the
ถ้ามีง
other
บ
day, and
ถ้ามีงบนะครับผมดีแน่นอน
confident with
สวัสดี
some
เอิร์
of
ธ
the
นะครับ
things they've been
ส
working
วัสดี
on,
น้อง
but at the same
บัว
time they realize where
เกา
they
ตูดฮะโอ้โห
currently stand
ชื่อ
and how they've
สร้างสรร
been
ค์
kind
สุด
of
ๆนะฮะ
ranking out
สวัสดีน้อง
from last
TCH
year
ชาญ
and here.
PG
And
นะครับ
both
ผ
of
ม
these teams have usually placed neck and neck.
ภาพใน YouTube เป็นไงบางที
Yeah,
ปรับ
and
แบบ
I
สโล
think
เวอร์
listening to both of them, they do a really
ป
good
รับแบบ
job,
CU ทำงาน
in
แบบ
my opinion, of
หนักจัด
identifying some of their problems, some of their weaknesses that they need to work on to kind of get over that next hurdle. We heard from
แนะนำข้ามไปรุ่นใหม่
Warbirds,
เลยดีกว่า
slow
แต่
starts
ถ้า
and things like
เจอ
that.
สตาร์ไลท์รา
Didn't
คาดี
work
ก็
out,
ยังดี
right?
อยู่
They
ครับ
still
ผม
had a slow start on their first
เมนู
game,
200 ล้านก็ไม่ขายตอน
that
นี้
is what it is. Now
แพงกว่าเอ็มบัปเป้
RRQ and
ถ้าคือตอนนี้ถ้าใคร
Ewok,
แบก
these
แมนยูได้
confidence
เนี่ยคือ
systems
แม่งต้องเป็นผู้เล่นระดับ
really
โลกแหละ
hurt them at
นึกออก
the
ปะ
very end of maps when it's really close.
ตัวนี้ยังยู
Is
กิ
that
คือ
going
ข้าง
to
ใน
be
นะผม
able to be fixed in time for today as well? That's the real big question for me. What have these coaches been able to identify they've identified the problems. How are they going to be able
น้อง
to
นมหมดเลยครับผม
get their players to address those?
พี่ว่าอังกฤษนะ
Yeah, and sometimes,
อีก
you know, it's
อีก4 ปีมันจะ
like he was saying,
มันจะเป็น
Ewok,
ฟุ
he's
ตบอล
like,
โล
we
ก
just
อีกรอบ
want
หนึงใช่ไหม
match time. We want time on stage. We want time to
อัง
fix
กฤษ
those problems.
ท็อปที
I would imagine that in his mind as well.
ถึงเว
It's
ลา
like,
ทำงาน
well,
ดี
Team
ครับ
Secret has a little bit of a
พี่เลย
buff
ดีว่า
going
อิน
into
เกม
this
โอ้
one
โหไหว
because they
แล้ว
just
ผมดี
played
ว่าอินเก
a
มอะ
best of 3
ไม่ได้ตามเคาน์เตอร์เลยเป็นไงบ้างผมไม่น่าไหวมั้ง
They were able to get a lot
สวัสดี
of
น้องคามิ
nice
ซู
information
นะฮะ
potentially
คา
on,
มิ
you
ชู
know,
อ่ะ
what the issues were and how to fix that. Take a couple days to practice and get ready. Whereas
บอลโลก
RRQ
ที
is their first
2026
match, so
อังกฤษปี
they got to show
2026
it
บอก
all
เลย
here. It's not going to be easy.
ไม่อยากจะคิด
Yeah, Ewok had mentioned it. And we
Dude.
observed this. Even Gen G has
สาม
created
กองกลาง
their insane
จูดไมนู
kickoff run where they had to play
ดี
every
แคนไลท์
single day. It probably helped warm up their rookies.
ปีก
Karen
ขวาเป็น
was so comfortable by
โฟ
the
เดน
time he was in Madrid, and a lot of it's credit to
ปีก
just
ซ้ายใครวะ
you know
เดี๋ยวนะ
do
จำ
that
ชื่อไม่
lower
ได้
bracket run. In a way, it was a blessing that they lost that first match against Paper Rex.
มันต้องมี
So,
โคพาวเมอ
we're
ร์
gonna
กับ
see
อีก
what
คนหนึ่งอะ
happens today.
สลับกันลง
Both
มัน
of
จะมี
these
3
guys
คน
have
อ๋อ
been
ซาก้า
working real hard over the last few
มันต้อง
weeks
มันต้องผัดกันลงว่ะ
since
ไอ้
Madrid,
3 คน
and
บ
I
น
know they're very excited to show what they've got.
Oh,
We are
Saka
going to
side
go down
for
to
the-
the stage
love
really soon.
Palmer
For those
tรง
of
ไหน
you who haven't seen the Pacific stage yet, like where have you been?
Side.
It looks
You're missing out.
สายรัด
amazing.
พอร์ตเฮียน้ำเลย
It's
พุ่ง
like the floor
น้อง
rumbles
BNC
when
สวัส
the
ดีครับผม
spike goes off. Spoiler
บอกรัด
alert.
ปัดมึง
All right, let's
เลิ
go
กเดิน
down to
ไล่
the
บอลก่อน
stage
ใน
to
ชิบ
see
หา
the
ย
walkouts.
ใช่หรอ สวัสดีครับ สวัสดีน้องสลิปปี้นะครับ20ยังไม่ได้ดูของอเมริกาแล้วคือตื่นมาพี่วันนี้ตื่นสายครับผม เมื่อคืนนอนไม่ค่อยหลับอ่ะ ตื่นมารีบมาเล่นเกมตีตาก็เปิดตีมเฮ้ย ซาซี่แบกเหรอวะ โอ้โหไคโยยิงขนาดนี้ยังแพ้อีกเหรอ
And welcome. It is now time to go into the action for another day of VCT Pacific 2024. I'm Achilles here
หรือว่าซาซี่มัน
alongside
ปลดล็อกแล้ว
William.
วะ เพราะว่าตั้งแต่
Guys, the action
ช่วง
here in this opening
ไอ้
series.
นั
Team
ด
Secret
หลังๆนะนัด
versus
รองนัด
RRQ.
คิงอ่ะ
The players
ล่า
are
สุด
getting
มัน
ready to make
ดู
their
เหมื
way
อนกับ
out onto the
พอ
stage.
มันได้วาก
I'm
มันได้
excited
ระบาย
for
ระเบิด
this
ออก
one.
มามันดู
RRQ,
แบบว่า
they finally get to play against a team that isn't called Gen G.
I know, it's
Indeed.
been a long time
Indeed.
coming, right? We
Indeed.
saw that match record, and also, it's kind of a battle between you and me, right? Everyone talks about the powers you have,
โหที่ทุกคนหมายไม่เอา
RRQ
เลย
has
นะว่ะ
made it very clear to me the powers I have as well, so our prediction's a little split, and we'll see who comes out on top. But I think that is the real story here, is that both of these
ไม่
teams,
ได้ happen อย่าง
they've
นั้น
shown
เหมือนกัน
that they can punch above their weight, but not consistently enough. And now that they're matching up against each other early on, I mean, you get that early
ก็คือบอ
championship
กว่า
point.
ถ้า
Obviously,
พี่
you get
ไม่
above
วาง
on
งาน
that
ไม่รู้
leaderboard
ไม่
as
เอา
well
ละ
from each other's groups, trying to set yourself up better for playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really curious to see how RQ is going to be looking into this one because obviously played against Gen G twice. It was a very rough go of it. They were in a very tough
เขาบอกว่า
group. RX was
หลัง
also
แมน
there
ยู
alongside.
วี
Didn't get
เนี่
to
ย
play, square off against them. So
Yep,
that was a bit of a struggle. But now
อุยซาซี่
come
มัน
out here. But
20
at the same
ยัง
time,
กลางอ
Team
ยู่เลยครับผม
Secret,
มันยัง
this
วัยรุ่นอยู่เลย
squad, a squad that, as
Can't
the
skin
coaches,
hate
the
it.
analyst was just talking about, has historically had some
คู่
slow
แรกนะครับ
starts.
ผม
They
เรา
got
เจอ
that
มาที่ทีม
opening
10
series
2-1
now
ครั
out
บ
of
ผ
the
ม
way. It was a loss. How do they look coming into this one? Can they bounce back? And can RRQ come out swinging?
Yeah, I'm glad that the Jess brought that up, in fact, because Team Secret had a bit of this issue at kickoff as
สำหรับ
well,
แฟน
where they
หง
looked
เสมอเหมือน
absolutely
แพ้ครับ
lost, right? There's no way to
ตอนเราแมน
skirt
ยู
around that.
เส
They
มอ
looked
ก็
lost
ดี
in
ใจ
that
แล้วครับผม
Smash Against Talent, and then they came back swinging every time afterwards. Really got used to the stage. Of course, they also have a rookie on their roster of
พรุ่งนี้
NDG,
คะแนน TNG
now coming to a
มี
new
ทาง
stage.
เท่าไหร่
He's
อ่ะ
got that first match jitters out of the way, potentially, on the side of RRQ. Now, none of them pure rookies, right? All of them have had some form of LAN experience here or there. But again, I mean, it's that first match of the season. It's the first
โอ้
match
เสมอ
of
ก็
this
ดีแล้วครับ
battle
ผม
with
เอา
maybe
จริง
some new things that you've prepared.
ดูสภาพตอน
And
นี้
can you
แบบ
just make sure, because my eyes actually are on Elmi more.
เมื่อวานพี่ยังไม่ค่อยรู้สึกอยากดูตอนแรกว่าจะไปลงตีมไปดูบอล
Towards the
รู้
later
สึก
half of
เฉยๆเลย
2023, even at kickoff,
ดู
and you just
ว่าวัน
can't
เชล
have
ซี
that
นั่ง
when
ดู
you're
เต็ม
trying to
แมตช์
get
มา
these
โอ้
ever
โห
so precious wins from the get-go.
ไม่ไหว
Known quantities here for the most part on the side of Team Secret. Like you said, NDG shaking off that first match. Can he come in and have a stronger
ถ้าเรา
performance?
ชนะได้6 จุด
Time will tell.
เย
As
อะ
the
จัง
coaches making
ก็เต็ม
make
จี
their
มัน
way out
ผล
onto
งา
the
นมัน
stage.
โหดนะครับ
Get
ผม
ready for the fist bumps and get
พี่หมิ
ready
งสวัสดี
to
ครับ
have
ผม
a battle
มาไว
commence.
เลยครับวัน
These
นี้สวัสดีสวัสดี
coaches
น้องนายด้วยผมน้องนายนะครับ
obviously incredibly
13 เดือน
familiar,
แล้วนะครับสวัสดีครับผม
friendly with one another. Hugs exchanged. As now players can go into their
รอย
huddles
โจนนี่
and
ดูแล้วเหมือน
get
ใคร
ready
วันเป็น
to take their seats.
Yeah,
We
you-
know where we're headed. Breeze to come through. Both of these teams finding success versus Gen G on that very map.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, of
ก็
course,
ตอนนี้
back
เทน
then,
ฮาก
Gen
นะครับ
G
เทน
also
ฮาก
perhaps
สโล
not
แกน
as
เทนฮากคื
confident
อ
on the Breeze
เล่น
as
ดีเปลี่ย
they
นออกกระจอกเปลี่ยน
potentially
เข้า
look
ครับ
at
ผม
Masters Madrid, but that's
ไม่รู้
neither
เป็นอะไร
here nor there. I think the idea is that they came prepared for this map.
แต่ก็เข้าใจนะ
The
มัน
question is
มันไม่มีใครให้เป
after
ลี่ยน
all
หร
the
อก
things we have seen at Madrid, and after both these teams have had the time to cook things up a little bit longer in the oven as they were waiting for Masters to pass them by, have they brought anything new? How do they look? I mean, quite frankly, I think Breeze is this type of map that kind of suits Secret well, right? You kind of hang back, you
Sure.
get the info, and you can go for these retakes, etc., etc. Whereas RQ, they always like to
Chelsea
try to
don't,
put
huh?
a little bit of that extra spin on any map they go to. Obviously, they're one of the teams that did bring out the Yoru at kickoff. We'll see if it happens again here today.
เชลซีเท่าไหร่นะเพื่อน
Breeze. You know, one of those maps that we go into, we fully anticipate that just about every single team that's playing it is going to be running that sofa. And that's where Jesse Bash feels the most at
รู้ป่ะ
home. So
เชลซีอ่ะ
expecting to see
ตอนเปิดฤดูกาล
some
อ่ะ
of that critical
ที่เห็นนักเตะ
util
เชลซี
coming
ก็คือว่า
out
ไอ้เชี่ย
from
ที
the
ม
veteran
เชลซีแม่ง
IGL
แค
here
มป์บอก
for
ว่าเนี่ยแหละ
Team Secret.
ฤดูกาลนี้
This
สรุป
is an
นักเตะ
important
แม่ง
one
เล่นไม่
because,
เข้า
you
กัน
know, as we've been talking about on the
เหี้ย
analyst desk
โกงทุก
across the
ตำแหน่ง
last
เลย
several days, you know,
นัก
not
เตะ
only
ไม่
are
โก
you
ง
just
สัต
playing
ว์
for position, playing for your pride for
Enzo,
your fans, but you're also playing for those ever important
Caicedo,
championship points that try
หน้า
to
เป้าไม่ก็
qualify
โหด
for
มา
Champs
ไอ้
Korea.
เล็กสัน
Take a look at the
พอ
compositions.
ย้ายมาอังกฤ
No
ษมันไม่
shocks
เกิ
from
ด
the side of Team Secret whatsoever, but for RRQ, maybe not the most
Ah.
surprising, but it's who's playing what
Go back
that is
to
actually a bit more shocking for us here. Estrella now moving over onto the Viper. He was previously playing the
ดูสภาพ
Silva.
เชลซีชุดนี้
Now
ถ้า
in
เป็
the
น
hands
ทู
of
เคิลคุม
Elby
ไม่โดน
Moore,
ไล่
who
ออก
also was previously playing on the Cypher.
โยรุ
I mean, it's not musical chairs with the roster,
ไม่
but
แปล
it
ก
is
ใจครับ
musical chairs with the agents here, which
เพราะว่า
these are
อันนี้เขา
definitely
เม
not
ตา
the
อยู่
common picks. I mean, Estrella,
โย
sure,
รุ
he's flexed around
บี
so
ตอนนี้
often
กำลัง
throughout
ฮิ
his
ต
career. That's probably the least shocking portion
เจิม
of
นะครับ
this.
ผมเจิม
Yeah.
ทีม
That's
ซีเกต
very
2-1
interesting
ครับผม
because the reason I had my eyes on Elby Moore is that he's always been that sturdy lurk for RRQ, but if he has a slow start, that really ruins a big part of their plan, of their play style. Now he's going to be core to the main portion of the team, and Xfero, who also has some of those clutch genes, is going to have to open up the other side of the map for RRQ.
Certainly interesting and puzzling to a certain extent here to see these changes coming in from RRQ, but will they pay off? Will it result in a victory? We are about to find out as we go ahead and jump into game number 1.
มาพี่เอกให้
Breeze,
ใค
the
รครับ
battleground
คุณ
between these two squads as we jump into Team Secret versus
เราจะมอง
RRQ.
ไปที่ทีมซีเกต2-1 ครับผม
I mean, this is in fact the
เฮ้ยแต่
second
RRQ โหดไม่
time
ใช่เหรอ
in
พี่
his
จำ
entire
ได้
career that Xfero
โหด
has ever picked
แต่
up
ว่า
the
ก็เลยให้
Cypher in an
2-1
official match. So it's a little bit of experimenting for sure, but I'm curious if that helps them maybe gain a little bit more confidence off the get-go, lets them become a little bit more mobile. That would do huge things for them, which of course on a map like Breeze, if you have a Cypher that can really open up the other side on their own, that just goes miles ahead of the other team.
I'll check on Elby Moore and Sova because that's the one I'm a little bit
Yeah,
more
that's the
curious
one. Yeah,
about.
I'm also trying to check that as well.
You got setups there on the Cypher, but Elby Moore, I'm curious to see how many lineups he knows, especially here on Breeze because he has some pretty huge ones, you know, cross map, god darts and everything like that. But for now,
อุ๊ยมันดันฮอเลยเหรอ
a bit proactive on this defensive start. Trap wire,
แถบ
not gonna get
เรียบร้อย
there it is. Does
โดน
get revealed
ถึง
now.
1
Jim
คน
gonna
โอ้ย
attack
รอดเฉย
low, but still not gonna be found. Trap wire for now holding NDG at bay over at elbow. Cam also set up as the plant's gonna be coming in for RRQ very swiftly.
Yeah, but there's a
เอาอย่าไปอยู่เลยครับผม
far further lurk right now, and curious to see if Estrella is well aware of it. He does have his eyes set on it, but it's 2 people,
เอาละครับ
so they have to start to
สอ
make
ง
a
คน
choice if they
กำลั
want
ง
to maybe push
อ้อ
it
มหลัง
around the
มา
site on another side because they have to give up window right now.
จังหวะนี้ไอคิวโดนโอบ
Flip
เอ้า
Center able to find an opening pick as Jesse Bash gonna be taken down. Flips also finding NDG.
อุ้ยเกิดอะไรขึ้นตรงนั้นกล้องไม่จับ
Estrella here outside of window. Still, he's gonna be good for one before Jeremy's able
เหลื
to
อ
take
จิ
it
ระหมี
down.
คนเดียว
Now finds himself in a 1v2.
เห็นภาพในอนาคตเลย
So opening
เดี๋ยว
pistol
ร้าน
round
แรกอะ
goes
แม่ง
the
วิป
way
เฉยเลย
of
เจเรหมี
RRQ.
Very well played. I mean, they make the split-second decision that they will have to fight their way out of one side or another, but because they were so far already stuck behind the wall, Estrella decides, I'm just going to take one with me. And the real surprising part is we got so used to Elby Moore playing the Cypher that we kind of forgot that he's played a lot of Sova as well. So, I mean, it's just a matter of trying to get back into the grind, which I'm sure he's been doing as they were waiting for VCTPacific to return. So curious to see if that really gels with the rest of the roster as well. Of course, Estrella now kind of playing those lineups, playing far further
ยัง
back
ตื่น
as
อยู่
well. That might help
เจ
them
เรหมี
a
บอก
little
ว่ายัง
bit.
ตื่นอยู่
Empty stack over here towards the A site. Looks like Jesse just going to be cutting it back across over into Nest. Taking a peek out in the mid, see if he spots anything. Double push once again all the way through halls. Set up right around the corner. It's just going to be classics in hand. So I mean, if they get close quarter combat, those right clicks certainly could deliver some results for them. As Borkham going to get tagged and should have been
man,
spotted
check
once
hong
again
เลยเหรอ
there, right at the back end of that drone. Barrow now swings the corner.
Yeah, they're going to have to start backing out once again. Once again, RQ in a bit of a bind, right? They do have to fight one side or another. Right now, Xfero
Oi.
just waiting for his teammates to clear out the site. They're not going to plant until they feel a little bit safer. Now that they've bought some time, now that Xfero has made sure that they're not on the flank anymore, they're able to focus onto the site. Flip side are
Oi.
good for another as well.
ก็เป็นไม่ได้อยู่นะ
Borkham doing well to be
60-40
able
คู่
to
นี้
find that opening kill on the Gemkin.
Ui.
And now,
Ui.
outgunned, okay. Able to find a second kill. Flips though. Finds himself a third. Looks for the fourth though. NDG, quick headshot does take him down. So
ถือ
fairly
ว่า
costly in the end.
ถือว่าเสียหายอ
They
ยู่นะ
scoop back up here by
ตัดเยอะอยู่
RRQ, so we'll carry that forward into
Uriho.
the next round. But still miss out on 3
สวัสดีครับ
weapons.
สวัสดีแจ็คนะครับผม
Up 2-0 all the same.
เออ
Yeah, I
เออ
mean, that
ตก
type of
ตก
scenario,
ปะเมื่อกี้
especially in a map like Breeze, it kind of more or less
Good thing.
secures this next round for Secret. Now, because they did still save one person's creds, they're going to try to buy up a second Vandal, so make that 3 rifles on the side of RRQ. So there's still a little bit of hope, but it's going to be a much more either methodical or a bit of a rush, right? You have to
Lilac
go for
off.
a bit of a stack on your style. On
เฮ้ย
your
เดี๋ยว
choice,
เดี๋ยว
so
รี
that
สตรีม
just
YouTube ให้นะ
down as well, and it looks like the energy there for RRQ. They've been waiting for this moment to return.
This is what I was going to say, though. You could go for a bit of a softer buy with that judge because Flips does have the ult available. So does have that now
เมื่อวานใน
in
นาที
play.
โคตรโหดเลยว่ะพี่
Pass that Vandal across, so 4 rifles.
I mean, Yeah,
ไม่ได้ดูเลย
Jemkin buying down as well, so it looks like they have all the intention to really commit this Euro ultimate and make an opening with it, because Jemkin's nowhere close to his blades right now, so they gotta make this round worth.
เฮ้ยบ้านแดงเดี๋ยวพี่รีสตรีม
Through
แป๊บนึง
elbow
นะครับ
cross into
ยู
mid,
ทูบ
nothing
พูด
spotted.
นะครับ
We'll stack here on the B site. Camera backside set up
ขอ
there
โทษทีครับ
for
ลอง
NDG.
I mean, it's just the first few rounds, and a lot of these you can kind of come in with a game plan from the get-go, right? You're not really adjusting to what the opponent's doing, so we'll have to wait and see. But overall, RRQ seems much more fluid as a team, right? My eyes were on Xfero. He already had full elbow control by the time they had set up for the execute. Then the Euro ult goes in. So as the Euro pings people out for the main forces to enter through main, if they need it, Xfero was ready to pounce for a pinch. If not, he can always stay on the lurk. So overall, a very good bonus. And we talked about how it might be difficult. Well, they make the correct choices with that ultimate, and now it's a 3-0 lead for RRQ.
It just feels like a really weird inversion. They go into the anti-eco, they drop 3 guns there, and then they go into the bonus, and they do manage to convert it, but incredibly cleanly.
Yes.
Not something that you see all the time, and I mean, so is that. A smile there on the face of Jemkin.
Jemkin's voice and expression on his face, that's incredible.
Maybe they've been whittling away the stoicism during the Madrid downtime. Now, see, very weak purchases, just that one carryover weapon. Take a second attempt at that one there, Estrella. Clear out on the dart. Marshall in the hands of Borkum.
See if that Marshall can do any damage. Kind of on his lonesome right now on A, and he's already deep onto the middle of the site, so this could become a very stressful position for Borkum if RRQ ever decides to go to A. He'll get pinched from one side or another for sure.
มาแล้ว
Not quite
ไป
ready
ทำ
for
ส
it,
ต
but
รีม
Indy
ยูทูบ
with the
ก่อน
counter swing does manage to trade that back, so it's going to be Estrella on the floor. Weapon not really recoverable for anybody else, though. Would have to push out way too far to be able to try to find it.
Hasn't heard the drop. He's put some solo too late, and that's going to be the free sight. Now, that does mean they have to let go of that potential rifle drop near elbow, but it looks like Team Secret, they don't have the leisure to go all the way around to
หัน
make
ไป
that
แป๊บ
weapon
เดียว
up just yet.
นึกว่าเป็นเสียงเพื่อนหรือเปล่านี่
Now from here, let's see if they can do any real additional damage,
Oh,
but flash out
Nami
this time.
indeed.
Flip shot not getting caught by it. Does find Vash, gets the spot there on the Envy.
Oi.
Goes for the challenge, and oh my god, the headshot is just so crispy. 8-3 now on that Yaru. Flip's having a hell of a start to this map.
I mean,
Is
Flips,
MDG now all on his lonesome to see if he can do any additional damage.
พูดทำไมเถื่อนจังอะ
Flips seemingly
Ah, he
gaining a
wouldn't
lot
do.
of inspiration
Oh.
from the, finalist IGLs of Madrid, John QT,
เมื่อไหร่
and
แล้ว
Munchkin,
จะเอา
the
ด่านนี้
fragging
ออก
IGLs of Masters.
มันมีข่าวอยู่ครับว่าจะเอาออก
Flips is
3
doing
แม
a
ปครับผ
lot
ม
of work, 8-3 and 1.
ใจเย็นนะ
And
ใจ
the
เย็น
more I think about
อย่า
it,
เพิ่ง
the
เศร้าไป
Euro, when they first picked it, I was excited. Granted,
Ascent
at that time,
beat
his own
iBox
personal
นะครับ
stat
ผม
line
ไม่รู้
wasn't
ข่าวลือ
exactly
ป่ะ
spectacular, but you can tell
iBox อีกแล้ว
so
เหรอ
often, no matter
iBox
which
เอาไป
agent
อีก
he's
แล้ว
playing, Flips wants to get into the thick of things to help
ไอ้
lead
บล็อก
the
บอก
team
เราผิด
as
อะไร
he
อะ
tries
นาย
to create space on his own to make the
เพิ่ง
calls.
มาไปอีกแล้ว
And Euro's perfect for that.
Yeah, I mean, let's just put it this way. He's 2 kills away from tying his record in a 13-10 Breeze map versus Gen G.
Come on.
It was. Well, I'm just saying, it was a rough go. They were able to still get that win, but
Sure.
right now he is just
สี่เหลี่ยม
absolutely
กระดูก
dominant.
ดี
Uh-oh.
From Jeremy, not going to be coming through. Pink not going to find him there. Use the dash forward out over onto site.
Gets the
Try
tag.
to open up space. Flip Cheddar going to be taken down. Jeremy able to find Jemkin around the back, and
Oh,มาแล้ว
NDG
วะ
mows down 3.
สิ่งที่ไซเฟอร์เกลียดที่สุดคือฝั่งตรงข้ามมีโยรุ
As this tries to swing out onto the side, Jeremy will be able to take him out for his second elimination, and Secret get themselves their first round win.
สิ่งที่ดูแล้วอย่างผมเกลียดคือฝั่งข้ามมันมีไซ
the
เฟอร์เนี่ย
call there was they spotted the operator, right? They're able to push them
เข้า
back
ยาก
into the back of sight, and
คื
then
อ
you're trying to
คือ
clear
แม
the
ป
other
นี้ไซ
side
เฟอร์
with
มัน
just trying to
มัน
get
เก่ง
in.
ไง
But first of all, you get stopped with a poison
แล้วพอ
cloud,
มี
and
โย
then a
รุ
little
อะ
bit of indecision. They get
พวกแท็บแบบ
bottlenecked
ที่มัน
right
เดา
on the
ยากๆ
entrance,
อะโย
and
รุ
that
ไม่
might
เก็บ
be
หมด
the
เลยอะ
round just to give a little bit of extra breathing
มันโด
room
นแก้
for
เอ
all
อ
the
มัน
members
แก้
of
เนี่ยอย่าง
Secret
เช่น
to
อย่าง
get
เช่น
all
แท็บหน้า
covered.
บีแท็บแบบแท็บ
Tiny
ลึกๆอะ
bit of gun barrel sticking out through the Viper
มัน
wall.
มัน
What gives Flip
ผมมันไม่รู้
speed
อะ
up
ตรงไหนมันแก้ยากไง
to notice there from NDG.
ล็อกดาบแก้มีแค่สอง
That
อัน
punish and very much shuts that down. They get confused and really drawn in by the chaos of everything that was going to be coming through main. Flips could have done an immense amount of damage, so very good awareness to spot that out.
1 point away from Estrella's Viper's pit, so if they're able to get onto the site, if they could have a way to get the pit down, then of course the operator is going
อ๋อ
to be very tough for
เค
the
โอมันยัง
retake.
แบบมันยังหลบได้เคโออะ
Just quick clear.
เจออันติเคโอถ้าเราอ่านเกมเราอ่านลูกแก้วอันติอะมันยังแบบ
Just
สามารถแบบ
corner.
Look at NDG. He's already
Look,
cleared
that
everything.
you
He's
get,
gone
that you-
past the tripwire as well.
He is fast rotating as Borkum trying to hold the line here. Does get flips. Envy going to be traded out, swing onto the corner. It's just too many players stacked up, unable to find the eliminations there. He does get taken down. Man advantage now here in the hands of RRQ as that pit gets invested as well. And now Jeremy gone. Into the pit with now just yourself. I think, yeah, NDG.
โดนวินิยาวเลยนะ
Arrived, but I think you're gonna have to hightail it out of here. Does manage to find one, so pit dropped. Tuck around the corner from Jemkin.
Yeah, but this is so tough. I mean, the high-low on the back of site as well gets spotted. He goes down, and that's unfortunate because, again, NDG, a very fast flank, able to get past the first trip bar. Maybe it was a little bit too high there past the staircase, but just never has that moment. And that seems to be the pattern right now for NDG, right? He's kind of this last one alive where RRQ is picking up the pace a lot faster than Secret is expecting.
Yeah, just the rest of the team not able to really stand their ground over on the site long enough for MDG to actually get into that position where he can take advantage of, you know, all the attention that's being paid to the site itself. So that's going to be a timeout called now from the Team Secret camp. Corporates certainly wanting to intervene from here as they find
ที่เกตบอก
themselves in a
แปลก
4-round
ๆแล้วที่
deficit.
แมปกูนั่นแหละ
Yeah, and something they're going to need to be talking about is, of course, you know, trying to decide, because Team Secret, they've always been known to kind of play this, all right, we'll go for the typical 2-1-2 defaults, we'll get the info, we've got some lineups to lay, and then we go for the retake, things like that on their defense. And that starts to fall apart if the opponents just push up the tempo, you know, 1-2 beats ahead of you, because then you think you can fight for the site, you're now down in numbers, the flank doesn't work out, things like that. And if you're going to go for things like the
มันต้องเล่นเป็นทีมมากขึ้น
flank,
นี่
you're
มัน
just gonna give up
มาอยู่
more of
ที
the
มระดับ
site,
ตรง
right?
นี้
Just
แล้ว
make sure you're only holding on to yellow in the back of sight in the case of A, things like that, just hold on to halls, and then make sure everyone's at their starting line of scrimmage before you start the retake.
พี่ว่า
And those are the
ถ้า
decisions that Secret's gonna have to start making in these
VCT
remaining
เขามาจัด
rounds.
ที่ไทยโค้ชของ RRQ จะใส่ชุดนี้
Given the money, and see a couple half shields coming through here for Team
VC
Secret. Knives
ใส่หมดแหละ
by Jeremy.
ไอ้ข้างในฮอมันเย็น
What kind of impact he can have.
ฮอมันเย็น
It's Borkum for now situated over on A.
พอออกมาจากทอปุ๊บ
ก็ต้องถอดไง
Maybe not, yeah, not gonna, it should
แต่
be
ว่า
the
ถอด
ball.
เสื้อไปเล
That's
ย
the pit here in the heavy stack.
Yeah, but it looks like they want to go for a push out, and Xfero kind of expecting the halls push out with the cam as well. He's gonna hear all the noise.
Flashing
Fairly well
push out.
prepared.
Creep up from Xfero. Himself tucked into the corner.
เจเรมี่เด็ด
Grab
ถอด
bar
แมส
and
ได้ดู
camp set up to see if anybody does
Không phải
want
lang thong
a
hay
very deep push all the way through.
สงสัยต้องกลับมาใส่
It's just
เนี่ย
gonna be swing in from Flipshider looking for the punish on the NDG. It does whittle him down to
สวัสดีครับ
36.
สวัสดีครับแม่แนบนะครับจัดไปครับผม
Eliminated. Xfero continues to creep up.
ติ๊กต้อย้ายไปทีมนอกหลีกครับ
Oh
ผม
my god! What a crisp shot, Jeremy! Shut down!
นี่ไงเพิ่งชมไป
Holy moly!
As the swing out, immediately just nothing else to be done. Xfero looking for the fourth, can't quite have it. Jesse Vash will be able to get his first kill on board, shutting down the Cypher. But now there's so much work to be done. Spike just now being brought forward as
โอ้โห
does get the punish on the one. Jesse Vash
เกมเปลี่ยนครับ
gets himself two more. Drone out, gets the ping across, has the spot. With NDG's arrival over on Bridge, he will be able to shut it down. This was a hell of a round recovery for Team Secret.
I mean, a round that, on paper, RQ should never have lost. I mean, let alone the triple kill, but the initial kill in halls and then the Cypher ultimate as well. Xfero just absolutely controls the entire map for his team. But they don't expect, I mean, what
ไม่เมื่อไหร่
a crisp swing over.
เมื่อไหร่ TS จะเลิกให้
And Jesse Vash, he was so
ลุง
quick
เจ
to
ส
turn
แบก
around, right? The backup was quick to beat, and then he's right
นี่
there
น้อง
before they can get the spike
ๆ
into
หาย
it.
แล้วอย่างเงี้ย
Really big potential momentum swing here for the side of Team Secret. We'll find the win off the back of the timeout call. Now Envy just looking to slow things up over.
เหมือนนาวีให้นาแองแบกอะตอน
Good
นี้
amount of pressure being applied here by RRQ across just every single round.
นาแองแบกแบบโอ้ยน้องๆช่วยน้าหน่อย
His elbow position, but deep enough to actually swing
ค
into
ม
B.
มากเลยอะ
คมอยู่แต่โอ้โหไอ้วันก่อนนาวีน้าแบกไปแบบนึง
Right, just to make sure that they can keep control of it, and that Team Secret would have to invest a lot more to retake control. During all of that, they've already kept control of A main with the Euro. They've dug all the way deep into elbow once again with Xfero. Still a minute on the clock, so there's some options to go for rotates should they need it after this dimensional drift.
นานๆทีอะน้อยเอานะ
Leading the way, Hunter's Fury coming across here from Jesse Vash, looking to see if he can try to find any kind of straight pick. Two players going to be spotted. Borkum, however, able to shut down Jemkin on the entry, and that Hunter's Fury will be rewarded with the kill onto Xfero. Swing out, backside orange, and will be good for one, but can't find the other. But now Borkum dead. The site is broken up in a bit. Shock darts landing here at Elmi Moore's feet. 27 HP. Just getting pulled off that plant for a brief little moment. Taps it again. Now we'll go in for the full committal on this. He and Estrella more very much stranded on the site. Now the reveal just to go ahead and spot out where this Viper is. No deep rotations, flanks coming through. There's one on site, one in main, and they flush him out. So far, that's a good start. Triple face, getting ready to come through.
Ui.
Line up! Estrella able to find two, sends out the snake bite to try and delay. Just
Yeah,
back down to
back
47
จัด
HP. And this, could be
Oh.
absolutely devastating. As Estrella holds the line,
ของดี
gets
จะแปลง
those
กิม
three
จิครับ
kills. To stop Team Secret from chaining 2 rounds together, they get themselves in a firmer lead, once again out in front by 4. What a clutch.
I mean, screenshot that moments before disaster for sure. Everyone was thinking it when you were watching it. You saw the silhouettes. You thought surely not all 3 lining up together, but 2 are perfect for it. One's all the way back. Not there for the trade. And I mean, just incredible plays back-to-back to trade rounds.
He just reverse engineered Jeremy's cloudburst. He sends it down as they're getting ready to
ไม่น่า
swing
มี
it.
ครับ
He's just like, okay, well, I just put my crosshair
Yep.
right
คงไม่กลับ
there.
แล้วจะมันหักกัน
And then
อ
they
อกไม่
all
ค่อยดี
just happen to swing right in front of it. Fortunate for Secret, but that's a bit more of a fortunate start. Vash out from the tunnel, able to find Flipscheider.
Oh, this is a good adjustment from Team Secret, though. Recognizing the fact that they've been losing way too much mid control, that gives RRQ all the time to set up. But they get a little greedy off of that, trying to push out, knowing that there was contact in mid. So I don't mind it. It's a very logical conclusion to make, but losing that
จ
fight
ริงๆ RQ ผม
costs
ว่า
you
ค่
a
อนข้างที่
lot.
จะตึงนะ เพราะว่ามันเจอ GG มันก็แบบ
ใช่ตึง RQ มีสิทธิ์ชนะ
One
หมด
more shot there into Xfero.
GG มันไม่ได้คิวเลยที่เจออย่าง
Cypher.
Them together.
As yep, neural theft back online. Instant investment. Spots him out. One mid, one all the way back over towards the defender spawn. But Jeremy already going to be taken down. Push forward. That's going to be the plan coming in. As Jesse Bash work cut out for him now is able to recover.
ไม่คิดว่า
Looks like the call.
TS จะหนักขนาดนี้
Back away and save this one. Give it to the cash.
เมื่อวันมันก็
Not the best.
ไม่แย่
You
นะ
know, still in a very
ฟอร์ม
committed
เจอซิ
position.
ต้าตอนนั้น
He
ก็
will be
โหด
taken
นะ
out of it as
Oh.
Xfero finds that
Last fight,
elimination.
man.
And shot from Bash. Try to deal any kind of damage, but
Oh,
Coffers have easily built
Goody.
up. It's another nice triple kill coming through here from the IGL, but doesn't get them any closer to a round win this time.
ตอนนี้น้องๆมันต้องสเต็ปอัพก่อน
On all cylinders to try to keep Team Secret
ตอนนี้ปัญหาของทีม
It's a rough
TS
going
นะ
so far in the first half.
2 คนบนมันเป็น
And, you know,
NDG
these
กับ
veterans on the side of RRQ
ไอ้เจสซี่น่ะ
lives for the first couple rounds. Xfero some crucial
ออก
rounds as
ไม่
well. I
ตื่น
mean,
นะ
everyone playing, you know, up to their peak potential, quite frankly. But I think a lot of the kind of controlling space, map opening up sites, things like that. The Euro and the Cypher are doing a lot of work for RRQ.
And I think shockingly for
ที่ให้ทีม CS เพราะเห็นภาพในหัวคือ อินวีเจเรมี่มันโหดกับตัวแบกของ RRQ ไงนึกออกไหม ก็เลยให้ทีม Secret 2-1 ภาพในอดีตนะ ที่มันเคยทำมา ตอนนี้ล่อไป 1-7 แล้ว ภาพไม่ค่อยชัดเท่าไหร่
จริงๆแล้วดับสเต็ปคือตอบโจทย์กว่า
อุ๊ยดับมันก็มาไปเลยถ้าแบบวันไหนมันหมดมันก็หมดไปเลย เฮ้ย อย่าให้ทัก
Decent to hold the line there. Shots just inches away from finding contact there against Borkum.
โอ้อินวีไอรายการก่อนมันโคตรโหด แบบอนาคตของทีมเลย
Trying to looking to fake their way out onto the site now, pushing in alongside. Has a TP set up on back pyramid. As for now, I mean, Jeremy and NDG are still very much situated over on this B site. Rotation's going to have to come through. Just now starting, even though the plan is already in. Estrella, though, just outside of cannons.
ตอนนี้มันมาใหม่ๆมันอารมณ์แบบว่า Rising Star
Looks the answer's going to be not quite yet.
Well, the thing is he might hear one, but not the other.
Oh, but Jeremy, okay. A little bit snappy with it. He's able to find the headshot.
ตอนนี้เป็น
takes him down.
ดาวที่กำลัง
Deep lurk now.
มอดตอนนี้
Oh, Recon checking. Does get the spot onto one. Bash dropping down. With that judging
5 คนแล้ว
behind
ผ
him,
ม
but gets traded out. Now Borkum finds Elmy more. Then leaves Flipscheider
คน
all
เดียวครับ
lonesome.
No util.
Head
Oh,
swings out. Okay,
wee.
doesn't interrupt the defuse, but there's still plenty of time remaining. So Team Secret will be able to get a third round. Chance to try to run this back and make it a 7-5 half.
Yeah, if they can get to a 7-5, it'd be great stabilization, and of course, considering
เขาไม่คิดจะทำทีม
Greece,
ส่วนไหม
they'll have their own chance
เขา
to
ยังมี
press the issue on
ทรัพยากรที่แบบ
But
ให้
I love the
ให้เลือก
adjustments on this round, right? Trying to go for the
ก็ไม่ต้อง
aggressive
ทำผสม
didn't work. You also don't have exactly all full buys. You have that judge for Jesse Vash. So you just say, let's use the pit.
ทำไมท่านั่งเจส
Let's
ซี่เหมือ
hold
นนั่ง
far
ตัว
back
เย็น
in the sights, because that means RRQ is going to have to
Jesse,
start to take contact to get in, right? To check for the util, to check for the setups, and they're able to make sure they get those early kills.
น่าจะถนัดท่านี้
Funny, still a little bit wonky, but no outlaws in play. Flash in, looking for the push board. Borkum, and he's blocking himself, but still got Jemkin. Doesn't get traded out.
ข่าวนานไปหน่อยบอกคุ้มบอก
Finds that kill, but Hunter's Fury from Jesse Bash again delivering that elimination. But Xfero eventually able to hound him down, catching
ยาก
him
จัดเจเรมี่ตอนนี้
all the
โด
way
น
back
กด
over
ดัน
towards
ครับ
bridge.
ประตู
Gets that kill. Now
ข้างหลังเปิ
Jeremy.
ด
One side of the pyramids here is Xfero looking for the challenge against NDG, but NDG happily takes it. Envy now trying to get the catch there onto Elmi Moore, but he decides to just back away from the fight. Gets the spike planted. So we now go into the 2v2.
Last player standing.
2v2.
Wait.
Oh, the tank in,
Lou,
gets the
Lou,
finisher,
Lou.
but Envy down low. TP across. Needs to hit the headshot. Cannot. Flips. Get them across the line. Another 3K here for the Yaru. Is RRQ.
Last round.
So you know what? We don't want a
สปิด
7-5.
เพียได้ไหมไงวะ
8-4 maybe, but I think they're going to be hungry for a 9-3.
And with those ultimates, they could try to make something happen. Even the Blade Storm giving a little bit more extra mobility if they need it on the execute, things like that. And of course, if Xfero is able to get another pick off on another part of the map, the Neuro Thefts will be
แต่ของ
huge.
ไทยอ่ะ
You can kind of chain
ของ
that
ไทย
with
อ่ะไม่
Hunter's Fury
ไม่ต้อง
as
สงสัย
well.
นะทีมในไทยเขา
And,
ไม่
you
ปล่อย
know,
เขาผม
you got the plan, you got the Viper's Pit, you've got
เพราะทีมใน
everything.
ไทยเรา
Now, no
แต่ละทีม
command,
มัน
the
ก็
timing
เป้า
of
หมาย
that
ไป
enemy
เส
is
ร็จ
going
กัน
to be very important, but the weaponry just lacking for Team
มองมันแบบ
Secret.
นานแล้ว
Well, not going to be able to find that trap wire. Still set up, but Hunter's Sphere now open here from Elmi Moore and NDG going to be taken down. Jimkin finding that kill, quickly traded out by Jesse Bash, who does get tagged low, and he'll be eliminated. Xfero able to find the finishing shot. Now the reveal in. Jeremy swiftly taken down by Estrella, who once again is lurking out by window.
ผู้หน้าเลยเหรอ
So much work to be done here. Just Envy and Borkum alive. The weaponry weak versus multiple plays. That needs to be a headshot. That needs to be an elimination. Pop Flash coming through, gets a dink, gets the kill, but Borkum dead at the same time. Leaves Envy all by himself. Hold at the ready.
Only 11.
Up and recovered, but they know exactly where he is. They hear it. He finds one. Can't quite line up the second. Elmi Moore will get the last shot across, and that's going to be 9-3, locked in on the half for RRQ.
The story of that half is RRQ came in with a plan and they were able to execute it to fruition. Team Secret, I think the biggest thing is perhaps not expecting as much mobility, as much proactiveness, as much aggression from RRQ. Like even when they got contact in the site, they just didn't let go, because those are the moments actually, if you think back, where Envy used to shine, right? He would never let go of the site. If someone presses him, he's there to fight 1v2, 1v3. He's still re-peaking. And RRQ this time ready for the trades. Also the lurks, a lot earlier, a lot more fluid. And Secret just not quite aware of that. I mean, they started to get a hang of it right around, round 6 and 7, halfway through. But by that point, RRQ was ready to answer back as well, and the rounds had gone in favor of RRQ. We'll see if Team Secret can flip it, though, with the pistol in the second half.
ตัวนี้ไทยถูกไปพูดแล้ว
I
รู้
mean,
สึกว่าโด
yeah,
นตลอ
this
ด
has just been pretty brutal. I mean,
เดี๋ยว
we've
สิ
seen
ครับ
comebacks, from
เขาแข่งกัน
places
3
like
แมป
this in the
น้อง
past, but not being able to get any consecutive round wins for Secret. All of these rounds have been so far separated. They need to start things off with a pistol. Otherwise, I mean, double digits.
ไม่
And a
รู้
double timeout advantage for the
ไว
side
ไม่
of
ค่อยต่าง
RRQ.
มันต่างไม่กี่วิหรอก
I feel like it would just be done and dusted from there. So we'll see if they get it done as they do move over onto the attacking half.
See just ghosts mostly across the board here on both sides, of course, given the long distances of
Oh.
Breeze. And
ตอน
Team
นี้
Secret looks like they really just want to try to get
บอ
the
ลยังไม่ได้
information
ต่อครับผม
first from the get-go, even on the pistol.
เดี๋ยวค่อยขาย
Not going for a bit of a Hail Mary, not going for anything straight out of the playbook just yet.
Decent little spread. Looks like maybe Jemkin going to go on a bit of a walkabout. Does have that ghost in hand. It looks like he'll want to challenge all the way down halls.
ก็มันเร็วกว่า
potentially.
คนเขาแชร์กันหมดตอนเนี้ยเหมือน
Let's
จอ
watch and see if there's going to be any kind of forward
210
pressure.
เหมือนกับว่านักแข่งเขายอมรับเรื่องรับปิดทิกเกอร์หมดแล้วไงคนมันก็แชร์กันหม
Just
ด
doing the rope peek. We'll just back away from that.
Yeah, no drone on the side of Omimore, so he is going to have to just keep his eyes on mid from Nest the whole time through until they get other information. And if they do want to empty it, they're going to have to make sure that they're careful about how they move around the
เดี๋ยวเรา
map.
กล้าท
So Jemkin trying to make sure that he continues to take control of halls as well. So far, I mean, RRQ, they feel comfy, right? They haven't seen any crosses that indicate
แต่อันนี้
where
แบบ
the
วง
attack's
ใน
gonna
เลย
come
นะ
through.
เดี๋ยวมันจะ
You
มี
see that poison
คีย์บอร์ด
cloud
แบบใหม่
activating
มา
again, that
อีก
gives you a bit of a signal.
ให้รออีกแป๊บหนึงครับผมถ้าใครจะซื้อคีย์บอร์ดรออีกแป๊บ
Throw now coming through. Bite sent just to try to slow up anybody. Does reveal himself and will get caught. Jeremy able to find that kill. Door now opened up. Recon will hold him at bay. Just a moment as Flipshot is able to find one on the entry. NDG in the meantime going to be taken down lurking outside of B, and that is going to be everybody making the call to rotate over. Orb
เอ
gonna
อ
be taken here.
เขาเรียกว่าส
Sparrow.
วิตช์อะไรนะแมกเนติกปะ
Oh, now spotting them out, realizing that they're all just going to be pushing in through tunnel. Just has to back away, give up the sight. So plant can come in. Secret, Milwaukee have to take
ไม่
much
ห
more
ลาย
aggressive
แบรน
and
ด์
deep
ครับผมแบบ
position
ใหม่อ่ะ
on the
หลาย
backside
แบร
of
น
the
ด์หลาย
site.
แบรนด์
Let's reward them with 2 kills.
คือเขา
Yeah,
กำลัง
love
ทำ
that
กันอ
they're
ยู่
regrouping towards back of side as well. Right now it's back to a 2v2, but you expect the rest of RRQ to be split 1-on-1. You already confirmed where Xfero was. It might have caught sight of Flips as well. And now it's a 2v1. Great adjustments from Secret. What looked like it might be a rough round, they're able to turn
รา
things
คาก็
around.
ประมาณนี้แหละครับ พวก
Nice
เราปิด
decision making from Jeremy to push out towards the defender spawn.
Tap onto it, spots them both, and will get
เอา
taken
ว่ะ
down. Pistol round goes
Pistol
away
round ครับ
on
ผม
Team Secret. That's the first step of many to try to right the ship and get themselves back on track here in this map.
พี่จำไม่ได้ว่ามันเป็นแบบไหนอะแต่มันเป็นรุ่นใหม่อะอืม
See though. Now they
ขอดูโบนัสราวก่อน
into the anti-eco because we have seen some wonkiness so far.
Yes.
Pacific.
Yeah,
As far as
there's
people
definitely...
struggling to close out those second round wins.
I mean, maybe that's going to be the continuing trend. It seems like it builds up more and more. But that round, as soon as the execute started happening, a lot of good stuff from both sides. A great counter recon from the side of RRQ. But once they were down in numbers, Jeremy pushing out through the double arches to make sure that they create space to dwindle the numbers. Again, great decision making as well. Now
เห็นลาปิดใช่ไหมเยอะเดี๋ยวนี้แบนเยอะครับผม
Ready to send it. Oh, yep. Spots out multiples. Swings back in. Looking to try to put that Guardian to use. Against a couple classics at long range. You definitely favor Jesse in that situation, but they do just go ahead and peel away. Gate crash now expiring, though.
Now, RRQ.
บูตติ้งช
Not
นะ
sure if
ทุก
it's
แบรน
off
ด์
of
เพ
a
ราะว่า
read
ซอฟ
or
ต์แวร์
just really
ซอฟ
trying
ต์
to
แวร์
stick
บู
to
ต
their
ติ้งคือ
guts
เดเบต
because they had to kind of give up that A main control. And oftentimes when you show a stack on an eco, you kind of expect the other team to rotate around, but they immediately just hold default. They hear nothing, and they're regrouping on A. And I think Team Secret was waiting for RRQ to move away from the site.
Well, Jemkin does get caught on that push down halls. Ball now set up. Estrella with a spray. Oh, just going for it. Rando does manage to find a kill. Envy going to be taken down. A bit unlucky there for him, but
ตัว
still
นี้เขาสเปรย์เป็น
4v4, the weapon advantage. And
อะไร
there
วะ
you
น่ะ
go. Pop flash in. Xfero unable to find the kill.
ขาวหมด
Soften up Borkham a little bit. He will claim 3. Team Secret will be able to close out the
เอา
anti-eco.
ให้ดีลงท้ายมีหอ
Yeah, the great timing from Borkham there with the toxic screen. Kind of lowers it to make sure they have members ready for antis. They have members already peeking past the screen as well.
อ๋อ
Because the thing is they
หรือ
cleared
ว่า
the
มัน
back
คือ
clearance,
แบบ
right?
ใหม่
They're
วะ
like, well,
เนี่ย
nobody's
พี่
here, but
ก็ไม่
they
รู้
were here, so surely they've rotated around some other
รอ
part
ดู
of
แล้ว
the
กัน
map. Good reads from Team Secret on that anti, and they're able to carry over quite a few good weapons into the next round as well.
คีย์บอร์ด 8K เลยครับผม
RRQ is coming into this with half armor. And that outlaw is still in play. Jeremy has that in his hands right now. Xfero back pillar. If he swings out, he could very well be a dead man.
I mean, it's rounds
มั
like
น
these where
มัน
you
ไม่ได้จริงนะเว้ย เพิ่มเฮิร์ตเมาส์
some
อะ
of those
คีย์บอร์ด
buys
เนี่ยจะได้
really
นะ
worth
แต่
it
แบบ
in terms of utility, shares,
แค่เมาส์
things like
เมาส์
that.
2K กับ 1K ก็ยิงไม่โดนละ
And right now, because of that outlaw RQ, they're gonna have to wait for some of these trap plays.
Don't want to give him any opportunity.
What a lineup!
It's Jesse Bash.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's also one of those things where it's like there was probably a simpler way to do it, but that
พี่ว่า
was
คีย์
just
บอร์ด
a
อะ
lot
ดีนะ
cooler as
คีย์
well
บอร์ด
and a
เร็ว
lot
อะดี
safer. So
แต่เมาส์มันต้องใช้เวลาคิดดูเราใช้เมาส์แบบ
I
พัน
mean, the
เฮิ
thing
ร์ต
is,
มากี่ปีอะ
yeah, but we will talk about that though, because usually you'd expect
2,000 ไม่
that
ง
trip to be
เฮ้ย
cleared
ถามจริง
close.
เอ้า
So you're not expecting them to be this ready so fast on the A side.
Yeah, Melvin Moore's drone is not an ambi-turn. It doesn't look left.
เมื่อกี้ถ้าแบบว่าเจสซี่
Now with the push
ได้
coming
แต่
through
มันมี
double
แค่ตัวเดียว
doors.
เพื่อนเข้าอยู่
Ends
ดิ
up getting flushed out. So now RRQ
Oh,
rotate everybody
okay.
across, but NDG
Okay,
huge backstab position.
Up.
Lurking his way up through Nest Flips, watching this for the moment. NDG trying to take his time. There's the push out. It's a bit of damage here.
เอาดีเอาดี
Sends out so much there
ดึ
on
ง
the
ไหม
flip.
ดึงไหม
89 on the Yoru.
ดึงกดดันข้างหลัง
Get
ก่อน
ready to go for this, but they have to constantly be looking behind them. They know that that Cypher is still going to be in that position. First shot on the Outlaw. Now finding it up over the top. Jemkin getting the jump.
No!
NDG gets the bolt. It's like they
ยัง
completely
สา
forgot
ไหล
about
ที่
him.
เดิมอีก
I mean, they just
มันดื้อ
assumed
มันดื้อ
that it would take him a
มัน
little
ทำสวย
longer.
แล้ว
And on top
ดึ
of
งมัน
that,
ดึงกดดัน
just the way they
ให้
lined up
IQ
next
พะ
to
วง
each other,
แล้ว
kind
ก็
of
ไม่เดิน
perfect for the Bulldog, which is usually hard to control.
And with that, I mean,
อันนี้คือ
that's
การ
just
รี
gonna
เทค
have to
แบบ
be the
เสียง
call
แบบ
to
คน
save
ๆมัน
now
ก็จะยากๆนิดนึ
here
ง
from RRQ. So it's going to be yet another bonus
Oh,
converted,
God.
but this time for Team Secret, as they will very much shorten this gap.
6-9
Three
ใกล้เข้ามา
rounds
ทุ
now
กที
separating. Is RRQ curious to see if
แล้วได้โบนัสราวไง
called right here right now.
Big round from NDG.
น้องแอนยอมผม
One of the things that a lot of people always look at for rookies is, are they playing too scared? And NDG, the first match of kickoff, the first match here of stage 1 as well.
ต
Very
อบไม่ได้เลย
passive,
เรา
very
ไม่เคยใช้
quiet.
8K
But the fact that he's willing to take these peaks on a timing, at least get info. Then he says, I'm going to still press
คื
the
อ
issue.
คือ
His
ลอง
job
ใช้
was
เมาส์
quite
4K
frankly
ใช่ไหม
done,
แล้ว
right?
แบต
He
มัน
could
หม
have
ด
just
ไว
stayed
อะ
there, played,
มัน
you
หม
know,
ด
to
ไว
stay
แบบ
alive, played
มั
for
นชาร์จ
time.
ตอนต่อวัน
But
ก็
he
เลยแบบ
decides
ขี้เกีย
to
จใช้ครับ
still
ผม
press the issue because they realize that RRQ is going to start to
เพราะ
push away
8K
from
ก็ค
him.
ง
So just good
ครึ่ง
reads,
วันแบ
good
ตก็หมดอะ
comms, and great
8K อะ
confidence from MDG in that round.
What reality am I living in? Where, okay, flash out,
ดีกว่า
Xperia
นะ
push up, gets the
ดี
kill
กว่า
on
ตอน
it.
รอบซี
NDG
ซั่น
spots another, grabs the weapon, tries to win it out, doesn't manage to find it,
เฮ้ย
he looks for a third, can't quite make it happen. Borkum does eventually shut him down. Rotation now having to be called over as Elmimore gets himself situated on B site, but that is a huge swing
โอ้มีสิทธิ์โดน
off
ไม่
the
ได้
back
เป็น
of Xperia's aggression. I was going to say, what world am I living in where Jeremy is playing attack operator?
I mean, I'm glad to see it. I really was
Oh, for
hoping
sure.
that this season Jeremy would pick up the op a lot more confidently. But you're right, it's not a common sight.
Microphone muted.
เล
At
เซอร์
least
ไว
not
เปอร์
since
บี
VCT Pacific.
เคย
No,
ใช้ตัว
unfortunately, this round is not going to be the round where
ตัวธรรมดา
there's
ไม่
a
ใช่
lot
เร
of
เดอร์
hope
ใช่ไหม
for it to find its use and value.
Mm,
I mean, you
man
saw
ใหญ่
that Jesse
ไปอะ
Nash was
น้องแม่
afraid of the
Microphone
flank as
activated.
well, just given that they've already lost all control.
Trades it out to get a rifle. It is just going to be a bulldog. So they get the spot. Damn, that's not a fake out. Does buy a little bit of time though as he does send one in. Back pillar. Dancing just on the opposite side of the wall here. As that goes down, Jeremy gonna be able to find one. Borkum gets
30
the other.
seconds left.
And Estrella, quick turn in towards window. Finds the kill. The Viper now
ถึง
shut
เวลาครับ
down. Spike can be planted.
พิสูจน์ตัวเอง
Knives popped. Swing onto the corner. And
วิ่ง
Borkum
เกือบ
not
นะ
gonna be able to get that
บอกคุ้ม
transition across. Borkum will pick up 3. Will get the kill. Bloody brawl
Yeah.
between the two teams. RRQ having not fully invested. It's a decent result for them, but it is still Secret
Timberhawk
getting
เกือบทั้งตัว
closer and closer.
Well, the world where Jeremy buys you off on attacking rounds is really weird because he actually helps close things out with a weapon that's picked up that's not an operator. Of course, a very necessary call there since they're fighting in much closer quarters. I also love what they did with the Blaze Storm, right? Activate it, make sure that he has to kind of react, and now he has so many more angles to check. Lower the screen, swing out together.
Speaking of Blaze Storm, Jemkin with one of his own. As he's going to have to drop down off the top here. Full flash in.
คอมโบนี้
Plus that recon invested. Now, Poison Orb just going to be holding everybody at bay there at A main. NDG, miner set up over towards B. Camera set up in elbow. It's going to start trying to take some space here and scale up into mid.
Yeah, what we saw from RRQ was despite the setup, you would take deep control of elbow, but here it's different for NDG, right? You still take a little bit of control, so you have more mobility from mid. You can still check for elbow, and that way you don't have to invest too much extra utility if you ever want to rotate back onto the other side. So I like the setup from Secret, but it does look like they've made up their mind to create a bit more of a move here.
Well, I think that one wasn't necessily what was intended.
แล้วแล้ว
I was
แรปสูตรครับผมเป็นจังหวะนี้
I was like, oh, where's this one going to go? Right in front of him, 5 feet away.
Well, that means they'll have to just try to take a little bit more contact, and mid will be the call.
Moments like that, which is why I don't play Sova.
I've given up on learning new
ตอนนี้
lineups, man. There's just too many that you have to
ต้อง
know
จ
at
ด
this
ต้องจด
point.
30
Though,
seconds
getting
left.
ready, getting antsy, goes for the swing, has a quick dash out, cannot stabilize that aim. Jeremy will take him down.
เอาแล้วไง
We're
เอา
now
แล้วไง
5 HP. Pink
เอาแล้วไง
by the recon
วิป
in
กัน
a
หมด
really rough spot.
วิป
Save
กันหมด
for Estrella.
Standing.
เรียบกันหมดครับ จังหวะนี้ RQ
Only Xpero, a 1v5,
เมาหมัด
and
แล้ว
he
ตอน
ran
นี้
HP
เรา
bars
เจอมหน่อยไม่ได้เลย
dangerously low. Does he even try to
Spike
play for it?
planted.
ไปดูสถิติกับมันแมปบุกขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอวะ
Just the overall situation right now, I'm going to guess not. Right? Sure, you can try to go for some cheeky kills on the exit, but your creds aren't exactly all stable. The rounds are getting way closer as well. The risk seems a bit greater. Perhaps just taking this time to talk things through for the round, and maybe even a timeout afterwards, because one thing I'm noticing is things have flipped. RQ's the one that's starting to play a little scared. Secret continuing to push up the tempo, just creeping up one beat at a time.
Eagle-eyed.
Plays it a little bit patiently, see if anybody else is pushing alongside NDG. They are not.
Yeah, what?
Vash, where did that come from?
เออว่ะ
Jeez.
What's he doing?
มาจากไหนวะรีคอนนะ
Well, we know
สถิติ
how much time
สถิติ
Jesse
บี
Nash
บุก
spends
พอๆกับโร
trying to
ตัสเลย
figure out lineups because it's definitely a lot, probably more than 50% of his practice
They
time.
will scud
ตั้งแต่มันเปิดท่ออะ
อืม
I mean, you give this guy a bow, he
แม
can
ป
just
บุก
get
แบ
an
บว่า
arrow
พอๆกับโร
at
ตัส
any point
ตาม
of
ส
the
ถิ
map.
ติ
it would seem.
We should do things like that
He
where
did mess
ใช้
with the
ชัด
shot
เอียร์ครับผมรุ่นซีโร่เลยครับผม
have just like an agent stationed on a random part of the map and they have to throw a recon and land it on their head instead.
Hey,
แจ่มอยู่นะ
it's like
ถ้า
a
แบบว่า
Olympic sports.
ใช้
Whoever
หา
can
ย
get the
เอีย
dart
ร์เป็น
the
แนะน
closest to this little circle. That could be a fun game mode.
Yeah. Jesse Bash definitely up there, but there's the timeout surely from the side of RRQ, I would assume. Because right now, for one, they want to cool off Team Secret a bit, but I can't imagine that the comms have been where they want it, right? It just the team looks a lot different than the first half, a lot more passive, a lot more reactive. They're going to have to take some more control of the map if they want to continue the lead.
ใช่แล้ว
I
ก็
mean, a lot of times on Breeze, we do see, this trend into the attacker's side favor, but right now, I mean, RRQ, I don't even think this is necessarily like a side difference. This is just Secret have started hitting their shots. I think that their calls have been a lot cleaner. They've been a lot faster to react and make these pivoting moves, whereas RRQ have been very much lagging behind and getting caught off guard. We'll see if this intervention from Ewok get them back on course, but to go from 9-3 to now being separated by just a single round, that is a very dire position to be in here for RRQ.
ว่าใช่
Knives still being held onto
น้อ
here
งบิ๊ก
by
สวัสดีครับผม
Jim, 2 ults to try to work with.
พี่สั่งใน
Get
Shopee ครับ
themselves over
ของ
onto
ดี
a
ของ
site.
ดี
The post plant setup could be damn strong for him. A pit. You also have that null command potentially involved there from Envy. You just get that one opening kill. Neural theft available.
All right, so the call is just take a little bit more control of mid. They're able to hide away from the recon as well. Flash out the ready.
Poison orb.
Now, Team Secret seemingly expecting perhaps a bit of a fast push with the Blade Storm as well,
อย่า
right?
เพิ่ง
Whether
ไป
it's
น้
from
องนาย
walls,
พี่
whether it's up
อิน
top
เดีย
and
พี่
mid,
ใช้แบบ
they're not going to spot it.
ใช้จนพัง
Camp
อ่ะ
down.
ตัวไฮเปอร์เอ็กซ์แม่ง2-3
Still
ปี
a
อ่ะ
lot of time though, so
ใช้โคตร
Secret
คุ้ม
they could
ยังไม่พัง
regain
เลย
mid if they wanted. They could still send the lurk all the way up through elbow, and RRQ now it's up to them. If they want to play this with the way they've started, they got to start to clear out all the sides of
มันจะ
B,
มี
because even
อย่างหนึ่ง
though
นะ
Sparrow
ที่ใช้
starting to
แล้ว
lean
พัง
towards halls now.
สมมติถ้าเมาส์ยังไม่พังก็เปลี่ยนใช่ปะคีย์บอร์ดเมาส์เปลี่ยน แพดไม่ค่อยเปลี่ยนแต่จะมีอินเดียตั้งแต่พี่เล่นเกมมาคืออินเดียเฮดโฟนใช้จนแบบจนแม่งพังจนแม่งเยินจริงๆอ่ะ
Well, this is a brawl in
เปลี่ย
the
นครับ
making. If Secret decides to make the call, and quite
หู
frankly,
ฟัง
this
แต่ละ
RRQ
ที่
won
คื
a
อ
lot
แม่ง
of
แบบ
their rounds in the first
แม่ง
half
เน่า
as
แม่ง
well. But that's a
Jing-jing
bit of a
เหลือเกิน
curveball.
Pit comes through, but it's not enough to get them onto the site itself. The players playing for the will be decayed down. Xparano trying to hold the line, spotted another one, trying to
Hey,
make
hey,
it
oh.
spray away. Now that's going to be the neural theft coming through, and that could really upset the players trying to hold main. Flipshider's still going to be able to find one that drops the pit, gets himself a second.
ทำไมมัน
Just
ทำ
about
งั้น
to
นะ
take it down. Has the mask available.
จิตใจไม่สู้เลย
Sent NDG running low on time. Mask now put on dimensional drift in play. Sees him. Knows that he's going to try to have to stick to this spike plant. Pulls off of it, and that is going to be the round one. We'll be able to get the kill just for good measure, but even if he died, all they needed to do was have Chimkin stay alive.
รู้ชะตากรรม
RRQ,
เลย
they break this win
ไม่ได้
streak.
เผ็ด
It was
แน่นอน
5 consecutive rounds. Built up here for the side of Team Secret. They now get themselves up to double digits.
And it's a good adjustment. Thinking back to how are we able to win on attack, other than the fact that, of course, attack may be slightly favored on Breeze, but a big part of that is also you're going to have the numbers.
ตอนนี้มัน
no
มี
matter
สั่ง
what.
มั้ยหรอ
You're gonna have a clear
แล้วของ
numbers
พี่ใน
advantage,
วีอะไร
more
วะ
so than some other maps as well. And they were able to just clear out mid, plant Jemkin on the lurk, and then it's 4-man stack ready. And sure, the pit throws a bit of a curveball, but they still have way more numbers than Secret expected.
They get that round win. They get those 2 ults out of Team Secret. Decent cash here for, Borkum NDG. They've got enough stacked up, but another heavy investment as attack operator once again in play for Jeremy.
Take flight.
Trying to hide that off.
More, yeah. Just have to back away. They're just going to stay tucked behind the box. It's not going to go deep enough to actually get the spot.
Well, Elmi Moore seemingly quite aware of that fact as well. Saw him making some comms immediately afterwards in the camera. But do they expect the op? Apparently not so much.
Seems like a big no. Huge kill found. Flipshider has been a thorn in their side throughout this entire map. Getting rid of him nice and early bodes well for Team Secret as they get ready to cluster up and make their push in here towards main. Dart at the ready, Elmore having to send that one out right as that knife does come through. Undodged. Cage comes up, push into the smoke, and with the shorty in hand, Jeremy finds himself a second kill.
โคตรเซ็งอ่ะ
Completely
บอกเลย
broken open. You can already see
โคตรเซ็งตอนเนี้ย
remaining members on RRQ just going to have to make the call to go ahead and save. Looks like maybe
Oh,
Jemkin,
shit.
given that he does have knives, yeah, that's just going to keep happening. He will get himself positioned to try to find some exit frags here, but widely, we're just going to be waiting for the
อ๋อ
spike
หมาย
to
ถึงเมาส์
explode.
เหรอ
Yeah, I mean, you can still try to stabilize some way or another in that next round here with the Blade Storm. So just
นับ
playing
คะแนน
for
เข้ารอบยังไง
the
ก็
longer actual map win for
ในกลุ่มใช่ไหม ท็อป
RRQ.
ทีครับ
And you know, when it was Lumimore
ท็อปทีได้
last
เข้าไป
one on
แข่
that
งต่อ
site on B side. Good reads from both sides, good calls, right? I
เดี๋ยว
mean,
เดี๋ยว
cyber
จ
key
บ
support
เดี๋ยว
from
จบแมปนี้
Xfero
เดี๋ยวเปิด
trying
ให้
to
ดู
fill that for
ต้องแบ่ง
Lumimore. He sends a counter dart as well, so he knows that they would have to funnel into him. But then it's a cloud burst and the shorty to counter from Jeremy. So both teams really getting into comfort zone individually speaking. Now, if you can take away this,
ตรงนี้มันกระโดดอย่างนี้ได้ด้วยเหร
I
อ
think
วะ
anybody's going to push this far out. They're already away from the explosive radius, so can just stay tucked all together just outside of window. And Jemkin not going to go aggressive enough to actually be able to get a punish here. Don't want to get picked off. So it will just be those three players retaining their weapons. Moving forward here into round 20.
อย่างนี้
Team
เจ็ตถ้าดู
Secret
บี
keeping
คนเดียว
things
แล้ว
neck
แบบ
and neck.
บี
Still
เงียบ
just
นี่
one
กระโดด
round
ไปตุ๋ย
separate.
ตรง
You
หน้า
can see
ต่าง
this
ได้เลยนะ
dominance here on this attacking side.
They got to do something with this operator, right?
ปก
It's
ติ
allowed
อัพดาร์
Secret
อี
to
ก
slow
ฝั่ง
things
บก
down
มั
a
นจะ
lot
รู้
more,
อะ
play for that op contact. He's always got someone to support him as well, so he's not just going in blind, going for those dry peaks. And Team Secret looks like they're prepared for a bit of an aggressive push out. They want to stay grouped up and make sure that they can help cover and don't allow Jeremy to get picked off from afar. A bit of an off angle. The Blade Storm activated. Secret starts to back out just a tad bit.
Not quite clearing the drone and also not quite covering
เอางั้นมาดิครับ
all of mains. A second sync by now being invested there from Estrella.
วันนี้ฟีดมัน
Trying to come up the
FPS
works
ตก
here as a couple knives go flying. Jimkin not able to find anything there. Hunter's Fury now coming across. A little more on the hunt. Gets a tag on to Jeremy, but now will be interrupted as the null command comes in. Helping him find the follow-up is just going to be passing that spike back across the way.
Here.
Maybe even ushering it over towards A, or at least wanting to fake like they're going to be doing that.
You know, the no command still lets RQ know that for now it's going to be that B hit though. Only a couple knives remaining here for Jemkin.
Trying to try to check. Nothing spotted though, but also doesn't see anybody rotating. Looks like Flipshider going to go on a bit of a walkabout here, but now that the recon invested here on the B site, you should have a better idea that this is where the spike is going to end up. There's only 30 seconds remaining. They're not seeing or hearing anything at all on A.
RQ's in a much better position in terms of knowledge, right? They've got the Cypher set up on A. They've got mid control and flips as well.
Push up into the smoke. Estrella going to be taken
ตั้ม
down.
มาอีกแล้ว
อีกแล้วครับ ไม่ได้เล่น โอ้โห
From tunnel, able to find two. Flipshider back at half wall. There's the reveal, getting ready to come in. The ping across the spike, planted. Pop flash up, Jesse Bash. So very blind. Flipshider is able to flush him out. Finds the kill that leaves NDG by his lonesome.
แปด
He
แปดโย
will
รู้
fall
แมปนี้มันแบบ
RQ. Again, narrow margins.
ลูกเล่นมันเยอะอะ
They do
At
get the
long
closeout here
turn.
on this round. They continue pressing forward towards a win here on Breeze. Just two more to go. Team Secret, can they keep it close again? They have cash. They can get a buy.
I got real scared when flips started to creep out of mid because we've seen that from RQ when they start to run out of information or if they feel like things aren't really going their way overall in the map. You know, Flips just trying to kind of go for these hero plays to get a pick way deep in enemy territory. But this time, correctly understanding their position, their utility, they knew that the pressure was on Team Secret. Now, Borkum sneaks, you know, right by him an elbow and sure, tries to make a fight for it. But the Yoru being able to TP right back into sight as well. Huge value to keep that lead.
It's like first round where we're actually going to maybe have some off-the-op as Jemkin does pick that up here. Cash aplenty. Jeremy sticking with it on this attack, trying to see if anybody goes for an aggressive peek in towards shop, but everybody right now statuesque from RRQ over on that A site.
I mean, especially now with a Cypher and an op, even less reason
น้องพึ่งสวัสดี
to
ครับ
go
ผ
for
ม
these greedy plays. Now, again, like I mentioned, and seemingly like Team Secret is prepared for, RRQ, they have a habit of doing that. So I don't blame Team Secret for it, but the resulting situation is that they've wasted 40 seconds without gaining any information. They currently don't have much control of
แล้ว
any
มาเจอ
part of
ฟิ
the
ปกำลัง
map.
ลั่นด้วยจัง
They're
หวะ
going to have
นี้
to slowly creep up for that extra
ฟิปบอก
control.
ทำไมมันเงียบ ต้องเช็คสักหน่อย
No presence or scaling here. Looks like Borkum maybe can get himself once again into a position to find a nasty flank, but is being noted and watched at least ever so slightly by Elmimore and Estrella.
Take flight.
Flips, he has to have that trigger ready on that gate crash.
Thrown out, but
น่าจะสงสัยปะ
Noted the Yoru up
Really
close.
here.
I mean, they're just rushing in to the doors.
โอ้
They're just getting ripped to
Lovely.
shreds. Elmimore able to find them as Jeremy only picks up 1 kill. Just the Yoru displaced, and now Jeremy is all on his lonesome. Does find Jemkin. A quick swing onto the corner. Elmimore will find himself a third as RRQ get themselves
Man,
up to map point.
มันจบละ
I see the idea there from Secret, right? They still suspect the Yoru just because the drone gets
จน
taken
ด้วย
out
แต่ว่า
way too quickly
เจ
before
เร
it's
มี่
able to
นี่
get
ครับ
past that orb on the poison cloud.
คือได้สั่ง
So they're thinking, all right, we want to swing this. We've already got
ถือว่าไม่
members
แย่
from
อยู่
mid
สำหรับ
coming
การ
after
เงิน
double doors. Let's pressure that, create the chaos, and then we'll have our own flash at the back of sight to set you guys up. The unfortunate part is Elmimore gets that first kill initially, and then both sides getting flashed seemingly by the KO. Makes that fight drag out too
จะให้
long.
จะให้ลุ้นโอที
The
ก็
main
ยากอยู่
forces from main not able to come in quick enough.
Well, now, last-ditch effort here from Team Secret with this timeout to try to see if they can extend this. Now, 3 rounds consecutively, we know that they're capable of that. They had that 5-round streak coming into the second half. What does the economy look like? How do the players look when they're put the task?
วันมัน
We need
นะ
that to give us our second overtime so far. Pacific, they have been eluding us. Finally got one of a blast.
สวัสดีน้องตัวแทนด้วยนะครับเพิ่งกลับมาจากใบดำใบแดงครับเป็นไงบ้างครับ
Well, the thing about this is it could end up just being a story of
ถ้ามาทรงนี้
you
แส
gave
ดง
up
ว่า
too many rounds
ร
in
อ
the
ด
first half, right? I mean, you talked about the 5-round win streak. That's one more than
ไม่นะครับ
RRQ had at the start of
ยินดีด้วย
their
ครับผม
attacking half, winning the pistol. So obviously, both teams understanding how to take advantage of the map itself and how to play that side. But you started the second half 9-3, and it's always going to be an uphill battle at that point. Team Secret yet
เรา
to
ได้
be
ไปบนอะไร
able
ไว้ไหม
to
ฮะ
overtake them or tie them even. Always at least 1 round away.
Right. Knives popped. Jemkin with a warning
แต่
shot.
ว่าแพท QCK วิ่งครับผม
Recon went flying up in towards halls. Just wanted to tell them that no, this is a completely unassailable position for you. Let's rotate back down now, joining in alongside Estrella here on the site where
โอ้โหมีแต่คนมาบนพี่
Any kill
แม่งจะไปทำสารพระภูมิให้ตัวเอง
can
ให้
come
มัน
into play.
This is a very aggressive repositioning here from RRQ.
Wall in, knives at the ready. Jeremy swinging around the backhand side, does manage to find, or does get taken down rather by Estrella, but Envy trades it back quickly. Keeping the
ประ
numbers
มาณ1 ปี
evened
ค
up
รับ
with shock dart
1
right
ปี
there
ทำให้
at
สักให้
Jesse
เสีย
Bash's feet. I mean, will get taken down as Envy finds himself a second
1
one,
ปี
but
นี่
it's
คือ
good
ใช้งานแบ
damage
บทุก
dealt.
วันเลยหนัก
Bash and Forker both can be tagged up, and now Envy with a third. Finds flips, Jemkin gets 2. The op shots looking crisp, looking clean. There's still more targets. Xfero just now getting ready to arrive over at double doors, working his way through mid.
Yeah, time is not in favor of RRQ because the thing is they have no idea where NDG is.
Oi.
They're partially waiting for that. They suspect it.
Oh!
Move wide. You can see Jemkin. He thought for sure he absolutely had that one.
อะไรครับ
nailed.
เนี่ยเหลือ
Now
จะ
we'll
เชื่
just
อ
have to make the call to go for the save.
จนมากโอ้วิน่ายังซื้อได้อยู่ดิ
Could buy another
ก็
one
ยังยากอยู่
instead. Yep, we'll just hold on to this and allow for Team
แต่ว่าเห็น
Secret
แสงสว่าง
to
ที่ไป
get
ว
the
ง
round win and get themselves
คิม
up
จัด
to
ให้
double digits.
ถ้าเต็มคิมยิงโดนนี่จบเลยนะอันเนี้ย
Man, it's one of those rounds. RRQ off the bat,
NDG
sure you have the up and halls, and then he's just holding for
เปิดมุมมาซะ
bridge. They just want to hold on to yellow, right? That container in the back of sight on A, and they had the dimensional drift. Everything was there for a potential retake on A. Now, obviously not the best way to play that site. You want to put some pressure, but then credit to Envy, understanding that they want to push out in case that there's an early regress. That's what's been messing them up on Team Secret. RRQ always 1 beat ahead of them. And Envy this time counters that, the perfect bodyguard for Team Secret.
เป้าอะตรง
Brings home
แต่
the
ว่า
10th round win.
ไอจังหวะที่กดตัว
Now the
ตัว
pit
ดีอะ
available for Estrella as well, so
ยังไม่ได้ปล่อยยิง
double
ก่อน
ultimates. Obviously not
เหมือน
exactly
มันกำลังเดิน
the
อยู่ครับ
best
ผม
in the pit for the retake. But we'll see where it comes into use.
All right, well, Flips taking a forward position, is able to get the catch there on the Jeremy.
จบเลย
Exit, widely slowed up and denied as no command does come through, but Estrella holding it pillar, finds Borkum. Bash going to be taken down. Now suddenly just Envy and NDG all in their lonesome. No kills found, no way to invest that neural theft.
เมื่อกี้ช็อตเมื่อกี้ต้อง
Desperately need to do
บอก
something
ว่า
now
ค
to
ลิป
keep
เก่า
themselves in this round.
แม่งยังหา
This map.
หาจังหวะไปแง้มใกล้ๆหลังสโมกให้
Right
ได้
now, it is looking dire. Not impossible here for the side of Team Secret. Insult to injury, pit invested.
เพราะว่า TS มันใช้ของไล่มาไม่ให้มีใกล้แล้วไง
Flipshiner
เปิดมงเปิดม่านไล่มาเรียบร้อยแล้ว
Jemkin ready to get the catch, finds NDG,
Yeah,
gets the final
NDG
shot
there.
there onto Envy. 13 and 10, the opening map of Breeze. Team Secret's pick, but not their winning spot. It is going to be RRQ taking that away from them.
I mean, definitely a close game. And Secret, they seem to catch on to things just one round too late in each half. But credit to RRQ, came
ตื่น
prepared
ช้าไปหน่อย
supposedly for this draft
VCTPacific
because they were swinging right out the gate on that attacking half. A 9-3 lead sets them comfortably up to eventually secure it 13-10. RRQ, it's a little bit of an extra buff here today. We saw on social media the CEO buff coming in for RRQ, and so far it's worked for map 1.
That it has, with Split on the horizon, things that need to change here for Team Secret. Haven't gotten a win on that map since Paper Rex, the start of last season, but when Benkai was still on the team, so rough tidings ahead of them. But we'll go ahead and hand this over to the analyst as to break down the action for Breeze.
เนี่ยโดนมันเนี่ย
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And after 265 days of match losses, RRQ is one step closer to finally getting that match win against Team Secret. Now, that was, it looked very dominant in the first half by RRQ, but Team Secret started climbing back in the second half before RRQ took it home.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a bit too late. I mean, you could see that both teams had a pretty good read on their attacker side, especially with that
นับ
Euro
คะแนนยังไง
place
เนี่ย
for
ดูครับ
RRQ that makes things very,
ช
very
นะ
difficult
ช
for
นะ
the
มันได้1
defenders.
พอยต์อันนี้คือพอยต์เก็บคะแนน
But what concerned me
ไอ้นี่ใช่ไหมของ
for
Pacific
Team
ถูกต้องไหม
Secret was that when they played
ถ้า
this
แชมป์
map
กลุ่ม
the
จะได้
last
เท่าไหร่นะ
time,
เมื่อกี้แช
it
มป์
was
กลุ่
their
มจะได้
defender
2
side
คะ
that
แน
was
น
really powerful against Gen G, and probably why they're leaning into this map. They could start on that side. You know, you're going to expect your opponents to want to go attackers, but it just didn't work out. So that's kind of heartbreaking here because it
ไม่
looked like maybe they had a comeback in store. They ran, what, 5 rounds off to begin
แชมป์
that
กลุ่มมี
second
คะแนน
half,
พิเศษ
but
ปะ
still wasn't enough.
แต่ว่าถ้าได้แชมป์ของ
Worth noting, both of
Pacific
these
อ่ะจะได้
teams
3 พอยต์ครับ
actually
เห็น
defeated
ปะ
Gen G. I know
Pacific
Gen G is
พอยต์ 3
now,
พอยต์
you know, the crown
ชนะ1 ครั้งได้
kings
1 แต้ม
of Pacific
ถ้าได้
at
แช
the
มป์ได้โบ
moment,
นัส
and
3
both
พ
of
อยต์
these teams dominated Gen G on these maps. So to face up against each other,
อันนี้ใช่ไหมที่
probably,
ที่
I
น้อง
mean,
แบง
we've
ค์
got
แบ
some
ง
of
ค์
the
ถามอะ
best
คือแบบนี้
Breeze
ใช่ไหม
players here.
Yeah, I think Team Secret just started off a little bit slow on this one. You see that overall, 13 first kills compared to the 10.
แชมป์กลุ่มไม่มี ไม่มีคะแนน
Well,
พิเศษ
the post
ถูกต้องไหม
plans were a
เมื่อ
little
กี้เห็
bit
นมีใคร
less solid, and there was that one clutch from the side of RRQ that kind of
ใช่เอาไป
put
3
an
ทีม
end, I think, to the big streak that Team
Yeah.
Secret did have going.
Master
I think they
Shanghai
just
เอาไป
got started a
ภูมิภาค
little
ละ
bit
3 ทีม
late, and maybe
4 ภูมิ
not
ภาค
feeling
เท่ากับจะ
themselves
มี
early
12
on,
ที
but
มครับ
at least they were able to
ไป
show
ศึกษา
that
มี
okay, they are
3 ทีม
strong on this
3
map,
ครับ
they
อ
are
เมริ
strong
กา
on the
3 ค
attacker
รับ
side.
บอกเลย
They
มาสเตอ
succeed
ร์รอบ
like it
นี้
this time around.
เดือดจัด
And, get some rounds back. But at the end of the day, I still feel like RRQ kind of dominated the majority of it. You see the Euro
ได้ซีใช่ไหม
Flipsider was doing it the most for the team this time around.
Yeah, I'm still a little
ก็
bit
คือ
more
point ต
clear
รงนี้ไม่มีอะไร
overall
ก็
for
แค่เป็น
both
point
teams
ให้
in a way. I
ดู
thought
เฉย
RRQ
เรามา
on
โฟ
their
กัสตรง
defender
นี้มากกว่า
side left a lot of space open in mid.
ก็สมมติว่าถ้าใคร
A lot of crunches,
ไอ้
either
ไอ้
through
สี
B
ฟ้า
lane
เนี่ย
or
ได้ที่
through
1
mid doors towards A.
น่าจะเป็นทีม
you know,
วาง
that
เหมือน
were
เดิม
kind of unaccounted for by
จะเป็น
RRQ.
อยู่ upper
They
bracket
were
เหมือน
able
เดิ
to
ม
kind of stabilize and just based on some of their raw mechanical abilities, get over the line with
เหมือน
it.
ให้ดูคิกออฟ
So that is
แล้วก็
I'd
2
say
กับ
the
3 จะมา
deciding
เล่นรอบ
factor
น็อก
in
เอา
the
ตัว
long
นี้ก่อน
run in terms of that second half, but it
ใช้
is
ใช้แบบ
concerning for Team Secret. We're
ใช้แบบ
still
kick
seeing
off
the
ครับ
slow starts.
ง่ายๆ
We're seeing the same problems that not only do we as talent see, but also Warbirds literally sat here on the couch the other day saying the exact same thing.
Also worth noting, Team Secret had more first kills than
โอเคยังน้องแบงค์
RRQ,
เก็บตรงนี้
but you're absolutely right.
เข้าใจ
Pivot
ง่าย
in,
ไม่ค่อยมีอะไร
despite that, the raw firepower coming from RRQ was enough to overcome that. And with the Euro, I mean, it was always really interesting to see Euro on the breeze.
โอ้
I
ใหม่
mean,
ดี
there were
เล่น
moments
เล่นดี
where
ครับ
we were
เล่นดี
contemplating. I wonder when we're going to see a fake out, a fake out by Euro.
I'm hoping for the fake out where you just walk in a straight line pretending you're the fake out, but you're actually not. And it was kind of funny because I was watching for it to see if how teams, I always watch for this to see how teams check the fake out, if they respect it or if they don't, if they just ignore it. But I saw mostly Team Secret was clearing it, so no opportunities for this time, but I'm hoping someday somebody at least tries it.
Would be nice to see it someday. I think the mental game, even if you just get away with it, and you get one kill and you immediately die, it doesn't matter because you kind of fooled your opponents. Didn't get it this time around. I mean, Flipsider on the Euro did get the majority of the kills and was kind of the MVP of his team this time around. But yeah, a lot of the early
พี่ว่า
part of
อ
this
นาคต
map was
DX ปีหน้า
RQ on the attack.
That
Got a
back
very
Bay
substantial lead. It was 9-3 in the
ฟ็อก
first
ซี่
half.
โอ้โห
And
โคตรโหด
it was a big comeback from Team Secret. I think their attacker side looked pretty strong. A lot of these executes onto A were very nice from them, but just wasn't enough. I feel like that very slow start and the fact they got so far behind, it was just too much to make up, especially against such a strong team like RRQ, like Jemkin coming in with the op there towards the end was just kind of insane. And RRQ eventually just needing the 4 rounds they got there in the end.
I mean, this is a good sign for RRQ. Nice start. And Split is the next map. Team Secret has not shown Split at all during kickoff. They definitely played a bit of Split last year, even defeating Paper Rex on it. But this year, RRQ is, they also haven't shown Split much. They won one, lost one, and the one Split they won was against Global Esports, so it wasn't like a Gen G type of a match there. So how are you guys feeling going to Split? I mean, Team Secret hasn't shown anything.
Yeah, it's kind of a coin flippy map sometimes, especially for Team Secret. It seems like last year they were like really good at it, and then at times they kind of fell apart on it. So I don't know what to expect. I mean, you got to worry about sort of the mentality of Team Secret right now. It's been a really rough week. Coming in here, having to play 2 matches in the first week. The first day doesn't go your way. You're even kind of the favored team after how well you performed at the end of kickoff. And now sort of those expectations have been ripped out from underneath of you. So how do you feel like, how are you going to be able to mentally recover? So a lot of pressure going to be on Jesse and Warbirds as the leaders of that team to get their players kind of back into it here. RRQ looked pretty dialed in, especially on that first half. So I think this is going to be really rough. This is a
ไม่
match
ครับผม
RRQ loves. They're
DFM
great
น่า
on
จะ
their defender side.
ยากครับผม
It's going to be tough.
Yeah, and we've seen 6 bans from Team Secret so far this year, so it's definitely not a map they're going to be feeling too comfortable on, and I just feel like, as you were saying, paper thin, the mental game is going to be huge coming into this one. I think that RRQ, you know, I was very curious to see how they were going to start off. They came out really fast out of the gate, and now I think they have that confidence behind them to just say, okay, we can move into game number 2, we can move into map number 2. It's very confident for us. We should be able to take this one down, and kind of expecting a 2-0 after watching the way that map went.
Yeah.
Map 1 wins.
I completely agree with you guys. Hopefully
ทำไม
not
พี่
this,
รู้สึก
but
ว่าแบบ
you know
นี้
what? Here at the analyst desk, I'm always
TS
happy
น่า
to
จะโดน
see
ว่ะ
teams reveal new maps that
ไม่
they
ได้
haven't
เล่น
played in
เล
a
ย
while.
อะ
It's always really exciting.
พิษอะ
And what else we're gonna reveal? Your first time playing this game. It's called the officially it's called
Oh
the
boy.
Guess and Gain poll.
I don't feel like anyone
Welcome.
could catch Aserai at this point, but we'll see. He's dominating.
He is dominating. And today you guys get your rank. We all start at gold here. And we have this question, and if you get it correct, you get to rank up. If you get it wrong, you rank down. Very simple. The question is, which team will get a thrifty first on the second map, which is Splits?
But
So-
what if there's no thrifties?
That
Then what happens?
is a great... Then we all rank up. I
Yes.
don't know if that's the
Re-rank.
official...
What if I vote for
Yeah.
no thrifties? What if that's my vote? Do I get to rank up twice? Because
Oh.
it's like in roulette when you like
Yeah,
get on
or
one of the
double
numbers.
RR,
Yeah.
where you like,
I think
you
it's
know,
just
jump ranks.
the next vote, you get double the rank, right?
Oh, okay.
Right.
Okay.
So
well,
I
anyway,
say yes
if
now,
this one
and then
doesn't
Productions
happen,
will
you know, the next
he
vote.
stop making up
Next
rules.
game, yeah.
Okay, so we have our little things here.
Oh,
So
yeah.
you guys can think
So we
about
gotta pick
this.
a team?
Yeah. Wait, who's
It didn't
going
take me
to
very
get
long.
thrifty? Like they win the thrifty, right? Okay.
Yeah.
It's just kind of hard because
Team will
both
get
teams won their
thrifty
bonuses
first
on that last map, so I
on
don't
the
even
second
like
map.
know who to go for. But
All right. Well, let's show it in 3, 2, 1.
Wow.
All right.
Ooh.
Okay. So what's your thought process,
Aw.
Valdez?
Well, I mean, they have Elmi Moore, right? He can use a sheriff and hit people in the face, and he doesn't need money. He doesn't need credits to get wins. So I think in terms of, you know, not even based off of what we saw on map 1 or anything like that, I think it's just like this team is better at getting thrifties. I don't know the actual stats. It's just kind of my gut feeling. So it's kind of why I went for RRQ.
And how about you?
I feel like right now RRQ is the better team. Therefore, Team Secret's going to be
ก็
on
คื
the
อ
thrifties more often.
มันจะมีกรุ๊ป
So
หนึ่งที่
it's
ทีมเยอะกว่าหนึ่ง
more
ทีมไง
likely, exactly.
ถ้าอีกกรุ๊ปหนึ่งอ่ะผล
I have
ผ
the
ล
same
งาน
thought
อ่ะ
process.
มันดีกว่า
And you
ครั
know,
บ
Team Secret they get fired
มัน
up
ก็จะเอา
when they're
ที่
on the
4ของ
down.
ไอ้
We've
กรุ๊ปที่
definitely
ทีมเยอะ
seen
กว่า
that happen
เข้า
over
แทน
and over again. So I feel like those thrifties are gonna be Team Secret side, and hopefully it rank up because Achilles and me we're still stuck in gold.
คืออย่างเช่นสมมติ
Alright,
ก
we
รุ๊
are
ป
gonna
อัล
see
ฟา
the Legion
มันมี
picks.
5 ทีมใช่ไหมกรุ๊ปโอเมก้ามี
Surely Team Secret has
มี 6 ทีม
figured out something. They did let this
สม
map
มติว่า
through after all.
ถ้ากรุ๊ปอัลฟา
Here we go.
ทีมที่ได้ที่
Or
3 อ่ะ
splits, they
ชนะ
made
แค่
picks
2 ครั้งอ่ะ
between Team Secret and
แล้วทีมที่
RRQ.
กรุ๊ปโอเมก้าที่ 4 มันชนะ 3 ครั้งอะ
Probably not going to be super out of the
จะเอา
ordinary.
ทีมที่ 4 ของ
Oh,
กรุ๊ป
okay,
โอเม
well,
ก้าไป
Team
แทน
Secret actually
แต่ว่า
quite a
โอ
bit
กาสเนี้ย
different here.
มันเกิดขึ้น
With the breach in the face.
ยากสัส
That's well off of
ยาก
what they
สัส
usually run. I mean, usually you got a Sky in
ถ้า
there
ตามที่อ่านนะ
with Jesse.
I thought
มัน
they
เกิ
would
ดขึ้น
maybe
ยาก
just go
ว่ะ
standard and say, okay, we really need to get some like solid ground underneath us, like get some foundation. But yeah, definitely going with some interesting picks that you don't oftentimes see. Whereas on the side of RRQ, it does look pretty standard from what I can tell.
More or less.
I can't wait to see Jemkin just go nuts
great race.
on the race. Yeah.
He's a great race player. He's usually, that's where he's like really putting up his damage. Actually, Breeze was pretty rough for both of the players that we highlighted at the beginning of this. Envy and Jemkin kind of a little shaky on those maps, so definitely going to need both of those players to really step up. And you know, Envy on that fade, really interesting to see this choice. I mean, expecting some like, it feels like close quarters battles for the side of Team Secret. So we saw that a lot on their attacker side and Breeze. Right? A lot of shorties, a lot of stuff like that. So maybe they can kind of snowball that.
ใช่ไหม
Well, we are gonna see what's going
อานาโดนย่า
on this map.
เขาคาเลนใช่ไหม
We've got Wilcho and Achilleos, and Will, I mean, do you still love RRQ or
น้อง
what?
มีสวัสดีครับผมมาทีมซีเคทแทบไม่ได้เล่นเลย
Not a game-related question necessarily. Just,
I mean,
do you love RRQ or
well,
what?
it's just such a loaded question because it's like, first of all, you're asking me to maybe be biased on an official guess, but then on top of that, that has nothing to do with my predictions.
ตอนแรกให้ทีม
But
ซี
listen,
เคท
I'm
ไป
not
ครับ
going to
แต่
say
หลัง
anything
มาจบ
yet.
แบบแรก
We'll
แล้ว
wait
นะ
until the full match is over before
น่า
we
จะเจอ
say
พลาดครับผม
anything about the
แบบนี้
predictions.
น่าจะโดนอะ
But the fade pick, let's talk about that a bit more,
ทีม
right?
ซีเคท
Because
ไม่ได้เล่นเลยครับผม
All of it.
Like the Jess said, not a very common pick for Envy. In fact, only kind of 12 times, so it's not completely rare, but not the usual go-to. AKA not the flashes. It's Jesse Vash playing the flash. So Envy surely trying to, gain a little bit more of an advantage on that info with things like the Prowlers.
Okay, well, there's the fault line looking for a catch as Prowler does go chasing. Flipshatter just going to do a quick little attempt back up the rope. Get himself out towards safety, sends out a snake bite as well to try to stop any forward pressure coming out of ramp. Clear out there. Haunt not going to be revealing too much of anything, but it's going to be a large amount of space taken by Team Secret. Estrella at the ready, just holding on to this paranoia, ready to send that over towards main, but full heaven control now here for Team Secret. Selmy Moore looking back, smoke dissipating, ready to swing onto the corner. Oh, pulls back.
Oh,
The dog.
this is hard to predict.
This can be bad, but no, still gets the daze, gets the slow across, so he is going to be protected. The punish
มันไม่เอาสักตัวเลยเหรอ
swing onto the corner. Sparrow able to find one. Jeremy will be able to claim two. That's going to be a massive advantage here in the hands of Team Secret. Jemkin now
Spike down.
on his lonesome,
ดี๋ยว
trying to
สาว
make
จำไม่
some
ได้นะครับ
texture maneuver,
เฮ้ย
and it makes it happen. 4 kills picked up. Jemkin steals the pistol round away from
ทำมาดี
Secret.
จัดทีมซีเคท
KO indeed.
ออกมาตายเขาสุดท้าย
A little reminiscent of some sick
my
highlights
God.
we've seen from Gen G, of course, in the past as well. But
Player
you
standing.
saw one of the members low, and Jemkin just
Spike
does
down
not miss
A.
the opportunity. The movement here is so good. The
Max
constant
Deal.
left-right jiggle as he's
แม็กเดียว
repositioning.
4 ตัว
That keeps him alive, even if his teammates are all just hyped about
เขิน
it.
เลยเขิน
Jemkin
ว่า
can't
อย่า
believe
อย่า
it.
ชมกูเยอะ
But it's things like that, the
พื่อนๆ
micro movement. It's the left-hand movement that oftentimes makes these clips shine.
That is just a kick in the gut right there for Team Secret. Such a great start for them. And a 1v4. As Bren would say, something about ghost gaming. Push out now onto Raptors. Second kill not going to be able to be found there. Borkum does manage to find the elimination. Quick turn away from the flash. Estrella able to dodge that one out, but then does get punished. Borkum puts that recovered Spectre to use. 3v3.
ไปชีวิตยากจัดอะ
Scooped up here. The rest of RQ still rotating
มีไซบี
around
คนเดียวโดนรวบ2
towards
ทาง
this side of the desk. We're guessing and conjecturing about who is going to be able to get the first Thrifty. See if that comes into play now as Paint Shell's out in being a rough position. Takes another chunk of damage there, down to 36 now. Tries to hold the site. He's going to be able to find one, but Xparrow comes up with 2. NDG now trying to lurch his way across. Does get that headshot, does get the kill. Spike being held to half. Here's the drop. Pulls off of that one. Tries to go for jumping right click. A solid attempt there from NDG. But Xparrow will be able to hold the line. Still very costly.
Yes. I mean, losing out on a lot there, but a good read from Xero at the end as well, right? Here's a drop, so he's 6.5 and expects him to have to run up for the right click. Just goes for the pre-fire immediately.
This goes here.
Now we'll see if they do try to just buy up.
ยัง
Not
มาท่อ
much,
จั
they
บ
will just want to stabilize for round 4, so as good of an opportunity as ever for Team Secret. Like you said, the pistol, I mean, they had a great setup and a good read even in the mid-rounding, so we'll see if they can
แต่
regain
ลูมิหลบ
themselves
ง่าย
here
ที่สุด
with
แล้วครับ
full buy.
ไม่มีอะไรหลบง่ายเท่าแฟตลูบิสแล้วครับผม
One of the things that we didn't really get the touch on because the pistol round ended up being so crazy.
ถามว่าหลบง่ายไหมก็ง่ายฮะถามว่าโดนไหมก็ยังโดนอยู่ครับตอนนี้
We see just about every single team in the world going for that Omen Viper, you know, maybe occasionally the Astra Viper set up here on this map. Team Secret doing something very different.
Well, it does feel like, you know, the way they're playing it so far, what they had for the pistol, you look at the comps, everything, you know, their interpretation of how do we make sure we gain more of an advantage on the attack. The paranoia, they're not checking for it yet, though.
And somehow Elmore, I mean, he does get rewarded for that aggressive rush out, finds Jeremy, does get punished as they weren't ready for Jesse Bash to be this far forward. He does manage to collect a second kill. It's knocked down 13 HP. For now, there will be a man advantage here for Team Secret as everybody just rotates out of Ramen, gets himself collected and ready to approach into Garage. Cam set up from Xfero, can try to spot for this one. He also has a neural theft available.
30 seconds left. Find you.
And we'll be able to get a weapon, it seems, as well. So 2 rifles, Jesse Vash very low. Orb secured. I mean, RRQ already decent amount of value. Now, if they can take away a couple more weapons, that'd be huge. And in fact, Jesse's going to be alone. Low health. Bit of an off angle, though.
You can find the headshot. He does. That'll keep him in this one. Going to find a position of 1. Suspect that the rest of the players are going to be here on the site itself. Be nearly peeking out from back pillar. Jimkin with 1 kill would give him a showstopper, but it still would be 3 more targets to try to play through. Straight up with the spot 1. Just going to be swapping out the weapons there, grabbing the Phantom up now. Backs away. Looks like widely. RQ ready and willing to concede this round. It's not going to go enough. That's going to send them out in towards Jemkin, so we'll be able to find those kills. Just looking to get as much value as they possibly can, as much hurt put on the Team Secret, but the round will be theirs all the same.
I mean, well played with what they had for RRQ, right? Obviously, the round had already crossed the line way long ago, but Estrella constantly putting pressure on, doesn't get spotted by any of the utility, doesn't go for the aggressive peeks off of the utility, and that forces them to decide, okay, we got to go somewhere else. These guys are set up outside of B main. Couple extra kills here for Jemkin. He's got that showstopper online now for round 4.
Nice one, boys.
And I mean, sure, seems great. They'll take whatever they can, and Jesse trying to get the team a little bit more energized. But
Still,
for now,
still feels a bit rough, a bit forced.
Exactly. On RRQ they're in good position to try to take back control of this first half, try to keep that lead.
Jimkin just playing it patiently here. Somewhat long gone are the days of the aggressive rush, but Jeremy's trying to do that. Opposite side had that judge in hand. Showstopper not going to find much. NDG get out in front of that one. Does catch Xfero off guard top ramp. Jimkin though continuing to try to hold the line. Paint Shield's up to try to further delay. The push forward though. NDG gets in front of that one. Finds himself a 3rd elimination. The neural depth now invested. Sends that out. Gets the ping reveal here on the 2 remaining players, but everybody low HP, not even a single 100 HP bar between the 3 remaining players on Secret, but in with a chance to tie things up at 2-2.
One spotted, Borkum now having to be pushed out, and they decide just to ignore it. The Nightfall, they're aware of the location.
Prowler on the hunt. More having to look every which way. Trapfire now moving through the chase, and NDG now on for an ace. You can find this final limb. Drop down, hears it, swings it, gets it. NDG with the ace.
NDG.
Secret tied up at 2-2.
An incredible ace from NDG. First
วัน
of
นี้
all,
ไม่
gets
ฮานะครับ
past,
NDG
all the way up through ramp, despite the showstopper coming out. You know, they take out the cam, and they're already 1 person ahead of it through the cyber cages. A great setup with the paranoia as well. That sets them up, goes past the paint shells, and he knows at this point he has to be the one opening the site. And just good positioning, good utility for post plan as well.
Well, if you want to get the rookie and the rest of the team jazzed up, that is certainly one way to do it. Huge round there from him.
แบบนี้โซว่าไม่ได้
Neural theft. 2 stack here in mid. Jimkin just staying tucked around the corner. 2 rifles here for RRQ. Otherwise, Stinger, Sheriff, Ghost.
Hard sell on that sound fake as well from Flip. So Team Secret still wary of it. Now, the real question is do they suspect Jemkin at any point? Or, you know, obviously they don't even have to press it, right? Of course, it's going to be a weaker buy from RRQ. Team Secret rightfully choosing that they don't want to take the risk, that they just, you know, you sense something fishy. It's just not worth it going into such a tight space like vents.
Yeah, even if, you know, they don't necessarily have to read that Jemkin's going to be tucked there in the vent itself, but they could still suspect that there's going to be presence in mail. Just don't want to try to push into that one. Pull off the camera there. Sphero doesn't manage to get the dart across. Cam now going to be cleared out. So we'll see the lion's share of Team Secret making their way forward here onto the side trap wire. Try to slow him up, and Borkham does get taken down. Nice headshot.
ผมมาแล้วพี่
Shadow not quite ready for that forward
แล้ว
elbow
เจเรมี่
flush.
แบบหลุดแท็บเข้าไปรอดเฉยเมื่อกี้
Plant, so
เพื่อน
still does
สวย
come through. Dash not eating too much damage. Estrella will fall on that swing out. That's one of the rifles now on the floor.
Yeah, and a good push out into screens as well, since they gave up full main control. Sure, the trip was there, but they didn't have heaven either. So Team Secret, instead of getting caught, having to cover too many angles, they decided to push out and eliminate portions of the site. Jeremy now taking the lead.
มีข่าวหมด
Sheriff in hand. Bash down on the side itself had enough of an angle to go ahead and take out Elmi Moore. So staves off any further deaths here for the squad. And Secret now will take the lead.
Now they have Rolling Thunder as well with the Showstopper, right? So it's another round where they can shut down the buy.
Ooh, a new turn special. Double blast pack into the push forward off the Rolling
มัน
Thunder.
เป็นกล้องมุมแบบ
That is some memories
ยอด
right
ฮิตอะ
there.
ดี
Back
สุ
to
ด
2021 Reykjavik.
Holy cow. I mean, if we see that, I give all the props to Secret.
Oh, sure. As long as he doesn't, as long as he gets some value out of it.
They're ready for it. It's definitely going to be an A hit, that's for sure. Clearing out close so that they can get set up. The breach trying to get in position afterwards. Showstopper's going to go forward.
Okay, and it will just be used to clear out Ellie Moore there on the close angle. Rolling Thunder now not going to come into play as Jemkin swoops in. Top ramp, finding two. Bash and NDG both going to be taken down. Man advantage now here for the side of RRQ, but quickly equalizes. Flip Shredder will fall moments before that neural theft does come in. They're on the Prowler, swing out, double face coming through as
ผมไม่
Jeremy
สวิงแบบ
gets himself
สวิงแบบแพ้ดีกว่า
the rest of the team just not able to do anything here for RRQ. Team Secret now
มันโอ้โหส
4
วิง
rounds
3
in a
ตัว
row. Drop the pistol, drop the eco, but since then it has been clean.
And you saw the chemistry right there as well. Off of the Prowler, they hear the drop. It's just that double swing out from behind the screens and elbow as well.
Enemy remaining.
High-low set up still for the crouch as well on Envy. And Jeremy looks a lot more confident. He seems to be taking things by the rein here on Split for the attacking side. Perhaps just a little bit of that extra warm-up that they needed on Breeze, and they're able to strike back on RQ's pick of Split, even drawing out that first time out.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is certainly a position that RRQ, nor us, expected for them to be in. Just given, I mean, Secret,
อันนี้แบบข่าวเรา
the
เก่ง
win
ไปนะ
percentage on Split alone, not great, but this is also a map that they have not played a ton of. You know, aside from the newer maps such as Sunset and
แบบข่าวเรา
whatnot,
เก่ง
this is one of their least played. I think it's like 17 times. This will be the 20th time all time that they played it. Team Secret has been an organization since the beginning of Valorant.
True. Yeah, it goes way back. So obviously something they've avoided time and time again. And RRQ perhaps trying to identify the weakness in that. And maybe suspecting that,
พี่ต้องเจอเพื่อช่วยตัวเองครับ
what are you going to do, right? The double duelist is no
Secret
longer
จะได้
an
กลับมา
option.
ครับผม
Obviously, we haven't
น้อง
seen it since NDG joined, and thinking that, okay, double duelist was kind of your go-to because you couldn't figure out what else you wanted to do with the meta. And now, what's going to be your option? But Team Secret, their own take on this aggressive setup. And of course, still a lot of trap play setup as well for the defense. So I like the flexibility. We'll see if RRQ's figured out the answer.
Now things going to be a bit slow. Is okay. Quick little swing out from Flips. Going to go unpunished, even though it was a fairly wide peak. Does manage to back away.
So one thing that we're noticing is RRQ, even after the timeout and before it as well, they don't want to give up mid control, right? Their positioning, their reactions are always about trying to keep mid control, but also their utility setup, etc. on the sides of the map aren't exactly being respected just because there's so much pushing power from Team Secret. So this time at least a quicker rotation as Secret being a bit more cautious post timeout.
Sphero taking a very aggressive position here. So Rolling Thunder going to crash across. Not going to spot him though, and that's just going to be a double mowdown from Sphero. For the final now, it's going to be full flash, but cover fire in from Jemkin keeps him protected as Vash will fall.
ไม่ต้องถามว่ามุมนี้เรียนได้ไงดีวะ
Going to be the last two players remaining.
มันแบบว่าอันพิจิก
Clean
อะ
up those seekers. This round is very much gotten away from Team Secret.
So much patience from Xero in that. I mean, he was as close as you physically can get to that smoke. You saw the aura around it on his screen. Cross it
คือถ้า
over.
ตามหลักแล้วมันก็เป็นแมปกันนะครับผมแต่ว่า
You're gonna get that orb, Envy.
เดี๋ยวนี้นะเดี๋ยวนี้เวลาในแข่งมันแบบ
Peek anything over top of this smoke.
มันเล่นกันสะบุก
Back in the
ยับเลย
sidelines.
อะ
Triple stack up.
Standing.
We'll just end up falling. NDG, last one now alive.
บาง
They
ที
go
ก็บุ
rushing
ก
forward. Orb
ต้อ
can
ง
be
ดูสถิติ
taken.
รวมๆอะ
That's gonna be Xfair now getting the neural theft online.
Yeah, I mean these are just picked up guns here for our. Oh,
They
okay.
didn't see him.
Not sure who's happier about that
เดี๋ยวนี้
situation.
แบบบางทีแบบแต่ละแมป
RRQ
มัน
definitely could
ออก
have
ยาก
tried to
มา
go for
แม
the
ปกัน
ults,
แบบ
right? I
อ
mean
ยู่
those
ที่
are
คอมอ
upgraded
ยู่ที่อะไร
weapons,
ด้วย
so maybe getting that ult online, but
ถ้า
also
ตาม
all of
ส
the
ถิติ
1.0
ก็ยังกัน
ASU
จ่ายอ
should
ยู่
just be
เป็นแมปที่
absolute
เปอร์
beast.
เซ็นต์
And
กั
then
น
the Cyber
เยอะ
Cage
สุด
immediately afterwards to cover his escape. Meanwhile, his teammates are
อืม
there.
เป็นแมปที่เปอร์เซ็นต์กันเยอะ
Not
สุด
getting
แต่
hit
ว่า
by the other
ด้วยความ
utility.
ที่บางคู่บาง
A
คอมอะ
single-handed setup from the Cypher brings RRQ back.
I mean, and look at the ult economy right now. Roll, you know, the showstopper there, the rolling thunder was used by Jesse.
น้องโปรเต้
in the
สวัสดี
last
ครับผม
rounds. They got that out of him. But no avail. Pit. Even Estrella's ult. Nearly built up here for RRQ.
ถ้าอย่างที่น้องช้างน้อยบอกว่ามาสเตอร์ล่าสุดบุกกันยับ
Mid control
ใช่ไหม
as well. This time the Trips trying to help cover ramp on top of it because that toxic screen again
แต่
hasn't
ว่า
been respected too much. Obviously, it still finds its use on retakes, but you've got to be alive for
ใน
that.
ใน
So
อเมริกาหรือในบางลีกนะครับสถิติมันก็ยังเป็นสปิกกันอยู่นะครับ
Hoping and praying that he swings out a little bit wider. Instead, just opt to play this a little bit more patiently. Continued smokes coming down.
not much more utility to hold on to mid though, unless you rotate some people over, right? All snake bites are now gone.
Thinking about what he wants to go for. Jeremy
น้อง
trying
เซ
to
ล
get the
ล์
drop
เดี๋ยว
down
ผม
here, but this, again,
สปิกคอมมาค่อนข้างส่งผล
Jimkin's
ครับ
there. He's there to protect.
ในมุมมอง
Showstopper
นี่
out.
นะ
Xfair has already claimed that kill. Jimkin now
no.
on the drop
เฮ้ย
down.
นัวจัด
Knows
นัว
that
จัด
there's going to be one in there. Can't quite flush him out.
อย่างเช่นมาดริดล่าสุดอะครับมาดริดล่าสุดก็ยังกันเยอะอยู่
Xfair will be able to come away with that kill. Now Envy is all on his lonesome.
ก็ยังให้กันเยอะ
Managed
อยู่
to find Elwin more despite the paranoia. Into the read there, but as he pushes back up on top of
แต่
the
อเม
rope,
ริกานี่คือ
Jimkin
แบบ
will go
กั
ahead
น
and
จ๋า
finish him
เลย
off. So now tied up 4-4.
ตัวเดียวนิวนะครับ
Who's going to be able to take the lead?
I mean, Flips is acting as some amazing bait. So many of these rounds, right? Obviously, sometimes he gets caught, but
แต่อย่างเช่นบางทีแบบ
that's maybe
บางที
second,
มันมา
third
สอง
time
คอนโทรลเลอ
now
ร์
where
สอง
he's been able
ดู
to
ลิสหนึ่ง
draw
เตอร์ใช่
them
ปะ
in.
มันก็เป็นคอม
And
โบ
just be prepared for it this
ตอน
time
นั้
with
น
the
ไม่มี
help
ไซ
of
เฟอร์
Jemkin. Jemkin was sitting in vents that entire
นี่ก็
time.
อ้างอิงจากตามคอมอ่ะ
Yeah, the
สรุป
aggression
นัดนั้น
happened.
แม่ง
That's
กัน
exactly
กัน
what
หมด
happened.
เลย
They
ตี
could
กัน
have
ไม่
beat
เข้า
it
เลย
for
พี่
sure.
ที่สรุปมันจะ
Jemkin's
อ้าง
playing
อ้าง
bodyguard.
อิงจากยังไงดีวะเนะ
I mean, that's getting him 12 kills so far, so I'm sure he's happy to do it.
น่าจะแล้วแต่
A hell
โซ
of
น
a
แล้ว
glow
นะ
up. It's very slow going. They didn't have to do as much on that jet in the past, but
ตอนนี้แบบว่าจะไปดูบุกลับแม่งต้องเอาสถิติรวมๆมา
To control
มา
mid
แล้ว
as
ถึงจะพูด
well.
ได้แม่งพูดได้ไม่เต็มปาก
See,
เลย
I mean, Team Secret, especially with the weaponry now, and not too much, right? Sure, you got the
เพราะ
Prowlers,
ส
but
ปิด
not too much
นาน
to try
ๆ
to
ที
break
มัน
through that. So
บุก
they're gonna
93
find
ไม่
other
โดนคัมแบ็ก
ways.
บุกคืน9บุก
Sparrow
คืนเนี่ย
used a great
แล้วแม่ง
anchor,
เป็นแมปกันแม่งเกิดขึ้นได้ยากสัตว์แต่แม่งเกิดขึ้นบ่อย
getting a lot of value just knowing that they haven't pushed up into ramps just yet. And NDG not getting as
แต่
much
อย่าง
for
เมื่อกี้
this
มีคน
gamma
บอกว่า
right now.
เขารู้กันหมดแล้วบุกอะไรยังไงคือนั่นแหละเกมมันเปิดมานาน
Ramp
แล้ว
has
ไง
been big pain here for them. They got the spot on the one, but Envy counter spraying through. He does take an immense amount of damage.
เปอร์เซ็นต์การ
Stay
ชนะ
alive
มันน้อยลง
get
ใช่ครับ
that
ผม
opening kill here. Secret
น้องวรพิษสวัสดีครับผม
thrifty online for themselves.
So Secret's gonna just stay
ถ้า
in
เป็น
the
ส
site,
มัยก่อน
right?
ส
Not
ปิด
much
ตอนเกม
weaponry.
เปิดปีแรก
Don't
เป็น
wanna
ไง
risk pushing up through ramps.
93 80 12โอ้โหกันแบบ
That could very much be a
บุกไม่
major
เข้าอ่ะ
deterrent against RRQ.
ตอนนี้แม่งดูท่าบุก
Spikes
สิ
down, Envy, yeah, he's so far in front
เล
of
ส
this
กระ
one.
โดด
Swing in, that's
ส่
gonna
ง
be Envy
ข
taken
อ
out.
ง
Jemkin able to find
คอน
that
โทรล
kill.
แมปไวเปอร์
Going out wide. Jemkin gone. NDG
แปดตรงสตันเข้าไซส์เซ็ต
delivering,
โอ้โห
finds himself, gets himself
อุ้ย
more.
เยเลยเอล
41
มี่ว่ะ
HP. He holds on as Secret will be able to get the round victory.
And NDG, even though he's not able to clean up the kills, the fact that he peeks out and draws across
แข่ง
there
ไป
two
เจอในกรุ๊ป
people
ครับผม
completely
ในกรุ๊ป
ruins the
มี
pinch
กรุ๊ป
that RRQ had.
อัลฟากับโอ
RRQ
เม
thought
ก้า
they had Team Secret absolutely trapped. All they had to
กรุ๊ป
do
เจอ
was
กันหมด
spray and pray. But it's going to be NDG that draws away some of the backup, and that allows Jeremy to
เลยครั
get
บผม
the
ติดจะ
picks.
แบบ
I mean, look at him moving, weaving back and forth around the map.
Investment.
I mean, it's actually it's a fun contrast, Jeremy versus Jemkin, right? The reactions are
Yeah.
somewhat similar, but also very different.
Oh, it's great. Jemkin though.
พี่ว่าการที่เขาทำมาให้มันแบบ
Flash out, Jeremy full blind. Elmimore able to get that kill. Chempkin looking back over
มันไม่ได้แบบว่าผูกขาด
I mean,
แม
it
ป
is
ผูกหรือ
just
แม
a
ปรับบันดี
slaughter in mid. Elmimore with 3. As I love the call from RRQ. Just upping the pace, upping that presence in mid. Spike's now down, and they know exactly where NDG is, at least the vicinity. As they hear that util getting used.
I mean, you know, they only pushed out once so far in the first 9 rounds, and that was just Elmimore. They're kind of expecting that was on their bonus. Then they just hold passively in mid for 6 more rounds, and then it's a triple stack. I mean, you always expect it to happen at least once on the defending half, but so far RQ's movement never led them to believe, and it was a good one, right? Crossfire already set up, the flashes in play as well. Good cover from each other, and Elmimore picks up the triple.
Well, it's 30 seconds to think about the next round for Team Secret. Start putting the game plan together.
I mean, listen, you already have the 5 rounds. It's not exactly a bad half so far. Sure.
Anything else from here is just a bit of a bonus.
Yes, exactly. And yes, you know, the competition, again, it has a lot of power that you can utilize to
แต่ว่า
promote
แม
the
ป
attack
แม
here
ป
on
โล
Split,
ตัส
right?
อะ
Kind of cover some of the weaknesses that the map offers. But again,
ก็ยัง
if
ปรับ
you
ให้
have
มัน
good
กั
reads
น
against your opponents,
กันได้เปรีย
the
บไม่
trap
ได้นะ
plays you can set up with the breach and the fade that
ตอนแรก
goes
โล
along
ตัส
with the
เข้าไป
raise,
ทำ
even
ใหม่
the
ใช่ไหม
paranoid
ครับ
to boot
เพ
as
ราะว่ามัน
well.
เป็นแมป
There is a
แบบ
lot of
ที่แม่ง
ways that Team
ฝั่ง
Secret
รับ
can
แม่งแทบไม่มีให้
really
เล่น
control
อ่ะ
the
บอม
map
ซี
on the defending half.
บอมซีในไซต์ก็ไม่ค่อยมีให้หลบใช่ไหมก็ไปทำใหม่บอมบีที่หลบก็น้อยก็เลย ไปทำมุมด้านซ้ายหน้าทางเข้าซ้ายบอมบีเพิ่มบอมเอฝั่งรับออกมารีเทคหน้า A หรือมายึดหน้า A ยากใช่ปะก็เลยไปทำจังงอยตรงหน้าประตูแตกเพิ่มให้มีที่ให้เล่น สุดท้ายแล้วแม่งก็ยังเป็นแมปบุกอยู่ดีตอนนี้โลตัสการยากชิบหาย
Secret
This goes
by
here.
a little bit wonky once again. Stinger Guardian looks like Jeremy just going to be playing with a sheriff and a showstopper.
Oh, this is
You just got to watch out for that full send ultimate here on the side of RRQ. See if they're prepared for it. Just going to trade the snake bite for the Prowler, knowing that the weaponry is an advantage
วิ
here.
แปลกๆแล้ว
Flip's just going to try to set himself up. Bit of a miss on that snake bite. He'll have to take a tick.
I wanted to bank that off the wall rather than an in towards mail, I believe. Let's just drift across that one.
เป็นชื่อสามแปลงนะบุกแต่เหมือนเขาพยายามจะทำให้แบบ
Secret guessing a bit.
ให้ฝั่งรับมันได้เล่น
Well,
บ้าง
Secret, if they're able to take control of mid here, and then slow creep up with the cyber cages,
น้องมิเลเคิลสุดครับ
front line, letting them know that Vent's been taken over. Now, no
ไอ้
opposition.
บล็อก
You
แม่ง
sense that this is going to be a far back defense from
ยากจัดตอนนี้
RRQ, but when does that showstopper come out?
Okay.
น่าจะวิกสามครับผมน่าจะต้องรอวิก
Bounce
สาม
up
ครับ
onto the Raptors though. Chempkin
โอ้
position for now.
คิด
Still
ว่านะ
masked.
จากการที่เขาประกาศมานะวิกสามน่าจะได้เล่นแล้ว
Noise.
With the Raptor ready.
Oi.
There's the kill. Chempkin
เรียบ
can't
ร้
get
อย
away from it. It's getting taken down. Jeremy knocked down about 60 HP, but
งง
still fun the value. Still fun.
Oh,
Kill.
Borgum.
Borgum.
เฮ้ย
A
เฮ้ย
lot closer than Xphero might have registered there.
จะทุบแล้ว
Elimination.
โมโหเลยโดนสปริงเกอร์เข้ามาปาดเขตกูอุตส่าห์ทำไว้อย่างดี
The rest of the team hopefully healthy here for RRQ as they try to make their exit. It's just a little bit too whippy though with the sheriff shots. Some damage found, but kill gets traded back.
You know, they gotta
3v3
go
now.
through this choke point. They will get topped up a little bit by Elmimore.
There's the first challenge for Borkum. Good for it. NDG now going to be noted, but Borkum continues to hold there. That elbow swings back around the opposite side to get himself a 4K and get Team Secret up to 6.
A big round, and RRQ, I mean, I wasn't quite sure if Flips was maybe just trying to sell the idea of a fake that they went
Lotat
over to
ยังควบ
B
คุม
because they heard the boom bot come out from vents, so they knew there was
ทั้ง
presence
ปรับทั้ง
from
อะไร
the
แล้ว
showstopper. But the cam not exactly seeing anyone actually enter into heaven. Maybe they thought it was already a rotate over, or the main forces were already set up on B. Whatever it was, Jemkin
แต่โอ
tries
เค
to hit
นะ
the
พี่
pig,
ว่าโล
but
ตั
the
ส
showstopper's
มันเล่น
already
สนุก
out in the air. And NDG once again just good, you know, kind of crosshair aggro there in the last bit, setting up Borkum for that third
โค
kill.
บอะครับก็คิดครับ
Last round of
มัน
the
อิม
opening
แพคมัน
half
เยอะ
here.
นะครับตายแล้วจะสโมกได้ครับ
RRQ look to try to tie this up 6-6, but 7-5 for Team Secret on the attacking.
มันสามารถเปลี่ยนเกมได้เลยนะ
Incredibly
จังหวะแบบ
strong
สโมก
from them,
ดีๆให้เพื่อน
especially considering
ตอน
they're
ช่วง
playing
ช่วง
an
มิดเกมอ่ะหรือช่วงที่แบบ
unorthodox
บอม
comp.
วางแล้วอะไรเงี้ยมันสโมกเปลี่ยนเกมได้เลยนะ
See how they fare though.
Bang
Nightfall
จังหวะ
still available from Envy.
I mean, if
ถึง
they're
จะไม่มีมอลลี่ไม่มี
probably
บาย
checkmate
หรืออะไรก็ตาม
with contact here, well, Guiding Light might have to change that a bit. But I was expecting they might just check ramp with contact and then use it to
รูป
push
แบ
out
บ
of
การเล่น
screens
ก็จะ
once
เปลี่ยนไป
again.
อาจจะดูแบบว่า
Now that they
ไม่ค่อย
know that there's
aggressive มาก
presence.
เพราะว่าไม่มี
Clear on that Trailblazer.
Oh,
No
man.
way to spot anything. Is okay, Jeremy swinging the corner is able to find Jim.
Execute อาจจะไม่โหดเท่าไม่มีโมลี่อะ
Forward into the site. Jeremy lands right there next to Estrella and is able to take him down. That's going to be lost at the same time. Though Elmore finds one. Jeremy pushing back in, but sent full flash from Elmore top ramp. Repeats.
หัวจัด
Well, the way out. Now Gorkum going to be dead, and that should just about be the close up here.
ทำไมเขามันกันอย่างนี้คู่นี้
นัวจัดนัวไม่หยุด
He is now left all
ซัดกันไม่
alone.
พักเลย
Spike in hand, but as he turns back towards the site, Xmero will take his head off. 6-6, RQ. They do manage to keep it neck and neck at the half.
Team Secret.
พี่ว่าถึงโคบมันมาใช่ปะไม่ใช่ทุกทีมที่จะเล่นโคบครับยกตัวอย่างนะครับอย่างบีนะครับที่ว่าสแกรี่ไม่มีทางเล่นโคบอะมีอาจจะมีบางแมปแต่อาจจะหนักไปที่โอเมนหรือบีเหมือนเดิมลองนึกสไตล์คอนโทรลเลอร์แบบสแกรี่หรือแบบไมปีอะมันไม่ใช่เป็นคอนโทรลเลอร์สไตล์ที่แบบว่าaggressive หรือไปเปิดจะเป็นแบบเล่นจังหวะโพสแทนจังหวะคัดคนสุดท้ายจังหวะดูหลังให้เพื่อนแต่ถ้าเป็นคอนโทรลเลอร์แบบถ้าเป็นนักแองมาเล่นอ่ะอันนี้เหมาะถ้าเป็นเจสันมาเล่นคอนโทรลเลอร์เงี้ยอันนี้เหมาะถ้าเป็นเทนอ่ะก็เหมาะมันแล้วแต่คอมกับทีมที่จะวางผู้เล่นแบบเป็นยังไงมากกว่าโอ้ที่เทนนี่ยิ้มเลยนะสภาพเทนเล่นโคบดิถ้าเอ็นที่แล้วเปิดได้นะกด C ปุ๊บนะโอ้โหถึงฐานเกิดอ่ะ
Jesse Vash gets that knife kill with the cipher.
คนเล่นคนเล่นเฟกน่าชอบ
Even then, you know, since then I think they've maybe only played it 4 times.
แต่ว่าอย่างหนึ่งคือโคบถ้ามันตายตรงไหนมันต้องตายตรงที่เพื่อนต้องตายในบอมที่เพื่อนทำถ้ามันไปตายอีกบอมนึงอ่ะก็ไร้ค่าครับผม
RRQ's win record so far. Even LCQ was a while ago.
ตายแล้วก็ยังเก่งโคบจังหวะแบบจะโดนดีเทคเนี่ยสโมกขึ้นมาเป็นจบเลยนะ
We'll see what reads they have though, because the way you gotta play this on defense, you gotta have a real good read on RQ setups already.
Yeah, don't have that double control. You don't have that Viper to really try to slow up the other side of the map. Curious to see what this approach ends up looking like. As just a couple straight shots out, Jimkin needs a little bit of damage. That will be fairly slow going. Shadows traveling. As camera's
เค
still
วิน
there
เหรอ
on
เอา
ramp.
จริงสไตล์เควินก็ไม่ใช่แบบว่าaggressive นะครับผมถ้าไม่ใช่แชมเบอร์
All of that is a lot of information for Secret. They already have main control as well, and again, this is what you gotta do, right? You gotta be a little proactive.
เอาจริงก็อยากเห็นเควิน
The
กับ
paint
เจ็
shell
บ
to
เนี่ย
create some space here for himself.
Not
Only
that
more in the
big.
meantime, rushing forward, just ready to
เฮ้ย
charge
คุณโดนัท
through
นะครับ
that
ทีม
cage.
3ตัวแรก thank you bro ครับผม
Still in a fully committed
ซู
position.
เปอร์วัตมากับโคบใหม่โอ
Slowing
นี่
right here
เหมาะ
around
ชัดเจน
mid.
ครับผม
You draw some additional attention over with Jesse Vash now running back through the spawn.
Here.
Paint shell will clear out male.
Activated.
That's going to make Secret a lot more
Oh,
confident.
Galkimo
This
ni
does
ka
end
chai
up going towards A. Only more on the drop down. NB able to find that kill. Swing it out. NDG just running and gun and comes up with the goods.
Down A.
Elimination found. Jemkin.
สำคัญจัดบิน
Here
นี้
Elwood spots him. Right click will finish him off.
เฮ้ย
No HP bars though.
นี่มัน
It's
เนียนได้
okay.
ด้วยเหรอ
That's
Seconds left.
อ้าว
dead.
บอม
That's
ต
a
กข้างบน
swing now straight
เฮ้ย
into heaven.
I mean, if Jemkin can just stay alive.
นะรีบไปไหนอะบอมอยู่ข้างบน
Flips here. No, it's gonna be split 180.
Now watching back in for this one though. The wall comes up. Yep, he's just gonna get shot from behind. Jeremy with a headshot, able to find it, and there's just
10
nothing
seconds
else
left.
that Jim can realistically do here.
ไม่ทันละ
Push up the challenge. Not ready for Jeremy in that position. That's gonna be another pistol round going the way of Team Secret.
Splitting 1-1 on the pistol so far on both maps. And Jemkin, 17-8-1, doing the lion's share of the frags for RRQ, but they just couldn't. I love how the way they played the map, though, right? They drawed a lot of the util. They drew the fault line a second time. But at the end of the day, they just can't get into the site. It's going to be Envy and NDG bugging them up, gunking up the entry from heaven. They'll take a little too much of their casualties.
It's like just gonna be heavy stack and push
Ui.
here. Oh my god.
สะดุ้งเลยช็อตนี้
Jemkin and Estrella
You
taking
get
quite a bit of
to-
damage there.
Oh,
Heals
peng
not
chặt.
available. Elmore does not have those purchases coming
ข้าง
in
ผ่าน
this
ทาง
round,
แพง
so
จัด
they can't try to fix any of that. Jeremy will be able to find one before getting taken out by Champion.
จัดได้อร่อยแค่คนเดียว
Claims
ครับ
him, but
พี่
that's going to be a judge picked up.
จัดเจออีโคน่าจะได้มากกว่านั้นนะ
The HP bars continue to suffer as Xfero as well now whittled away at down to 56.
อะไรนี่คือแผน A to B อ่ะ
Sure, you can try to blast back with the judge, but right now things look a little dire.
Bash playing it stairs, sends out a flash to try to slow them up, but ultimately doesn't want to overstay. Rotate back around towards Ali's side, get himself maybe pushed up on the side. He's going to play this one out patiently, wait for the approach to come in as the fault line now goes across. Swings out, finds one, Borkham as well. Down to Stray. Smash will find a second. Leaves just Xfero all on his lonesome, the weapons out of reach, and his position noted. NDG will go ahead and finish it off. It's just one casualty here on the side of Team Secret as they now
แล้ว
move up
เจก็
to
ต้อง
6.
ทิ้งส
And a
เปก
really
เตอร์
good
แล้วก็
setup
เก็บปืน
there
ที่ดีที่สุด
on
ใน
the
เกม
double
ขึ้น
team
มา
between Jesse Vash and Borkham, right? Once Jesse Vash is back in position to help with the trades and the crossfire, you send the paranoia out to buy time as soon as you get an inkling, and then you're hiding, making them think that they can swarm you. Jesse Vash is there, immediately capitalizes on the paranoia, and then it's just a crossfire, clean and set up with better weaponry. So while once again RRQ they do what they can to make sure they have a numbers advantage, the weaponry, etc., the utility, all in favor of Secret. So far, we're seeing the positives of this comp. They're playing it to perfection, taking over this aggressive space, basically denying any use and value of that toxic screen.
Robbing that away from him. Judge now positioned right in front here.
ที่อร่อยเลยเนี่ย
มาแล้วอร่อยหรือเปล่ากูจะไม่มาดิ
Does manage to find Borkham. Do not know about the judge around the corner, but it also looks like widely RQ have very little interest in playing in towards garage.
แต่ไม่แน่นะพี่
No,
ถ้า
for
เอ
the
แบบ
time
ว่า
being.
Yeah, no smokes remaining on the side of Team Secret though. And that trip, they want to
เอาวะ
send
โอ
them
เค
in, right? They want
โอ
to
เค
let
แล้ว
them know we pushed out of A.
โอ้โห
Spike down. B.
ระเบิดเก็บปืน
Oh, it's set up just too perfectly.
เฮ้ยทำจริง
Gets a weapon as well.
บ้าน่ะ
Cross spotting two, fault line sent there. As Xfero will catch NDG, trying to lurk his way out of vent. But this
บ้าน่ะ
is a big spot of bother for the set of RRQ. But that being said, Vash does fall down. Now blast packing over to the side. Jeremy trying to play a elusive swing around the corner, and Jemkin landing. Plants his feet firmly, finds the kill. And now alone to see what kind of damage he can deal.
จะถอยเข้าไซส์
In hand, full util available here to the fade. Some drift across, tries to get the jump, gets the headshot in. Xfero going to be taken down. Now the 1v2. Sets the interrupt on the plant, but they're running out of time. Haunt cleared. Jemkin out into the open, caught with a blast pack.
Seconds left.
Now the C's around the corner, trying to get the catch and stray.
Ui!
But Envy gets the headshot. He's on his feet. For damn
Bah,
good
damn.
reason. What a hell of a clutch. As Team Secret now stretch the lead by 3.
Envy made every single decision perfectly. Everything to lead him one step closer to that clutch win, to that Red Bull clutch. Right, he first of all tries to isolate. He expects someone else is still going to be in main to create that crossfire. Takes the Xfero. Then he tries to delay, gets to delay. Once it's on the second plant because of time. I mean, yeah, you got to shoot. You know it's going to be a 1v1. He knows he's low. And then the C's immediately after because now you have to stick the plant. All of it to perfection. Keeps the lead here in the second half. Gets that bonus for them. Showstopper online as well. On both sides, but it's full armor for everyone on Team Secret.
RQ this time taking a little bit of space there in garage, not wanting to concede it. Will immediately drift away.
เฮ้ยขอบคุณน้อง
Flips
ปุ๊ก
continues
นะครับ ปุ๊กอีกทีนี่นะครับผม
Jeremy, though.
19 เดือนครับผมไปครับ
A little bit of an off angle. Often that we see too many players up on top of box just in the exit of garage.
There.
It's apparently all in position. As for now, with the smoke dissipating, it's just going to be a little tuck away there from Flipshider.
Team Secret, they heard this. Obviously, the trip gets broken as well. Trying to weaken up ramp, and at a certain point, you're going to want to start to send Xfero to get value. Whether it's to A or B, that remains to be seen, but it looks like they just want to pressure them there. Expect that they've weakened the site. Now, this is all bait. It's for Jeremy. Everyone's
Oh, he's
Ow.
slowed up. The flash is in, but Jeremy recovers his vision just a little bit faster. Looks like they didn't quite read where he was. He gets himself a second kill before getting taken down. Now Borkham holding things firmly on the site. Went back out, and NDG. Looks like Xfero just not ready for that one at all.
Oi!
Flash right into his face. He's still plus forwarding. and things are really starting to slip.
อะไรอ่ะ
ตาวิเศษเห็น
Dominant
นะเมื่อกี้
control at all
อะไรอ่ะ
here this second half.
I've seen a couple of these moments where Elmore gets a little rushed
เดี๋
with
ยว
the
ไม่สู
guiding
สีอะพี่
light. And he's gotten away with it a
เข้าชาร์จ
couple
ก็ต้องสูสี
times, but when push comes to shove, I mean, first of all, that was going to be a hard round no matter what to clutch, but it's just unfortunate that we're seeing these micro mistakes. If they're happening when you're getting pressured, even if it's not an impossible clutch situation, right, they're likely to come up. So I was fully expecting the timeout because a lot of panic starting to show. And probably something that Coach Iwa is going to need to talk about is the players in the server, they might not have any
ตอนนี้
idea
เอสเซอร่า
what's
เครีย
going
ด
wrong.
จัด
Because
บ
quite
อกเลย
frankly, they feel like they're taking the control of spaces that they wanted to, right? You're able to push them out of mid. Now that you've identified that they push early, they get early control of main and garage on B. You push them out of there. You have that control. You clear mid again. You have vents control. What is going wrong? We tied them up in ramps. What in the world is going wrong? And that's something that Coach Iwa is going to have to talk about. One of it is, of course, you're not drawing out all of the important util. You draw out a fault line, sure, but then there's still a Seize, still a Prowler, another Haunt, another Paranoia. There's just a lot in the bank that can be used at various ranges that they'll have to account for.
This goes here.
I mean, it's just in every single metric right now that Secret have control. Ult economy is very much in their favor as well as that Nightfall about to be online for Envy after the clutch.
เทียบอกว่าโนนีครับน้องมิม
Is now Showstopper, Neural Theft, both ready to go. What's the game plan here? 4 Stingers and a Sheriff to see if they can try to find a thrifty win. Paint Shells lead the way, but Trapwires for now still standing to get spotted out a bit by the Trailblazer.
They hear the Stingers. Know it's a weak buy.
Flash out.
Now just playing a long range. Still got that camp in heaven as well.
Jesse just basically about to just full util dump everything that he had and does so.
I mean, but again, Team Secret, they don't mind if they get pushed away, if they push RRQ away to me. In fact, they'll just get a double kill before that even happens. Because
Be playing off that so perfectly. And they know the TP back there from Estrella. As he does get knocked down about 51 HP. But jump up, Jemkin trying to open things up a little bit more, trying to find that catch, but Jesse Vash manages to
ไม่
stand
เก่ง
his
กว่า
ground.
บีตรงเนี้ย
Shadow in the meantime creeping forward, trying to get his way out over onto the site.
Put
MDG
impact.
not necessarily reading this at the moment, but also not really in a position where he's going to get caught whatsoever by this Viper.
oh, look at Jeremy's position on the
Last
mini
player
map. He
standing.
goes down. I mean,
Spike down mid.
And there you go. Finally susses it out.
Time for a
Cleanup is going to be good. Just Envy lost in the fight. Team Secret now up to 11.
Find them. I kill them.
As it's again another 5-round win streak going into a second half.
วันนี้คู่ไหนบ้างก็คู่นี้จบ
Yeah,
เสร็จต่อ
5 round.
GED ไอ้ครับ
lead as well off of that. Of course, tied 6-6, but a great position here for Secret. Not only do they get,
Enemy remaining.
you know, a happy amount of rounds in the first half, but everything coming to fruition. And we talked about, again, the kind of high risk, high reward that this kind of comp can bring to Split, but so far the reads are on point. And the way they're cycling a lot of their util, they always have kind of the ones that don't refresh, like the Paranoia. It's always in their back pocket.
แน่นอนอยู่แล้วต้องโอ้โห
So much
เขาเล่นกัน
util
3 แมปครับ
spread out across these next 2 rounds. Very slow going here for RRQ. Showstopper at the ready,
Oh.
spots one, gets the cleanup. Ellen Morgan be fast and traded back. So it's just going to be raised
ทา
and
มิ่ง
taken down
เจ
on
น
both
คิมแบบ
squads.
โคตรเซ็งอ่ะ
Yeah, but the raise down on a single duelist
กลับตัว
for
ก็ไม่ได้
RRQ, and it's not, you know, anything else that can really force the site open either. It's just a sky right now for the initiator. Things are looking rough. The only thing they can hope for is Xfero on the lurk, but he doesn't exactly have control of the site just yet.
Creeping their way
คุณ
over
จังหวะ
now.
นี้ใครจะมาซ้อนครับ อันสี่เลสมา
Side
ไก
trap
ปู
wires still there, still not dealt with. Trailblazer can try to spot him out, but oh, just a couple shots in. That's Elmore down to 5 HP. He didn't even have the reveal on him. Just heard them moving forward. Trailblazer now trying to spot things out.
ต้องตีแล้ว
They
มั้งวะ
have identified that NDG is going to be back screen, but displacing him is still going to be a completely different task. Fast now arriving up in heaven. We'll be able to find the final 2 of
ขออ
the
นุญาต
round as
ขึ้นแท่น
Secret looking absolutely dominant here on Split.
A great showing. And I love it
สวัสดี
because
ครับ
they
ผม
bring
น้อง
out
เปป
their
เปอโร
own
นิ
interpretation of a composition, and they're using it so well, right? It's not just that they're fragging out, but the way they're tuning their utility, the way they're understanding how to create space, how to take space, the way that they understand on defense, we're going to have to push out on the early rounds to take control of a portion of the map. I mean, all of it clearly shows us that this is not a result of, we don't know what else works, let's try this one. This is a result of a goal was met during the scrims. We came in with an idea, and it's time to show RRQ what it tastes like.
Can they hold on? Feels like 6 rounds in a row. Even though Secret have done just that. Right over RRQ. Feels like an impossible task.
I mean, look at the ults as well, right? Both Nightfall and Rolling Thunder online. These Seekers aren't going to mean too much.
Envy fishing around. Sparrow does get tagged up a little bit as Envy will be able to catch Jemkin taken down, but not before NDG just fall.
Hey.
Util now taken away. Aftershock will force flips away for a brief little moment, and Envy swinging back around on the side itself is able to find Xparrow and keep them very much in a winnable position.
โอ้โหแล้วฟิปมาดักตัด
Close at this map, flips. About to be jumped here from behind. Fault line set.
เรียบร้อย
Finds one. Pulls off the angle, but
ได้ยิน
doesn't
อยู่
realize
ว่า
that
มัน
he's being
โดนเห็
hunted.
นไว
2 more players behind him. It's Borkum
บอ
now.
ขุม
Oh, this is a cheeky
ผู้
spot.
ใหญ่ในการควบคุม
Here's the
หนึ่ง
rope, swings under the corner,
สอง
gets one. They
เรีย
can't
บร้อย
comment fast enough.
Spike down.
And we're taken down as Borkum. He will
ร้อย
be
แบบเขา
the
เราเก่ง
closer. 3 kills for him as Secret.
อันนี้เก่งจัดเลยอะ
Run
แมปเขา
away
อะ
with a map here on split 13-6. Absolute dominance.
RRQ looked
ไม่
good
ได้
on
ซีเคท
Breeze,
จะเล่น
but
สปิด
you
อย่างนี้
can't
ทำไมมัน
count
ไม่ได้
out
เล่น
Secret.
เลยวะ
They came in prepared, and quite frankly, again, I mean, both teams with some changes here, both in terms of kind of who's playing what agents, the
แต่ว่าแมปนี้
compositions,
เจม
things
ส์
like
คิมก็
that.
ยัง
So
แบกอยู่
this
นะ
is
ต้อง
the
อย่าลืม
first
ว่า
lane, so it's not
ระดับ
even
เนี้ย
really
มัน
the
ระดับ
story about
ระ
well,
ดับ
Secret
ท็อป
does
เพ
well
ดาน
in the
อยู่แล้วอะ
rematches.
มันจะมา
They
ยิง
come
แบ
in
บ
prepared when
เป็น
they
ร้อย
can
ตัว
anti.
เห
It
มือนแบ
wasn't
บ
about
เทียร์สอง
that.
ก็ไม่ใช่
It
ค
was
รับเหมือน
more so about
But
the
something
fact
and
that
something
Secret
พอ
had
มาอยู่
full
ระดับนี้ก็
confidence
ก็
in
เก่ง
what
แต่
they had
แต่
prepared.
กอคิวมันไม่
Well,
ได้
we
ฉีก
have
มา
a 3-map series here on our hands, but first, we'll go ahead and pass this back over to the analyst desk to break down all the craziness from Split.
แต่ปัญหาคืออะไรรู้ไหมแมปนี้ยิงคนเดียวเลยไม่เอา
And just when you thought it was going to be over, Team Secret said nope.
น้องปั๊มสวัสดีครับผม
Took RRQ's map pick from them of Split.
Yeah, that's my job to say nope to
Yeah.
people, like keep them off the
Or
elevator.
nope.
But, but
I was
I mean,
inspired.
a flawless defender side for them, an incredible performance. Their attacker side looked really good overall. Kind of similar ideas, I thought, to what we saw in Breeze with a lot of mid pressure and in that last
เจมส์
round,
บอกว่าไม่มีลูกพี่
second
คิ
to
ด
last
โต้
round of
คอย
the
สั่ง
first
คอย
half,
แทงให้
RRQ found a way to deal
เล่น
with
ยาก
that.
ไปหน่อย
There was a showstopper available for Jeremy. They get ahead of it. That was good, but then they get over to the defender side and Team Secret just ran them over. I mean, it was crazy how strong they looked.
Yeah, it was pretty beautiful. I mean, the defenses they had on the top of A was just like, there was just no getting in for the side of RRQ. It was like, had every angle covered, and then on the opposite side, it just felt like the entries from the side of RRQ weren't that great. So, kind of falling apart there was 6-6 half, but just the flawless one side was just too much for them to handle.
I think there were some little warning signs early on, Valdez, when you pointed out too, when we saw the kill
เมื่อคืน
count,
เสมอครับผม
and it was a little bit too heavily skewed towards
เมื่อคืน
Jemkin
พี่ก็
and
ไม่ได้ดู
LB
ดู
very
แต่ไฮ
early
ไล
on.
ท์ตอนแรกว่าจะลงตีมไปดู
Yeah,
เล
I
ย
mean, the other 3 players had 2 kills apiece, and it was
ดู
12
เชลซี
11,
มาแล้ว
respectfully
Right.
for those other 2 players. So definitely
I mean,
felt like there was a little bit of
Chelsea.
carrying going on even from the beginning, and then once they got to attackers, it was just kind of lights out for them. They had a decent amount of first kills, but look at the post plants, 0 out of 1. Like they didn't have post plants.
Well, that just goes to what you're talking about, right? Like, just doing such a good job of controlling the pressure points on this map, not giving them the opportunity to get there. Envy really popping off here. Borkum had a great game. So some of the players who were, well, Borkum had a good breeze, but Envy in particular, who did not have a good breeze, showing up much more here on the fade. This double initiator really worked to treat, especially on this defender side and the attacker side, to be honest. The 6-6 attacker side is quite good on split generally. You'll take that most of the time. So really everybody stepping up big time. Yeah, Jesse may not put up huge numbers, but the breach util does a lot for delay. They did a great job. One thing that I really noticed with Team Secret, especially on their attacker side, was the way that they cycled their ults. They were staggering them. They were only using one at a time. Like, you know, the casters were talking about it. You could see when you have the Rolling Thunder and the Showstopper available at the same time. You could, you know, launch the rays with the Rolling Thunder, but they didn't need to. They were just like, we're just going to use one or the other and then save the other one for the next round, then do that. So really smart game planning here from Team Secret.
I do like how Jeremy, you know, stepped up. He wasn't looking his on his best form the other day. So and honestly, the last map. So seeing him on this map, it's starting to feel more comfortable. I mean, when you're on the race flying through split, you need to be confident with every decision that you make.
Yeah, it was kind of funny too because this map started off with RRQ. You know, they won the pistol. I think it was a 4K from Jemkin, just like lining them up. It was crazy. And then for some reason, after that, it was, you know, it was very even in the first half. Obviously, it kind of went back and forth, but you know, we had an ace from NDG who was looking pretty good.
กดแล้วกดให้
You know,
อุ้ย
there were some
ที
nice
เดียวพอ
momentum
ครับผม
from Team Secret,
ก่อนเลข
kept
ที่
it
น้องหญิง
close.
สวัสดีครับผม
And then really, you know, it just felt like a totally
กด
different
แล้ว
map once we changed
เลข
sides.
คีหรือเปล่าน้องแอล
You could see some of the ideas like with
แมป
the
3ก็ต้อง
initiator comp,
ทีมตกใจทีเด็ด
it
ดี
puts
ครับ
this,
ผ
like,
ม
kind of
เราก็
like
ต้องเป็น TS อยู่แล้วหรือเปล่า
pressure on you
เรา
as
จะไม่เปลี่ยน
RRQ
ครับ
to
ยัง
have
ทำ
to
เดิม
worry about being caught by it, getting tethered, because it's a lot easier on split sometimes to kind of like track those angles and deal with that. And then even, you know, throwing in the judge in there for Jeremy, you know, catching them right outside of B main. Just everything so well thought out with this composition for Team Secret. So, you know, we talked about earlier today that it's hard to come into this stage and know what teams are going to do, what maps are prepared, what agent picks are prepared. And now we're seeing that, you know, finally a team has come and cooked something and it's actually come out well done.
I like the whole cooking process
Ah,
there. That
yeah,
you got.
yeah.
I really just enjoyed that.
I'm
Ooh, that
definitely a
sounded
chef.
delicious.
Yeah.
He's not just an elevator guy, he's also a chef. Does this change your predictions at any point? I know, again, infamous flip-flopper here, just in case with how things going.
Yeah, I'm infamous for a reason.
สวัสดีครับ
did
น้อง
kind of
ปอ
feel, you know,
ISP
before we started this segment, I'm like,
ที่โปรตุเกสสองคนนี่
Team
แค่ทวิต
Secret
แบบ
take this
ไฮบริดเหลือ
actually.
ที่
I
เข้า
mean,
โอ้
going
ย
in an
ครับ
icebox, I think they should be pretty comfortable, and RQ did look kind of flat. And then
คือเราซื้อ
second
เมาส์
half, I
มา
think
แล้
that
ว
was mostly just because Team Secret playing
เอา
so
สวิต
well,
ไปเปลี่ยนเหรอ
and they really shut the door on them. So as long as Team Secret keep up this level of play, I mean, there is a pretty good chance they go into this map of icebox and take it. So I'm not going to change my pred. You know, I've turned a new leaf for the new year.
New year,
I'm
new
gonna stick
you.
with RRQ. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I'm not. You know, I'm willing to say that okay, there is a pretty good chance that Team Secret take this anyway.
Very happy with the Gross and Valdez. Definitely,
อย่าไป
you
เช็ค
know,
ที่เกาหลีอะครับ
no more flip-flopping. I'm going to
มัน
stick with
มัน
RRQ.
มี
I
มัน
think
มี
it's gonna be
เพื่
really
อนๆ ใน
darn
ช่อง
close
ไปดู
on
ที่เกาหลี
Icebox. I mean, obviously,
เยอะอยู่อะ
you know, seeing it from both of these teams earlier this year, both of them had to play Gen G on it. They both pushed them basically to the limit. I mean, there was the overtime right with Team Secret.
ต้องถามเพื่อน
RRQ
ๆใน
got
ช่อง
close to the
ที่
overtime.
ไม่เคย
So
ซื้อเหมือนกัน
I don't know. I still think RRQ probably has a little bit more firepower and those kind of things.
อ๋อคือเวลา
That's where I'm going to lean.
เวลาเราจะ
Gonna
ซื้อ
stay with
ซูเปอร์ไลท์
RRQ.
สองครับ เรา
I will
มันจะมี
share
แบบให้
my
เลือก
thoughts
หรอ
on
ว่าจะ
that
เป็นแบบไฮบริด
after
หรือว่าออป
we
ติคอลนี่หรอ
address the guess in gain
ไม่ได้เพิ่งรู้
full
นะ
result. The question
หรือว่า
was
อยู่ใน Diver
who's going to thrifty first on map 2. And because there was no thrifty, both of them managed their economies like actually really well. Nothing happens. We stay in gold. Forever gold.
Yeah.
Pony boy.
I should have bet on no thrifties. Yeah. I wish I could have bet on no thrifties.
Yeah.
I was
then-
denied.
I know.
I think
You
all of
did
us
say
would
it.
have bet on that though. It's
Yeah,
not
right?
very common that you see a thrifty, right? So.
We did have record of you saying that, so I think, you know, mentally we know. In terms of how this is gonna go for Icebox, it can go both ways, especially with performance like this coming from both of these guys. I think if it was because it's a 1-1 score, I know how strong Secret can be on Icebox, so I'm actually now completely up in the air, but I will stick to my prediction because it's a new year. Like
เอาที่เกาหลีครับผม
we're just
Turn a
gonna-
new leaf. Yeah.
อ๋อเรื่อง
we're
ได้
gonna
ไงเวอ
stick
ร์ครับ
to- we're gonna commit
So proud of the girls.
the year commitment.
So proud.
Yes. So here, Jeremy and
มันต่างกันไง
Jemkin,
Hybrid
I'm
Optical
again, both of them performed phenomenally, but Jemkin just couldn't be the only person killing everyone.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to
อ๋อ
I
ไอ้
think,
แปมนะโอเคครับผม
you
ข
know,
อบคุณครับผม
the defense we've talked about a lot on that second map, but it just feels like everybody's pulling their weight on the side of Team Secret, whereas even in the beginning of the map for RRQ, it just felt like kind of a two-man show from Jemkin and Xfero, and the rest of the guys eventually caught up, but yeah, it just felt like a better team performance from the side of Team Secret, so and the fact that Jeremy also hit 333 ACS is pretty good, on top of everybody else performing really well, like a 31% FB percentage as well, so yeah, I think they've got the hot hands right now, and I think this is going to be a very close match. Wouldn't even be surprised if we go to like overtime or something like that on Icebox.
Absolutely.
I think we're going to overtime.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is very highly likely. We are going to go to our agent picks now for the third and final map of this first series of today between Team Secret and RRQ.
I was going to say,
RRQ
Jesse's
go.
playing Sova, I can tell you that right now. Like, before that even came up, 100%. But, okay, Envy going to be on that KO. You're seeing teams kind of lean into this a little bit more with that extra space on B. It's a little easier to flash behind yellow and things like that. So teams are going into it. But that RRQ going with more of what we're seeing globally on this map now with the Gecko, some kind of double initiator. But it is the Sova, so you're seeing this
มีอยู่
kind of
2-3 คนนะที่
interchange. It's either
เขา
that
ไป
or
ดู
the KO
กัน
usually.
นะครับมีแฟน
It
เขา
is
ไปดู
gonna
กับ
be
มีคนที่ไป
interesting
ดู
enough
แหละ
with
น้อง
Sova
หญิง
that RRQ is gonna go
ไม่รู้
with.
เขาเดี๋ยวน่าจะมา
I
หรอ
think this has been kind of a story of, you know, who's been able
เขาไม่น่าบิน
to
ไปดู
sort of
วัน
have
เดียว
their
ปะ
full
พรุ่งนี้
team
ก็น่าจะดู
come
ว่าห
into
รือ
the
วันนี้
map
พักวันหนึ่ง
and play
เพราะพรุ่ง
their
นี้ไทย
best.
ก็แข่งเนี่ย
And we saw it on Breeze with
น่าจะ
RRQ.
บินไปดู
Team
ทารอน
Secret
2
on the
วันอะไร
split.
เงี้ย
Statistically, this should be
เดี๋ยว
very
น่าจะมา
close.
Yeah, historically, even since last year, both these teams have kind of been neck and neck every step of the way throughout
ซื้อ
Pacific.
ที่
So we really don't know what the
Inter Park
outcome of
สามารถ
this. This is going to be a very exciting
กู้และ
third
จอง
and
ที่นั่ง
final
ได้
map.
ราคา
And
บั
to
ตร
take
ธรร
us
มดาอยู่
through
ที่
it,
15,500
we have our casters,
มี
Achilles.
มีเว็บไหมมีเว็บไหมอินเตอร์พาร์คหรอ
Thank
เว็
you
บหรอ
very
เว็บ
much.
ที่อินเตอ
Yes,
ร์พาร์ค
let's go into the action icebox to see who is going to be walking away with the win with that crucial championship point. Both teams have put up some strong performances on this map. Back at kickoff, RRQ playing it twice versus Gen G.
Yep.
10-13 score lines both times.
Yes,
ทำไม
exactly.
บางครั้ง
Getting
การ
very
แข่งถึง
close
เกิด
to
แมต
that
ช์เขาแล้วเก่ง
overtime
เหรอ
and
ครับก็
potentially the win, but never
อาจ
quite.
จะเป็นเพราะว่า
Didn't
เลือก
really
ฝั่ง
have
ที่
what it took to just
ได้
keep
เปรียบ
up the
ก่อน
round
ครับ
around
คนที่
adjustments near
เลือก
the
ฝั่งที่
end.
ได้เปรียบก่อนบาง
We'll
ที
see if
มัน
that's
ก
a
ดดัน
different
ครับผ
story
ม
here. Of course, Team Secret, they were playing the Sage back then. They were experimenting with it. Now back to the KO for Envy. And
สมมติ
honestly,
ว่าแบบ
Envy's KO
เรา
on
เลือกแมต
Icebox,
ช์ที่
it's
มาอี
one
ก
of
ฝั่ง
the
เลือก
best
เลือก
highlights
ฝั่ง
we've
ที่แบ
had
บ
through
กา
and
ร
through
จ่า
for
มา
Team
เนี่ยแล้ว
Secret.
แบบเรา
All for
ตี
the
ไม่
first
เข้า
season
ปุ๊บ
of Pacific last year.
แล้ว
Really shocked
Good
right now.
damn.
Ooh, Jimkin, okay. But a wonky
น้องเฟล
timing
เลยครับ
there.
ผม
Ups off the angle moments before he would have had the
เออ
line.
แล้วเขาก็เก่งเหมือนกันใช่เขาถึงไม่แบนใช่มันถึงปล่อยหลุดออกมาคือเขาก็พอ
Drifting
เล่น
away
เป็น
and
แล้ว
actually
เขา
getting
ก็ได้
himself very much situated in
เขาก็
mid.
ได้เลือกฝั่งที่ได้เปรียบ
Spotting
ก่อน
out
ฮะ
quite a many few people. It's widely the site conceded here by RRQ, looking to just play a full retake. As Team Secret themselves amassed here. Darts going in.
ตอนนี้น่าจะต้องเปลี่ยนเป็น
Jimkin able to find two. Envy and Jeremy both going to be
แมป
taken
เรา
down there
เขา
by
เก่ง
that
กว่าครับ
Sheriff
ผม
that gets
ไม่
traded
ต้องเปลี่ยน
back
สโลแกนแล้ว
Jesse Batch
สโล
gets
แก
one
นเก่า
apiece.
อาจจะใช้ไม่ได้
Before playing out at screen, seeing that Sova. Actually, with the help of Helms, we'll be able to just go ahead and flush him out. So just get that elimination.
แมปนี้เราต้องเป็นทีมซีเคร็ตอยู่แล้วครับผม
More's quite low, but gonna support with
เต็
the
มไป
dart for the
2-1 ต้อง
time
ภูมิ
being.
ใจ
We know the site itself has been cleared out, but
นี่นะข่าวแล้ว
you
ทะ
gotta
เล
clear out all the opponents if you wanna stick the defuse.
ตอนนี้เขาก็ไม่มีแล้วครับผม
He is monstrous, and now it is all
ไม่เหลืออะไรแล้วครับตอนนี้
up on the ropes. 9 HP. He is not ready for the forward positioning. And NDG
เอามาหนึ่งก่อน
get Team Secret another pistol round win, 3-2 across the set now.
Great mid-rounding from both teams. Team Secret, they get the initial contact. They recognize that the Jet has given up pipe, so they immediately press the issue, try to push forward as a death ball. Now, meanwhile, RRQ, they're not able to stick with it anymore, but just so they can bring flips back over from B side, they decide to group and cover mid, right? Just to see if it's going to be a rotate, and that way they can still try to push the flank or at least put pressure on it. And initially it looked like it was going to work out, but the plant goes down. And then good positioning from Team Secret to make sure that they hold everyone at screens. Jesse Vash going over to the rafters. That was the big difference maker.
Yep, just absolute, basically zero investment for the most part here for this side of RRQ. As Jimkin does push his way out of tube.
Here.
Dash.
อะไรอ่ะ
Takes a couple shots.
หายแล้วครับผมเกมครีมจอดนี้อะไร
Knocking
วะ
him down to 38.
You got the outlaw for Jesse Vash as well. So everybody in
ไปดู
dire
สถิติ
danger
จริง
here to
ใช่
both
พี่
the Guardians
คิดเหมือน
and
กัน
the
ครับพี่ว่า
outlaw.
เกมกี้แม่ง
Of course,
โอเค
demise
อะ
across the board for Secret,
แต่ว่า
trying to snowball things over
การเป็นดูอิลิสมันต้อง
for all the future rounds. And that's
ระบบ
also
ทีม
kind
อะไร
of
มัน
why
ต้อง
they're
ซัพ
playing
พอ
a
ร์ต
little
ด้วย
cautiously, right? You can't just have someone on an aggressive lurk just with a pistol, anything like that. You want to be able to stick as 5, keep as many of these weapons going forward.
Recon at the ready. Only more waiting patiently.
The timing of this will be so crucial.
See if he gets anything at all, any kind of inkling that they're moving forward. Catches a good timing on this one.
เอ้ยวันนี้ขออนุญาตยืดหน่อยเว้ย TS ทำให้ภูมิใจหน่อยเพราะคู่หน้า 2-0 อยู่แล้ว
Push into the corner, into the instant headshot.
Oi!
On an barrel flips, able to
Oi!
find two. Reload the reload, those can't quite find a third, but Jimkin with covering fire will be able to take him down. So already very bloody here.
Alay,
Secret
wala.
more losses than they certainly would like to have on this approach. Can they find more? Push up back, able to take them down, get
Oh.
both kills collected.
ต้องให้ถึงมือนาเจสอีกแล้ว
Hold on to, maybe swap
พวก
out
น้องๆหนู
different guns. The ping's down, but NDG can't get there in time, so it'll be the outlaw picked back up. Decent damage dealt, but still a 2-0 start for Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, just because it was buys across the board, it's going to be a little costly, like you said. And while the recon bolt was delayed thanks to the drone, they just aren't able to check 4 flips, right? A little too distracted by more in the back of sight. And so a lot of damage done. Now, we saw initially, considering a couple half armors here and there, but eventually everyone will buy down to the full armor. They'll give up 1 piece of utility each to make sure that happens, recognizing that the outlaw is still a threat on the other side from Team Secret.
Jeremy checking, watching over there. Pipes to see if anybody's going to poke their head out. Time, double push up. Jesse Vash, Borkum investigating over towards B. See if they can spot anything out. Nothing seen. We'll just go ahead and back away.
Yeah, but this alarm bot's getting so much value for RRQ as well, right? Able to just deny Kitchen, now the turret as well, so relatively safe in mid. Now they won't spot anything with the drone.
I saw his shoulder just a bit
ไว้
there.
ลองคู่หน้านะครับผม
Tag right at the end. Now, of course, they're also still holding on to green. You still got that one way, so no reason to over-rotate from RRQ. But the question is can you hold on to the site? Because if the execute's good, it's a bit of a pain here on A.
Not wanting to reveal his position. As Saysat allows for that knife to go off as DG by one gets traded out as Sparrow comes up with 2. Jemkin now presence noted. Jeremy gone. And it's going to be swift and clean here from the side of RRQ. Just losing out on Elmi Moore.
ปืนไม่ค่อยดีปืนไม่ค่อย
They
ดี
will go ahead and get themselves online.
And that decision not to shoot out the 0 point, that made the difference, right? Not able to spot out Jemkin. He's able to cover for his teammates. Flips got flashed and then, of course, dashed on right from Jeremy, but Jemkin still there to cover all angles from above like a hawk in the sky. Buys enough time for Xfero as well. The crossfire. And the energy's coming back up. Flips' trash dunk is back as well.
Well, that's just the bonus round, so now it's going to be full firepower, full shields on the opposite side of Jesse Bash. The Hunter's Fury as well. He's used 2 so far and gotten kills off both of them.
เนี่ยเจมส์คิมจะไปเฉิดแหละ
Jet likely not worth trying to
ไม่มี
open
คน
up
ยิง
that
ส
Hunter's
แกน
Fury,
ให้
so we'll just keep it pocketed for now.
Now, Thrash on the side of Flips. Hasn't used it yet, so we'll see if it gets used at all this round. But they get spotted immediately, like you mentioned, so that means they have to give up pipes control. So no reason to try to push out for even more info. Trying to just hide the position of all teammates, just keep Team Secret guessing. They still got that alarm bot once again in mid, covering both parts around tube with the turret.
Still not fully committed here. Double creep up. Pushing their way now towards yellow. Like what they're seeing over here on this side of the map, it might just be able to rotate back around. From Jesse Vash. Suspecting that the Viper is going to be alone, but quick to replace here is Xfero. Gets himself shifted over, and looks like they're going to leave Jeremy in forward position.
อันนี้ถ้าแบบว่า
A site.
A B แตกนี่รีเทคยากจัดอะ
A little bit of damage there. Otherwise, spike now planted.
Oh,
ไวเปอร์ตายไปแล้วครับ
well set up for Jeremy.
โอ้ย
Turret,
โหรูปปากเจเรมี่รูปปากช็อตนี้ เรียบร้อย
takes him down. Now this is such deep control here for the side of Team Secret, but NDG
ขอบคุณครับ
does end up falling.
Yeah, he goes
Oi.
up trading as well.
The fuse held to half. Hunter's Fury across from Jesse Bash, looking for the tag, managing to find 2.
โอ้โห
Would have gotten LB more, but Envy takes him down.
เกือบได้นะครึ่งหนึ่งเมื่อกี้
Flip shutter now on his lone.
เมื่อกี้คุยกับอาร์ตเอฟอาร์ตจะสตรีม2 ที่ใช่ไหม
Just has to hold on to the weapon. Will rotate out.
อัดไปไหนเหรอ
See if
ไม่
Jeremy can get the catch.
คุยในเฟซ
Ready
สั
to
กพัก
swing his way in.
อาร์ตบอกสเปค
Thinking
มา
better about it. Not wanting to give him that line of sight.
14900
Stay tucked away.
4090
He'll hold on to the weapon, but Team
Sawai.
Secret
ถามพอไหม
moving up.
Yeah, ever so necessary save there from the rifle, just so you can make sure that you have
ผม
some
ก็สตรีม
semblance
2 ที่
of a
เครื่องเดียว
stable
อยู่
economy, or at least a hope for
เอ
one.
อ
เดียวอัดเลยยกเว้นทียู
Now, Straya
อ๋อ
trying to
CP
abuse
ใช้อะไร
that
อ่ะ
kind of tip of that
12
toxicity
ของ
against
อันเป็
his
น
opponents.
14
He'll get the one kill, of
อ๋อ
course, straight, but what was really
FC0
smart
ก็
from
0เลยเหรอ
Team Secret,
ใช่
Sana
โอ้
immediately
โหแรงจัด
over-rotate. They still use utility to tie them up in
ผม
A.
ซื้อต่อ
Then
พี่
they
ชาย
still leave the
ใช้
lurk.
การ์ดจอ
That
ส
gives
ตรีม
them
ใช่ไหม
that option
ใช่
that
ครับ
you will get the
คือ
flank,
แบบ
right? I
เหลื
mean,
อ
Jeremy was able
2K
to move
เล่นเกม
immediately as soon as the
AA
spike
เหลือ
goes out.
กำลัง
Because
แบบ
that's
โอ้
when
โห
RRQ starts
อาร์ต
sprinting
บอกส
over.
เปคมา
Just a kind of
จะรั่ว
multi-step plan.
แรงที่สุดในตลาดตอน
And
นี้
now he's online once again here in Icebox.
Certainly feeling it. He's lacking a bit on Breeze with the Jet. The Rays looking very much reinvigorated on Split, but Jeremy is kicking things off gorgeously here for the team.
เออถ้าจะแรงขนาดนั้นฝากยิงสตรีมเข้าช่องพี่ชอบ
Before he finds the kill on the
แรงจัด
still in a very rough position potentially, but Sparrow finding one. Infi going to be taken down.
น้องไบร์ทสวัสดีครับผม
Bash moving forward, finding Sparrow flips. Still tucked in the corner though. Gets rid of the enemy Jet. Nope, that's just going to be the Dizzy connecting right as NDG tries to strike. Flips with 3. We'll get RRQ to 2.
So far, it's been A site every single time. Sure, I mean, they eventually rotated over to B, but it's been the A pressure every single time, and they don't stop at pipes. They will always try to get some form of control right up to
แต่
the
ของพี่
site.
อะ YouTube ตอนเนี้ยใช้เครื่อง
Now, I
2
like what Team Secret's doing,
เป็น
right? They're
CPU
denying
ยิง
pipes
ใช่ปะ
control. That's
แล้ว
great.
CPU มันเก่าแล้ว
But at a certain point, perhaps, you
ภาพ
know, maybe
ภาพ
after
มัน
this
แตกก็
round,
จะแบบ
start to kind of slow things
ว่าจะ
down,
เปลี่ยน
maybe gain
ว่า
a
จะเปลี่ยน
little
คอม
bit of
ใช่ไหม
mid,
แล้ว
maybe
ก็
a
เอา
little
เค
bit
รื่
of
อง
brain
เครื่องที่
control.
เล่นเกมอยู่
Don't
เนี่ย
have to commit to it.
เอา
You
สั
gotta
ก
put pressure.
4060 มาใส่อะเราไปยิงสตรีมแบบใช้การ์ดจอยิงสตรีม
Vibes
อีก
pulled.
ทีหนึง
Pressure looking to be applied. As first it will just be the clear out there on
แก้
the
ปัญหา
turret.
เอาไม่อยากแบบว่า
Drops down off the top of 2.
ใช้เครื่องเดียว
Start
ยิง
in
2 ที
position.
เพราะอีกที่หนึงมันจะแบบได้แค่720
They're
เนี่ย
in kitchen, not really wanting to peek out, but
ใช่
look at the mark.
มันเป็นปัญหานะ
Note that the Jet is going to be rotating away from 2.
เพราะว่าสตรีมหลักพี่ก็ยังเป็นทวิตอยู่ไงมันเลย
Breathe
ทำ
a
ไม่
little
ได้
bit more easily in regards to mid now, but it's A that's getting ready to receive an immense amount of pressure. Flipshider set up here by screens, all of his util still online, decides to pull back even more. And that movement right there could have
มี
very
ป้าย
well
วิพา
saved
อยู่
his
เติ
life.
มด้วยแต่กล้อง
I
ไม่
like
จับ
it.
เลย
It's a good
เมื่อวานก็
timer
มี
right in
ครับ
the
ผม
back of his mind because he's got that thrash. They already emptied the site anyway for a retake.
Spike planted.
But clear. Dizzy gone. Thrash now coming in, hunting for a
เห็น
target.
มันใช้แบบนินจาเปล่าที่มัน
Still
แบบ
playing forward.
เครื่องหนึ่งที่หนึ่ง
Noted that, just given the trajectory of that snake bite coming through. Flash and drone searching for a target. Flips does get noted by that.
สนใจจอ 50 คนครับ ติดอยู่อย่างนึงครับผม
He was coming back to try to get that Dizzy.
แพงไปฮะ
Punished for it. Up in, Chemkin a quick peek, trying to find the shot, can't make it happen. Borkum stays alive. Does get pushed forward, does get flushed out.
เจ็บจะจบ
Strands
นะ
able to
พี่
find that kill. Now Emily Moore
4090
trading one back.
โหไม่ไหว
Bash will fall. Times out, unable to find value as Jemkin will get that
ก็คือพี่มี
elimination.
ไอ้นี่
Now
อยู่
it
แล้ว
is
อะ
all
7900
onto Infi.
XT
The hold's coming through, but they're so damn low, but Jemkin will be able to keep him protected.
ตึงแล้วนั่นแหละ
Two
แต่
members
ว่า
left standing, the op retained.
มัน
RRQ
มีปัญ
tied
หา
up
อยู่
3-3.
I mean, nice try from both teams.
มันไม่
RRQ
ซัพพอร์ต
comes
ในการ
out just
เสียบ
a couple
2 จอ
steps ahead. I mean, Xfero,
แล้วก็
I'm not
ยิงภาพ
quite
สตรี
sure
ม
what happened there,
ยัง
but it almost looked like he
ยังไม่ได้ดี
had
ขนาด
found
นั้
a
น
way to get around that turret. Maybe just found a timing. Didn't keep my eye on the lurk entirely, so I thought that was going to be the difference.
แต่ถ้าเอา
maker.
ไปสตรีม
NDG
เป็น
was
AV1
wise
อะดี
about it. Still checks it on a timing, takes
แบ
out
บ
the
ดีแบบ
lurk.
ดีเลยอะ
But by
แต่
that
ถ้าเอามายิงใน
time,
ทวิตอะไม่ดี
RRQ had just slow crept
ทวิตมัน
in
ยัง
one
ไม่ร
step
องรับ
at a time.
AV1
Sure,
ไง
trades all the way through, but they're able to approach the
พอ
spike,
มัน
and
ส
that's
ตรีม
what
แบบ
mattered.
เก่า
Of
ไอ้
course, they
264
cleared a
อะ
lot of
ภาพ
the
มันแบบ
utility early as well.
มันจะ
That
มี
was
จั
a
งหวะ
big
ภาพ
part of
แต
it,
ก
ruining some of that post plant.
Right there.
Jemkin posted up. Knows that he's going to be
อ๋อ
going
น้อง
up
น้อง
against
ไบร์ทไปดู
Vibes.
ใช่ไหม
Just go ahead
น้องไบร์ท
and ground,
มี
feel free shot.
มีเพื่อนในช่องเขาจะไปเนี่ยครับจะไปซื้อตั๋วซื้อที่ไหนอ่ะ
Anybody peeks their head out in towards the nest. Looks like it's just going to be a ground approach here.
คิดว่า3 ทีมได้ไปมาสเตอร์มีใครบ้างครับ
Stay low. Will get the tag here. Flipshutter can back
ก็
away.
น่าจะเจ้าเดิมครับผม DRX Pepperlex Genji ครับ
Find the shot there. Sends another one moments before. Jesse Bash would have likely swung in to his crosshair. The shot's gone, but Wiley is just tags here onto the members of RRQ. The spike can get planted.
Spike
Gotta
Played
planted.
a
over the
little bit
top.
safe. Yeah, wait for that retake.
Oh, Jesse spotted. They know that he's going to be stranded forward now. Lockdown, even going to be committed.
You should run.
RQ very much wanting the lead for themselves, and it's going to
Oi.
be lockdown on the opposite side now. Invested. Xfero pushing forward. Jesse Bash unable to find the headshot. Does end up falling.
มาละ
ทำไมไอ้นี่มันรีบใช้น้องจังอ่ะ
In holding for the defuse. They get it up to half, and they just think of the whole time. Xparrow with a quick little second glance. Spots Borkum, takes him down. Fragment from Envy
เมื่อกี้
will
มันคน
find
ที่เล่น
one,
ส
but
กายแฟลชหน้า
ultimately
ตัวเองจริง
it is going to be
จริง
RRQ coming away with this round victory
โคตรฮา
in a row for the squad as they take the
คือ
lead.
ข่าวแล้วแก้เขินด้วยกันไปแม่งเลยแล้วกัน
Again, it's just that A site over and over again, and
I'm being
yes,
really
Secret
bored.
is famous for doing that against
อะไร
certain
นะ
opponents, and it's worked in the past.
อีกคนอ่ะไม่บอด
No.
It was
ไม่ใช่
on
ไอ้
Haven,
ตอน
first
ตอน
of
ที่
all,
มัน
with
แฟลช
3
หน้าตัว
sites,
เองอะ
and
แล้วก็
second,
วินเลือก
it's
ที่จะวิ่ง
just,
ต่อ
you
ไป
know, the
เนี่ย
killjoy
จริงๆมันควรจะหยุดอะ
things haven't been disrupted much at all, and
จะ
sure,
เสีย
you've
ฟอร์ม
been
ไม่
able
ได้
to
ไง
pressure me a little bit here and there, even in the first round,
ห
but
ยุดหน้าตายจริงช็อต
for the
นี้สม
most
ควร
part,
ละ
yeah, they can
ปล่อย
just
น้อง
kind
วิ่
of
งแมน
chill there with the one way, right?
ทิ้ง
And Estrella can buy so much time knowing that he should be comfy. So perhaps after all these times, right, it's several things. RRQ, their retakes are now starting to work. They also know how to anchor depending on which utilities used first. You had the op now. So Team Secret, they're going to have to decide if they want to switch up the default at the start of the round.
เฮ้ยขอบคุณน้องไซบันเติมนะครับไซบันเติมถ่าย3 เดือนนะครับผมของช้า
Timeout called from Team Secret.
วันนี้2 คู่เหมือน
Trying
เดิ
to
ม
get
2
them
คู่
right
ทุกวัน
back into the driver's seat. Nothing that can't be undone quite
Oh.
just yet. Still just a single round
คือถ้า
separating the
ทารอน
two
จะ
squads.
ติดท็อปทีอ่ะพรุ่งนี้ทารอนต้องชนะเจนจีไม่ก็สูสีเจนจีแบบ
Go
Very
ahead and
negative.
equalize
ไม่ได้
very
ครับผม
quickly.
See what the adjustment is, because of course after a timeout, surely the operator going to hold a different position here, whether it's going to be green.
แต่ก็ไม่ใช่ไม่มีทางนะครับ เพราะว่า
Push out
ที่
from
เคยได้ยิน
as
แบบ
well.
เวลาซ้อม
Looks
อะไร
like
เงี้
he's
ยสู้
gonna be
ได้นะ
moving over to the B site.
เหมือนทีมบอกสู้ได้หมด
I mean, this would be the round where
ต้อง
Team
รอดู
Secret
ตอน
says,
แข่ง
you know,
Keep going,
sure,
A.
yeah, surely we don't go A again another time, right? And then they go again.
And it looks like RRQ are kind of biting on that. It looks like it will be okay. Rather, Estrella will rotate over to at least be lingering a little bit closer by.
ผมว่าตบโหต้องรอดูครับผม
Quite as
เป็นไปได้
dire. Previously looked, and okay, just gonna be the nano cleared out. Alarm bot's still standing. Second nano now set up there from Xparrow to try to slow up the approach. Should it's very much end up coming over to A, which right now it looks like it is.
ถ้าทันอย่างนั้นบอกนะเดี๋ยว
That
พี่ติด
pit
ต่อ
ready from the
หลวง
Raptors
พี่
as
ให้
well. So RRQ, they've got things in place, right? They've got a little bit of mid control.
อาจจะต้องไปอาศัย
They could
กุ
go for
ฏิ
the
หลวง
flank
พี่
at
อยู่
any point if they wanted. They're still ready for the potential lurk. They have no reason to rush things out. Alarm bot's still alive on A. You'll have the pit, and you still have screens control.
I mean, they'll have the pit if they can avoid. Okay, I was gonna say the null command that is available here from Envy. So pit comes out first. Arrows popped. It's Jeremy just playing alongside this one here for now. Jemkin in the meantime gets the catch on the Borkum, who's lurking over outside of green.
เป็นไม่ได้คนเราต้อง
Jeremy would just
มี
so
ความเชื่อครับ
love to try to get a pick through the pit here. Try to shut things down on Evan, but he can't. So they'll get the plant, but it's going to be a very tough post plant to hold. A lot of it comes down to Envy.
เฮ้ย
Holding.
But he finds Flipshider. Does manage to take him down. A couple other players getting
ทำชั่ว
blinded
จัด
by the
อินดี้
dizzy.
ช็อตนี้
Eventually he will be found as that wall
โอ้โห
drops. Jeremy can only find Jemkin. Otherwise, the cleanup will be swift. 2 kills there for Elmi Moore as Xparrow will sprint to try to recover the operator. The defuse can now come in. RRQ will counteract. Not allow for that
เหมือน
time
ไม่เคย
out
เชื่อ
to
ใน
lead
แมน
to
ยู
a round win.
เอา
So
จริง
now
ตอนนี้ก็
they
ไม่
stretch the
เชื่อ
lead
นะครับผม
very slightly. Just up by 2 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, the mind games are in place
เชื่
for
อ
sure.
ว่ากันฤดูกาลหน้าเลย
Timeout. Trying to guess where the op's going to go. Say that maybe this time is the time that it works, but didn't quite account for the pit. And of course, RQ, like you mentioned, it's not just the pit.
เฮ้ย
I haven't heard Elmore taken on after flips in a long time, but RQ's feeling the energy. We'll see if they can keep it up to the end, though.
Still a multitude of ults to work with there. Borkum's death does give him the pit. Bash with the Hunter's Fury. If he'll be able to work his magic, is assessing what they really want to go for here, and it's still
มันน่าจะ
a
มีเกมเมอ
decent
ร์ที่แบบว่า
commitment as he does buy down to a
พอ
bulldog.
ยิงได้ปุ๊บลุกขึ้นหมุนตัวแล้วก็หมุนวอล
Quite the read from NDG.
โดนโค้ดตบเลยนะ
กระตุกเป้าไปทีเป็นที่ไปเคิลแจ็คสัน
Clear on the turret. They're keeping
น่าจะ
that
โดนโค้ดเล่น
operator
น่ะดิ
disguised for the moment.
มึง
Borkum
นั่งดีๆดิ
position where he may just end up getting caught. Try to rotate around, and he actually does manage to make it across unscathed. So now can get into position, drop his pit here for his squad.
Yeah, they'll have to get there fast. But the question is how do they hold the
Wow,
flank,
good
right?
play.
Because the turret's no longer there. And that's a
Ui.
great double kill from Jeremy.
I mean, yeah. And Elmi Moore whittled down to 2 HP as well as they just
Ui,
sat
ปืน
there.
โผล่
I mean, gun barrel spotted, but Jemkin,
อยู่
they've
นี่
got
ตัวหนึง
nothing
อยู่นี่
to
ตัวหนึง
really flush him out
ข้าง
into
ใต้
the
ข้าง
open.
ใต้
They
เอ
could
อ
but it's already low enough that it gets the kill itself.
มันลุงไม่ใช่เหรอว่าปืน
Found,
โผล่
but
ตรง
still
นั้น
so
เวลา
much
หัน
more to
ไป
work
หัน
with,
มา
and Vashes in a
Eh,
very
but
disconnected
someone
position
has
with the Hunter's
died
Fury
with
어
online.
Elmore couldn't get the timing for the kill.
โอ้โห
Away.
Guy, but
They
they don't
read
let
this
him.
cubby
Ow!
hole. No, they do not.
นี่แม่งอร่อย
NDG
เฉย
Takes down 2, Sheriff in hand. Now, we're trying to escape, but will not be able to do so. Team
ไม่
Secret.
ทำมาอย่างดีวิน
Great
เมื่อกี้วิน
reply.
นี่โยนทิ้ง
Dropped
เฉย
around after the timeout, but come back in with a much more solid game plan. And love to see what exactly went down in mid, because it felt like Borkum should have been dead to rights, given that line that was being held by Jemkin.
เข้ารอบ
Yeah,
กรุ๊ป
I
กรุ๊ป
mean,
ละ 3
Jemkin might have been kind of peeking back and
I'll
forth,
pass on
perhaps through the
that.
tube, trying to make sure that he
Feeling
also
that I
doesn't get caught out. But
Been team
all
one.
props to Jeremy here for making that happen. Opens up the site with the setup that he's received.
อุ้ย
And
ADG
DG
มันเลิก
great
หา
cross
แล้วเนี่ย
angle. Able to turn things around on round 9, trying to tie things up again. And here's the scary part. So now RRQ has to focus on A side again, right? They tried to take some in control. It didn't work.
God.
As Secret's ready for it.
I mean, he had the shot ready to go, but Jeremy just a bit faster. Flip shot now in a very committed position. The drone coming up over the top will spot him out. He just has to try to exit, but there's a Hunter's Fury. It won't even be necessary. Jeremy will be able to just go ahead and get the headshot. Ellie Moore now creeping forward, looking for more, ends up getting taken down. 5v2. And a call to just completely abandon the site. Team Secret. Then we'll go ahead and get this plant. We'll wait for that spike to detonate.
I don't know if he'll be able to
ดูว่ามันกลับตัวก็ไม่ได้
เป็นไงบ้างก็
I mean, NDG
ก็ดีอยู่นะ
might try to get a cheeky extra
ตอนแรกนึกว่าจะต้องแบบว่าปรับตัว
lockdown
เลย
going here if he can try to find a couple extra kills.
ใช้ปรับตัวด้วยกระสุนเนี่ยตอนนี้
Yep,
ยิง
I mean,
พังหมดเลย
plenty
ต้อง
of
โคตรที่ไหน
reasons to hunt Xfero, the one person you probably don't want to come across, given that he's a little bit closer to having the lockdown, but only a few more rounds to play. Looks like widely Team Secret will just take this patiently, take this safely. We'll just hold on to all 5 as they get this flawless round and tie us up at 5-5. And Des was talking about it, you know, they felt like it was going to be likely that this ends up going to overtime, and right now, given how inseparable the teams are being, it does seem like that could very well be the case, but we kind of thought the same thing on Split.
Well, and we also felt that way both times that RRQ played Gen G, and they never quite made it to overtime.
That's a good point.
So we'll see.
พูดไป
But right now, Secret right back in command of the round-to-round pacing. Because, you know, after the timeout, they go for it again. That
ถ้า
time
วันหนึ่ง
RRQ
วา
reads
โล
it.
มันมีแบนเอ
But
เจ
then
นต์
they
นี่
go
มันจะ
for
เป็
it
นยังไง
again. RRQ thinks surely
ผม
not
ไม่ต้อง
after
ซ้อม
that
เป็น
one.
หลักกว่าเดิมนะ
เป็นไปก็เป็น
Looking
ไป
to
ได้
just
นะ
go ahead and, you know,
ที่แบบว่า
burn
ส
some
ม
of
ม
the
ติด่านที่
cash
แม่ง
they've
แบน
been
เจ็ต
stocking
ต้อ
up
งหา
on.
ตัวตัว
Boarding
อี
it
กมา
like
แท
a
นคน
dragon. Jeremy
อืม
gonna be bringing in another attack
ถ้า
operator
พ
into
อ
the mix here.
ตัวละครมันเยอะๆ
The
มันก็
Blade Storm as
มัน
well,
ก็ต้อง
so
ทำ
might as well try to
อืม
even things out. That'll make the tempo change a little bit unexpected.
ตอนนี้เท่าไหร่แล้วอะ
RRQ.
ถึง
But
20
again, whether they go A or not, Secret has command because RRQ is the one left
20
guessing. They're
not bad,
denied
not
pipes
bad.
control. They're denied some of their early util. And if they don't push out and clear that turret early, they're
เพราะ
denied
เดี๋ยวนี้
mid
ทีม
control as
ทีม
well.
ระดับโปรมันไม่ได้ซ้อมคอมเดียวอยู่แล้วอะ
อืม
ซ้อมหลายคอมอะ
Everything
When you do-
grinding to a halt. The
20
silence.
ป่าหรอก็ได้แล้วนะถ้า
Filling the
ถ้า
arena
เขาจะ
here.
ปิดแบน
Both teams are making
แต่
any
เปเปอร์เล็กก็
noise.
น่าจะชิวปะ
โอ้โหชิว
Straight sprays.
ไม่ได้เกี่ยวที่เอ
No
เจนต์
point.
เปเปอร์เล็กอะ
Otherwise, just
แบนคอมนี้กูเล่นอีกคอม
silence
ก็ได้
here.
อืม
Secret thinking about what this
แบน
approach
เจ็ต
is
กู
going
ก็
to
เล่น
look
เล
like.
น่า
Drift back
แต่แบน
across.
แต่เป
Full
เปอร์เล็กถ้า
squad.
แบนเลสนี่แอบหนักอยู่นะ
Just join up now.
โอ้โหน่าจะ
On this
น่าจะ
east side of
ออ
the
โต้
map.
แบนเลยอะ
I mean, we're just sending that recon out. Does get cleared.
โลจริงมันไม่ใช่โลด้วยลิฟต์
Better
เลย
idea of
นี่
where
มัน
things
โล
are
เล
going
ส
to be coming.
Over the top. Knives now
Think
pulled.
that's
Jeremy
pretty-
rotating in, but doesn't read it.
โอ้ยน่าอือก็
Shot eventually getting it done. I mean, more in the meantime, finding a VG pit now invested. Throwing the double swing out. Borkum doesn't manage to find Elmore, but now he's all on his lonesome. The spike outside of the pit. Recovers it. Goes for the plant. Got one snake bite left. Try to utilize. Does eat a little bit of damage there from Estrellas. Can he clutch this? For the
Oi!
rush in, and oh my god, right as he goes to exit.
ปลายปืนแบบไอ้นี่พอดี
Gun barrel, but
Yeah.
Jemkin is right clicks for the headshot. An RRQ. They will move
โห
up
ดนะ
to
เนี่ย RQ
six.
อะสั่น
Had to have been because that's a crazy shot to take if
โห
it
ดจัด
wasn't
เมื่อ
for
กี้
it.
ฟลิปชไนเดอร์
But either way, great pacing
Last
there from
round
the
in the
duo that
half.
remained alive from RRQ, not wanting to give Borkum a chance to reposition and play the mind games in his own Viper's pit. They'll
ดู
barely
ฟอร์ม
hang
เน
on
ล
to
ปี
the
นี้
lead.
เนี่ยแช
We'll
ม
see
ป์
if
มา
they
เตอ
can
ร์
catch on to
มี
it.
ข่าว
So
ว่าเซน
it's
ติเนลจะ
dicey
พัก
from Flips. Eventually,
Master
though, he
Lock.
gets the jet. That's the
เตรียม
important
ตัว
part.
แชมเปี้ยน
So it doesn't keep flying around the site.
Yep. Just a
Yeah.
tiny bit of gun.
แปลกๆว่ะพี่ช็อตฟิล์มเมื่อกี้มันยิงไม่โดนได้ไงวะ
Now RRQ,
ใจสั่นอยู่จังหวะนี้
once again,
Well,
back
but-
to
but
the
that-
op setup on B. And, you know,
เฝ้าต่ำไปสูง
kind
ไป
of hoping that it's not
เออ
going
มั
to
นโด
be
น
that
โดนมุม
A-hit.
เสย
You know, they'll be prepared for the retake with the Thrash and the Hunter series. They can afford to play a bit of a weaker A site this time. And Team Secret, a bit of a change here, just allows
คลิปแข่ง
for the
เซตก่อน
dart
ใช่ครับ
to ping out. They want to get ready for a pinch on A.
Feels like for maybe the first time, and we've seen some sidelines drawn towards mid, but never really a push like this from Secret. So a bit of a change up here.
Bomb grenade out.
Just how committed to this they're going to end up being is just
เอาเอา
getting a little tiny bit of damage there.
มันได้ยินเสียงร้องไม่ได้
Watch out on
Neda.
this window.
Placing
เรียบ
sentry.
ร้อยเลย มีป้อม
Heard the
เฮ้ย
เลย
จังหวะเมื่อกี้ต้องไปแล้ว
Cross. Jemkin for now still alone on that B side. He's going to have to rotate over quickly as Flip Shot are going to be taken down. That's a Thrash now out of the equation.
Oh.
Elmore eventually is able to find
นึกว่าได้
Jeremy.
นึกว่าเจเรมี่ได้เมื่อกี้
Try to equalize.
กำลังงงอยู่
Sparrow trading
ไม่
up.
กดสเปรย์แล้วยิง
Gone. That interrupts and very much makes Jesse Vash second guess this plant position.
Oh.
Spraying through and Elmore finds it.
Oh.
Hunter's Fury
ส
not
เปรดแม่นจัด
necessary.
Now it's a
Players
deep
are
lurk
killed
as
off.
well.
This very much changes up the game
ตาย
plan.
คนละ
Have to commit in for the stick, but that gives him the tag. Work up trying to
โดน
escape.
พิ้ว
Final shot from Elmore
ผม
will
ไม่
not
ค่อย
be
ดี
able to
เนี่ย
find its
75
mark. V
มีสิทธิ์โดนอยู่
forward spot needs to open things up here for the team. This 2v3 and it does.
อุ้ยแล้วไหลมาอย่าง
On,
เนี้ย
but Sparrow just lurking around the
Oh.
back. Ball drops.
เรียบร้อย
Sparrow, his contributions not needed. RRQ with 3 members left will be able to close out this first half 7-5.
Yeah, the mid kill onto NDG was huge because we saw that the Killjoy was nullified, so that turret wasn't going to have much value. It still gets taken down. NDG's trying to draw aggro out so his teammates can plant onto the site. But of course, that makes Xfero very well aware that he has to clear that flank before he's able to assist his teammates in any way, shape, or form. The lurk battle comes in favor of RRQ, and that 7-5 lead for the Indonesian squad. See if they can get that first victory. It's been a long time, like the desk talked about as we were preparing for this match. And RRQ, a lot of people wondering what really was the true power level of RRQ at kickoff. Sure, Gen G, they looked like they continued to improve, but could that have been RRQ, right? So many questions on a lot of people's minds. And if they want to prove that the potential was there, they got to make sure that they can close out a best of 3 first of all.
Sure. I mean, like Ewok was saying during their interview on the analyst desk, you know, we consider that we're still in 7th place until proven otherwise. This would be the first step in proving that. Team Secret are certainly looking to test them and keep them as low in the standings as they possibly can. 7-5. Much of a difference between these squads. Secret, 1 additional pistol round win so far. Let's see if they can add another one to the mix here. And just immediately cut that gap in half.
Secret, see if they try to do a little bit of that aggressive push on the A site. You know, at the end of the day, the overall idea being the same for both of these teams as they both still have that Sova. It's not going to be super aggressive like the KO Geckos, but of course you can still get a little bit of that early info control. Try to set up your jets for success.
0 point forward. I believe it got the catch onto anyone. And V will just move up, grab that orb. In the meantime, chasing from behind. We'll get the tag on him.
They haven't checked for Jeremy though. Still hidden on top of the screen.
And this could be a very unpleasant surprise here for RRQ. There you go, makes his presence known.
ดื้อ
They
ดื้อ
noted, but clearly not everybody getting the memo there. Flipshutter still gets taken down, but Jemkin able to find 2 before getting traded out by NDG. While top, Xfero. Sheriff is able to find Jeremy. Gets them into a better position. Swings back around the side for the headshot.
ยากเลย
Borkham now,
อยู่ดีก็
last
พ่น
one
สเปรย์
standing. Everybody low on health.
มันจะได้ยินมั้ย
The classic, can he manage to make it happen? Snake bite gonna be thrown down. The wide
We
swing
could
coming
have.
across. He will be able to get the bite kill there onto Elmy Moore. Sheriff and a Ghost will be retained as RRQ. They tie it up 3-3 in pistols across this series, and they stretch the lead even further.
Yeah,
เปิดตรงที่ปรับ
this
แถ
is
ว
as close as it gets. 3 and
อยู่
3
ตรง
on
ใต้ปรับ
pistols
เสร็จ
is a
เข้าไว
crazy
เมาส์ครับ
stat line. Really just goes
คือ
to
ถ้าเรา
show,
เล่น
and I think everyone
เฮิร์
that
ต
was
เมา
trying
ส์
to
เกิน
predict
1,000
this
ต้อง
match
เปิ
all
ดครั
around
บ
the
100
world, everyone agreed it was 50-50. It's just where you put a little bit more faith, right? What do you weight a little bit more? Is it just the stats that we saw at kickoff, or is it what you think is going to be the interpretation of the roles and the comms? And right now, I mean, both teams, I think, subverting some of those expectations on both fronts. But nonetheless, a very tight match. But maybe RQ can change that up now that they are on for the anti-eco.
Jeremy dropping down. Estrella
อุ้ยฟีดมันแหลก
certainly will
จัด
have
ตัว
heard
เนี้ย
this. As a couple shots go his way. Now he's going to look for the catch.
นี่ไง
He does find it. Nicely, patiently played out. Comes up with the goods. Jeff
Hey.
getting overwhelmed. Back yellow. Does end up falling, but Shredder will be able to take out Borkham there. As Jesse Bash still wants to fight, pushing forward, gets the dink there.
สงสัย
All the way
แรง
down.
หมด
Can be finished off by NDG with a recovered Vandal.
เมื่อกี้เจสซี่ได้นี่มี
Very
ลุ้นเลยนะ
scrappy, very dangerous here for RRQ. Selby Moore still far forward.
เธอได้ปื
Getting
น
hunted. Gets another weapon recovered.
That's what Elmi Moore wanted to protect, but yeah, now you don't really have a choice. Now your positions are good, right? You've got Devender spawn, you got the spike planted. So Elmi Moore just has to play for time.
Goes the challenge. Recon quickly
Oh,
cleared out.
hey.
Gets the headshot on the one.
Then
Can he
move.
find the second? Sends out a warning
Oh.
shot, but Envy continues the challenge. Finds the
สำคัญ
kill,
จั
but
ด
now
อะ
he himself
นั
in
ด
a
เมื่อกี้
1v2 spike already planted.
อันนี้ปืนของ
Bulldogs.
RQ หมดเลยใช่ไหมไอ้พวก
ใช่
เร
อะ
นดอลเนี่ย
Just quick little fake tap there on the rope.
มีกลางไซส์
As your point at the ready. Stop some of this post plant util from coming through, but Bosch already thrown down. Wingman going to be cleared out. He does get the suppress of the sync bites. Can't come into play for the moment. Tap on the spike, swings out.
มันหัว
Finds one. Is he ready though for the approach?
โอ้
4 bullets, but
โอ้
no
โห
time.
ไม่ทัน
Such incredible efforts from the side of Envy, but Elmi Moore, like you said, had to play time. He bought enough of it, got that kill as a parting gift. And it just wasn't enough to work with. So RRQ,
แต่
they
ชนะ
give
ก็
it
เห
the
มือน
round
แพ้
win. They lose everything
จนจัด
in the mix there. But Team Secret just knocked down another peg.
Yeah, and honestly, if you're an RQ fan, though, I would say that that round starts to show a bit of the same concern because that was a round where the
Sure.
team wasn't all on the same page. Were they going to back out or not? Are we going to stand fight or not? You have the rifles. You don't want to give that over. And that starts to spread you thin. It's going to cost you this bonus round. You do have the Soul Vandal. We'll see if they can make a miracle out of it to try to keep the lead.
Oh my god.
Oh, goodness.
Jeremy very much lucky to get away with his life there. Jesse Bash does find Elmi Moore for his trouble.
Yeah, basically says, don't bother my son. Shuts him down.
วิเรานี้เจสซี่ซื้อปืนฉลาดเนี่ย
Now just flush against the wall. Envy right there alongside him.
หวานเจี๊ยบเลยอะ
Triple
จัด
threat
เอารอมา
crossfire
เรา
set
เนี่
up
ย
there on that A site. RQ though, not going out of the same playbook as Team Secret. They will inch towards the B site this
ซื้อ
time.
เอารอมันซื้อออฟ
Wall goes up.
They can get the plant down. Will be the thrash available, whether it's this round or the next. Now they've got mid control as well, trying to back out from the utility.
I like this though. It's just a tap on the spike. Try to draw out what util they can get. So bite down. Borkham revealing that he is going to be playing back at Snowman.
So they have mid control, so they're considering rotating over because of the time, which I don't mind that in and of itself. But will they have the leisure to clear out the site? Because Jeremy is still there.
Yeah, can still very much shut down all hopes and dreams of getting that spike planted as Estrella not going to be noted by the drone, but by the 0 points. So they know that there's still some forward presence here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of assumptions for RQ. They're hoping that their movement out has kind of made this site a little bit weaker. It's not going to be the truth.
โอ้โห
Okay, well,
เฮ้ย
Shredder going to be taken down as the spike
เอาละครับ
interrupted,
วางไม่ได้
playing on through 10 seconds now remaining.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ย
Hands here of Xpero, but now Estrella finding NDG. Push forward,
Oh,
Borkham
EDG.
is able to get Estrella. That's the spike planted, or it seemed like it shouldn't have been possible for them to have that one come through. Playing together now.
Not checking for mid.
No, they are not. Turn back, look towards Kitchen. Jeremy now just on the opposite side of this
Oh,
wall.
timing.
As Jemkin swings back through, he will fall. Team Secret able to close out this round. Bonus not converted here from RRQ. Only 2 members lost, so overall could have
เต็
been
ม
worse
จิม
for
เล่น
wear.
ยากเมื่อกี้
Yeah, I mean, on
Take
both
some
sides, right? Things could have gotten a lot worse for RQ as well. You could have just not gotten anything, quite frankly, on this round, given how the anti-eco went. Still got the plant down, still got the thrash online, got a couple of kills, forced Team Secret to have to buy up once again, making sure they can't just start banking up all the way to infinity.
Just the instant nade death.
Yeah. The thing that Team Secret will also have to recognize is they're also getting a little antsy, right? Trying to just shut down the plant and then giving up an extra kill here and there. So hopefully the players discussing that and coaches hopefully liking what they're hearing in the comms. Gonna be that forward control. The ping won't happen as that dart's a little bit too deep.
Yeah, not quite on the corner of the wall, so Jeremy can go unnoted for now, given the noise made earlier. Got a decent idea.
เศร้าเลย
0 point just
Don't
to cancel
look.
the rest of the drone there.
Well, that means
Has
that
had
they
the drop off.
Yeah, now they have to respect that thrash as well, right? They have to respect the space they gave all the way up to the front of pipes. So Team Secret, it's either empty the site entirely or try to flood it. And that has left mid entirely open for Jemkin, no matter where they go.
There's a ping down on tube, but not necessarily sure if it was under tube or on tube itself. Either way, they have to be aware that there's going to be somebody in kitchen. Crash now going to be coming through for any kind of target. We'll just go back around over towards Flip so he can get the quick recovery.
Oh, the drone and the turret to clear him out.
Okay, he'll just go ahead and clear both. Xfero take it down in the meantime, trying to go on that deep forward push in towards the A side, but Jeremy very much privy to it. He's able to find that elimination.
Can't do it.
An advantage there for Secret. As widely, I think they just have to wait for the ult to come back up here for Flips, which it is now available. Man gets the plant across.
ปัญหาคือเจมคิมตรงกลางเลยเจเรมี่
Post plant, but Jeremy makes it that
แล้ว
much
เจ
more
มี่
difficult
เจ
for
มี่
him.
เอาได้
Taken down. No command now going to be invested here.
Oh,
that ultimate
is going to be huge. The thrash can't be used. You just have to hold on to yellow with your guns.
Envy on the floor. Flipsider.
เติมเปิดตัวใช่ไหมเติมแพ็คใหญ่สุดเลยครับคุ้มสุดเลยครับผม
Fragment, but he just ends up dying to it.
เติมผ่านเพย์ทูวินได้นะครับมีโค้ด VPR 1นะ
Mistake.
ทีมหนุดตรงใจเติม
As the
ได้
res was in, and in the end, it's still 4 players alive retaining their weapons here for the side of Team Secret. Just not able to get across that. There's no safety on that side.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to decide which way he wants to peek out for an extra kill, but like you said, that means he stays in the middle way longer as well. Takes too many hits. Elmore a little shaky on that last fight as well. So surely, okay, it's going to be a timeout. Got to imagine from RRQ. Because you're probably hearing a little bit of that breakdown, right? A little bit of the discrepancy on what the call is. A little bit of discrepancy on, what value do we hold right now? Do we want to hold on to yellow? We still have mid control from Jemkin, things like that.
Haven't seen any intervention from Ewok on this map quite just yet, but they're back within touching distance. Only 2 rounds separating.
11,500 TFT
Once
คอย
to get
ครับ
in here and
แพ็คนั้นเลยครับ
clean up whatever is going wrong on stage. Also a moment of reprieve perhaps here for Team Secret. 2 rounds picked up in a row for themselves. Make this just about neck and neck once more. We'll take a look as we get ready to go back into this, what the economy looks like at the moment here for RRQ, because going into the second half, even with the wins, they have not been clean. And as we can see, the buy isn't either.
แม่บุกไอ้บอกแม่
It's
บุก
just going to be a full half buy here, or just a half buy, I guess is a better phrasing for that. And the thing is sure, you've got mid control a couple times, but it hasn't really meant much in the grand scheme of things. Team Secret is very well aware of how much space they have given in mid. And curious to see if RQ continues to try to utilize it, if they think they have better ways to utilize it, or if they start to just stack the numbers a bit more in their favor on the execute. Now this time we will see a turret ready. So NDG
ถ้าคิดว่าดวงดีก็แพ็คเล็กครับผม
both B site and
ถ้าคิดว่าดวงไม่ดีก็จัดแพ็คใหญ่
allows
สุด
everyone to be ready for a hit onto A. They recognize the half buy coming in.
Hear that dash, heal out onto 1 there, but for now it's just blind spraying through walls, looking for any kind of straight connections they can get. Fragment out to try to interrupt, but Plant has already come through. Just a moment too late, that util there, but more ability still going to be found. Flips it straight up, taking so damn low, and that's just going to be very swift and dominant retake here from the side of Team Secret, not losing a single player. Envy, sure, down to 1 HP, but unless you're dead, doesn't count. So that's going to be Secret now, closing this gap even further. 9-8.
กดเข้าไปที่
Emphasis
TFT
back.
Mobile
This is the round.
นะครับผม
The timeout is
TFT
for
Mobile
RQ. Get ready to come back in with a purchase.
See what value they can get out of it. Both sides, 1 away from the lockdown. Blade Storm is available as well. So you can't really rely on the ult cycles to be in your favor at any point. They're always going to match up against each other. So it has to be the reads from round to round. Now that one, sure, it's off the timeout. You expect the half buy on both sides. So you can chalk it up to Team Secret just having a good read on the econ. Now it's going to be that early push onto green. No lurk on the side of A, mind you.
เติมเสร็จไปซื้อไอ้กลมๆสีน้ำเงินมาสุ่มใช่
Drone cleared. Jeremy noted up on top of yellow.
Microphone activated.
There's a recon dart from Jesse all the way at top mid. Does get the ping out on the 2. So they know that there is a decent amount of players on this side. Scheider getting tucked away. Play safe here as Elmimore eating even more damage, knocking to 75 and flips. Oh boy.
ผมนึกว่าไอ้ฟิ
What
ก
a
จะออกมายิ
wild
ง
jump
ไม่
out.
เอาฟิปอะ
The man is just
Flip
an
ทำอะไรอะ
absolute lunatic between the fragment
ไม่
and
เอาละ
this.
ไม่เอาอะไรแล้วหรอ
The fact that he has more health than Elmimore as well. Elmimore just took all those shots into the toxic screen the entire
Yeah.
time.
Just getting absolutely destroyed, and that is not
โอพีโอ้ยก็ยังนิยมใช้อยู่
Around
โอ
to
พีแบบ
start.
นี้
Team Secret should be fairly prepared for this. They'll go ahead. Of course, the orb having been taken, the lockdown, and the pit
เปิด
as
ครับเปิด
well.
น้องเก็บ
So RRQ just wanting to try to keep the lead. Surely they use the pit. Is the lockdown not quite available just yet for NDG?
But not being sent,
Oh.
but Wingman in a very odd position. Does end up getting taken out. On the plant there from
30
Flips.
seconds left.
I mean, it's just so
Oh.
damn low, but it's going to be Jessica Bash. Somehow that falls first here in this round, and Straight able to find that kill.
โอ้โหนะเจสทิพหายละ
The Nanos, but Spike
หม่ง
still
จัด
not committed here.
The pit doesn't give you too much room to work with for the plant. Now
Okay, well,
finally they're dwindling
แพ้
the
ได้เลย
numbers.
นะ
That'll certainly help. Yeah, Envy going to be taken out.
10
They could just try to go ahead and flood retake this one. They're going to try to swing their way forward into the pit, but it's just an
Stay close,
absolute
don't hit
shooting
him.
gallery. As RRQ, I mean, just about every disadvantage they could have been handed early on in the round without somebody dying. You manage to scrape by with that victory. They keep Team Secret at an arm's length distance at the moment. So once again, moving up by 2 to get themselves to 10-round wins.
Yeah, overall,
ที่ได้มา
kind of a good
เจ
idea
ส
from
ซี่
both sides, right? Team Secret, sure, their econ's fine, so they wait for that
มัน
last step
มัน
to
ก็แล้ว
plan
แต่
and
ครับ
maybe
ว่าเรา
just
อยาก
take
ได้
out the
ไอ้
spike,
ที่
and
เปิ
that
ด
should give you the
ที่
round
เปิด
win.
มันก็จะแบบอ
Meanwhile,
ลัง
RRQ
การกว่า
using that against
แต่
them,
ถ้า
make
แบบ
sure
ไม่
that they
ซี
put
ก็
the numbers first, and
ตั
then
ด
you
ที่
just
ชอบไปเลยครับ
spam through pre-fire on
มัน
that
ไม่มีอะไร
initial
คุ้มไม่คุ้ม
retake.
มันอยู่ที่ว่าแบบ
The challenge.
ถูกใจอันไหนมากกว่า
Elmimore, that's the second time he's gotten wall banged in that position while doing
Yeah.
that same drone. Now he's down to 54 HP.
Gotta be careful where you activate those. Well, for now, at the very least, he's still alive. The utility can assist. Now, cutting noise for the time being, but nothing sighted in mid. So, Team Secret, they've already shifted the offense to
5,600 มันได้ตัวชิ
That
บิ
side's well
มันไม่ได้ตัวที่มันเป็น
covered. Still
ไอ้
two
นี่ปะ
members on B to delay.
Larbot.
เฮ้ยขอบคุณน้องพี่ละนัทนะครับที่มาซับสไครต์นะครับ
Quite
ซับ
going
ส
to
ไคร
be
ต์หน่อยนะ
sent in. Wingman going for the plant, however. Quite a little bit too deep to actually get the kill. So, plant is in. The full 5v5 for the retake. NDG with the lockdown, though, could cause some chaos. Elmimore still 2 away from having that Hunter's Fury. So they
Lockdown.
have an easy clear on this.
เอาละ
Right, the double flank around mid, though. They've always only sent one. Going
Song
for the
này
double,
mà
and
phải
it's
mid.
planted for mid as well. So if
ถ้า
they
สอง
can
คน
just
ตรง
get
กลาง
it
ทำไม่ได้เนี่ยวิกฤต
Giving his life for the
เอ้า
cause.
แตก โอ้โห
To be able to find that one, but now Elmimore going to be finished off. And Xpharaoh caught NDG, so cognizant of that flank coming in from mid. Strikes him down, swing out back yellow. As Jimkins, the last one standing, but not for very long.
เกือบจะหลับ
Only
จะกลับมา
singular
ได้
kill
ดี
one
นะ
to welcome. It's a fairly decisive and quick retake. Team Secret will continue to hang in there.
NDG gets both.
ถ้าสมมติสุ่มอะครับ ถ้าเราไม่ได้ตัวที่ตัวตู้อะครับ มันก็จะส่ง
He
สุ่ม
just
พวกตัว
understands
ธรรมดาให้
my
เรา
job is to
อะไรอย่างเงี้
make
ยเรื่อยๆ
sure
อะไรอย่างเงี้ยครับ
that there is no flank. I mean, surely
แต่ถ้า
after they
ไอ้
see
5,600
spike
มัน
plant
ก็จะ
location
ได้
as well,
จะได้
somewhat
มาตร
aware
ฐาน
of it,
และ
but
การันตีตัวชิบิ
how
ตัว
does
ชิ
he
บิก็
read the second?
ก็น่ารักอยู่ แต่ว่ามันไม่มีเอฟเฟกต์
Just incredible.
แค่นั้นเลยครับผม
So, very clean here. As there you go, another timeout now. Only 3 rounds separated here from RRQ.
เอางี้เราคิดว่าเราเป็นคนดวงดีไหม
Heating up now.
You have to imagine if you're on the
ถ้า
side
เรา
of
คิดว่าเราเป็น
Secret,
คนดวงดีแล้วก็
though,
เปิด
it's
เลยครับ
good
ผ
to
ม
draw these timeouts
ถ้าคิด
so
ว่า
close
เรา
to each
ไม่
other.
ค่อย
You
ถูก
know
อะไร
that the
กาชา
pressure's
แล้ว
getting
ก็
to them.
จัด
You
ท่า
see
มัน
how
ก่อน
they're
นะครับผ
playing
ม
in the round, and now you got to imagine that they're probably a bit flustered during the timeout. I mean, one of the things that we got to talk about with the
จัดไป
coaches during some of the
เปิดไปครับผม
timeout episodes didn't quite make it into the final cut, but was also about
เม็ด
just how
น้ำเงินนะ
precious the timer is in a timeout, right?
เปิด
You
ได้
don't
ได้
just
ไม่ได้
sit
ไงก็บอก
around
ด้วย
and
นะ
discuss things. It's about just sending a message, getting maybe one piece of feedback back and forth, and then you got to move on with a couple extra steps of plans and really set up your players for the mid-rounding, the round-to-round adjustments, everything in just a span of 60 seconds. So curious to see if Ewok's going to
มี
be
ครับ
happy with the message.
แค่
he
แค่
was
ก
able
ด
to
ผ่า
share.
นนี้มันใส่โค้ด
It's
ให้
a
เอง
lot
เลยครับผม
easier when all you need to tell your players is
จิ้ม
take
ตัว
the
ใจเต็มเลย
reins
นะครับ
off.
Some teams just have it easier, man.
Let's see if any of it's lost in translation here from Ewok to the rest of RRQ.
ทีมไหนชนะขาดอ่ะ
As, again, I mean, Ult
Yeah,
Economy
maybe,
swinging back around here for Secret at the moment. A couple crucial ones nearly there for RRQ. That Hunter's Fury, that Thrash, just single charge away for both those players. As, I mean, Jeremy, he's like, well, where's the drone? The wall goes up and then the drone comes out. Where's the drone?
Well, then 0 point also only tagging the 2 members. So RRQ, it looked like their original plan was to try to pressure the operator, then send the main forces into A, then kind of rotate back around, but gets spotted out early, so you have to reset. Now it's just death ball into A site. Now no command available for the retake, and the pit too if they want to use it for the defuse. So RRQ, they got to decide before they go in, are we pushing out or not? Because you're not going to have much time to decide afterwards.
Invested fight goes down, and DG just out of range of that Mosh. So just tucked away here at backside.
อุ้ย
Like that
ผม
one tap on the Gemkin does get flushed out there as Flipside is able to find the kill, but Borkum quick to reply. Playing up on the back Raptors.
เมื่อกี้ NDG มันน่าเปิดไข่ว่ะ
Drops down, looks to take a much more aggressive position. Swings back out, able to find Xparrow, finds Elby Moore, and that is the cleanup. Timeout be damned. Team
Look,
Secret once again just swoop back in onto the site. The fuse is theirs. One player lost. Cash aplenty.
ที่เป็นเล็กภาพ
Now we are
ค่อน
tied
ข้าง
up
ชัด
10
อยู่
to 10.
Once again,
เราต้องดูวัน
I
นี้ครั
mean,
บ
Team Secret, right? They had the things like the null command. Sure, you have the operator on the side, but you have the blade storm.
ไข่
Everything
คิว
is
จอยครับ
there
ผม
for a potential retake.
Oh
เฮ้ย
my god.
I mean, that was kind of the deal breaker.
โอเคให้อภัย
His position was pretty
ยิง
good.
อย่างนี้ไม่ต้องเปิดไข่ก็ได้
Give
ครับ
them time for a good post play scenario. NDG making sure that he becomes the wild card for Team Secret, and now they've tied it back 10-10.
Caution here.
I mean, the first time that they've had the lead since round 5 here. Team Secret.
Oh, Jeremy. Couple shots across straight down to 85, but still alive. Noting a multitude of players there.
Take flight.
Hit now just invested Borkum, wanting to make this B side of the map completely unassailable for them unless they go under tube.
I really like this pit.
He's lurking through this one.
Oh no!
And this could be catastrophic. 2
บอมตก
players already down. Sparrow jumping back.
โอ้โหแล้วบอม
Answering spray, trying to find anything that he could possibly get, but for whatever reason, Spike now stranded. Does get picked up. Jeremy aware of this, sends out some shots, and
ไม่
Borkum
เนีย
will
น
find him in the end right as he exits.
อ๋อสาร
Flip Shutter on the other side.
เล่นง่ายๆเล่นง่ายๆ2-5ไม่ต้องเสี่ยง
Try and confirm as to whether or not that spike is still on the ground or if it's been recovered. They just know that Flip Shutter was in the radius of that 0 point. In the garage here for now.
Flips is just waiting for someone to peek out, but again, there's no reason to. So it looks like it's just going to be a save here if they can help it for RRQ, but not exactly a safe position for it either.
Not at all. Jemkin now sat back here in the attacker's spawn. See, spots ahead of one. He's able to go ahead and take that down. But I don't think he has. Maybe he has no idea that Envy is just on the opposite side. And DC now getting ready to push. There's the swing out. Shot goes a little bit wide. Jemkin will be able to find Envy, but Borkum will get himself a third as Team Secret regain the lead.
กูแรก
11-10.
อะไรกันจบ
ดูสกอร์มันสูสี
Game
ยังวะ
plans here for RQ just not coming to fruition. We've seen teams in the past, a pit comes down. It's like, okay, well, they won't expect us to try to
เออ
flush him out of
อ
this
ย่างนี้มัน
one.
ก็ต้องเชียร์ใช่
Team
ใช่
Secret,
ต้องเชียร์
they
กลุ่ม
expected it. They were absolutely ready.
Yeah, I love the extra touch to keep Jeremy in there.
คู่สอง
That way the Viper's pit can still be safe.
อ่า
He can still
DIX
make
เจอ
sure
กับ
he hold a cheeky spot.
Vision Strike
And overall, they still have the Killjoy set up all on A. They were ready to stack A if there was a
เจอ
rotate.
TE
Team Secret is looking
เช็ค
better
เช็ค
and
เช็ค
better
ดูว่า
round
ตื่นหรือ
to
ยังจะเช็คดูก่อน
round.
ปาเบนปาเบน
Multi-step flow charts here for the defending half.
So it's still not
สองมัน
มี
ช่วย
การ
ด้วย
quite just yet. There's one. Thrash try to lead the charge. I mean, just bringing it back around for the quick recovery. Take a couple extra steps forward here. But I mean, this is right now a game of inches by RRQ.
Yeah, doesn't give you much though. Sure, Hunter's here on both sides, but you have so much to clear.
โอ้โห
Shock darts not
วาง
clearing any
วาง
of
ไข่
them.
แบบเนียนจัด
Still 2 nanos available, but just on the outskirts is that wingman, but with a Hunter's Fury as well as that Sync Bite lobbed in. Plant cannot come through, so now going to be scooped up.
Oh.
Shiner
ไม่แกว่งรอบสาม
able to put the spike down. 5v5. RQ look to try to retie things here at 11-11.
Jemkin was spotted when he tried to push out of rafters, so we'll see.
เอาจริงนะบางทีเก็บ
TS
ฮันเตอร์ไว้
is wise about his position
ไว้
once
ตอน
again.
รี
It's
เพ
gonna
ย์
be
ก็
safe spot. The
แจ่ม
flash is
อยู่
good.
Flashes in to Borkum. managed to stay alive. It's a little bit of damage, but then also comes back around, finds Estrella. Elmi Moore
ได้ยินปะ
catching the lurk forward, gets rid of Jeremy.
Last
ได้ยิน
player
มา
Should
ว่า
absolutely have heard
Okay.
MDG. Yep, they know
หมายถึงไอ้
exactly
ตัว
where
กัน
he
หลัง
is. The drop down. It's a matter of whether or not he can try to clutch this one out, but time is going to be dwindling. Have to get
พอเจอ
himself
ซี
onto
เค็ด
that
ปุ๊บ
spike
โดน
pretty much right here, right
เฮ้ย
now. Can still do
เฮ้ย
some significant damage though as he finds flips.
อันนี้ไม่ยอมเล
Sparrow
ย
will bring that one to an end. 11-11. We are tied up once more. Make a wish. So once again, have no idea who is going to be taking this map win, who's going to be winning this series. Both teams just fighting tooth and nail for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Secret, I mean, they seem to have a couple extra steps to I mean, of course, they have to come a longer way here to try to retake the lead, or at least keep it tied up. So a couple extra rounds, right, where they're one step ahead, but not enough to stay ahead fully in the half. Now, Hunter Series still online for Elmi Moore. That's going to be huge here for RRQ. They're also just 1 point ahead in terms of getting close to that lockdown. Now, if you're RRQ, I would love to see them still send the Hunter's Fury, as I was saying that,
A.
regardless of waiting
Make
for
up, make
potential
up.
lockdown in the next round.
Not the way that you want to start things off. Flips dead. So much of your util, your corner checks gone.
ได้หมูมา3 ดาว
Quote unquote easy plant.
เปิดไปกินเหรียญครับ
Now, something we
Microphone
haven't seen
activated.
either team really do is try to clear out the util on B, get the plant, and aggressively push into B. Now, part of it, of course, it's not the KO get-go. You don't have as
10
much
โลวัดดวง
aggression,
ต้อง60การันตี
but that has made it difficult for both teams to try to hold on to this B
ถ้าแบบไม่
side.
รีบก็เติมมาตรพาร์ทไว้เดี๋ยวมันก็ได้เปิดอีก10 วันครับ
Microphone activated.
Dart out, wall goes up. Welcome again.
Early
With the
lurk
same
from
fight.
Estrella.
Sends that as Sparrow moves forward, does get the plan across, and NDG going to be taken down. Estrella with that lurk, as you were mentioning, does come up with a huge pick-off. DG's been the one keeping the team honest. As
Ow.
Saw the gun barrel, but Jeremy still just continuing to swing out. Finds
ระวัง
the
ไม่ค่อยดี
punish,
ด้วย
the
ดิ
Viper now gone. Lockdown does buy space and time here for RRQ, but now a 3v4 to try to keep this defended. They don't have
แต่
very
ว่า
much
ล็อกดาวน์โคตร
post-play
ดีอ่ะ
utility
เมื่อกี้
aside from Elmi Moore with this Hunter's Fury.
ไอ้ปักแบบ
You got to
แทบ
rely
ไม่
on
มีที่หลบ
that.
เลย
You just have to get to that match point.
Fair point out, there's Hunter's Fury on the back and held to half in Be Gone. Jemkin able to pick off Jeremy moments
Alert.
before. Sparrow going in through this
Oh.
time. No NDG to keep tabs on this. He finds the kills in RQ.
ว่า
They
แล้
get
ว
themselves up to match point.
Despite the situation, one of the more calm rounds we've seen from RRQ. Very just cold-hearted in terms of what they needed to do for the win condition. First of all, an earlier lurk, they know that they've been getting picked off if it's late. Second, they go for the Hunter's Fury. Jemkin still covering the Sova as well, but understanding that the half could have been done, they send the flank once
วางตรงเมื่อกี้ที
again.
เด็ดมันอยู่ตรงกลางเลยอะตรงกลางแม่งมายิง
Now
ทะลุได้
finally, that counter timeout from Team Secret. But it almost looks like it's Ewok's timeout. He's going at it on his screen.
Oh, I mean,
เมื่อ
at
กี้
this
ลืมดูการ
point,
เงินซิกเก็ตเป็นไงบ้าง
both teams going to be giving it everything that they have. RQ, a good recovery despite the very rough beginning of that one, losing out on Flipscheider. Seemed like maybe that was going to cost them dearly. That alert from Estrella, even though he doesn't get the, he does get taken down by Jeremy, he can try to keep that off a little bit more honest. Pick on the NDG, he's been the one that's been responsible for keeping track of those flanks coming through. Allows Frank Sparrow to find an immense amount of value there right at the end of the round. Now Secret needed this one here to push us into overtime. The desk was talking about how likely it is, but ults, none available for either team.
All of it used up. NDG just about the closest one. Of course, Flip's close to the Thrash as well, but 2 points, not something that you can really bank on within the round, not something you want to greed for sure.
Yeah.
Placing swarm grenade.
Lockdown from NDG could be there if he finds some solid impact. Now it's just going to be playing back, like you said, going aggressive, trying to hunt to be able to get those charges online. Could very well be your undoing, so see if they just come to him naturally.
The early nano swarm used in
ไม่เห็นภาพโอเวอร์ไท
mid
ม์
towards Boiler, but the turret
มี
this
ภาพอยู่
time sitting in kitchen, right? That's plagued them a couple times. So Team Secret just trying to make sure that they're not caught off guard. This way they can focus a little bit more on the site, only worry about under tube. This time, a very classic 4-1 setup. Still a full minute on the clock. This is exactly where RRQ wants to be as the attackers. Meanwhile, on Team Secret, starting to get a pretty decent read given the utility usage.
Dizzy up over the top. Rotation's not yet beginning here for Secret. As they are going to be, they're very wary about this potential lurk forwards. They actually have double coverage.
ไม่มี
Watching
ครับผม
out for Xfero, but
จะ
he's
มีคน
playing
สั่ง
so
ข้าวให้
far back.
จริงๆเหรอ ยาก
A
เดี๋ยว
lot
มา
of
หลายจาน
utility still in
กิน
the
ไม่
hands
ไหว
of Team Secret to delay the plant. I think that's what they're banking on.
Nomimore has now dumped everything. There's Amashi into the back here, trying to flush them forward.
เอ้า
Pushes them forward enough that they can get an
27
angle
วิ
there on that wingman, and Jeremy's patience has paid off. Xfero dead. Flash out, drop down off top of yellow. See that position, but the spike
โอ
is
เค
planted
ไว
all
เปอร์
the
ยังอยู่
same. The man advantage is there for
มี
Team
ของไล่หลัง
Secret.
กล่องเปล่า
Thrash online. That's the biggest hope right now because you can't go for another lurk after
It's
Jeremy
instantly
stays
cleared.
alive.
Flashes out. Flip Shadow going to be taken down. No chance
เฮ้ย
of using that one again.
อย่า
Fragment down. Envy.
อย่านะ
Kill the swing out.
Yes.
Jeremy Bash gets the headshot.
ทีเด็ดยังอยู่
Tied up once again. 12-12. The disc prophesies that the teams have delivered overtime
Yeah,
in
we got
the
it.
opening series of the day.
What patience from Jeremy. Just the fact that you have full faith that it has to be this, because if it was a death ball, if it was a 5-man, surely there is more action. Surely
แต่เมื่อ
there's
กี้เจเร
something
มี่
more going on
ร
B.
อบครอบจัด
That there just wasn't. They stopped at yellow. They didn't attempt the plant. They didn't attempt to draw more utility. So I will still stick around. My teammates still have utility to delay, and it pays off.
ศึกษาการวางไข่ของ
Now bringing it back to overtime.
นี่ก่อน
Overtime to settle it all. Another timeout awarded to both of these
เอาไว้กันพวก
squads.
เก็กโค้เลยนี่
See
เก็ก
who
โค้มัน
has
ชอบ
to
เก็ก
pull
โค้
the
มาวาง
trigger on that first.
Another round to go A for Team Secret. Looks like that's going to be the plan
That's why you
once
got
again.
4 players from RRQ on that side of the map right now. Jemkin, see the flash, quick clear out on the dart. Won't note
เต็ม
him,
เต็มกิ้มมันพยายามจะมาตัดนานละ
but pretty good idea.
ไอ้ฟิปเพิ่งมายิงให้วินแรกมันเนี่ยใช่ปะวะ
Team Secret's been very
ช่วง
good
ต้น
about
เกมแม่งไม่มีคนยิงให้
denying
เก่ง
access
ทิม
to pipes. RRQ, I don't think there's a single round where they were really able to hold on to it. They've tried to contest for it a
เฮ้ย
couple
ขอบคุณน้อง
times,
พีม
but
นะครับน้องพีม
they've always had to
ออร้านหรอ
go
ร้าน
to
ขอบ
their
คุณนะครับผม
next
เมม
step
เบอร์นะ
B.
Microphone
This time it's going
activated.
to be that mid hold. Xfero has found some success with this during kickoff as well.
They very much want to make sure that they got rid of this alarm button, but it was recalled by Xfero. It's very nicely timed.
อันแน่
Figures, well, if I place it again, yep, they'll hear that, but maybe I can draw even more utility out of them.
And now with the alarm button, he can try
รู้
to
รู้
stay
รู้
focused
energy
on the
รู้ครับผม
window, trying to play anti, it looks like.
รู้มีใกล้หนึ่งแต่เลือกไม่สู้ว่ะ
G just going to be creeping back, and now this does lead Borkum
Oh,
over
the
towards that B side of the
timing.
map.
อ้าวหวาน
It's a
เจี๊ยบ
headshot in the end.
จังหวะนี้ เอาละ
Top
ไม่
mid,
โดนโดนแมป
over, trying to see if he can get a spot, but
นี่เช็คกลางไซด์ไปก่อน
out of there. Kill
รู้เลยว่า
cannot
เอ
be
เคลียร์
found. Flash is now dumped, and that is
โดน
drawing
กดดัน
all the
ละ
attention
โดน
from
กดดัน
RRQ
ครับ
back
มี
on
เล่มเดียว
the
เสี่ยวทั้งบอมดูดิ
Flip Shider.
มีเล่มเดียวเสี่ยวทั้งบอม แล้วบีเคลียร์
What a fake. What a sell. The mosh, it's not going to be enough. He'll be
Not
able to
deep
save
enough.
it.
โอ้โห แล้วไอ้นี่ไม่โดนด้วย
Doesn't even find the angle. Even on the back end, an alarm bot would have gotten taken down, but yeah, just didn't throw it far enough. Now RRQ. How did they get themselves out of this hole? Team Secret in such a strong position. Kurt set up, Dizzy up over the top, not finding much. You get the ping across there.
Oi.
MDG and Jeremy both.
แย่จัด โอ้โห แย่จัด
Borkum answering back, finds Flip Shider. Jemkin, so much more work to be done. Drone at the ready.
Gotta
Gets
cover
one, pulls out the knives, finds Borkum.
Oh,
He
yeah, got-
absolutely does.
เต็มทีม
Jemkin
เอทเลย
bails them out of such an absolutely horrific position to get the opening round win in overtime. Show me
มัน
again.
ไม่อยู่ โอ้โห มันช่วยกันไม่ได้ครับผม
Oh, and from there, it's just.
พอยซันคาวลูกปัญหาเลยนะ
Unbelievable.
Send that out. Let it be heard.
We were all thinking it. He's just the one who said it.
Wow.
Well.
I mean, what a bailout for sure, because they got played on the map. They just absolutely got handled on map control.
สำนักผ
But
ม
Jemkin, that might have been the
น่าจะ
round
โดน
that
เลยดูว่า
everyone's been waiting for since they
ใคร
heard
ไป
the
ทักเกมคิมมา
announcement
ดู
of
เหมือนเก
Jemkin
มคิม
being
อยู่ในแชท
signed.
เลยอะ
Things like that.
เกมคิมแม่งยิงให้ดูเลยไง เกมนี้ โอ้โห
Secret, can they continue to push back and persevere? tying this up once again, or will RRQ finally be able to break away from them and get that first win here of the season, of the year? They're on the dartboard. I'm still going to be noted, though.
Poison's off.
Backs away. For now, still no forward presence. This time, though, RRQ, they're playing this one out patiently, and that does keep Jeremy tied to that A site. He's suspecting that there's going to be that lurk once again. Now they all start working their way forward as NDG nearly caught with util in hand. Drops down, but Sparrow still finding him. Borkum dead. The plant now in a 3v5 to keep themselves in this matchup, in this overtime. Otherwise, RRQ, they're looking to close out the series right here, right now.
Team Secret, they feel pressured. There's always been a lurk, so they want to push in fast.
They know that Jeremy's far forward. In the cloud burst here, the swing out. Jemkin puts him down. Astray going to be traded. Jesse Bash able to find Elmi Moore. 2v3. Spray to the
Oi!
Bash, a great read. Finds it. Now he's in onto the
Ah!
spot.
Good!
The last one standing. Forces him.
Oh!
Put him down.
เป็นว่าคมช็อตท้าย
RRQ 14 to 12. Pushed to the absolute limit, but still standing tall. They get the victory here. Their opening series of stage 1.
Very different opponent for sure, but it's been a long time coming since RRQ's felt the confidence that they can close out a best of 3. And while it took overtime, today they do it. A couple of rounds where sure, the overeating comes through again, a little bit of turmoil in the game plan, but they calm things down. I mean, everything that you hoped for when this roster was
เหมือน
announced.
เจมส์คิมมันอยู่ในแชทอะตอนแรกกำลังคุยแบบ
Amazing ace to really bail them out.
มิม
and
เจน
keep
คิม
them in
มี
the
คน
lead
มิม
in
เจนคิม
overtime.
อยู่คุย
And
กัน
then a
ดี
great
สคัด
call,
กันอ
great
ยู่
finish by the IGL as
เจน
well.
คิมบอกไม่ต้องเถียงกันพวกมึงเดี๋ยวกูยิงให้ดู
RRQ put one on the board.
What a series between these two teams. I mean, all the credit to Team Secret playing that one close, you know, if not dominantly there, on split as well. The map that we thought, you know, once we went over there with RRQ out in front, this was just going to be a 2-0. They managed to show that, yep, they can, you know, reinvent themselves on that map. They can find wins after so many, just, I mean, at this point, years. You know, it's been basically a year since they had a victory on that one. They managed to make it happen, and they just never really gave up. But fortunately for them, is RRQ standing just a bit taller here today with that win on Icebox. But there's plenty to break down, so we're going to go ahead and pass this back over to the analyst desk.
After 260 days over that, RRQ finally have their first victory, and much deserved. We went into overtime, but Jemkin ended it all with an ace. And Valdez, will you join me in praising Paper Thin a little bit here in his predictions?
It's pretty smart.
Heck yeah.
Yes. The overtime, the RRQ victory, he saw the lines, and it actually happened. I mean, Team Secret, they really showed up today. I really have to give them credit, especially, you know, through 3 maps. They got it really, really close here.
Alpha,
but RRQ, I think, you know, you're talking about the Jemkin ace, it's just a
อัล
little
ฟาน่าจะได้ไป2ทีมมาดูแล้ว
you know, the nail in the
Omega
coffin
น่าจะ
right at the end there for the side of RRQ. When it
4 โอเม
mattered
ก้าชนะหมด
most,
เลยครับ
he was able to step up, and so many of these rounds were so close. I mean, it easily could have gone either way, but man, RRQ just barely able to clutch it out at the end.
เจนจีบอกเอ้า
This was an insane.
นี่เราที่ 1 แล้วเหรอ
I mean, these two teams
ยังไม่ได้ทำอะไรเลย
It feels like every match RRQ plays is extremely tight, and once again, you know, in overtime, just like kind of what we saw in LCQ last year against Zeta, doesn't go nearly as long, of course, and they actually come out on the other side of it, but a lot of good things in some ways, but I still a lot to work on for RRQ.
คืออย่างนี้
For Team Secret in the sense
สมมุติว่า
that bounced back really nicely here after
อัลฟา
a difficult
ชนะ
first
ไม่เกิน
map,
2
had
ใช่
a
ไหม
great second map, kind of lost
ชนะไม่เกิน
a little bit of their grip
2 แล้ว
going into the
โอเมก้า
tail end of this one.
โอเมก้าชนะ
But my
ทีม
concern
ที่ช
now
นะ
is
มาก
that
กว่า
after such a rough
จะ
week
ได้
for
ไปด้วย
Team
เป็น
Secret,
4
like how are they going to bounce back after this? Because it's been a really
ใช่
challenging
มันไม่ได้ฟิกนะครับไม่ได้ฟิกนะค
Yeah,
รับ
that's a great question. But we did see exactly that happen in kickoff too, and they do manage to find a way to bounce back, and they did with a vengeance. And I think the real question is like, how do they get over that finish line? They do bounce back, but it's not quite enough to cross over. And I could say the same for RRQ.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I think there's a lot to work on for both of these teams. Yes, it's very close. They know each other very well, but there's still a lot of mistakes that I'm seeing that need to be cleaned up on both ends.
Yeah, it wasn't the cleanest match rather, to be honest, from both sides. I mean, even for RRQ on that second map, which was their choice, it was like really rough on the attacker side. They really couldn't get anything going, and Team Secret really shut it down. That felt like the first moment that Team Secret were hopping into the lead, taking control, and we really thought going into the side box that they were going to have a chance to pull this one back. Kind of happy that I didn't flip flop, even though it was so close. New me here for the new year still, and yeah, I think that it's still early on, still the beginning of stage one, and we have a lot of hope for honestly both of these rosters. But at the end of the day, RRQ wins this one, but it was a really close match.
Yeah, RRQ does also continue the trend. They did not let their team down in the championship point build up. So Omega team gets another point towards championships. And here we go into overtime. RRQ loves their overtimes. I feel like this is just a little trend for them.
They do. And part of the problem that we end up seeing is that
ตอนนี้
post plants were really a struggle for both sides. Like RRQ is doing a good job against Team Secret. Team Secret is doing a good job against them. And that means that's a good thing. That means that they kind of have an understanding of how both teams want to get themselves in place. Good flanks, able to kind of get ahead of ultimates or utility and stuff like that. That's fantastic. But it also means that like post plants need to be a lot cleaner on both sides. Because usually if you get that plant down, like that's the advantage now on your side. And neither team were really able to fully capitalize on that.
Yeah, there were certainly a lot of messy moments in the post plant on the A site, even when Team Secret were going there over and over and over again. Sometimes they would hold it down and it would be easy, but sometimes it was just like all over the place. So you can see the MVPs here, both the Jet players, Jeremy and Jemkin. And yeah, I think Jemkin really did a good job to top it all off with a cheeky little ace there. With his ultimate.
พี่ว่าอัลฟาจะมี T1 กับ Gen G อ่ะ
I like
ได้
how
มา
Jeremy
2 ทีม
overall has been stepping up. We mentioned this the last map. We see it again here on Icebox.
ซีเคทไม่ได้มาแน่
The
ๆละ
performance we want to see from Jeremy moving forward. And just
T1
the rest of the
Gen G
team's
แล้วด้านนี้4
energy.
ทีม
Really, they just need to keep their energy up. We've remarked on this in the past. That Secret can be a little bit of an emotionally impacted team. I think this applies to all teams, but we've seen it from Secret. When they're feeling down, it really shows in their gameplay. When they're feeling great, well,
ดูเรื่องอะไรน้องดูดิโอ้ยเดี๋ยวมันก็เริ่ม
It's
แล้ว
hard
ดู
to
หนัง
find
ไม่
an
ทันแล้วมั้ง
emotional leader. Because in IGLs, for the most part, in Valorant, you're going to have, and that's what you want. I mean, John QT, FNS, like all these names that you think of. Boasters probably the exception to that rule, right? The guy
ได้
has
แล้ว
a
เหลื
lot
อ
of
10
personality.
เอ้ยโอเค
He's
นะ
playing, he's different. You
เปิด
see
ตัวไหน
it when
เปิด
he's in the
ไอ้
server.
มอร์กาน่าหรือว่าเปิด
That's what you
นี่
want.
ครับ
So you need another guy like we saw with
อาลี
Zelsi.
เฮ้ยขอบคุณน้องเวฟ
Sentinel
นะครับ
set.
ผมน้องเวฟ
Someone who can
22
post
เดือน
you
ครับ
up, and
ครับผม
Envy can do that, but he has to be popping off. And
ได้
today
แล้ว
was kind of an up and down day for him. So Jeremy, though, really solid. I'm really happy for Jeremy. I want to talk about him just a little bit because I was really worried about him coming into this year. He was a little shaky at times last year, and he tweeted something before this year that made me really concerned. He was in like Diamond in his rank games or something, and I was like, oh no! I was like, what's going on? But he's looking great. He looks fantastic. I mean, he is a really shining light for this Team Secret team so far this year.
Yeah, and with that, though, we are going to go to RRQ side, their duelist, and a couple of words from him together with our interviewer, Jen.
Thank you guys, and RRQ and their long wait for the win as they land 2-1 W against Team Secret today. I'm standing here with RRQ's Jemkin now. Massive congrats, Jemkin. The team really wanted this win and needed this win. Surely it's nice,
ตัดผมมาเหรอ
right?
ตัดผม
อ๋อตัดผมมา
It's really good because in Kekon we had 2 really close games, so we finally win. Even it was cold, but still we're happy with our first win as a disaster. So
ใช่
yeah.
นักแข่งครับ
I want to talk about that ace on the OT.
ไม่ใช่
You're usually very stoic, but even you got excited after that ace. What was on your mind as you were popping people's
ไม่
heads?
ใช่อ่ะ I don't know what happened. I think I killed 2 or 3 and I popped nice and I just killed the smoke. 2 more and I don't เพราะว่าเขา know. สวย
You see what you see.
พี่เมื่อกี้วิชาชีพมันโทร
อยาก
มา
ให้เขาเป็นเพื่อนกับ
ว่าไง earlier today said I'm
บอกว่า
tired of saying that
ซิงค์น้ำผม
we've been
พัง
unlucky
จะต้องเอาไป
and
เค
it's
ลม
time for
มี
us
คน
to
กำลัง
pick
จะ
up
บอก
the
ว่ามันไม่มีของคืนให้เลยคืนเป็นตังค์แทนให้แอดไลน์ไป
You know we need to win
แล้วซิงค์น้ำ
I guess
เขารู้ได้ไงว่าของมึงพังอ่ะ
great effort into
มันน่าจะข้อ
ค
มู
น
ล
ไทย
ผิด
ไม่ได้แข่งวันนี้
คนไทยแข่งปะ
What have the players
มันพังเมื่อ2 ปีก่อนดูเคลมไปเรียบร้อยแล้ว
จริงๆพังไป2 ปีแล้วเพิ่งจะโทรมา
communicating through thick and
ก็เลยบอกว่าให้คืนเท่าไหร่บอก 4,000 อะไรมันก็คุ้มอุตส่าห์ไปคูณเลขมาดิครับผมบวกลบมาให้ก็เลยบอกว่าอาจจะผมมีตั้ง80 ตัวนะจะ
And in the
คืน
future
ยังไง
we always try to remind each other.
Singเหรอ
We need to communicate.
อะไรครับ
แล้วเขาว่าไง
When it comes to
แต่
communication
เขาไม่
as
บอก
well.
บอกว่า
Now, Xfero and
แต่
Elmimor,
มี
they had a
แบ
goal
บเสียงกระตุก
swap,
อะ
but
เขาไม่
they
ด่า
were
แค่ตัว
on
เดียว
opposite
ไม่ได้
sides
ไม่
of
ได้
the spectrum when it comes to
เขาก็บอกว่า
So whose idea
ให้
was
ผม
it?
ไม่ได้
After goal swap
ให้ผม
and
แอดไลน์ไป
ไม่ได้ไม่ได้นั่งดู
from
ก็เลยบอกว่า
implementation.
ไม่มีไลน์มีแต่ไฮไฟขอ
It was player.
แอดได้ไหม
Because I think
มัน
that
ก็บอกว่าเดี๋ยวส่งอีเมลให้มันก็วางสาย
ไฮไฟไอ้เหี้ย
of course we tried it first,
Oh,
and
good.
yeah, I think we're gonna be even
สะ
better.
อึกสะอาด
Right, and you guys also have that match coming up with Bleed on Sunday. What's your mindset heading into that matchup?
Despite that, and you know how much.
All right, I love the confidence. Congratulations once again, Jempion, and thank you for the interview. And that was Jempion with the post-match interview. I'm going to pass it off to a quick break, but don't go anywhere because when we come back, we have Global Esports taking on
นี่เราเป็น
TS.
แขกรับเชิญนะครับผมแล้วมีอนาลิซิสด้วยทุกคนนะฮะ
มันไม่จะหักนิ้วมันไม่จะหักนิ้วตัวเองอยู่แล้วอ่ะ
หักทำไมอ่ะ
มันอยากหักก็ตายข้างเมียน้อยแมวแมวแมวแมว
ก่อน
ชอบตายตาแมวชอบติด
ไม่ปิดเพลงละขี้เกียจปิด
ตาแมวต้องสีอะไรอ่ะ
ตาแมวเหรอแล้วแต่พันธุ์บางพันธุ์ก็ตาสีไม่เหมือนกัน
จริงเหรอ
อืม
อันตาสีเหมือนกันเหรอ
เคยเห็นว่าแมวตาสองสีอ่ะ
ฮะมีแมวตาสองสีด้วยฮะป๊าชอบตัวนี้หรือตัวนี้
โดนนี้แล้วกัน
ชอบตัวนี้หรือชอบตัวนี้ไอ้เฮียชอบตัวไหนไม่ชอบตัวสีดำทำไมตังกูจะมีสีแดงเล่นสีม่วงเป็นแมวเลือก
โลก้าไมมอสไม่เยอะครับผม
โอเคเอาป๊า
อืม
คือก็ได้เกม
อ้าวระวังไฟช็อตน้องแบมมาเลยครับผมอืม
อย่าดูไอ้แค่ดูไปแล้ว
ฮะ
ไอ้แค่ดูไปแล้ว
ดูไปที่ไหน
ดูมาจากข้างล่างแล้วดูไอ้แค่
วันนี้แสดงว่าวันนี้หนูดูแล้วสิ
ใช่
พอแล้วดูวันนี้ก็หน่อยพอจะดูเยอะโอเคไหม
ป๊ามา
จับเวลาอยู่
แต่มา
ไม่ป๊าดูเวลาอยู่
ไปแต่เร็วไปแล้วให้เราแป๊บนึง
more efficient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, TCK. We need
Tama
you
na.
guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
let's go.
ป๊า
เดี๋ยววันพุธไปเที่ยวนะวันพุธ
Let's go.
ใช่ไหม
ป๊าป๊า
วันพุธหาที่อยากไปเที่ยวไหนกัน2 คนเนี่ยวันพุธพาไปเที่ยวไปดูสัตว์ไหมเอาไหม
Red Bull gives you wings.
อยากไปไหน วันพุธป้าว่างเนี่ยพรุ่งนี้ทำงานอีกวันหนึ่ง
เปลี่ยนไปที่เดียวนะ
อ้าวไปนี่ไหมไอเคยพาเฮียไปแล้วยังเฮียตอนนั้นเด็กอยู่ไม่กล้าไปเล่นที่มันเป็น ที่มันมีหลายๆอาชีพให้เข้าไปลองมันเป็นฐานทดลองอาชีพอะไอ้ตั้นจำได้ปะที่พารากอนอะที่เข้าไปแล้วมันจะมีห้องเป็นแบบไปเป็นหมอเป็นนักดับเพลิงมาเป็นตำรวจมันเป็นนู่นเป็นนี่มันเป็นฐานให้เล่นอะ
เฮ้ยหนูอยากไป
เอาไหม
ไว้ป๊าป๊าห้ามจับเวลาถ้าไม่อีกเครื่องหนึ่งไม่อยากจับเวลา
จับแล้วมีเครื่องเดียวจับเวลาแล้ว
ใช่
คิดซะเนี่ยคิดซะเนี่ย
ใ
立川と世界をつなぐ
เอาไหมแอตตาไปไหม
グループ
พิซาเนียไหมไปไหนเราดูไปแล้วไงวันนี้ดู iPad ไปแล้วพอแล้วดูวันละนิดพอเฮียก็เหมือนกันเล่นวันละนิดวันละหน่อยแค่อยากพอ
ป๊าขอดู
Red Bull gives you
ป๊า
wings
ป๊าทำเวลาให้หนูค่ะหนูต้องคัดนะคะหนูดูได้ไหมอ่ะ
วันนี้ดูไปแล้วไงพอแล้ว
แต่ว่ายังมีต่อ
ว่ายน้ำมันก็แดดยิ่งร้อนครับผมว่ายน้ำมันก็แบบดัดฟ้าห้างนู่นนี่นั่นอะไรอย่างเงี้ยส่วนน้ำ
ป๊าทำเวลาให้หนูหน่อยได้ไหม
วันนี้หนูดูไปแล้วไงพอแล้ว
แต่ว่ายังมีต่ออ่ะ
ดูแล้วพอแล้ว
ป๊าดูเวลา
คู่นี้พี่เอฟพี่เอ๋ยให้ใครครับระหว่าง G กับ DX
DRX
น่าจะ2-0
2-1 นะ
อ๋อเป๊ะไม่น่าพลาดครับผม
เฮ้ย
ป๊าตอนป๊ามา
ขนาดนั้นเลยเหรอเอฟ
ปรับเบนไม่ค่อยเอาเท่าไหร่
มาเป็นไม่เอามาเป็น
ไม่เล่นไปแล้ว
แต่ว่าอยากเลยอ่ะ
Welcome back to VCT Pacific 2024. It was a really close series between RRQ and Team Secret going into overtime on map 3. Nice walk, but RRQ closes it out for their
ต้องไป
very
ถามว่าดูแข่ง
first
จบได้เท่าไหร่
victory
ไหมใน
in
ก็จะเล่นตัวเดียวครับผม
260 days.
พี่เบสชวนเล่นวาโล
You know,
แล้ว
honestly, that might have been just like
Global
bad luck
Rank.
in the draw. But let's talk about this next matchup. It's gonna be super exciting. We got Global Esports here, and I think they're getting ready for an interview with Jen.
Alright, Lightning Fast, I'm gonna talk to you for a second. Hello. Tough loss against Zeta, but
Them play my bad mic, I know.
you guys are going up against DRX today. What's the game plan?
Oh, can't reveal the game plan now, right? I mean, it's just stay confident in ourselves and also.
ตลกอ่ะเมื่อกี้บอกสวยเลย
Alright,
Yeah.
G fighting.
Yeah, always fighting.
Right.
Winning.
Winning. Okay.
All right. First of all, I like their jerseys for this year, and Lightning Fast
I mean,
will not
yeah,
reveal the
yeah.
strategy
Yeah,
just
yeah.
yet. But he
How
was.
could he?
Yeah, I know. Why would he share them?
ไหนอีก
But he was fantastic as a sage the other day when they were playing against Zeta Division. We saw a very like a promising global esports.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we saw good moments from just about everybody on the team. And
ว่าลายมาเลยไทยป่ะ
I mean, I know Blaze
อะไร
King
นะ
tweeted afterwards that he was disappointed, but I thought he had some
ลาย
pretty
เสื้อ
strong
GE อ่ะ
showings.
ตอนแรกกู
Lightning
ว่า
Fast
ไทย
has
ว่าน้อง
seen
บอก
him in VCT
อนุมาน
Pacific so
เหมือนอ
far.
นุมาน
So
ปุ๊บ
a
สีมัน
lot
ก็สี
to
แบบ
be
ไทยๆกันเลย
hopeful for. If you're a
คุณ
GE fan, we may
คุณก็เป็น
actually
เพื่อน
see
ป๊า
them
ป๊าใช่ไหม
challenge DRX today. I know you talked about it earlier that DRX is in fact, taking them like very seriously. They're very worried about their opponent today. That's how highly they rate them.
Yeah, Lightning Fast was great. Russ was also fantastic. I think that might need a little bit more of a well-rounded kind of performance from everybody in that fact. I think that those two were kind of the standouts.
ทำไมผมยุ่งขนาดนี้นะ
Definitely
มีหวียังไหมเนี่ย
I think they have more in store than they
ใคร
have
เป่า
shown
ผม
so
ใคร
far.
หวีผม
Oh,
เนี่ยทำไม
absolutely.
เป็นอย่างนี้
I think
เนี่ย
this was a good first showing. There's a lot more to work on,
ทำไม
but
ไม่หวี
let's
ผมให้
hear
เนี่
a
ย
few words
ทำไม
from
ผมยุ่งขนาดนี้
No,
DRX.
but just a quick question. Great game against Team Secret. Would you say percentage-wise, that's DRX?
มึงดูถนนเกาหลีดิ
อ๋อคิดเล่น
มี
ไม่
พี่
เป็น
คน
ค
เดิน
รับ
เขาเยอะเลย
โอ้โห
Maybe 50%.
50%. Okay.
ชิว
What about today?
ตายละ
And today, probably 49%.
สวัสดีค
ป
รั
ระเทศเรา
บพี่
แคบไม่เท่าไหร่แม่งยังมีของขายด้วย
เออ
4G, 50%.
เพื่อนเขาไม่ใส่หัวพี่
Okay. Alright.
ป๊า
Spicy,
ตึงเกิน
spicy.
เมื่อกี้
Well,
ที่
the
เกีย
one
แพ้
อยู่ดิ
Oh,
VPR ที่ห้อง
Buzz does not mince his words. But here is DRX's roster. Now, this was a bit of a surprise showing
ตา
for
แรกใคร
us.
ชนะพี่
Bane joined the
Hey,
roster
Buttercup.
and did quite
Huh?
well on the other.
I was very impressed. I mean, the game plan, especially on Sunset, was
แต่ครั้งเดียวพอ
not super aggressive with him or anything. It was very conservative, where they were just saying, stick in the back, make sure your util's good, back us up, play for trades,
ภาคนี้
and he was
ที่อยู่ตรง
perfect
นี้
with
ไหม
all of that.
ภาค
พี่
นี้
เปเต้มอนพี่เปเต้หายไป
Starting
ไหน
to get aggressive with Buzz,
Alright,
trying to take space,
One,
take
behind.
trouble.
ไม่
So
ได้เหรอ
เมื่อมีหายดูกินฟองมา
that's about all you can ask for in a debut from a player like this. You know, he's
ตอนแรก
played
นึกว่ามัน
the
จะจบไป
himself,
ไง
of course, as well, but he really stepped up.
Yeah, also I think
คู่แรก
in terms of
คู่แรกแบบ
debuts, it's really nice to get a performance like that under your belt where you're like, hey, I can play on a big
โอ้
stage
เดีย
with a lot
ครับ
of
ผม
fans.
เดียสองศูน
I
ย์
did
แน่
my
นอน
job
การัน
well. I
ตี
wasn't, amazing. He was great, but he was, just kind of doing his
Hey,
job. And
Esther
everybody
ฟังอยู่
else
ป่ะ
also having a great performance here on the side of DRX. Maybe we didn't give them enough credit, but
หมายถึ
they
ง
look
ว่า
like a very strong
เอ
team
เธอร์ฟัง
right
อยู่
now.
And we do have to mention
ใช่เหรอ
Foxy9. He played the
ใช่
second
เอเธอร์กินข้าวยังครับ
the other day, and that was a
แต่ถ้า
bit
ที่
of a
เก่าอะมี
surprise. Also, how well
ที่ใหม่
he
ไม่มี
did as a second.
กำลังกิน
ไม่ได้
Yeah,
ครับ
I mean, I think this seems to be a little bit more comfortable for him
Hello,
overall. You've seen him bounce around a couple different roles, of course, playing some KO,
แต่แบ็คปัญหาเฉพาะ
เอเธอร์เด็ก
kickoff
แปลก
as well. So I
เดี๋ยวขอ
liked
กิน
it.
น้ำยัง
It
กิน
felt
ข้าว
like
ไม่
he
กิน
was
น้ำ
able to kind of play for himself. He's able to make his own decisions a little bit more, kind of trust his natural instinct, something that, led him to some level of
เอเธอร์ยิ้ม
success
ให้
as
กล้อง
a
หน่อย
duelist. Eventually, that started to kind of fall apart as it
โอ้ทำไม
as
เมนูมัน
DRX
อลั
tried
ง
to
การจัง
integrate
เลย
more
ค
and
ณะ
more
ปลา
with
เค็ม
him.
ไข่
But
เจียว
as a
ใส่โฟ
Sentinel, you're a little more free to kind of do what you want, to control the map, to take the space as you please for the most part, and that seemed to suit him nicely.
น้องเต้นไปเลยครับ
Yeah, he had a lot of
มี
really
คนทัก
lovely
ทาย
multi-Ks, to
ชื่
be
อเทน
quite
เทน
frank. Together with Bane, we
Ken.
a lot of
อัน
us
ยองเทนเทนเนี่ย
we're not sure how DRX was going to perform. You could see it in our own talent predictions.
Hello,
A lot
Eda.
of us had question marks.
ไม่ครับลุง
And it's not because we think
ลุง
DRX is
มองกล้องแล้ว
fallen
อัน
from
ยองไปว่าสวัส
the
ดีภาษา
graces
เกาห
of
ลี
one of the best
บอก
performing
มือ
teams
บอกมือ
here in
มันบอกน้อง
Pacific,
น้องอยู่
but rather there were just so many changes
Annyeong.
happening.
Annyeong.
We weren't sure if they were going to adjust in time, but they completely proved us wrong
Annyeong,
in
Annyeong.
2-0.
Yeah, I mean,
อันยองไปว่าสวัสดี
keep the core together, and the guys that are being called up, they played well. So it's kind of like a win-win situation, right? The guys you expect to play well are playing well, and then the other guys to back them up. And seeing some of the highlights over the course of the last matchups, DRX getting the better of them back then. You can take a look here at the stats between Lightning Fast and Bane as well. You can see Bane, in a couple of map wins, of course, he's going to have pretty high KD, but overall, I'd say a good start for him.
Yeah, and you can see that, Lightning Fast is really putting up some good numbers as well. That average damage per round is pretty solid. So both players kind of stepping up into their roles, having solid starts to the year. Yeah, it didn't go GE's way compared to DRX, but I don't think anyone should be super, concerned about GE after seeing that first match against Zeta. Zeta's still a really good team, even with 2 rookies on that squad. We know what they're capable of. They won LCQ in Pacific last year. Certainly with GE kind of completely changing most of their roster and everything, yeah, it's going to take a little bit more time, but definitely progression, and that's what you need to see after kickoff.
Absolutely.
ไม่ต่อหรอกไม่ต่อหรอก
Both
ไม่
of
ได้
these
ก็ไม่ได้
teams have progressed, and yes,
มันป๊าป๊าให้ดูเนี่ย
this is so
ถ้าป๊าป๊าให้หนู
different
ดู
than
เนี่ย
last
ประ
year
ตูเปิด
when
มา
we
นี่ป๊า
saw
ป๊าส
Global
วยเลยนะ
Esports facing against DRX. We still have
ประตู
question marks
ตอน
about
ประ
this.
ตู
It's
เปิด
not
มา
a
จะ
sure
เลิกใช่ไหม
win
ก็ไม่ทันหรอก
for
เปิดมาก็
DRX,
คา
who
มื
was
อเล
nearly
ย
undefeatable early on in Pacific last year.
Ple.
And now we're
ตอน
looking
ประ
at
ตู
data
เปิดมาไม่
only
ข้าม
from
มือเลย
kickoff
ไม่
between
ได้
these two
ไม่ทันหร
teams.
อก
ทัน
I think, it should be really interesting.
มือ
It's
หนูดิ
I think
เฮ้ย
a decently
Fast
favorable
bang.
map pool here for DRX.
Bye-bye,
They've been
Lulu.
permabanning Icebox so
Bye-bye.
far. Well, the one
Bye.
time this permaban is
Bye.
over. That's a bit. It's a bit
Hello.
early to be saying that, but they banned Icebox, so
Hello.
that seems to be it.
Hello.
If they're the DRX that we
Hello.
know and love, they're just going to keep banning the same map the whole split anyway. So probably going to ban Icebox, which is GE's map that they won over Zeta.
ไม่ล
I
อง
guess the
ล
other
องแล้ว
question
เคย
is,
ล
do
อง
we
แล้ว
see the Lotus coming out again,
Why
do
not?
Global Esports, give them the benefit of the doubt and say, okay, well, they're pretty good on this map now,
I
and
don't
try to take it
know.
away. It's going to be another one of those maps that we will have to see, especially as one of the maps that Global Esports has banned out a lot so far.
I mean, Paper, then you also bring up a good point that maybe DRX just follows
มันไปคิดนะมัน
DRX
พูดไปเที่ยว
things
ไหนใช่ไหม
and continues to pick and ban the same
บอกอา
maps,
จารย์ว่า
the
จ่า
similar
พูดจะไป
comps.
เที่ยว
Maybe this is
ป๊าพาไป
what
เที่
they
ยว
need to change up.
เดี๋ยว
And now
เผื่อ
we're gonna go into
จ่า
our
พา
map
ไปไหน
and
อดไป
picks
เลย
here. We got Coach
มันพูดป๊าป๊าว่าง
Turmy and Coach Spin.
ใช่ปะ
Kind of curious.
อย่าลืมนะไปบอกด้วย
Sunset's
นะ
going to come through again. Looked pretty solid overall for DRX. So look at this. Termy is not wearing a suit jacket. Mark this day on your calendars.
He's here to
It's
play.
happening. Yeah.
Just looks.
I never thought I'd see the day.
Just looks.
ดูการ์ตูนในโรงหนังไหมวันพุธเอาไหมดูมีเรื่องอะไรน่าดูอ่ะ
This is awkward now.
ดูก่อน
I don't know how to feel.
Exactly.
It's like, yeah.
It's like a glitch in the Matrix.
We can see his elbows now. What?
Well, there's that Icebox fan.
Okay, so ascent.
ดูก็ซิล่าป่ะ
Okay, so GE, kept it close with Zeta on this map, but that's pretty interesting that they're going to want to lean into this
ผม
again.
ไม่มีหนังการ์ตูนให้ดู
Try
เลย
to
กั
go
ง
up
ฟูแพน
against
ด้าไม่
DRX.
รู้ออกหรือยังเนี่ย
Look, nobody's like blowing
Gua Kung Fu
everybody away on Ascent in Pacific,
ไม่กล้าที่นี่
but
อุ้ยมีรอบ
I'm
ด้วยนะเนี่ย
curious.
Yeah, they choose the attacker side, and then DRX are going to go back to Lotus as the ban was bind from Global Esports.
วัน
We
ที่
saw
10
they
เนี่ย
were pretty
11 โมง
strong on
กับ
this
4
map
โมงค
against
รึ่ง
Team
เนี่ย
Secret,
เอาป้ากังฟูแพนด้า
and they're going to give it another go
มี
on
เรื่องเดียว
this
เนี่ยจะไปดู
one.
อ่ะสนุกนะ
So
เรื่องเนี้ย
not too surprising there either.
เปิดตัวอย่างให้ดู
Yeah, and I'm not shocked that you get rid of Sunset here. You saw what DRX is capable of on it. You don't really want to mess around with it. DRX doesn't want to deal with Split either, and it's going to be Breeze. It's that last map, really interesting one. You don't get to see it
ไม่ได้
all the time with these two teams, so pretty curious if we can get there.
Ascent
Ini
is
dua
an
map
interesting
ไปแล้ว
pick for this
ป้า
first
อยาก
map, and
ให้
it's
ห
by
นูรู้
Global
นี่
Esports.
เนี่ยเดี๋ยวป้า
This
โด
was
น
map
ดุไง
3 that they played against Zeta the other day, and they lost, but it
หนู
was
รู้เยอะเวลา
close
เรา
until
โตก่อน
something went wrong
นี่ดูป่ะเนี่ย
with
ไป
Global
ดูกังฟู
Esports,
แพน
and it's
ด้า
almost like they're kicking themselves and they just want to redo. Because they had that potential. They had that potential to win that match against Zeta. So maybe they're thinking, you know, look, we need to fix that mistake last time.
คนนี้
on
แฟนพี่
Ascent.
เล็กป่าวะ
And the last time DRX played, it was in kickoff against Talon, and
ใช่
that was a classic comp, and they did end up winning. So
Yeah, like they're good at the map. Like it's a map that we've seen them so many times throughout the years play. It's just a real question to me is it just going to be the standard comp that we always see
คนนี้แฟนพี่เอกปะ
with DRX on that map? Are they going to try something a little crazy again? You know, in the past, of course, you know, triple initiator and things like that. That's a long time ago. Doesn't seem to be the DRX. The modern DRX doesn't really do that kind of stuff.
yeah, so as you can see here,
You're
it's a
excited for
very
your matchup, right? Like
mirror matchup with
Yeah.
โอ้
the comp that we all know, the Ascent comp.
แต่ที่เห็นผมดูครบทุกตอนแล้วดู
It's an old map.
ดูก็เหมือนดู
The teams
ซ้ำ
have
เขา
kind of
เหมือนกัน
figured it
เด้
out.
เลยว่ะ
Unless
ทำไม
they
เขา
really
เล่น
want
ลุ
to
ง
do
มาด่าน
something
ยิง
crazy,
อร่อย
as
มัน
Pigman
จะ
was
ได้
talking about.
You
don't really- You're not pressured into really doing anything crazy, but I do want to say that for Global Esports, this is going to be incredibly important because you know you got to get it started off strong on
ไม่
your
ดู
map
ซ้ำ
pick.
ๆดู
You
ซ้ำๆ
leave the ascent, you go for it here as the first
พวกนี้
map.
ก็ดูไปแล้วไม่ใช่เหรอ
Maybe they're the
ดู
ones
เรื่
to
อง
kind of
อะไร
mix it up, or maybe you know, as you mentioned before, Victoria, maybe they just want to
Do
go
รื่อง
back
อะไร
and
ใน
kind of
แฮ
get
ป
revenge for losing on this one, where they felt like they were in a good spot and. I mean, we're just going to have to wait and see how they do look on this one against DRX, who are coming off a hot win up against Team Secret.
Yeah, that's right. And in fact, it's so interesting now because during that DRX Team Secret match, a few of us actually had predicted Team
most of
Secret.
us.
And we saw the performance today. We saw their performance 2 days ago. I think this is... I don't know if it's just Team Secret or if it's DRX stepping up, some combination of both.
Yeah, it has to be a little bit of both. I mean, I think all of us were more of the what Team Secret showed us at the end of kickoff looked really damn good. So we were banking on them to improve on that during their time off. Not necessarily that DRX had slid. It didn't help DRX that, you know, Flashback had an issue and had to leave the team for a brief period of time. And you have to bring in Bane with literally just a couple days of practice. That plays a part in it, of course, as well. But you got to credit the DRX coaching staff. I mean, I think they get a lot of flack online that, frankly, I don't think they deserve. I think they're pretty darn good. They do a good job, especially with new players, getting them integrated into rosters. Yeah, sometimes it's up and down, and yeah, you want to see them do better at international events. I get it, I do too.
ขาย
But
ของตอนนี้ใครจะเติมสกิน
really good team.
เอวาโลหรือเกมในเครืออ่อนนะครับหรือเกมโทร
They
ศั
do
พท์
need
นะ
some time to
เติม
rebuild.
ผ่าน
And
เอ
like
ดู
you
วิน
mentioned,
ได้นะครับ
a couple days ago, he was
แล้ว
just
ตอนนี้มีโค้ด
maybe
VPR 1แล้วนะครับ
two
อย่าลืม
backs
มาเติ
that
มกัน
were
ด้วยนะครับผม
inserted into this team, and that could come into play. Even though they did well the other day, this could come well into play here against Global Esports. With that, we are going to go to our second series of today here, TRX and Global Esports. Let's go over to our casters, Helios and William.
All right, thank you guys very much for setting the stage for us here going into the second series of the day already. Kicking things off, a three-mapper. Will we get that one in this series? I do not know,
ไม่ได้พอ
but I
แล้ว
hope
วัน
so.
นี้
Yeah,
I mean, we'll see, because obviously DRX, a great showing as I just talked about coming out, but the question marks are still there, right? Obviously, you know, Bane having to come in last minute, it could work both ways, but it definitely can be a double-edged sword, especially when you go to maps like Ascent, right, that are just age-old, and you really have to have everything drilled in. Whereas GE, I mean, if you're picking Ascent voluntarily against DRX, surely you feel like you've actually had a lot to learn from that match against Zeta Division. You want to clean that up a little bit more and see how much you can prove.
Yeah, I think one of the big things that I want to see from GE coming into this is a bit more assistance alongside Polvy, because we know that this guy has the firepower. He has the ability to go in and just shake things up. But what we were seeing a lot from them versus Zeta was him just kind of going in by himself, unassisted, no flashes, no nothing really to try to back him up. I think that if you just simply start giving him some more tools to work around with, to really empower him, that is where you can see Polvy start to take over. But obviously for Global, the odds are stacked against them. The desk talking about it. DRX, with the iterations that we've seen here, the changes in the team, they have always remained a constant near the top. This was the first time that we get to see them, you know, basically excluded from an international event. And, you know, having spoken to the team, that they took personally.
I mean, I'm sure, right? Obviously, when we had kickoff, Stax was in that interview saying, you know, for all the Korean teams, don't even think about doing anything as long as DRX is in Valorant. And then Genji thought about doing something. And they went and did it. Obviously, it's not a great feeling for a squad that was so storied in Korea and pretty much untouchable since the very first Masters Reykjavik. So GE, again, they're going to have to battle against Titans. But of course, GE, squad full of a lot of veterans. So they've met each other before in various capacities. We'll have to see what they've gathered, because here was what I took away from their opening match against Zeta Division. While sure,
Zeta Division even
stronger, first of all, looked a lot more organized than they did at kickoff. They were at least able to prove to us what they wanted to do, what the ideas were. Again, maybe a little bit of that execution, like you mentioned, especially in terms of setting up their star duelist Polvy. Let's see if that comes into play.
And I was talking. Of course, I always run into Can Yang. He seems to see
นี่ครับเป็นทีม
ตอนทักก็ถึงไม่ใส่สูตร
year,
ไม่ออกเลย
toughest
ป
matches
ก
that
ติ
we
เคย
had
ไม่จะ
was
ใส่สู
against
ตรไม่
Global.
ค่อยใส่
We're
ได้
not taking any chances coming into this. Well, it is a very
สี
difficult
นี้แดงให้
team,
ทีมให้เห็นถึงชาติ
it's
ท
good
หารแล้วก็
to
พระมหา
have
กษัต
that
ริย์ครับ
approach, to have that mindset.
ลิงครับเป็นสัญลักษ
They'll
ณ์
be taking a
ประ
couple
จำ
extra
ทีม
moments here on stage in the huddle. Make sure
เริ่
that
มเขียนบอลแล้ว
everyone
นะครับรอ
is
ดูก่อน
prepped up,
หน้า
mic'd up,
หน้าคนแข่ง
and
ไม่
ready
มีคน
to
ไทย
go.
สักคน
Yeah, and you mentioned the setup for Polvy, but I think it goes both ways. I think also important for Polvy to kind of recognize what the tempo for the rest of the team is, right?
Sure.
Even if you think it's the right call, if the comms aren't quite there, you can't just rush in and say, I'll create space, because sometimes, especially a squad like DRX, where they know exactly what angles to cover, things like that, going in alone isn't going to work. Even Paper Rex, they used to not be able to do that against DRX. It was only when they started working as a team that they took down the Giants of Korea.
Let's see how they do fare into this one. As I think what we can safely anticipate coming into our opening map, which is Ascent, is that Polvy's going to be back over onto that jet going head-to-head alongside Buzz. Could very well be an explosive matchup to keep our eyes on go into this one. Curious to see if there's going to be any kind of differentiation.
You know, I do hope one of these days that Stax will bring back the
Oh,
Phoenix.
accent
Now,
done,
Phoenix
right?
is starting to show up here and there, but
it's been like twice.
I know, but for the time being, it's going to be the age-old compositions. Obviously, a lot of kind of new highlights just because of the roster and the role swaps here for DRX. And Bane will be picking up that Sova, so that was a big question as well. He picked up the Omen because he wanted to play double controller on both of the maps that they played in their first match against Secret. But now that it's just going to be the one Omen, Mako will stick to that. And Bane, I mean, Sova's the next role that he's played a lot of, so it's definitely not a completely foreign concept. We'll see how well he's tuned in terms of timing.
I'm sure that Stax is more than happy to not have to go for the Sova. Was looking all right at the back end of kickoff, but everything before that was definitely rough around the edges. But here we go. We are ready to jump into the action for map number 1 in our second series of the evening. Global Esports versus DRX. DRX going to be first here on the attack.
Wow.
Fans are here in the audience.
They've definitely filled up. We saw a lot of people filing in during that break. Now, one thing I also want to mention is Bane was playing quite actively, quite aggressively on that Omen. And sure, you know, while it wasn't all 100% clean, it helped create a lot of space. It helped create a lot of combos, draw a lot of aggro for DRX when they were playing the double controller. Now, when you're playing that Sova, you can't do that. It's not going to be as beneficial, especially on a map like Ascent. So curious to see if just the extra couple days was enough to get their comms in order.
ฟแล้วเวลาอะไรครับป๊าอยู่หรือเปล่า
Just flying
กลับ
down.
อยู่ครับ
trying to clear
32
out any
31
KJ
30
utility here in mid.
30
29 28
28
27
Volvi
26
Hell and
25
Bob has to go
24 สวยครับ
bit of an exploration mission here as smoke
เฮ้ย
dissipates.
ไปแล้ว
Back over here on Cat. That's
Bye,
what
bye.
Russ taking down to Russ. Russ finds that opening kill, gets himself a second. Volvi now
เฮ้ย
striking.
เฮ้ย
Also
โอ้
finds that.
ย
Down suddenly. It is just Mako. Does manage
แล้ว
to
จี
find
เปิดได้
one.
ก่อนไงวินแรก
Ghost
หรือเปล่า
very long range. Spike now
Mako
stranded.
ว่าตัวอะไรอยู่อะ
And a match could potentially work here. As does just only have that one paranoia right now as far as
แม
utility
ว
is
แมว
concerned.
ปลอมครับ
Yeah, the positioning's pretty good for Global Esports. They've got a double stack. They've got the crossfire now. Lightning Fast is very low, so if he gets taken out instantly,
Instant breeze.
ฟ้า
It's not a
ฟ้า
take,
ไป
but
ฉี
yep,
ด
just giving information to his squad. Mako now, I'm not sure if he saw both, but so they're right here around the corner. There's the paranoia. Tries to bait him out. Gets the
เฮ้ย
headshot. It's Lightning Fast
วินิ
gone,
เบิล
but
จังหวะ
now
นี้
this is where things become a little bit more
สโมกขัง
complex.
อยู่ในสโมกไปเลย
Smoke down.
ยิงล้อหลอกไปหนึ่งที
Push out there. It
Yeah,
is.
right.
Noted. Taken down. Global will find themselves a pistol round win. Starting off the set with a nice little victory.
so DRX, I mean, they try to pressure mid, try to make sure that they're clearing any potential killjoy util. They pressure it to make it look like they're going mid. That means that defenders have to back out of market, and that gives them time to push up all the way up
อ่า
through
ได้เลย
Cat.
ครับ
Here to Tree,
นั่ง
they even had the
ขวา
Sova on the lurk, ready to send an arrow in, a dart in as well.
น่ารัก
But the call is just too fast, right? You hear a little bit of that utility, the paranoia. It's huge. The energy's there for Global Esports. And Volvi, he was calm this time. Didn't overheat. Waited until Bane showed himself. Provided a little bit of extra damage. Very good pistol.
All right, well, I mean, 0 point how. Buzz able to find one with Lightning Fast, claiming 3 for
เสียหาย
himself.
อยู่
Will end up falling. His stack's just going to be scooping up that spike, but weapons getting that proved to be a little bit difficult, but
วิ่งไงวิ่งไวไปหน่อยเมื่อกี้กดสปีด
Here.
taking an inch off of him there. Shots just moments behind Stacks. Lucky to still be alive here as Polvi goes for the reload. Jump shotting.
อุ้ย
Scoops back in. Does a little bit of damage there from the recovered Bulldog.
เอาคุ้มเลย
Stacks
ดิ
is
ส
gonna
แต็ก
be looking to make the most out of this opportunity. Grabs that orb. What they do from here, that is the question. It's still a bit of a rough position to be in.
แล้วทำไมให้คนเลือดน้อยไปเล่นกัน
Weapon over to Foxy, despite
น่า
the fact
ส่ง
that he
ของชัวร์เลย
is
พี่
lower on HP. Granted, I guess going
นี่ไง
into the outlaw. Yeah, wants him to be
ถื
able
อ
to
ว่า
swing
ขาด
off
ครับ
the
จังหวะ
flash.
นี้
0
ฮึบ
point won't
แล้วก็
get the
พีก
catch.
มา
ปัง
Killing
ปัง
in the second.
เรียบร้อย
And that's what the Outlaw was built for. All in all, I mean, DRX, you know, on their end, not necessarily doing a lot of damage to Global Esports, but they were able to take away a couple things, right? A couple kills. You get the ult point as well for Stacks, trying to get close halfway there for the null command. So considering the round, not the end of the world, but Global Esports, the aggression that they have in mind, going for these hard reads off the bat, the round start, it's good for now. But again, you cannot go through a full map of Ascent with just plays like that. You have to start getting ready for those mid-round calls.
When we go to the bonus, let's see what Global can get done for themselves as Lightning Fast. Stinger in hand on a very far forward push. Russ there trying to back him up and spray across. That's 2 kills. Found Buzz and Mako both taken down. Looking for a little bit more. Stack's going to eat some damage there and doesn't offer that much else up in reply.
เหมือนจะเป็นโบนัสลาววะเนี่ย
ทำไม GE ดูดีจังวันนี้
They're at
หรือว่า DX ดู
85.
กูแหลกป๊า
DX น่าจะแปลก
Disasters already for
Nah,
TRX, to be quite frank.
ใช่
I mean, you don't really have any control of the map. Of course, you've given up mid
ไม่
entirely.
เห็นละ
There's the Outlaw. Now, Foxy 9 does have full armor, so he won't get taken down in a single shot, but he will be at risk as he can't trust that turret just yet.
ให้หันหนูเยอะขึ้นมา
Your point out, landing, checking over towards market, nothing spotted.
ขึ้นมาไหม
Volvi. Oh, not able to scope it fast enough. Great swing from Bane. Gets the headshot, does take him down, and that brings it now
ๆเบน
an equal count. 3v3, and now the advantage.
น่าจะ
For
กลับ
TRX,
สู่
Foxy
สภาวะปก
with a
ติ
very
จังหวะนี้
clean headshot. Lightning Fast having built up the ult.
แต่ว่าวาร์ปมาครับ
Situated
ฝั่ง
over
นี้
here
สายได้ยิน
on
อยู่
B site. Now Swarm still in play.
Paranoia as well.
Benkai grabs that outlaw. Still wary about somebody pushing up into mid. In the meantime, everybody's just working their way past that nano swarm, and Lightning Fast kind of slipped the net here. He's going to find out very soon. And Spike does get planted. Swing in, Foxy. Find that kill, but Spike needs to be planted now. It's a second to spare as it does go down. Trying to force him off the corner. Foxy, you get a bit of damage. Down to
มาไวจัด
62,
ฟ็อก
but
ซี่
Benkai not reading the
มาไว
timing.
มาก
Solid round.
น้องใหม่เขาจัดให้อะสิ DRX
Even more solid
พี่
one
ๆเกือบ
from Global
โยน
Esports.
โยน
Yes,
แล้ว
they
ทิ้ง
cannot
ละ
convert that bonus. They still do a decent amount of
ต้อง
damage.
ให้น้องๆมาเก็บฝาก
Green guns down, armor off of one extra member as well. Sure, you give up the plant, so
โอ้โห
the creds flow in for DRX just enough to try to have another shot at stabilizing.
เย็น
But overall, Global Esports, they should feel good about the default that they had, the ideas that they had. Lightning Fast going right up close against that one-way. It's just these kind of mini trap plays that they have prepared, and now they'll finally start to back off. You've got that alarm bot in market. You've got Polvi just peeking out in mid. Still sticking with the Outlaw. Be a bit of a mystery there, though. DRX going to be wary of that. 4 members with full armor.
Weaponry-wise, though, or it's just kit-wise, still a decent advantage here. I mean, half armor on everybody aside from Polvi. If that comes back to bite them as Stacks will command online. Everybody from
ป๊าป๊าแอตตันกับเอสเธอร์
over
เคยแบบว่า
towards
ทะเลาะกันไหม
Cat.
เด็ก
โอ้ย
Things coming down. Where that there could be some kind of deep lurk getting set up here from Global Esports. Smoke will come in. That'll be an off man buzz. If you can get that tailwind off just in time. Checks the rest of the site. Going to be spotted. Shut. Fragment denies any potential peeks. And Stacks is just going to be pointing right here outside of Hell. Double pump over the jump. Polvi. Need to be alive. Void's getting taken down there. They very much have Buzz noted.
BAN
Spray through all the noted. Down to 10 HP.
The lurk from Foxy 9 is going to be a crucial one as soon as that door gets broken.
เบรกสวย
Flash is set.
What?
Up over the top.
What do you have? Not the monkey.
3 for 1. Takes out Stacks. Benkai now finding Bane as well, just spraying into the smoke. He himself low on health.
ยังนิ่งอยู่
Buzz
หนึ่ง
finding one. Gets that kill. Swings back out. Is able to stabilize the spray. To find Benkai, tie things up.
น่าจะยาวแล้วหลังจากนี้
ทำไมฟ็อก
Polvi,
ซี่
a
ถึงไป
heroic attempt and a good setup
Sentinel.
here for the retake. They
Didn't
break the
care.
door, send the utility, and Polvi
น่า
flies
จะ
by.
โอ
He's
น้อย
able
อ
to
อก
land
ก่อ
on
น
Jen and pick up 1 kill, but after that,
ได้ดิอยาก
of course,
เกลียด
right
กัน
by
โอ
the
ดาวแพ้
door, it's still enough members of DRS to stabilize at Fox.
มันน่าจะเฟกได้หมดอะเพราะว่า
As soon as that door gets
ตอนแรกมัน
broken,
เป็นของ
and
แฟ
that
ดแบ็ค
means
แต่
that
แฟดแบ็ค
Lightning
ออกไป
Fast
มัน
come
มา
in
เล่น
for
แท
the
น
extra
แสดงว่า
support.
มันน่าจะแบบยืดหยุ่นได้เยอะกว่าอีกคนนึง
You know, a scrappier buy into yet another one. Marshall picked up here by Polvi. The call is Wiley. Just try not to buy down too low. Russ will invest, leaving himself with about 1,000.
Lightning Fast getting pinged far back means that they should feel a little bit safer close, but they know that he could have crept up. And that's one of the things, while they don't have to use that play every time, it's done enough to force DRX to respect this one way a lot. Buying them quite a bit of time at the early part of the round.
เป็นการส่งแฝงที่งง
Flash in, nothing spotted there on the peak. Widely. DRX just pull away. See if he can set up a trap. It looks like they really just want to continue to play this ambiguously and allow for Lightning Fast to try to scale up the space here, but it's not buying on it. Back here within the site. Patiently allowing DRX to come to them.
Creeping out now, just
Wait,
trying to gain
I
space
thought
on a broken round like this would kind of be
Hopla.
the death
แล้วเขา
sentence
ซื้อ
for
ถู
you.
ก
So
ไซส์อะดิ
Global Esports, they do have the stack going on A.
Oh, what a shot.
เขาล้ม
That investment so far paying off. This one an instant dump onto Buzz, taking it down. Jet out. Sand does need a bit of damage from the fragment though. Sharpens himself up a bit, but now you have TP across the map. Polvi trying to get there in time.
แอนตันป๊าป๊าจับเวลาช้านะ
He's just gonna miss the angle. Could have put that spike down on the floor, but the rest of the team very disconnected. Plant now coming through. Bane in the meantime. Very big lurk. Back over on that A site, hearing these rotations coming through. Is Foxy 9 tagged, taken out. Polvi pumps there on that Marshall to find the kill, but now Bane needs to strike. Finds one. Hunter's Fury coming through. Fishing, but I'm not sure if he's going to be rewarded for it. Will won't even try to go for that final shot. Will just go ahead with the bow away. Stacks in the meantime. Around in main. Sitting around the sides of that smoke. Paranoia flying Monko's way. Manages to dodge on that one. Lightning pass with a quick wave. Turns back. Gets a headshot there to take down Stacks. Monko now finds one. Finds the other. 3K for him in the round for DRX to move up.
Ooh, DRX.
ไปล้างจ
Able
มู
to
ก
stabilize. I mean, the multi-layered lurks there. They're able to use it from the shadows. And of course, Stacks still going
ลอง
the
ไอ้
far
เสียง
way
เอา
around
วี่
the
อยู่เลย
rotate.
ป่ะ
Bane still sticks around, and while it can feel like it's a little bit haphazard,
เดี๋ยวมาทุกคน
even had the Darkness Fury coming online with the kill. So all things part of the plan at the end of the day. Even if Mako had been taken out, Bane, of course, arrives in time on stairs. So each of them understanding the win condition. But overall, I mean, GE, the reads they're having are correct. That should be the scary part for DRX. A couple more of these, and this could be, again, similar to that split that these teams faced off on last year, where it went to just so many overtimes.
Flash in. Russ doing all of that, has to back away. And you can see, DRX very much just fighting to stop these peaks from coming out of main now. Since those first 2 rounds. Lockdown at the ready.
Yeah, B's been cleared out with the drone, so they know that the ult orb was taken. Should be wary of the lockdown, so starting to empty the site. I like that they're trying to pinch onto mid.
Palvi dead. Buzz will strike a little bit faster. On the corner. Finds Russ as well. Like Fast trying to hold his ground. Does Buzz there on the tail, went forward. And Stacks will get picked off. Benkai rushing out. Does manage to find him. It's going to be a 2v2. Spray across. Spike in the hands here of Foxy. Will be able to get that planted just behind the gen.
ยอดนักสเปมในตำนานไปแล้วเตรียมตัวตายได้เลย
But Mako privy to this, expecting it now, having it confirmed.
เหมือนจะตายว่ะเอฟ
Tried to wait for Mako to
แปลกๆว่ะยอดนัก
ยอด
ส
นัก
เป
ส
ม
เปม
นี่ไง
แตก
เฮ้ย
Spray down, comes
Okay.
through. Blaze
ยอด
King
นักสเปมในตำนาน
with an advantage.
โอ้ดินแม่ง
Mako
มัน
now. See if he can try to clutch this one
พ
out.
ลาดหัว
Blaze King at 34, Benkai full HP. There's a push forward though, the headshot comes through.
ทำไมเดินอย่างนั้น
Standing tall. Snappy with the
Uy,
follow.
Mako.
A clutch here again from Mako. 1-2 now as
เดิน
DRX
คุณนึกว่าตัวปลอมโยน
starts
ลูก
stretching a lead.
You know what you see though at the end of that round is this is the power that players like Mako have is the opponents start to play scared. They know the clutch is such a real possibility. It's a 2v1. And sure, one of you is low health, but you just sent the full health guy to try to clear everything first.
โดนแฟ
I
น
mean,
หน้า
I
คน
get
ติ
it.
ด
I
เต็ม
get exactly what's going through their head, but that's just what happens when you've got a player like Mako who's able to clutch up any situation.
มาโกคุงนิ่ง
They
นะ
start
เฉ
to
ยๆ
play
ชอบแบบนี้
into his hands
เนี่ย
just a little
ผม
bit.
เฉยๆครับ
Feels like it's been a while since we've had this.
Yes.
Mako. We got some glimpses of it at kickoff, but widely I'd say last year we didn't have that same clutch prowess that we had come to anticipate from him in the past. This is a very hot start for the gentle giant of DRX.
To be fair, also a
มา
set
แล้ว
no
ครับ
comp
ดู
changes,
ยาว
right?
ๆ
The
ที
map
นี้
hasn't changed. It's the same style through and through, so it could
มา
just
แล้ว
be
มาแล้ว
that regardless of which players are on the stage, Mako knows exactly what his job is. It's a comfort zone for him at this point. As the desk talked about,
เธอมีเอาจริงมาไม่
very
ใส่สูตร
still awkward to see Termi in a jersey.
Yeah, I can only assume that he spilled coffee or something on his clothes.
Oh,
or the
yeah.
dry cleaning wasn't ready, something like that.
Could be. Could be.
Either way.
Although Termi feels like the guy who would have like 10 of the same suit jackets and shirts lined up.
Yeah.
ชีวิตเริ่มยากเมื่อลูกโตแบบ
What
แพ็ค
do I go
คู่
today?
จริง
Beige or cream?
Well, GE again, the round-around reads.
อันนี้สบายหน่อยลูกคนโตโตละ
ยังไม่โตครับผม
เอายังไม่โตอีกเหรอ
Making the difference here. Again, early mid control now, a little bit greedy on this one, but they've already taken their positions. That's the good news.
Russ sat
วิ
ready.
รัตมันทำชั่วพี่
Play anti-flash.
อุ้ย
Turns his sights back over here.
มียังต่ำ2ศพ
นี่มุมนี้อร่อยจัดเฮ้ยแต่ข้างหลังมาดิ
อร่อยมาก
Shots the ball.
1 2
The transfer, yes he does. Russ able to find 2, but Mako and Foxy 9 find one apiece as
Ow.
well. Now Stacks wins out the fight versus
ปา
Benkai.
เบน
The reads
ปาเป็น
looking
ปืน
good
แหละ
overall here for the side of Global.
Wait.
There's solid gameplay
เกือบ
here.
แล้วนะเกือบแล้วนะ
Counter swings in from Neoman, the killjoy here from DRX. It's a bit too good. Blaze King now, 200
ปืนแพลง
credits.
ครับปืนแพลง
Noted in hand. He's just going to be keeping it that way. Sat back now on the B site. We'll wait for that spike to go off.
ไม่เดี๋ยวเป็นหนุ่ม
The
เดี๋ยว
other
เล่น
thing
เกม
to
ด้วยกันครับ
consider
พี่หมิง
here is the fact that
คิด
all
ไป
of
ละ
the good reads that they've had, these
ลูกน่าจะชวน
solutions
เล่นเกม
has
เพ
been
ราะว่า
kind of these curveball
วัยน่าจะ
plays,
แบบว่า
right?
มันเป็น
A bit
ช่วง
of
เขาต่อที่แบบ
aggression, kind of these trap plays where as
เป็นใหม่
best
ว่า
as
เดี๋ยว
you
นี้
can
แบบ
get him here on Ascent
เห็
with
น
the
หลายบ้านอยู่
compositions that you have. And at this point, DRX, they're building a tolerance towards it. And of course, this is a team that is used
เหมือน
to
แบบสมัย
playing
สมัย
against
ก่อน
things
เรา
like
เล่น
that,
เกม
and
เล่น
knowing
อะไร
how
เรา
to
ก็จะแบบ
overcome it with
เอา
basic
เพื่อน
fundamentals.
บ้านหรือแบบ
We're
ไปเล่น
starting
กับ
to see the
เหมือน DRX
เพื่อน
consistency
บ้านนู้น
from
บ้านนี้ใช่ไหม
DRX. So
แต่สมัย
I'd
นี้มัน
love to see GE have a little
น่า
bit
จะ
more depth because
เล่น
again,
กับพ่อ
the
แม่
reads
ได้
are
แล้ว
good.
อะไรเงี้ย
The
นึกออกปะ
game plan
เพราะถ้าเป็น
overall in
ส
the
มัย
right
ก่อนเนี้ย
direction,
โอ้โห
but maybe
พ่อ
just
แม่
a
นี่
bit
หมด
more
สิทธิ์ที่จะ
variation.
เล่นเก
That's
มกับ
what
ลูก
could
เลย
bring them home a
มันเป็น
couple
เก
more
มที่
rounds
แบบ
here in the first half.
ไม่ใช่เจนเทคโนโลยีอะไรเงี้ยนึกออกไหม
Now up by 3, TRX. Looking to start running away with
ส
this
มัยก่อน
one. Global
เด็ก
Esports
เล่นเกมก็จริงแต่เล่นเกมคนเดียวมันก็เหงา
Try
ต้องแบบหาเพื่อนเล่น
slow
ด้วย
this down.
การบีฟ
Tips
ส
are
นุก
good. The ideas are there.
ตรงไหนวะเนี่
Execution just
ย
Slightly
ไม่อยาก
lacking.
เล่น
So
ด่าน
I
ส
think
ปริต
building
ด้
up
วย
a tolerance is one of the best ways that you could describe it here for
อยากเล่น
DRX.
แฟกเจอร์
Step by step, getting an
Oh, team
idea
Galley
of what
Factor.
GE's priorities are round over round.
Now another no command in the pocket for Stacks. So this is a round where, again, they can play it slowly, check every corner, and then once they're ready to go, pop that KO ultimate. Oh.
A little whoopsie on the shock dart from Bane. This Blaze King. No ambiguity here.
Just trying to
Could
push
fish
him
for
away
anything.
from here.
Will be dash at the ready. Got the reveal on the one. Swings out.
เฮ้ย
Easy
เกือบ
damage across it. Bane now down to 35. Oh, Russ. Nearly caught out in the open. That could have been catastrophic. Still has an immense amount of util to try to
Brain.
offer up. And
เบรนบอก
on a null command, should they be able to find some kind of
เฮ้ย
pick,
เออ
get a
ว่ะมุม
recovered
นี้หน้าเหมื
weapon?
อนอัดเลยว่ะ
I think that they can win out the round from there.
เหมือนจัดเหมือนจัด
Does stay
เหมือน
alive.
มาก
เมื่อ
เลย
เมื่อวาน
ว่ะ
เหมือนกว่า
All the way
เมื่อวาน
back
เมื่อวาน
around.
แบบว่าเห็นแค่ครึ่งหน้า
Towards
นี่คือ
mid
เหมื
is
อนจัด
Polvi.
ใช่ มีเหมือนกว่านี้อีกเหรอ อันนี้เหมือน
มี
มากเลยนะ
เมื่อวานคืออัดเลยอะ
Watching main.
ใครเป็นดาราได้
Oh, they
There's
have
the
got
pull.
them
ไม่
guys
เมื่อวาน
ready.
ไอ้นี่แหละเบนเนี่ยแต่มุมกล้องอีกมุม
Finds one. For the other,
Boom.
with a nice
Boom.
headshot, he's going to be able to take him down, and he
Hold
will
on,
recover
Lee.
that weapon. Blaze King sat here in the sight, does find one, gets the
Hey.
dink across.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ย
Free
เฮ้ย
HP
โดนดักสแปม
remaining here on the
Bye.
Sova. Can they risk trying to get the res? Looks like they are going to do it. Bane pick him up. Buzz, knowing that Colby was going to be grabbing that Vandal.
โหดว้าวโหดจัด
Takes him down. Benkai now last
ป่า
man
เบนมาแล้ว
standing
ครับ
versus 4 with
นี่
a
ป่า
singer
จั
in
ดการ
hand to
ให้
see if he can do any damage.
ป่าไม่น่าไหวแล้วนี่
It's going to be a
แล้ว
rough
หัว
one.
ตัด
But if he can get the
ป่าขออ
kill
นุญาต
onto
เก็บหนึ่ง
Bane
ตัว
or
ที่
Foxy
ช็อต
Nine,
เลย
get
แล้
the
วกัน
rifle, that'd be the best
ป่า
start.
อ่านมาแล้ว โอ๊ย
โดนช็อตรอ
Crossfires there.
And Crossfire is set up, and Foxy will be able to
โค
have
เด
him
นไทย
down.
อ่ะมีชวนเล่นมาโลไหม
6 to 2.
เป็นใครนี่มาเป็นใคร โอ้โหหนักอยู่นะหลัง
there. Putting stacks
ผมว่า
down,
เป็น
but
ใครไม่
the ult just
ไม่ไหว
can't
ละ
confirm that as a
เมื่อ
kill.
วานไอ้ก่อนเป็นใครแบบ
Operator
แฟด
online.
ไม่หลบเลยทั้ง
For
เก
the
มอ่ะ
most part,
เข้าใจเลยว่า
the plays that
ยัง
G's
ไง
been doing, not going to be
เพราะปกติเล่นก็ไม่หลบแฟดเหมือน
This,
กัน
by the way, great
แต่
heads
แต่
up
ไม่
play
เหมือน
from Bane.
หลบไม่ทันนะไม่ใช่อะไร
หน้าเหมือนอัดนะ
But we'll see.
cool.
Do they
Another
set up
time.
for the op
Yeah.
and then try to shift their weight to the other
No, no.
side, or is it much more going to be kind of the standard spread out defaults with the op?
เดี๋ยวนี้เวลา
Cover
ครับ
one
ผู้
portion
เล่น
of
เข้า
mid.
DX นี่ฝีมืออย่างเดียว
Now
ไม่
it
ได้
looks like that's the answer.
ไม่ได้
ต้องเทสหน้ากล้องด้วย
คือยัง
Look
ไง
at,
ก็
look
ต้อง
at
แบบ
this
ว่า
though, right? DRX once
หล่อ
again,
ให้
they
ได้
just
ค
want
รึ่
to
งหั
make
วปลา
sure
ย
Lightning
ถึงเข้า
Fast
ได้
never ever considers pushing up on A main. They want A main
Exactly.
control every single remaining round of the first half.
Have they considered
มุมนี้
this?
นี่แม่งอร่อยตลอด
อุ้ยไม่เห็น
Buzz spotted him on the drop down. Polvi aware of it, does go ahead, dash away, keeps himself safe and elusive for the time being. But Foxy Nine in the meantime will find Russ. Finish.
ทำไม
Still just
เขาดู
holding
บุก
down
เข้า
main
ง่าย
ship.
จังวะ
Benkai cannot
พอ
try
ไป
to
เล่น
push
เอง
out
เนี่ย
of
โอ้โห
B
กว่า
main.
จะได้เข้า
The buy committed, but DRX in such an entrenched
เราไม่มีตัว
position.
แฟดแต่ดิบิม
มัน
ไม่มี
เขา
แฟดถ้ามี
It's one of those
เขาใช้
couple
ของ
moments
อะไร
they may
จัง
just
หวะ
have to make the call to
นี่
go
ไง
for the save
เป๊ะ
early.
And
Oh,
but
we
look at
made it-
this.
made it
Foxy
tackle
says
in the
no
game.
saving for you. I mean, he's
Wow,
gone
buddy.
all the way through the B site. They're going to commit the
ถ้าส่งของ
lockdown
ไม่
to
ดี
this,
เผล
and
อ
they
โด
are
นตัด
going
ห
to
นึ่ง
have
โอ
no
วีได้เล่น
idea that Foxy has made it all the way through their
แก
own
นลูกนี้แห
spawn.
ละ
But
อร่อย
DRX, they're not moving. Buzz is still sat here. He's waiting to see if he can take somebody down on the entry. He is going to be able to find one, but Blaze King will then clean him up. Lock in the meantime finds
อันนี้แหละครับ
Lightning
ตัว
Fast.
ปิดเกม
Everybody else tucks back away.
อุ้ย
ป่าเบนป่า
Foxy
เบน
Nine
เอาหน่อย
now getting ready to
อุ้ย
strike.
ต้องมีถึงดาบแล้ว
Reveal out, swings down, finds him. Benkai
Chip,
already
I've been
trying to
fired.
hightail it out to safety. He will be able to do
ใครจะอยู่
so.
ก็อยู่
Foxy Nine, I think, got to die. Yep, he gives his life to the cause there to pull up that flank.
โอเค
So
ผมบอก
rich
ได้
right
เดี๋ยวเอา
now.
ให้ขอเกม
DRX
หน้า
really
นะ
ฟีด
coming
ฟีดเขาก็
through
ตก
in
ตกปัก
GE's first half for sure.
ไม่เป็นไร
I love
แบบ
that
นี้
call
เลือก
from Foxy because the thing is he got that kill
ปิดมัน
early on against
รู้สึกก
Russ,
ระตุก
so
กระตุก
you
ไหม
know
ปิด
they're well aware of your
ไม่
lurk.
ไม่กระตุกนะป้า
Rather than just playing for the chances, he wants to absolutely ruin any hopes
นาน
that
ๆทีก็
G
ตก
will
ที
have
เลย
trying to
ไม่มี
climb
เลย
back on the defense.
เหมือนเฟรมดรอปใช่ไหม
ใช่เนี่ยเป็นปะ
เดียวสิเป็นนิดหน่อย
7-2.
7 rounds in a
นาน
row.
ๆเป็นที
Yeah, 7 rounds in a row, as you say. Ever since the bonus, the GE need to find something. Need to find some wins before we
กะเอา
switch
ใกล้ตาย
sides.
เลยนะ
What the fresh
I think about Pacific Ascent. I think about the defending side.
GE เลือกครับ
A lot of times think about DRX, their flood retakes.
GE เลือกมาโดนฮะ
It's not going to be an easy one, even if they have to work with Bane getting used to the team right now on the Sova. Quite frankly, they probably have a pretty condensed version, a little Spark Notes version of their playbook at this point. Just follow the flow
ก็
chart.
เด่นแหละแต่เจอเด็กไม่ได้เล่นนะ
0 points sent out. Check and see if there's going to be anybody lurking over by Wine.
ผมว่าในเดียเอกคนที่เสียไปไม่ได้เลยคือบัตกับมาโก้แล้วก็
Nice and steady. Now retakes
เออ
very
สามคน
possible
ไอ้
with
สาม
an
คนนี้ยัง
Alchemy
ต้องอยู่
and Just here, even with the Waker weaponry here for GE.
Look at Foxy though. Still sat here in B main, looking ready to try to intercept onto those two players. Here's them starting to rotate out. There's the first one. Found off screen. Colby dead. Clean time back here on the side. Russ trying to duke it out against Buzz. Just taking dangerously low. 13 HP remaining there on that jet. As Foxy now just keeping Blaze King completely locked in this B side
ดู
prison.
แล2 ตัว
I mean,
แต่ว่าก็ต้องอยู่นี่ต
You
ลอด
want to
ไป
help your friend? You want to go to the A site? I don't think so.
You gotta feel
He's
the
on the-
Blaze King, man. That is. Oh, this is
Oi,
just the worst.
Foxy!
Okay, well, he will be able
Bye,
to
Digga.
scare Foxy off now.
ปืนน่ากลัว
I mean,
But
sure,
it's just, it's so much
บา
time
คิง
on.
เต็ม
And Blaze
ร้อย
King
เลยอะ
doesn't want to carry that singer forward.
Exactly. Wow, I mean, I'm impressed by Foxy.
กำลังจะ
9.
พูด
One
เลย
of
เมื่
the
อกี้ว่าเดี๋ยว
things
ฟ็อก
that I
ซี่
think
ก็จะขาด
everyone
ไม่ได้
around
ละ
the world agreed on was that he would
เลยช็อต
overheat.
นี้
He
เข้าไป
was
คิดดู
that
ก่อน
typical star potential rookie that used to play
Udah tak
duelist
tahu
was a
dengan
solo Q demon, and then he would
After-
overheat. He would overheat again and again
แต่
and
ผลล้ำหน้า
again.
ครับผม
And ever since he's become this kind of steady sentinel,
เอา
not
มื
only
อ
does he not
แลกกัน
overheat,
ไหม
but he's gotten even craftier.
Yeah,
หัวกินนัดว่าเมื่อกี้
very nicely played there. As well, Blaze King, he's able to upgrade his weapon, but he's the only one carrying it forward.
ขอ
Is
สักนิดนึง
Russ getting traded out at the very end, able to maintain control of that weapon. Well,
หากคุณนี่ฮันยงนามาสุบิดะ
calling the second timeout here in this first half.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, you definitely want more on your defending half. Sure, it's Ascent, but when you go to the attack, at least you have the initiative. You're going to be able to control the tempo a little bit, or at least that's of course a little bit more likely. So trying to right the ship before you get there, you'll have halftime to discuss the overarching plan for the second half. If you can get to 4-8, not all hope is lost, but anything less than that on Ascent starts to feel like absolute miracle
GE อ่ะ
territory.
แผนเลยแล้วก็สกิลเพลย์สู้เด็กไม่ได้ครับผม
I mean, we need to see immediate change is the thing. This round, this timeout, it has to lead to something tangible.
สังเกตการเลือกผู้เล่นคือไม่ได้เลือกผู้เล่นที่แบบอยู่ในช่วงท็อปฟอร์มมารวมกัน
It's into the next one. That's where we
อย่าง
get
เบ
to
น
see
ก็
the
เหมือนเอา
fruits of
อะ
the
ไร
labor.
มาเติมอะไรเงี้ย
Well, the RX are now at 9.
Yeah,
So
it's
something
already
needs to
a little
pivot
too late.
here. So 8-4 already a position that you do not want to be in, but they do have some tools to try to make this work.
It's so unfortunate though, right? You look at the ults. You've got the Huntress Fury, one away from the lockdown. DRX can just buy time again and again and again, get the orb, and then launch whichever ults they want to crush this timeout's value.
Opening spray, flash,
Oh,
connecting there on the
yeah,
ball.
oh,
Now they
yeah.
know. Yeah, he's pinged. He's got to
กลับ
just
ยัง
make
ไง
his
ดี
exit. Quick updraft. Will stay sat right in front of market doors here. So you parting shock dart just
เรา
trying to
เสีย
clear
ของ
any
ไปเลยสำหรับ
HAU till that might have been
Kobe.
lurking forward. Turning sights now back over to mid.
ไม่ใช่แฟดแบ็กติดทางสุดตัว
Will go ahead. Yeah, take note of it. Now he's just got to hightail it out of there as Bane watches his
ไปไหน
escape.
ด้วยสแกนไล่
อ๋อเหรอ
Good adjustments from both sides. A good read from GE on what DRX is going to
Nah,
want to
tan
do
ba?
after B main was shut
อยากไปไหน
down.
อ่ะ
But immediately
Ini
DRX, they go
si
for an early
Ini
rotate
scan
through
dia
mid.
Oh,
ไป
oh,
ไอ้
Russ
บี
able
ด
to turn away
มัน
from
ไม่
the
มี
fight.
น้อง
Select
ไม่มี
kill.
เพื่อนไปเล่นด้วยจะสนุกหรอ
Down.
เอาหรือว่าคอมโบกับไอ้นี่
Foxy pushing forward, knowing lightning pass position. Let's take him out. His
เมื่อกี้ถ้าอะไร
lockdown
นี่
now
มาช่วย
going to be
ยิง
invested.
ได้อยู่ปะ
No health here on Bane, but so much space bought by this ult as well as time. Mako, a rare look with him having an Odin
แล้ว
in
ล็อก
his
ดาวน์ตรง
hands.
นี้
Just gonna stay
Lock
tough
combo,
here in
smoke.
น้อง
hell.
พิชชี่สวัสดีครับ
Oh no, he's going to become an Odin user. He's going to feel
หู
the
ฟังพิมพ์
thrill,
โดยจากอิน
man.
เดียแล้วครับผม ไม่ใช้รถ
Start out,
ที่บิดที่นั่นน่ะ
repositions.
นะ
Paranoia now sent. There comes the
Oh,
spray.
boy.
Yep, it's immediately rewarded for it. 30 bullets remaining. I mean, even the op just
กลับ
trying
เลย
to
ละกัน
fish him out of here. But it's just
Save เลยจ้ะ
impossible. The global,
เซฟไป
they'll be
กี่ตา
set packing
สาม
once
ไม่มี
again
ส่งเลยไหม
as DRX will now move up to 9.
ฟรีแต้ม
Again,
หรือ
the
เปล่าฟรี
immediate
แต้มพิดิกหรือ
reactions,
เปล่า
the calls from Rust are pretty good, I have to admit, right? You shut them down on B, you're still holding it with the op. Polvi tries to retake control of it, so now you smoke off mid, you drone it, you reposition Polvi towards mid, they drone it, but you still think that you're able to slow it down, and that's when DRX throws a
ไม่
curveball.
โร
Sure,
ด
you
เอ็ก
shut down the
โรดอะ
initial
ROD
part of
X
it,
แล้วก็
but then
Nice,
Foxy9,
nice.
the
XBM
late delayed
100
push from main.
มันจะพิมพ์
And
ต
we
กใจ
saw it in the back
MIC
of that
ขึ้น
screen.
มั้ง
Mako still shrouded stepping in as well, just to be able to trade should things go awry. There's just too many layers to DRX right now.
This is how you know that Mako's an honest person. He closed things out with that Odin, didn't take it forward. Not carrying it forward into the next round. Says, okay, this is just the best tool for the opportunity that I have right now,
man.
but I'm not that kind of gamer.
You know, one day he'll see the light.
That's the darkness. You are the Sith. Whispering,
How
whispering
white
into his ear. Buzz on the entry though, turns back, finds
Oh.
lightning fast, swings back Jen.
เขาเรียกว่าลงแหล่ง
Find one. Russ with a great approach though, swings out.
Ma-
Benkai getting one.
มาแล้ว
Gets the
หวัง
other.
ขอเป็นมาแล้ว
Looking like a decent chance now at that
เฮ้ย
9
ปะ
would
เนี่ย
be half your full
93
global. Benkai at 5 HP, but just Foxy
Good.
and Bane now
เคิร์ดกับ
remaining.
DX ไม่น่าไหว
All the veterans
เคิร์ดก็ทำอะไร DX ไม่ได้
eliminated. Thrown to check. Benkai spotted.
แข็งจัด
Try to see if they can flush him out. Shock dart.
Oh,
goes
God,
into
look
the
at that.
trick.
อร่อย
They're thinking about it.
Lengu,
Wants to
Lengu.
figure out which
Oi.
lineup to use here.
โอ้โห
They kind of whiff on him though, but
Ow.
it's going to be the Nanoswarm actually who does take him down.
เหลือเชื่อ
A 2v3 with an operator on the opposite side.
โอ้แล้วเหลือเดี๋ยวนะเหลือ2คนนี้อีกแล้ว
They're inching closer and closer, getting ready for the peak. There's the flash. Setup is good.
ไม่ให้เล่นไม่ให้
Bane
เล่น
now with everything to do,
น้องใหม่เอาหน่อย
with no tools with which to do it. A double stack Odin op on heaven with Rust down in front. It's just not quite possible.
จะ
Will
วิน
get
ยังไง
taken
ไหว
down.
อะสามกระ
Global
บอก
finally able to break that win streak here in the very last round of the
ถ้ายิง
half.
ได้น่าจะต้องพอส
9-3.
เช็คคอม
The RX are in firm
แบบว่ายิ
control
ง
here
สา
on
ม
the
ตัว
set.
เลยอะ
9 rounds in a row since DRX bought rifles. I mean, that is just insane, no matter what you think about the relative strength of each team. So all the credit to DRX, especially once again, considering that the initial reads from GE seemed really solid. A lot of teams would fold under that, right? You start to think that you're getting red, they're always prepared for you. Starts to shake things up, but not DRX. I mean, for one, they played on this map so many times. They are the protagonists of so many impossible map wins on Ascent, going back and forth. So,
Oh yeah, I mean, you think about 2022 champs alone.
yes.
The number of overtime
Oh my
performances
gosh.
there.
Yeah, I mean, everyone in Korea on the verge of having a heart attack during that event.
It
But
wasn't just those of us in Korea, my friend. There was palpitations in Istanbul that
I'm
evening.
sure. I'm sure.
Oh,
Well, it's been a
Phil.
while since we've seen that.
A dab, yeah.
Lots of fans here. I'm sure a lot of fans also kind of just happy to see
คนมาเชียร์ในประ
a
เทศเยอะจัด
rejuvenated DRX despite the
จัดเกาหลี
circumstances.
บ่อยเนาะป้าเบาแรง
Yeah, I mean, I think
ศูนย์กลางนะเขาเป็นศูน
they
ย์กลาง
certainly had caught a lot of
เขาเป็น
people
ศูนย์กลาง
off
เลยเหรอ
guard with the way that they
ใช่
were
ครับ
looking.
เหมือน
Fans very much still rallied up there in the audience.
ถ้าอเมริกาก็
Just considering the
รับเลยนะ
changes, you know, flashback.
ยุโรปก็
this
เยอรมัน
young, incredible looking prospect being able to play for, you know, we don't really know how long.
But Bane, I mean, he's doing exactly what he needs to for this team to be able to play to their comfort. And I think that's the most he could hope for
LA,
now. Bane will still have plenty more chances for him to shine all the way through. I mean, once again, you have to remember, if you haven't been following, Bane was the original guy that DRX said this is one of the people that we want to grow to be the future of DRX Valorant. He was on the OG training squad.
โอ้โหเดี๋ยว DX มาแพ็กกลางอะดิ
Chance on the big stage.
Oh,
โอ้
flash recon timing.
อุ้ย
Good, but
อุ้ยเคาน์เตอร์ได้ดีครับ
Fine
ช็อต
buzz,
นี้
good covering fire there. Polvi will be able to take out
Rookie.
Foxy 9. Bane a little bit of
ที่
whipping,
ใจ
trying
ถึ
to
ง
tuck
มาก
back inside
เลื
of
อก
the smoke,
ด่าน
get
นี้มันเจ
himself
อ
around the corner, but
DI
cannot do so. He's end up falling.
Enemy
Benkai with 2 here in
But
this
what,
pistol
chicken
round.
manjay
It seems like
le
Global may just be carrying
ค
forward
อมเหมือนกันด้วย
the success of the squad from last year when it comes down to pistols.
โอ้มาโกะ
They look
อัน
for
นี้
that
ไม่ใช่คอมยอด
2-0.
ฮิตแล้วตอนนี้ คอมสิ้นคิด
Snacks now rotating
ถ้า
back
เป็นเพื่อนเล็ก
around,
อาจจะ
roast
ไปเล่น
in hand,
คอม
smoke
ปืน
blooms, clears out on the dart, pushes in,
อาจ
gets
จะ
the
มีเล
dink,
ส
but
ให้เห็น
cannot confirm the kill. Plenty of damage dealt, but
เรื่องเหลือ
Polvi
2
pushing
Ui.
forward in mid will intercept Mako before he can
ปืนพก
activate
ที่
his
ได้
clutch
รัวๆเลยนะ
powers. That will be Global picking up a second pistol round win for themselves, rather.
Now, like you said, all things as they should be. GE winning the pistols. DRX still in the lead on
Hello.
Ascent. But we'll see. I mean, GE last time, they obviously smooth sailing up through the anti-eco and then 9 rounds in a row. See if they can do it. The trading, you know, the comms seem to be on point that time in mid. Povey able to kind of hide out and trust his teammates to cover enough time for him to re-peak.
No investment here from DRX. Never really a team that tries to go for any kind of forced buys. Buzz does try to take some very aggressive early space. Gets punished for it. Yeah, very small amount of damage there on the Lightning Fast, who is still going to be sitting pretty there outside of A. Povey with that outlaw. Able to take down Bane. So already key advantages found here is the calls just made to say like, okay, rush him down so we can get any value here. Reload from Foxy, 9 touch back around the corners, trying to get these right clicks woven in. Had he been able to connect on the Lightning Fast, they may have been able to find themselves a second kill, but it's going to be global. Picking up 2 in a row once more. But this is where things started going wrong for them in the opening half. The rifle purchase here for DRX.
Yep, and it's once again going to be all full armor, so that Outlaw not going to have as much value. Obviously, it's still going to be good if you get the headshots. We'll see if he's able to do that. Now on the attacking side, sometimes it's going to be up to Povey to get those peaks.
See what the call's going to be, but right now, 3-2 split.
Scanning ahead.
Benkai and Povey off over near B lobby. Smoke down, taking a peek in towards tree. Nothing really going to be spotted though. Povey looking like he's still going to try to lead the charge with that outlaw in hand. Drone in the meantime coming through. Mako just back really quickly, clearing that one out. Sends down the smoke to try to get some delay. His fragment will land there. Forces him off the angle for the time being.
Yeah, paranoia a little bit early. It didn't allow them to get all the way through tree. The window is broken.
Gonna have to use that like a shotgun if you want to try to find value, but as he tries to swing in, Buzz will get on top of him. So finds those 2 kills. TP to the side, lightning fast around the corner, but a little bit late. Pull the trigger. Buzz able to back away.
Yeah, the wide angle, now the double as well. You're in tree. Lightning Fast just waiting for them to come through, but the thing is the main force can't get in unless Lightning Fast can do something about it.
There's the reveal, just pinged down, trying to go ahead and get him through the corner.
Eventually
Bane will be able to do so with that wall bang, forcing him out.
สุดมันน้อยไปหน่อย
The 5-member strong here versus Russ. He will be able to get one to deny it. Flawless. DRX, once again, get rifles in hand, get themselves around win, and now are up to 10.
เหมือนเดิมเลย เหมือนเรา
All right, GE still just enough room for them to try to go for a comeback here. Buy up the rifles, we'll see what they can do. Now a lot of focus has been spent taking over mid control early on, both in the pistol and once again here on the bonus. Eventually striking for that pinch, but not enough to really pressure that. Wow.
มีครับ
The
ปล่อย
off
ตัว
for
มีครับผม
Povey.
Yeah, this is a very bold attempt here. Right now,
I mean, it's surely unexpected, that's for sure.
Just looking to clear some of that KJ util. It's like, are we just going to have a 3-man main push tiles crunch attempts from DRX? The answer is no. They don't identify that this op is in play. They might still suspect it.
Take flight.
Yeah, I'm curious if they do suspect it. That'd be incredible.
เจอกันแล้วกัน
Ships in the night. A little bit of added info for Bane. He does get the spot there on the pad. What is that? What?
ถ้ารู้อะนะ
Excuse me?
No, he had to have seen him jump. He had to have seen him jump, peek, and then shot him through the wall. There's just no way.
We'll have to see that one on a replay either way. What an opener here. As Russ is trying to calm this one over. Gets the dink across onto Buzz as well. Down to 42 HP.
สเต็กงง
Alarmbot will remain standing, but I don't think that Global are going to be too bothered by it. Foxy now, just the Guardian in hand. The only one on this A side of the map. Mako rotating all the way back across.
โอ้โห
That smoke there.
สไนล่าเขียวเลยวะ
They might be behind just enough time, though.
Clear out there on that. Yeah, the Nanoswarm's not going to come into play now. Povey able to find the shot. Foxy 9 going to be taken out. Global in such a good position where DRX now make the call that they're going to have to just hold on to these weapons. Everybody getting tucked back here in B site. Benkai spreading across. I think spot is, but just don't do anything.
Yeah,
let's hold on to the weapons. Don't shoot at them.
DRX just happy to let that pass by if you're not going to hit the first shot. And Benkai probably at a certain point will be scratching his head because it just doesn't make sense that he hasn't run into him yet. But all in all, definitely a desperate round win that GE wanted. A flawless, like you said, and the op really paying off. I mean, again, even if he did spot the jump,
I have
an
to see that
incredible
back.
shot.
That's just
อ
nutty.
ยากเห็นเลยว่าโพวี่ยิงยังไง
For some reason, I'm like, I feel like it was
ไม่
just
มี
a
อะไรเลย
read.
อยู่ดีก็
But
หัน
it
มา
feels
ซูมกำแพงยิง
impossible
ทะลุ
for it to just have been a read.
I mean, it's a
ทะลุเข้า
very.
หัว
The thing is,
อยู่
you
ๆก็งง
hit the op for so long, right? So
Yeah.
I can't imagine that it's a blind shot. But hopefully we get it in the
เทอม
replay.
นี้บอกไม่รู้
Either
จะแก้
way,
ยัง
a
ไงเนี่ย
very impressive opener that allows GE to stay on the
Oh.
board and keep the operator. Now,
Yeah, so
now
yeah.
that DRX knows the element of surprise, the tempo, it's
I'll
not
do
really
that,
going to catch them off guard too much, but
Oh,
no way!
what? I mean, okay, he saw him jump, but he just
he wasn't-
fully expected that he
เห็น
was
เหรอ
going to
เห็นกระ
continue
โดดเหรอ
straight.
เมื่อกี้
fucking slapped.
Oh, man. I mean, yeah, like you said, it's not like he was scoped in and he just goes for the flick. He just remembers where the jump was. And these are the moments that the fans of Polvi have been clamoring for. You know that the talent is there.
That is nasty. Buzz now trying to get himself
Oh.
covered. He's able to find one. Russ quick to trade it back. Silva for a jet. Wolvie still in play.
โอ้
Om
เกม
still
ออน
in
แล้ว
hand.
วะจังหวะ
No
นี้
one going to be expiring though. Mobility cut down. As
เออ
Foxy
น่าจะเห็นแบบ
takes
เรียกแค่ส
some
แต็กเลยเมื่อ
forward
กี้
space here in B.
Doesn't need to greet it too much. He's got his util to fall back on. So for now, just having an off angle, given the timing, but surely at a certain point, I
I
expect
don't
him
think
to go
Stax
back.
is not going to do it again, Polvi. He's watching
แล้ว
and waiting
วันเว
for
ตรง
it.
นี้แบบ
The thing is GE hasn't cleared the
One way,
alarm out.
man.
They saw it that last round. They never really cleared it. So they'll have to pressure that if they want to force someone to watch for mid.
Bane with a drone. Doesn't get the hit there. He spots out one. Is Russ wary about a potential aggro push out towards Gelato here? But Monaco, for now, just playing this
Ow.
patiently, still tucked away
เอา A ว่ะ
inside of Wine.
เคลียร์นี้ก่อน
As
ให้
there's
ลก
the
เล่น
creep up, alarm bot spotted, cleared. Benkai
ตัวเลยตัวเลย
adding to the chaos and ambiguity
โอ้
here.
โหอร่อยเลยดิอย่างเงี้ย
Just trying to assess what's happening, but yet, like you say, 23 seconds now remaining in the clock. And they very much suspect Monaco's position, and they will be able to drive him out very easily.
Right, tree's been cleared out. Double gets tagged, but they filled the site already. Only 12
จังหวะ
seconds.
นี้
12 seconds, Spike still needed to be brought forward. Foxy9 able to find Benkai.
เฮ้ย
Spike just now getting closer. Odin in
Why?
play.
ระวังทัน
Swing out. Op shot gonna go a little bit wide, but lightning fast finds the headshot.
ออกสิ
A second to spare.
เหลือสิบ
They managed to get the plant down, and now Foxy with
อ๋อ
10
ไปวัดจังหวะ
HP
เบนมานี่นะ
has to deal with 3 players. He can't even deal with the first.
ไม่หัว
Colby will get the headshot. Global Esports. They start running things back.
And it all started with this operator. I mean, it sounded like one of the craziest buys we've
แปลก
seen.
จัด
But it allows him to get into absolute reach. We'll see. It looked like the timer might have stopped. We'll see if it's going to be a timeout. Of course, GE doesn't have any more, so DRX will have to be a little wary of if you want to use it or not. Because it gives the opponents an opportunity as well.
Let's go, guys. Come on.
ร้านที่ตัวคม
The vibes
ลัสกับโพวี่
built
ตั
up
ว
here on the side of Global
ตัวแบก
Esports,
ดี
but yeah, we do have a timeout called from the DRX camp. Termi and Glow wanting to get involved, seeing how these last couple of rounds have been getting away from them because, I mean, you know, at the start, yeah, it was the beginning of that 9-round streak for them in the first half. This one, they got the bonus, and that's been it.
Yeah.
The follow-up 2 rounds. So Global now with a way back into this game, just 3 rounds separating.
And we'll see. My curiosity is what's Global's adjustment right after the timeout? What do you expect their answer is going to be to the attacking
สวัสดีครับ
operator?
น้องคิมิโนโตะ
Because DRX, they're not one to just hang
อยู่
back
ข้าว
with
อ่ะ
no
ขอร้อง
information. They'll have to get
Stopเลย
information one way or another. But what it's going to be,
อยู่ข้าว
is
อ่ะ
it going to be something like that tiles crunch? Some form of aggression just to try to shut things down. And then make sure that they erase half of the map. And if that's the case, where does GE expect it to happen? Because right now, obviously, the value not quite there for a full buy. So DRX, if they're going to do it, it's going to be a bit of a hodgepodge version of whatever play. So it won't be this round, but perhaps something they're keeping in the pocket for the next.
Hero rifle handed over to Buzz from Foxy, who's just playing pretty much naked, doesn't have anything to work with here.
Oi.
As Polvi will take a bit of damage.
Oh, he
Still went
dashed
forward. Yeah, he's still looking to take space, and he will be able to find him.
Oh,
Russell lightning fast over getting involved. Find Mako Bane. And Buzz all
Bane.
gone. Off the back of that aggression. The opening pick is good, but the follow-up significantly lacking. And now it's just the aforementioned Foxy9 with the classic in hand to see if he can do any additional damage. Benkai low. Was tagged up a bit. The drone chasing forward, force him back onto the site, as they have no idea where this Killjoy is.
Yeah, but they'll just keep the main forces in mid.
ได้คนหนึ่งไหม
If
เนี่
they
ย
get spotted
คน
here,
หาโดนมนุษย์โดน
they
มนุษ
can
ย์
always go around the other way. Now this is give a Vandal.
He finds the kill, doesn't take any damage either.
I mean, it makes the plant
ทำไม
safe,
ผมคิด
that's
ว่าจะ
for
คัด
sure.
วะ
โอ้โห
And
ยา
your
ก
creds are fine. That's not the problem. The
ต้อง
problem
ต้องตัดอีก
is
หนึ่งให้ไวเนี่ย
is
ซึ่ง
this just enough
ดี
that
ไปเล่น
Foxy
รับ
9
เลย
needed
กด
to do something about it this round?
Trying to figure out what position he's going to come
แต่ปรับ
from.
เป็นเลือดเหลือ
Trying to
20 นะ
jump over top of the turret. I appreciate that effort.
เฮีย
Yeah, but do they know that he's already passed it because the turret activated? Not sure if they would have heard the drop for
เฮ้ย
clear.
นี่ไง
Well, finds one. Gets tagged down at 20
Oh.
though. He's got to be wary about those market stairs. So he does a little bit more damage, but cannot find the round win. It would have been an absolutely monstrous clutch there. Instead, it is Global continuing to run this back. Now 3 consecutive, 5 in this half, 10-8, and the ult economy in their favor.
I mean, still very well prepped
รัดมันเอาจัดเลย
here on the side of GE. Sure, Polvi gets stuck a little bit, but they don't panic. They still understand that they have better control of mid, that they can still trade out. And now another op, but this time on both sides. Buzz looking to combat it.
Pushing up behind the drone. You know the turret's going to be situated. Polvi just holding a hard line.
เฮ้ย เฮ้ย
Strikes first.
Oh.
It's Polvi.
Oh.
Sees enough. The elbow sticking
my
out. Buzz
God.
taken down through the corner.
รู้เดเบิล
ตาย
I
อยู่เนี่ย
mean, Buzz
Rootable
kinda
DIX.
going for the idea that they're not going to expect me to be here, but I
Rootable
also don't want
เลย
to trigger the turret. But Polvi definitely the advantageous angle there, given the
ไม่
distance.
เหลี่ยมเมื่อกี้คน
Spots
รอ
his
มันโดนอยู่
elbow
แล้ว
first.
Bane getting flashed in. Widely. Global. Maybe just pivot over towards the A site as it will be Blaze King rotating back through attacker spawn to join in with the rest. The RX have already adjusted a bit by positioning 3 players on this site. Foxy with a lockdown, trying to slow things up, but there's the pop on the ult as Fury opened up. Blaze King fishing for any kind of tags he could get.
โอ้โห
Colby in the meantime, though, finding stacks out on site. Knives now pulled.
แย่ละ
And there's the TP, the pump fake. Is lightning
It's
fast.
good.
Shifts it right back over to B.
Ow.
Knives drawn, but Foxy with a headshot, able to find one. Plant coming in.
Oh,
Saving
Tom.
from Bane.
อุ้ย
Walks in onto Benkai's head. Swing around the
Oh.
corner. Bane
Ui.
finds the
Ui,
headshot with the lightning
Adwa.
fast. And now somebody's got to
Ui,
defuse the
yeah.
spike.
Oh,
Is they're going
no.
to make it happen. And Russ, I don't know if he's going to be able to get there in time.
โอ้
He
ย
cannot.
Ui.
Marco guns
Ui.
it down from Mark.
RYM ว่ะ
No,
โคตรโหดเลย
the crumble
Clean
there. I
boot.
like the idea from Global, but they're just
Oh,
not ready for
man.
Bane to be in this position to win out on those
โอ้
fights.
โหช็อตนี้เสกจัดๆอ่ะ
And without having anybody in position to try and deny that spike defusal, it just ends up
Kom
falling
jack.
apart.
This is one of those things where, I mean, you wonder if GE had to do that because you hear the rotate out, and sure, now you know that they're going to have some fair numbers on the side of A. Foxy, I'm just saying, holy crap, you were damn good, Bane. But with a little bit more flair.
A little bit
the
more
language.
spice on top of it.
But, man, again, the idea is cool, but it's like, do you always have to go for the cool idea? You would have still had the numbers advantage. Benkai still could have cut off the rotate. And it's one of those things where you wonder, if you were confident that you can win the fights no matter what, just by having equal or one extra person, then is there ever a need for that over-rotate? Does that become when you start to overcook?
Cost them dearly. DRX now one step closer to closing out this map, but Global still very much with a fighting chance. Buzz pulling off the angle here in mid. Repeats it. Instantly does find Benkai.
มียิงเรียก
บัส
ป่าเบน
บัสจะไปอยู่แล้ว
Blaze King pushes
เป็น
him
ใครพวกกรรมกร
Already crept in
เนี่ย
all the way.
เก็บมา
No
เดี๋ยวนี้
noise
นะ
made.
ป่าเบนบอก
เรียบร้อยเลย
Still suspicious here at DRX. Smoke thrown down from
โอ้
Mako.
โห
อุ้ย
โอเปอเรเตอร์เลยถึงนี่เลยเหรอ
dead.
นั่น
Trying
น่ะ
to
สิ
linger
บู
his
วี่
way
คือแบ
up.
บ
In through Big
อ๋อ
Man. Well, the tension tied over towards Heaven. Foxy 9 able to
GG
use the
ครับ
strike. Clean up will
เลื้อย
come
มาข
through
นาด
his
นี้
Mako.
แล้วแบบว่า
Gets 2 on
แต่
the
เพื่อนยั
back
งไม่ได้
end.
เข้า
It's a flawless now as DRX finding their footing once more. They take this up to map point.
Man, all it took, one incredible round from Bane. And then GE, this time they tried to take the fight, but it's just not there in time. I mean, of course, Buzz picking off 2 people already makes it a lot harder.
Yeah, and I think Benkai might have been fishing to try to clear out AJ utility that sat there in mid.
มาโกรธชิวจัดเลยอะเว
Having
ลา
those tracer
นั่ง
rounds
ยิง
come
อะไร
across
ปกติจัด
was knows
โอ้ย
the
วัน
general
นี้
direction to look in.
นักกีฬาหลัง
There's
ตรง
going to be someone there.
นึกว่าเล่นเหล็ก
Follows the
เท็กเจอร์
bullets.
อะไรอยู่
Finds the
ชิว
kill. Now he's looking to try to hold things back as this time
เอา
Polvi
คืน
gonna
เอา
be at
คืน
a major disadvantage.
เต็ม
Yeah.
เป้า
He's able to capitalize.
And this time it was kind of the reverse situation. Polvi trying to find the off timing, but the angle advantageous for Buzz. The drone clear immediately in mid to see if there's any reaction. They know that they haven't exactly committed to one side or the other. Now you've still got the Killjoy setups on A and mid. You've still got all the ultimates you would want, quite frankly, for a retake. So DRX, one of those rounds, classic Ascent round, where there is literally no reason for them to do anything about the information. They can just wait.
Benkai with the op, looking like he
เป็น
wants
ใคร
to
ส
move
ไน
in a
เปอร์
challenge.
เหลี่ยมนี้แบบ
เบส
ไม่ตาย
He's
ตาย
gonna be taken down. Tailwind up and over
สไล
the
ด์
top.
สไลด์สไลด์
Gets himself sat back here in the
เจ็บ
site.
เจ็บ
Lightning
เจ็บ
fast
เจ็บ
now being
โอ้
counted
โอ้
down as Bane
นัวไปหมด
with the Fury. Crashes
ได้
into
โล
Boston, makes him
โอ้โห
crumble.
จบเลยอย่างงี้
จีจี
Two players left. Try to keep themselves alive in this game, but the odds, the deck, it's all stacked against them at the moment.
30 วิ
30 seconds left.
I mean, they got a sprint and Mako's waiting here. The paranoia alone will be enough, I think, to draw out the round.
Spots one. I mean, he knows that
มา
they're
ก่อ
being
ชัวร์
ushered
ด้วย
towards this side of the map. Lockdown
อ้าว
invested.
สแต็ก
Blazing
ทำ
is
ไร
able to find
เพื่อนเอา
one.
ชัวร์
Stacks gone. Mako
มาโกรธรอบายตรงนี้ดีกว่าจังหวะ
waiting
ต้อ
as
ง
they
รี
have
บ
to break through the door. The time
จังหวะยังไง
dwindling
ก็ต้อง
their
แมนแล้ว
line.
บายไป
Got nowhere else to go. A fragment forces him back before the moment. Runs with a headshot, finding one, but it's
Oi.
already over. The
Deploy.
spike cannot
GG.
be planted. As the cleanup will come through. DRX pushed around a lot more than I think we might have anticipated. To credit where it is due, Global putting up a hell of a fight there in that second half, but DRX still come out with a win on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, sure, we talk about was it over
รู้สึก
from
ว่า
here
สอบ
or
ผ่าน
not, but
เลย
at
นะ
the end of the day, the real truth is if it wasn't
ไอ้
for
เบิร์นน่ะ
Bane hitting 2-3 incredibly crispy shots to get there ahead of the entire map,
สองนัดที่ผ่านมาถือว่า
GE may have gotten
โคตรดี
ahead. The momentum seemed absolutely in their favor. DRX not really having a clear idea until that round win to regain their confidence, to be able to hold the angles that they want, to throw GE off kilter a little bit. So props to GE, but it's a win for DRX.
That it is, and we have got Lotus on the horizon, but first we'll send it back over to the analyst desk to break down the action.
Well, GE was certainly fighting, but DRX continue to win on Ascent. Was their, I mean, not their map pick, but GE definitely was fighting.
Yeah, I mean, it's historically a pretty good map for DRX. Obviously, a slightly different look to the team, but kind of a similar feel to a lot of what we've seen from DRX in the past, where they're able to string together insane amounts of rounds on this map. I can't tell you how many times, you know, casting DRX over the years that I've seen this, so not too surprising to see it go that way necessarily, but I'm really happy that there was a fight back from GE, that they didn't just give up, that they just didn't roll over. So for that, in and of what it is, that's good, but it's the exact same scoreline they had against Zeta, 13-8.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're going to feel a bit bad about the way they lost. You know, giving over so many rounds in a row, as you mentioned, that's kind of DRX's thing. But at the same time, as Global Esports, it's like, it felt like there were too many rounds in a row. And then eventually, Polvi was just like, okay, I'm going to take the op, and I'm just going to kind of run at them. And it worked for a while, and it got a bunch of rounds back, and definitely got some momentum back for Global Esports. It was actually kind of surprising, because the rounds that DRX were winning were very one-sided. It wasn't, you know, close back and forth. So I was actually a bit surprised to see Global Esports, how well they fought back, but just wasn't enough. I think DRX just the more solid team this time around.
Yeah, there were moments here where Global Esports, I mean, you just saw these rounds slip from their fingers. The ideas were really good, but there was just moments of discoordination that cost them the round. DRX, on the other hand, continued to look great. And Bane, you know, their newest player, only being slotted in maybe 7 to 14 days ago, looking like he's been with the team this entire time.
Yeah, really solid performance on the Sova, that one round where he got the 3K you know, the recon dart to make sure while he's defusing that he's safe, and that actually reveals the player to give him the kill. Really good stuff. Yeah, the coordination looks really solid. I was really impressed with some of the communication, especially on their attacker side for DRX, with the way they were able to spread the map. You know, again, Foxy9, your MVP for this map, had a round where he gets a pick over into B. That opens up that site. They're able to TP Mako over, you know, get the plant over on the other side. So that just shows to me that they're flexible. They're having good ideas. Credit to the whole team there. Stacks as well, kind of maneuvering the map really nicely on that attacker side. So that's really good. But yeah, GE, there are a few rounds that didn't look as good. I think particularly the round where Polvi had the Blade Storm and he pushed all the way to a spawn, and then Foxy gets him on the ramp.
Yeah, it was a bit rough. I think there are some rough edges still for the GE lineup. You saw that, yeah, they got the pistol, got the second round, and then it was, I think it was 9 rounds in a row for DRX. I mean, that's just, it's a bit much. And there were some, you know, clutch Mako moments and some, you know,
ไม่น่าได้ครับผมคู่นี้
some general DRX moments that you would expect from them. You know, Buzz lighting it up a couple times in a row, and I mean, there were some really insane shots like that one from Polvi through the wall, which just kind of blew everybody's mind, which was also really cool. But again, you know, you can do the cool stuff, but it's really going to be consistency that gets you across the board when you're talking about, you know, potential to go 24 rounds before you go into overtime. So didn't quite see enough of that from Global Esports, and some of the solo pushing wasn't
เด็ก
good.
2 คนเดียวมันโหมัน
There
ส
was
ด
a particular
มันสด
moment
จัด
when
เลย
Foxy9
อันนี้
was
รู้
the
ป่ะ
last man
EIX อ่ะ นอกจากไอ้
Three left up,
ที่มันดึง
they got that
Foxy9
plant
บี
down,
เยิน
and
แผ่น
even
แบ็คขึ้นมา
then,
มันมี
you know,
2
I
คน
think this
นะค
is
รับ
a testament to DRX and maybe even
Peace out,
the
man.
individual players. It was very
Academy
feasible
แม่งแบบแน่นจัด
for Foxy9 to take that 1v3.
ลองไปพิมพ์แบบว่า
I felt like he could actually
ใน
win
ลีด
that.
ได้บอร์ด
I mean,
EIX อ่ะจะเห็นรายชื่
when
อ
he
อยู่
gets the gun, right, he kind of tricks the opponent Sova into over peeking an angle
มีหลายคน
because he
รอ
dodges
standby อะ
the owl
วันที่
drone, and then
พี่
he's
โร
able
เว
to
ลา
just get a gun, and then all of a sudden you're thinking he's got an opportunity here because they had planted. They had all this time in the world to plant. Instead, they spent all their time GE looking for this last player where they could have planted and then looked and then figured it out. They know they have the numbers advantage. You might as well try to get that plant down and then deal with it after that. That is like things like that should a team like this with these players who are like a lot of them have IGL experience. They should have been figured out and should have been dealt with sooner.
Yeah, I agree. And hopefully they figure it out in time for Lotus, which is DRX's pick.
แต่เสียดายคือแผ่นแบ็คเขาบอกว่า
They're pretty
ตอนนั้นเธอ
good.
ไม่มาสัมภาษณ์ใช่ไหมแม่นสุด
Yeah, DRX are
They
quite
call
good at
it
this
that.
map.
And they didn't talk.
Achilles was talking about it the other
They
day
have some
where at first they were not, and it was banned a lot, but eventually they kind of
น่าจะต้องรอปีหน้านะ
got
ปีหน้า
some
ได้เป็น
learnings
3 คน
in. They had some good results on it, and eventually they just became pretty strong at it, and kind of the DRX way. You see on the other side that Global Esports banned 3 times. The one time they played it was a 13-3, so not the best results. And just hoping that they have this prepared, because I think especially when you're banning binds, you might expect DRX to pick Lotus. So I think coming into this one, you got to be ready to play DRX on this map. Otherwise, you're just not gonna have a good time.
Yeah, definitely not. And looking at these agent compositions here with their double controllers, and if they have that Cypher into, I'd like to see that again, actually. But who knows? It's a fresh new season for Pacific, and both of these teams have been surprising us every single game. Now, I do have a game for you guys. It's game time again. Hopefully, we actually have results this time so we can up rank or D rank and you know.
I just want to rank up, you know, this is what
I don't
I'm
like
all about.
ties. Like, I don't ever vote for ties when I play ranked.
No one likes to draw. We want the R or like take the R. So the question is, how many kills will DRX Buzz get on the second map? Is it going to be more than 20 or 20 kills and less?
20 or less.
Do we know how many got on the last one?
No idea.
I think it was about 20. Not 100%
That's
sure.
a little bit less
really
than
the question, right? It's
I know how many he got yesterday, but I don't know if I want to give away my secret knowledge.
Oh.
I know how many got on Lotus yesterday.
Oh, you're
so.
playing. Yeah,
That's
you're
right.
not going to be a team player. We're
No.
not going to rank up together, kind of thing.
Yeah, no.
Oh, okay. It's going to be like that.
That's right.
All right.
It's going to be like that.
I know
I guess
my
we're playing
answer.
against each other. We're not on the same rank team.
Why? It could be.
น้องลูบี้จะไปงานเหรอ
It'd be great. Okay.
แนะนำพวก
Wait.
ตุ๊กตาบิงแมนถ้ามีขายซื้อมาครับผม
Now I'm nervous. Now I'm nervous. I feel alone. Ready the reveal in 3, 2, 1. Oh. Okay.
Here's the thing. He got 18 kills on Lotus yesterday, so I'm going to say he's going to do better than that. I think he's going to pop off here. I think he started to get angry there at the end. Like, angry Buzz is best Buzz.
Yeah.
And, like, he started to get kind of diffed by Polvi a little bit, and then he's like, nope, I'm grabbing the op, and this is over. He did lose one time, but after that, you know, he kind of started to take it over. So I think it's angry Buzz time.
Interesting take, but Valdez, tell Paperthin why he's wrong.
20 is a lot. Also, it's 20 or less. So even if he does get 20, doesn't count. Actually, we win in that case. And I just feel like we talked about this a bit. If it doesn't go to a lot of rounds, it's very difficult to hit that amount of kills. So DRX looking pretty dominant on Ascent. I would imagine that the second map as well is going to go their way pretty heavily.
Well, I'm counting on Foxy9 to take all of Buzz's kills. That's why.
That helps too.
So it's not going to happen. We're going to go to agent picks now. This will help determine a little bit more of what's going on. Okay, this is different. We've got the fade on DRX, which they did not show during kickoff or, you know, the last time that we see them play Lotus. Actually, it's just a mirror.
It's mirrors.
It's
It's
a mirror.
mirrors again.
It's a mirror.
Mirror on the wall.
Mirror on the wall. I like that. You Snow White, you. Or the queen,
Who's the prettiest Lotus of all?
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is interesting for global, but it is kind of like sort of the expected comp these days. I mean, you know, again, a lot of teams kind of shifted into the fade because it helps you take control of some of that space, especially on A, Rubble and stuff like that, a little bit easier. I think it makes it a little easier to deal with some of the Cypher too, so not too surprising at all. I get why everybody does it.
All right. We are going to go into Lotus, our second map of the last series of today. Over to our casters, Achilleos and William.
Alrighty, thank you very much. Yes, here we go into Lotus. The audience still very much geared up here for a DRX win. Things got very, very close. They're on Ascent. Now we move forward here into Lotus. Global able to watch DRX play this in the opening series. No changes to be made. Same composition here from DRX. Global look to match.
มันต้องการของเลฟทำลายของหรือแบบระเบิดเลฟมัน
You
ยิง
know,
แท็ก
if it
เขา
becomes a
จับ
meta
เล
comp,
ฟ
it's probably for a reason. It's gonna be a fast push
Oh
out.
my god! Oh, so very aggressive here from Mako in the meantime. Pushing out alongside Foxy9 through B.
โคตรเถื่อน
Find the kill now, Blaze King. Turning back and wondering where the hell his team went. Does manage to line them up for a moment, but only able to confirm the kill onto one. 3 members still strong. DRX still take their first pistol of this series.
Yeah, they were playing pretty active once again last time on the Lotus. Doing so same again, right from the pistol for DRX. Now, the thing about the fade, obviously, they talked about it briefly on the desk. You know, not only does it help with a little bit of the util, you know, synergy on things like Rebel or even Mound, as we just saw with this, but it's a lot of the fact that also the flashes aren't as big as they are on other maps, right? There's just so many nooks and crannies where you can play anti, you can go for the repeat, things like that. So you'd rather have the extra prowlers, the extra drone, basically, to help clear things out.
Well, Foxy gonna get pushed back there. One of his nano swarms taken out by the paint shells. Turret's still situated on that left side entry. Poison orb to try and dissuade. As Mako moves over and reinforces this position.
Bring them down.
Next, hearing some classic shots there outside of B. Sends a prowler. Door going to be tapped. Benkai still lingering around though. Trying to tool around with some information here.
Yeah, just gonna constantly.
Oh, well, Mako able to find Russ. That spike now spotted outside of the door. Re-peek in. Fast does collect this, but looks like again, still gonna start working their way forward in towards the C site, but the Poison Orb comes back up from Mako. Snake Bite to try and delay.
As he just lost control of A as well, right? So there's just nowhere really for GE to go. Sure, it's an eco, you're not really meant to win it, but you do want to do some damage, even if it's all classics.
He playing a very aggressive position, and I must have caught a brief little glance, or is just playing off that timing on the wall. It's Buzz now. Tucked in behind the box. Spots 2, catches 1. Back up and lightning fast attack low. Looking for the readjust. Benkai is able to find one. Finds himself second elimination with the classics. Weapon recovers. They shift their way over in towards B. Decent damage dealt now here by GE as they look to hold for this plan, but book it drawn off of it. Might have just missed the timing to be able to close this one out. Instead, we'll look to try to deal damage. Ultimately will fall. That being said, damage again, not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, they picked up the Vandal. In some worlds, obviously, taking the Vandal over to the next round
ถือว่า
also
ตัดเยอะ
wouldn't
อยู่
have been bad, but they had the opportunity to try to go for the plant. They took it. A little bit extra damage. Drop a Bulldog, drop a Spectre. It's not too shabby. But Bane, it's plays like that we saw even in their match against Team Secret. Just a little bit more heads up, a little bit more prosto elimination. And Bane also seems to kind of be the vibes guy as well for DRX even there, you know, just telling everyone it's fine. And he's the newest guy on the team. So you love to see it. I mean,
so is Elsis.
Exactly. I mean, I'm getting similar vibes though, just because Buzz also posted after their win against Team Secret that, you know, they were just all smiles and laughs, and he seemed to infer that it was thanks to Bane. See if that comes into fruition
speaking
again.
of Bane, another catch there on a Blaze King. Playing fast, wanting to just clear out the turret, but now he's out to the open, and even with just the frenzy up close, Mako
อยากจะได้มาก
สมองหมดพอดีด้วยนะ
another bit of that investment here.
อร่อยเลยทีนี้
The side of Global.
เอาปืนมาแจกโหกลายเป็นแน่นเลย
And it's Foxy. Thought he was just going to stay planted.
แน่นทุกทางเลยทีนี้
I will replace my turret.
จีฟอสบายมาเหรอป้า
Well,
อันนี้มันต้องซื้อแล้วครับวินเนี่ย
it's both of your smokes.
แล้วทำไมปืนมันแบบ
This is an uphill battle for G.
มันเป็นแบบว่าเอารออ่ะงง
Oh, and the timing
ไอ้
couldn't
ไอ้
be
นี่มัน
more
ชอบ
perfect
ใช้
for
อะ
Stacks. Gets the read. You
เพราะมัน
saw
รู้
the
ว่าวิน
alarm
วิน
bot
นี้
as
แบบ
well.
DX มาเล่น
It's
บ
a
นไหน
little
ก็
out
มัน
of
จน
range
ไง
for now, though, so
ใช้ก่อน
Stacks
เลย
just gonna back away as they've decided to double up on
ไอ้เมื่อกี้
C-side.
ก็มีคนถาม
Was able to draw some attention over towards Baby Door. Finds one on the entry, but
อ่าน
know
ว่าบี
where
เย็น
Stacks is.
ปิดปากไปแล้วครับผม
Keep
นาน
him
แล้วครับน้องแตง
at arm's length. Move on and try and
ใคร
check.
ไปเล่าอะไรฟังเนี่ย
Quick tap. Polvy
push
trying to
out.
challenge in, and Stacks right back into that crosshair.
ขยี้เป้า
Doesn't end up falling, but now Polvy on his lonesome. 8 bullets remaining here. In the mag, pushes out. Will get taken down. DRX
อดอยาก
going to be converting this bonus
ไม่รู้
now
จะ
as they
ทำยัง
move
ไง
up
เลย
3
ที
to
นี้
0.
Lots of, you know, econ loss here for GE and the defaults as well. I mean, they're not even really being given a chance to showcase how they want to move around the map. The initial scuffles really coming out on the short end there for GE. They'll get one more shot.
Bane's 5-0 and 2 at the moment. It's just not giving them any wiggle room
อ๋อ
towards this A side of the map.
อิงเอาไปบอกให้เปิดแน่เลย
Without having that space to work with, the freely flow back and forth. Makes it a lot easier for the defending team to just figure out where you're going to end up and what your options are.
Now it's going to be a push out
ที่
again.
ตื่นไปออกกำลังกายไม่ไหวสักวันเลยเนี่ยวันนี้ว่าตอนแรกตั้งใจว่าจะไปก็ไม่ได้ไป
With the showstopper.
For it, nothing spotted. Polvy in the meantime able to find Mako. As that's just going to be them rotating their way in
แล้วเขาเปิด
towards
สวนไป
the
บี
B
เหรอ
side. Showstopper
no
set,
idea.
but yeah,
Ow.
nothing spotted. And lightning fast playing and carefully
Oh.
playing it patiently. He's going to be rewarded with 2 kills.
ก็ได้สามนะ
Foxy in the meantime finds Blaze
อ
King.
ร่อยเลยแค่นี้
Blake now situated there on B. Orb snatched up. Foxy worried about this push from behind. Alarm bot is set up. Polvy now does trigger that one, so has to back away.
Foxy 9 now
Look.
weary of his own flank, but he doesn't really have much of a choice. He's just got to pick and choose. Now it's going to be up to Stacks to draw a little bit of that attention. It's just enough.
But Foxy somehow gets the entry. Russ backing up far too much. Polvy
แน่น
tucks
อนจัด
away. Full
โอ้โห
HP
วิ
on
ชั่น
him.
ดีจัด
โบวี่
They expect him to
60
be
เลือด
health
เต็ม
between the 2
เจอกับ
players.
ซากสอง
Can he try to
Boom.
get them both? Finds one, but cannot get the second. Foxy 9. Another multi-kill
โคตร
round.
ค
A
ม
4K for him to get
มันลัก
DRX
ถอยหลัง
up to
มาให้
4.
โดนถอยหลังมันลึกไปด้วยปะ
And that is,
โดนยิง
again,
ไปก่อนเลย
just a gut punch here for Global Esports.
Absolutely. It's these newer guys on DRX that are really continuing to breathe life into them.
ตัวท้าย
You
นี่
know,
ยัง
not
ค
to
ม
say that they were in trouble or anything like that, but they're the ones that are really securing the momentum for this Korean squad. And even here, just patiently waiting. Old Foxy 9 might have tried to ego peek one of these first.
ลัสมันก็ทำอะไรไม่ได้มันก็
This
ปัดเทิง
time
กับอีกทาง
Stacks
เลย
forces them to jiggle out with the Prowler. Yeah, just saying that's me.
Yep.
And he's proving it so far here in
Dai
stage
la.
1.
It has been an insane blow up. I mean, we saw glimmers of it when he first joined the team last year. A couple of those moments. I mean, his debut map, he finished things off with an ace on Ascent. We know that he has that explosive firepower, but then it was just so lacking. It was so inconsistent. And granted, it's only been 2 series so far, but with his seemingly full-time transition into being this Sentinel player, it has just been providing us with an absolute renaissance performance for Foxy 9.
It's very similar, in my opinion, to Meteor as well,
หน้า
right?
ครับผม
Someone who felt that.
กินผมอะ
Okay.
ทั้งปีไปทั้งปีไม่มีกำหนด
Blaze King. All right, he'll draw out the Paranoia, which isn't bad. That gives him an opportunity to try to retake Rebel if they so choose later on.
Foxy in the meantime, waiting to send this out. Does so. Paint Shell's not available, so can't just try to bank those in the waterfall to get a quick clear on that lockdown. So
มันไล่เลยอะแล้วเอก็ยังยึดอยู่
call from Global.
กำลังจะเข้าเลยอี
Forced
เลย
away. Ushered ever closer to Bane's open welcoming arms.
Oh, and look at the setup from DRX. See, no time is low. The best option is going to be B side. Otherwise, you just have to play for delay.
Needed that kill. That does draw attention from Mako. He shifts over. Stack's now the one who has to hold the line here.
อ้าวคนเจ้าชู้
Back forward with Benkai. Easily trading that out. Finds the kill. Buzz able to get him, but
ผมก็ว่าแล้วว่า
gone. Buzz
คุ้นเสียง
in a very rocky spot. Ends up falling his
นับ
play.
หนึ่ง
Able to take him out. Spike gets planted with 7 seconds to
หาย
spare.
เหรอ
And now it's all Foxy and Mako.
ที่มีวันพุธ
Players
ครั
that
บ
have
ผม
probably been
นั
the
กเตะ
most
โค
clutch here today for them.
ไงเมื่อวานซึมจัดเลยครับ
It's going to be a tough one.
วันพุธ
Only
4 ทุ่ม
two
เอง
people, though.
ไอ้อีมีมัน
One of the reasons
อีมี
that
มัน
it's
พุธ
going to
พฤ
be
หัสศุกร์
always so much easier to go for the retake here is just the number of entry points that you have. And now process of elimination in favor of Global Esports.
ยากอันนี้
User left your channel.
Want to try to wait out the smoke, but the time is just working against you. So it looks like ultimately the call will be made to back away. Foxy, the most in danger.
ครบครับผม
Wait to see
เดี๋ยว
if
จะดูให้คร
anybody
บครับ
tries
ผ
to
ม
come through, hunt him out, but
น่าจะไม่พลาดเลย
they'll
ดู
just be
จาก
able
ตาราง
to
แล้ว
drift back. So Global here in round 5 will be able to get themselves
มีแค่อย่าง
on
เดียว
the
ที่
board.
พี่จะไม่ได้ดูอีมีคือ
And
นับหนึ่ง
overall,
สายน้ำเกลือเท่านั้นนะครับที่จะล้างพี่ไว้ได้
Benkai lost there. They don't have to commit too much else to that. They have some crucial ultimates getting ready to come online, including now that lockdown.
Yeah, that'll be huge. Now kind of taking turns against
NA
DRX with
พี่จะ
the
พลาดเหรอ
ultimates to
โอ้โห
try to see if they can climb back in. It's
พลาด
not
ทุก
too
นัดแต่
late just
NA
yet. 4-1 score line. Still plenty of room for
มันดึก
Global
มัน
Esports
เว
to
ลา
try to
ไทย
overcome
เท่าไหร่
that
ปะ
lead. Nightfall on top of the
ตี
lockdown,
สี่
and then soon after the pit.
เริ่มเหรอ
Hopefully if they can get a couple kills on the way there.
ใช่คู่แรก
Cycle looks very
My
complete.
God.
Obviously DRX, they're not too far away either, but right now you just gotta focus on your own game. Couldn't get rid of the haunt, so giving up rebel control once again. Now, Blaze King last time he was succeeding in up to drawing out the paranoia and things like that
ขอ
have to
อย่างเลย
continue
ครับผม
if Global Esports want to feel
ตอน
like
แรก
they
ว้า
have any
ว้าวุ่น
semblance
อี
of
มีอยู่เลย
control
ไม่ได้ขอ
of
จี
this
น
map.
Foxy just waiting out the haunt.
จีมันชนกับแปซิฟิกเยอะอะ
A little bit of a less common angle. And I'm just going to be backing down the ramp around towards water side as quick clear on the prowler.
Thank you,
Not
my
given the
papa,
opportunity to really check
Lao,
over towards
Tilao.
switch, but
จีนเอาไว้ดูแบบว่า
knowing that there's going to be
รอบ
presence
แบบ
just outside of
รอบ
B,
สเตจ
probably
นะ
enough for him to play off of.
ใช่ไหมเฮ้ยขอบคุณน้องเฮเลอร์เคิลนะครับเดิน
Earlier than
เดิน
usual
10ครับเดิน
prowler
10แล้วขอบคุณ
here,
นะ
so
ครั
Jared
บ
should be prepped for this.
Paranoia through
เก็บแรงไว้ดูแบบ
set up
ว่า
for the hot reveal. And there
รอบ
it
แบบ
is.
ไอ้เนี่ย
Catches up
รอบ
both.
รอบส
Gorgeously
เตจ
done
แล้ว
off
อะ
the back to Paranoia. And Buzz is able to collect two. I think by now thrown
พี่ว่าพี่
down.
ดูแบบว่ารอบ
Stacks
กรุ๊
does
ป
get traded out,
จีน
but
กับแปซิฟิก
Morocco
รวมกันไม่ไหว
quickly equalizes, and now it is just lightning fast. But
อย่างวันพุธมัน
doesn't have the
ถ้าดู
spike.
แค่แปซิ
Granted,
ฟิกกับ
yes,
อี
he
มี
does have his
วันพุธ
ultimate,
มัน
but
ยังว่างแบบ
Ford really wants to
พาลูก
commit
ไป
to it.
ข้างนอกหน่อย
After getting a kill on the Foxy 9,
No
a bit
way.
more willing to do it. Gonna try to two-man stack it. Well,
Oh.
it works that way. Either way, Mako going into the
Demon-
challenge does back off.
จีนมันไม่ง้อใครเลยนะ ชนหมด
ไปยืน
ไม่
เรีย
ส
ก
น
ว่าเบียดบอมด้วยนะประเด็น
ภาค
Maybe
ภาค
try
อังกฤษ
to.
ก็ไม่มี
I
ใช่ไหม
think with two, it's a little iffy.
ไม่น่า
Well,
It is up
either
against
way.
the wall. It is up against the
Oh.
wall, so we'll have to see. But I guess we won't find out.
Yeah, architecture maybe could have worked as a third man in that one, but not going to get to see the attempt at the tech.
Oh.
Lightning fast. The rest of the team will just
อเม
make
ริ
the
กา
call
มัน
to go
ไอ้
for
นี่
the
เมื่อไหร่ครับ
save.
ผม
So
นัด
DRX
เพย์ออฟอะ
can't
ถ้าดูอาจจะดูแบบ
clean things up.
รอบ
But
4 ทีมสุดท้ายอะไรเงี้ยเดี๋ยว
continue on
มา
their
นั่งดู
merry
กัน
way
เพื่อน
5 to
ใช่
1.
อะ
And
อ้าว
the
นึก
thing
ว่า
is Global Esports, right? They try to draw
พรุ่งนี้
Paranoia,
พรุ่ง
they
นี้เช้าเลย
succeed, and
ตอน
they're
เที่ยง
expecting
สั่ง
the
ข้าวไป
peak
แล้ว
off of it. So you had Blazing past the Paranoia, ready to set up the crossfire, and unbeknownst to them, it was actually the DRX just waiting for the haunt.
Don't leave him hanging.
Oh, Bane.
Don't leave him hanging.
เบง
He's just grinning out there.
โฟกัสอยู่น้องโฟกัสอยู่
Yeah, I'm having
เข้าใจ
a good
น้องเขา
game.
หน่อย
Heck yeah.
อัดไม่มองซ้ายเลย
The desk was talking about angry Buzz. Maybe we see a little bit more anger in his play after not getting the fist bump there from his teammate.
Imagine that's what Buzz says immediately in a timeout. He's like, Termy! Bane just won't fist bump me back.
Now Termy's calling, it's just like, Bane, you need to fist bump your teammates.
It's the first step to becoming a pro Valor player.
Yeah, it's a team game. I'll bench you if you don't do it. Well, Global looking to pump the brakes here and see what they can do to try to get themselves back into this one. Because, I mean, while yes, we do typically see
วันนี้คู่ไหนน่าสนใจอีกไหม
somewhat more
จริง
success
ๆวัน
on
นี้
the
มันเป็นการ
defender
ที่ตัวครับ
side,
มันเป็นวันพัก
specifically,
แล้วครับผม
at least that was the
คือ
case
ทั้งหมด
in the
อันนี้
past.
ใช่ป่ะ
Weirdly
วันนี้
so.
NA มีคู่เดียวนะครับ
Still
ก็จะ
need
มี
to have
KRU กับฟูเรี
a
ยครับผม
relatively
ตีสี่
strong
ครับ
attacker side, and I mean even at
ไม่มีแล้ว
kickoff,
ครับ
the times that we did see Lotus, which was
แล้วก็อีก
quite
ทีพวกนี้
frequently,
น่าสนใจครับพวกนี้
it
3
actually
โมง
had
นะครับ
started
เป็น
turning
เจอกับ
into
ทาร
more
อน
of an
นะครับ
attacker
แล้วก็
smash.
ทีวันเจอกับ
And the
Destination
thing
นะ
is,
เราต้อง
you might, sure, maybe
ดู
it
ว่า
comes down
Destination จะยัง
to
รัก
a
ษา
couple
ส
of
ถิ
those
ติ
fights, a
สถิติ
couple
อยู่
of
หรือ
those
เปล่า
trades, but if it feels like you're not able to take
แล้ว
control
ก็
of
จะ
the
เป็น
map
อี
on
กที
a
วันพุธเลย
3-side map,
วันพุธ4 ทุ่ม
as
จะ
the
เริ่มมีละ
attackers, that spells
ตา
trouble.
ที่มันจะเป็นแบบมันจะ
Sure,
เป็น
it's
วันพัก
DRX's
อะครับ
pick,
ไม่ค่อย
and
มีอะไร
they
ให้
looked
ดูอะ
pretty
ไร
solid on it, even against Team Secret, knowing that they didn't have too many days to practice together. But GE, of course, no strangers to the map, sure. Changing their comp to the meta one.
ปีนี้ DFM นอนแชมป์ยังอีกเหรอ
Apparently at the ready
Yang
is the
oh.
ball here. No showstopper available. Polvy still 4 charges away from that one.
Microphone
Already used one of his blast packs as well to try to clear out some of this KJ util. Buzz in the meantime. Trying to chase forward, seeing if he can find anything. Seems like Polvy just gonna go dashing forward. Tiny amount of damage taken there as Mako. Ramsey's not finding anything, but Benkai comes away with an elimination. Mako now pulling off the angle. Spots him though. Knows that Polvy's gonna be playing close, but attention being pulled in a couple different directions.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ย
Tap
เฮ้ย
now onto the door, the swing out, Bane. Taking it aggressively, he's able to find that one, but
โอ้โห
Buzz
หวาน
here
เจี๊ยบ
inside
เล
the
ย
site knows where Russ is approaching from. Sends the
Ui.
bait shells, but can't quite get himself situated on the platform fast enough. Does end up getting taken out. A 1v2.
Oh, wow.
The ult's still going to be committed here, but
เฮ้ย
Mako gets out in front of it.
อุ้ย แล้วรู้
He notices it's still not planted, so already the movements from Bane as well, all the way to the A site.
Spike planted.
Can Russ pick and choose to isolate the 1v1s? Tree seems a little too obvious. He's going to go for the heavy fight first.
ไม่ครับ
He's trying to make up
ส
his
มกปิด
mind.
ไปแล้วหนึ่ง
Available, but
นี่
doesn't want to expose his position, but it doesn't matter because Mako dropping down has already spotted him out.
เล่ดุนเลย
มันตำแหน่งมันเล่นยาก
That is going to be now
มันต้อง
6
ดู
to
หลายทาง
1.
เมื่อกี้ถามมิ่งมัน
So
เสีย
this-
Not enough.
Round was a good example of DRX trying to get ahead of GE, right? Because the biggest problem for GE was they just can't retake that rebel control. So after a little bit of pressure on Mount, things go silent, and they want to make sure that they have no option but to eventually go to C. So instead of giving them the opportunity to set up for something on Rebel, it's an early showstopper to really push them out, force them towards it. There you go, Bane. He's picked up on it. The fist bump comes out right away.
That's what Termy was saying in the timeout.
And now, I would love to see, yeah, some early blast packs, things like that to take control. Now, this may not be the round for it, though, with the paint shells.
And Nate in a decent position gets some damage across there as Buzz swings the corner. He's able to find one.
บัตมันข้างแล้วตอนนี้
Prowler's
ข้างจัด
chasing now.
โอ้โห
Swing in, Buzz
ข้างจัด
catching Blaze King on the
ต้องรี
attempted
โหลดแล้วไป
exit.
ต่อแล้วบัส
Expose him down. Well, yeah. Bane does get traded out, and it's still such a monstrous advantage here for DRX. Players now completely trapped. Locked over here towards their spawn. With not much other recourse other than to try to once again maybe just push out in towards A.
I mean, yeah, it's one of those where none of the choices feel great, but you got to do it.
อ๋อโมโห
Either way,
โมโห
you're already
ไอ้
too far behind.
เบย์เหรอไม่ชนหมัด
Does miss. Benkai staying safe. Swing on the corner. Benkai will be able to take him down. Can use up that Odin, which still could very much come up the works here for DRX. I think get closer to the site. Clear out on the turret now. Yeah, suspecting, okay, we're being pressured from behind. We have to just keep pushing forward. Realistically, how do they make that happen?
30 seconds left.
Just throwing the C's into Baby Door to try to distract him towards the B side, but DRX does not bite. They still hold on to B with Voxy 9 there.
Oh, man, out, not able to get that deep enough into stairs. Bounces off the top there. As Stacks just repositioning. Says, you know what, I don't want to get wall banged. Benkai will just have to hold on to this one. Be the last one remaining. Fortunate for him, given the weapon, no one really is going to come hunting to try to take him down. So we'll be able to retain this into the next round. But
มันจบแล้ว
that's about The only
มัน
silver lining there is
แมปบุก
Global
ตีได้หนึ่ง
continue
ตัว
to
นี้
bleed
7-1
rounds.
Well, Bleed's not playing today, but it's looking rough. It's looking rough is really the best way to put it, because this time they tried to get aggressive early on into Rubble, and I like that they did it. Even though it didn't work out, that's more credit to DRX. I like that Global did that. It's just that just because it doesn't work, if you shy away from it, now you're constantly giving DRX more opportunities to stay one step ahead of you. And with the Stingers, again, Global feels like their hand is forced a little bit.
Oh, TP to the side. Lightning fast. Not going to get red
เรา
there.
ซิ่งไปหน่อย
รู้ทันมาบ่อย
Paranoid trying to buy himself some space.
ดูดปืนหน่อย
He's back around and also is able to get himself an upgrade. So overall, probably the best start to a round that we've seen for Global. See if he's going to be able to put that to use.
Yeah, but look at DRX immediately, right? The one way to make sure that they maintain a little bit extra time on mound control, they're not going to check for it, but they're just trying to delay. They know the weaponry is still weak for Global, even with one rifle upgraded. And the only other thing they still have no information about is going to be the speed side.
Colby kind of getting a sense of that there with the jiggle, but Stacks
ทามมิ่งกระโดด
does find him in the end. Prowler to check. The rest of the team now working their way up past mound towards the C site, but Smoke looks to try to deter them even further.
เข้ายังไง
อันนี้
Best
แม่ง
considering the
ไม่มีส่
teleport
ง
there
เลย
for a brief little moment as Benkai now going to be dropping that lockdown in.
ดื้อ
He's
ดื้อ
coming
ปะ
in.
เนี่ย
Pain.
เอ้า
Hear it.
It's it.
Yeah, taking some damage
เอาไม่แตก
in the corner, but cannot clear it out. Push forward now here on
โอ้แล้วเอาสุด
the
แต่
side.
โอ้โห
Desperately trying to find a kill before that
นี่ไงเจอ
lockdown
เป็น
comes
จริ
through,
ง
but he
ฝืน
cannot.
เฉย
Softens up a couple players, but that is about it. It now comes through, and this is completely to just cut off access to Waterfall. Cover this plant at all. Stack lurking forward,
โอ้
finds
เกือบนะ
one.
เกือบนะ
Cannot get the kill there on the Blaze King. Foxy now on the hunt, though. Does go in, drops the
อยู่
pit.
ดีๆก็ภาพมา
Noted on the opposite side. Swing through, tries to set up for it, finds a headshot, and Russ has 5
แล้วยัง
HP.
โล
Spots him.
เอ้ากระโดดพอดี
Adjustment.
โอ้
Man.
Russ narrowly coming away with it. Gets them their second round victory, but by just a hair.
Absolutely needed round
มาโกะไม่
victory
เล่น
for
เป้าใหญ่แล้ว
GE if
น่า
they
จะ
want to have
คน
any chance in the
เกม
second
ไม่ไหว
half.
แล้วเนี่ย
It all starts with lightning fast, being able to take down an early kill, pick up a rifle. And sure, B main gets shut down, but they still held down control. So again, that's one of the biggest kind of MOs of Lotus on attack, right? You always want to have an
เมื่อ
extra
กี้
backup.
เมื่อกี้เห็นยังไง
It's
ฟ็อก
three
ซี่
sites,
ก็
you
ต้อง
should
ได้
always have at least one more area to go to. And this time, they were able to make that happen.
Attack off here from Colby. Again, going to be looking to try to work this in for the team.
ถ้าวางไก่ก็โดน
Going
เมื่
now
อกี้
over towards C.
Don't
Very
guy deep
forward,
eye.
aggressive space taken here by Russ. Full mount control here in the hands of Global. They're still very much assessing where they want to go with this. Bane Tit. Some
ถ้า
early
โควี่
damage.
มันสแปมเข้าหัวดอกเมื่อกี้นี่ต้องเช็ค
I
คอ
mean,
มเลย
especially with that kind of weaponry, Mako surely not going to show himself. So GE, they're spending a lot of time, but they've regained control of B main. And they're starting to pressure A rubble. An option to rotate to B site is very available
บุกเหรอ
this round.
บุกเตลเบเลเตอร์นะ
Good timing there on the jump
ตัว
from
นี้มัน
Mako to get
ตั้ง
himself
แต่
away
แอ
from
ส
the
เซน
fake
แล้ว
shells. A showstopper now. Coming through here from Colby, but he's taking so much damage. Spots Mako. He's going to be able to find him. Down to 11, but the rest of the team are coming up with the
ใช้
goods.
ชีวิตแบบฝืนจัด
Next
อะ
to
โค
Foxy
วี่
Nine, now eliminated Buzz. Accepting, trying to
แต่ก็
challenge
ทำได้
his
ดี
place,
อยู่
but ends up losing out on the fight. That means that Bane is all on his lonesome in a 1v5.
ในมุมนี้โคตรอัดเลย
And Bane's done some incredible things before, but a 1v5
อดีตผู้เล่น
ace
จาก
clutch would
1G
be
With a
the
guard.
absolute best thing in his career.
ตอนนี้ผันตัวเป็นดาราท่านหนึ่ง
Now,
ใช่
we talked about, Colby perhaps
มาส
needing
มัคร
a
เล่น
little
แข่ง
bit more
วาโล
support,
อยู่
whether it's because of his teammates or whether it's him slowing things down. But this time, it's perfect, right? Even though the nanoswarms, etc., keep him at bay, the showstopper gets the kill, and immediately the shroud step from Lightning Fast to refill the top of the box so that they still have the high-low setup. Things like that, the tempo starting to come together, albeit a couple rounds late for Global Esports.
This is a hell of a hunt that is happening here right now.
อ่ะปุ
And
้ย
Colby does need to be careful. If he dies out here, which, okay, he won't. I was going to say, if he dies there, they lose the
Wow.
operator.
หนึ่งโฮวี่
Yeah,
He
that's
is good for the shot. That's going to be a flawless for Global to get themselves a third round win.
Out of charges.
แล้วจนไง
a lot of these rounds all day or all night tonight for GE coming from that attacker
ถ้าจะยิง
operator.
ไม่ได้สุดมาก
เออ เป็นชีวิตแบบโอ้โห
Really fast backup from Lightning Fast there to make sure that they hold control of the site.
Well, a Bucky for Buzz.
Ooh. Oh, well, considers the upgrade, but just wants to make sure that they have enough money in the next rounds.
Let's have a showstopper to go alongside that. That ends up coming into play, but for now he's looking to just get pushed up right outside of A main here.
I mean, this is a situation where if they, get any type of contact, could lead to an immediate showstopper for Buzz. Help push out, help force them into C site.
ได้ปืนกับรัด
Right in alongside that toxic screen. Starting to get brought back around, but looks like Blaze King gonna go ahead and investigate outside of B a little bit more. Stacks and Bane are set up, but just two sheriffs in their hands. Prowler from Russ, the check would be huge, and
ผมว่าถ้ารัด
definitely
มัน
help
หลุด
confirm
อ
the
อกจาก
Bucky.
GE ไปนี่เล่นในลีก GE ได้อยู่
But absolutely dodged it now. Sheriff shots, not quite able to find the lineup there for the second one, but Polvi and Russ taking it down.
เกือบไลน์อัพ
Trying his damnedest, can't quite find it, but showstopper out. Lightning Fast gonna be
เอา
taken
แล้วไง
down. Mako finds Benkai in this
อีโค
round.
ก็เสียวได้บอกเลย3-5 วิครับ
Completely out of Global's control.
อีโค
Buzz
มา
now has the operator in his hands. They know that Blaze King is in deep.
โหแล้วบัตได้โอเปอเรเตอร์
Now just trying to group up for the two members here. The op, meanwhile, on Rubble, just going to make sure that he finds the other potential exits. Now Blaze King should have an opportunity to get the plant down on A.
But the rest of the players, Foxy and Mako, they could just go ahead and divert, grab these weapons for themselves outside of B main.
Spike planted.
อ๋อบัตเอา
รัดนี่แหละครับผม
Like Mako will just stick with the stinger.
เฮ้ย
Foxy
แต่
now
รัดมันก็
handle
เคยอยู่
in
พวก
his
ท็อป
hands.
เพียร์นะ
Just around the corner is Buzz.
มันได้อยู่แล้ว
At
รัด
the ready, Blaze King inching closer towards him.
โควี่ก็อยู่พวกแบบว่าทีมแบบ
Stoic
Challenger
holds it.
ของฟินแลนด์ท็อ
Gets
ปเหมื
himself
อนกัน
a third kill here in the round.
อันดับต้นๆอ่ะ
DRX will go ahead and wrest control away from Global once more.
I mean,
เก
a
ม
lot of
เกมนี้อีโค
things
มัน
kind of went
มี
poorly
ส
here,
กิล
but
มี
it's
อัน
got
ติ
to
แบบ
be.
ที่นี่ได้เลย
I want to see the moment before that, but I imagine it's the one way that messes up the Prowler just a bit. Buzz probably dancing back and forth in between
จะ
it.
ไปสร้าง
Prowler goes right by him. The surprise Bucky gets the value, immediately upgraded, and of course leads to
น้อง
showstopper.
เอาเป็น
Out
ส
of
กาย
toxic
ตัวนี้ครั
screen,
บผม
whichever one.
Sure.
Just dancing around that, just having the timing perfect to avoid that Prowler.
ถ้า GE ดึงผู้เล่นยุโรปมาได้อีกอ่ะมันก็คงดึงมาอีก
Well, all rifles.
GE มัน
GE,
ที
one
มเงิน
more.
ถุงเงินถังเลยล่ะ
They could try to continue, try to bring back the pistol wins here. Bit of a backup there for Buzz to help hold the long sight lines.
Oh, Buzz decides to go for the op in the end.
รัฐนี่ไม่นับเป็นนับเป็นอิมพอร์ตดิครับคง
He scoops that up. and
UK
Mako. Quick shot, quick early start here. It's going to be Polvi taken down. TP in spotted, has to be canceled. And what do? Wilson scrambling back over towards A, where they just haven't been able to establish much control across this map so
ไม่ใช่
far. Bane again in a very forward position. Unspotted, Buzz there to back
รัฐ
him
มัน
up.
UK ไม่ใช่หรอ UK
Toxic screen
United
is raised.
Kingdom.
Buzz is out in front of this one. Will
Lad
be able to
UK.
catch them
เอาเป็น
early.
ลูกครึ่งเหรอ
Nearly
So
finds
Bane's
himself a
there.
collapse. Oh,
โอ้
TP
โหมันอิมพอร์ต
across.
ได้2อยู่แล้ว
They're
ครับผม
not ready for Bane. Paranoid now sends Prowler in. Benkai gets
อร่อย
taken
เลยว่ะ
down.
ครับ
It's
นี้
all
ถ้า
on
ลูกครึ่งอย่าง
Russ.
นี้ก็ได้โควต้าอีก1นะครับ
Knocked down to 83. Stacks, scoops up the op, and he puts it to good use. 9 and 3 at the half once more.
Bane just plays at such a high tempo
ไหน
on this
แม่
omen, on
เพชร
Lotus
เต็ม
especially.
ลงไปเอาข้าว
And I
แป๊บ
don't think that's a lot of people, something that a lot of people are used to from DRX. But Bane is honestly one of the core reasons why GE just could not wrest a rebel control from the grasps of DRX. We'll see if it's different on the defender side, but it's a little easier, sure, because you can throw the initial util, stop them at the choke point, and at least be the one who's holding it. But you gotta imagine DRX won't let them get off that easy.
Certainly not. I mean, nothing about this has been easy so far here for the side of Global. Another 9 and 3 half for this squad. We saw the rally back attempt. They got themselves up to 8 on Ascent. Can they do it here on Lotus as well? And work cut out for them right now here in the coaching booth.
You can see Spin really racking his brain here, trying to make sure that all of their eggs are in order for GE. You had to have expected this draft for sure. Just given how they looked against Team Secret, right? You came in with the meta composition. You were aware that you might have to play it, but surely this wasn't the scoreline you expected at the half.
แน่มีขายปืนนะด้วยดู
DRX fans leading the chant once again. Buzz up to 14. See if he can hit that 20 mark for the analyst desk's minigame or not.
It's really a matter of how fast do they get to 13 at this point. Only 4 rounds away from it. But if GE, if they can start to climb back, if they can maybe even overtake them. In fact, Buzz might get the 20 kills, but maybe lose them out.
In a loss, yeah. Definitely, that would certainly lead to angry Buzz. It's Polvy back across, paint shells out, but Buzz hot on his heels, sends the nade in. He's got 2 players contained, and plays being spotted there on the swing in, but Russ managed to push out, finds him, but solid trade back. Out of bullets, so as Foxy 9 gets up on top of Blaze King, taking him down after they lose out on their IGL. Suddenly, it is just Benkai. He's just sat here within the nano. Foxy be able to clean up 3 in the pistol. 2-2 across the series in that regard. CRX now move to double digits.
เป็นไง
This is one of those score lines where
Don't
it's rough,
kite.
but you're on the defense. You just gotta let it go to
โดน
11.
ไข่ยูจอย
Surely you
แร
just
ง
stick
ชิ
with
บ
the
หาย
eco here. Then you throw everything you got on the buy round. And I want to give props. Holy!
ขนาดนั้นเลย
Man, yo, Buzz got something to do tonight.
ไอ้เหี้ยรอบ
อาร
ที่
มณ์
ส
ดี
อง
นาย
Just
งงจัดสองร
that
อบแล้ว
explosive hype and then Bane just
ทะเลาะกันหรือเปล่า
not being
งง
there for the fist bump.
มาบอก
Oh,
ถ้ามี
the
รอบ3
irony.
กูไม่ชนแล้วนะมันกูจะชนไปที่หน้า
Well, forward position's taken here. Polvy. Quite a bit of damage there on
แม่ง
the
ไม่มัน
exit.
เลย
Lightning fast, trying to play lurk.
ไม่
Play
มัน
around
กับกู
that
เลย
Viper wall. And he just gets flushed out, spotted, killed off.
Now, what I was going to say before Buzz
ไลนิ่ง
rudely
ทำไปนั่ง
interrupted
ใน
me
ในซอกมุมนั้นเลย
was that I
เห็น
actually
ปะ
did want to give the credit to Buzz on that entry, right? He doesn't chase for the kill. He makes sure he spams out heaven so they can't get a peek either. So he makes sure that they hold control of the site. Sure, he goes out eventually, but that gives enough time and space for his teammates to trade.
Quick jiggle from Russ. Spotting him, but it's away. Polvy now trying to hold the line. Does some solid headshots. Think across the band as well to knock him down to 47, but kill cannot be found.
เมื่อกี้คือแฟนทอมใช่ไหมไอ้คนที่ตายอ่ะ
Dominated there by Mako. By
ไม่รู้
Blaze King.
งานไวก็จะ
On Benkai and Russ to see if they can deal some additional damage. Sheriff in the hands here of this fade. Benkai just with the classic.
Yeah, sure, Benkai gets around, but he's not going to be able to do too much. And Mako's position right now, wrapping all the way around, knowing he has all the time in the round.
Playing it quietly, playing it patiently. You can tell they suspect that there's going to be someone there. But maybe not necessarily here in stairs. Russ watching for it though, never mind. Does have the read, and now that he grabs that Vandal, could just opt to save this one and send Benkai into the spike.
Yeah, trying to see if they go for the exits. Russ actually just wants the kills, it looks like.
See if he's ready for him. As Benkai will just get engulfed by the explosion. Foxy will take that Vandal away from him. Now recovered by Stacks. 11-3. No force up, like you said, just opting for the save. But this has to be the turning point.
Absolutely. It has to be everything. They have to go on a streak here. Ooh, a little bit unbeknownst. Right under the rock. See if they can go for that streak. All right, everybody matching up to rifles. Meanwhile, the Odin comes online as well for Benkai. But gee, I
ไม่ได้สัง
mean,
เกตนะแต่
they're
ส่วนมาก
sure
ทีม
they're
มันก็
taking
ต้อง
mountain
ขาด
control
ใช้
of the
ทีมของ
one
ตัวเอ
way,
งกัน
but
ขายบันดอ
absolute free control of Rubble. The Odin pushes him
โอ้
back.
โหทำไมส
Bane
แปมแม่น
looking
ข
to
นาด
get away
นั้น
with
อะ
his life there. 23 health remaining on the Omen. Haunt out, not going to be spotting much of anything.
Yeah, just a bit of a delay
Bane
there
him
after the
low.
Odin to see if they
Spam
hit it
mental.
in any of the corners that you could help spam a little bit further. So just holding them off on Rubble, you've got mound control. There's the gunshots in B main. The thing about this mound control with E, right? You're not entirely that safe. If you want to go for a pinch under the door, you still have to worry about the entrance from C main, and vice versa. They'll go for it, and this is Foxy 9's cue.
And it is. Nade out. Mako swinging. Just lets the nade bounce right off of him. Does manage to find Polvi, but an advantage to trade up there. But now equalizes. Bane is able to find Blaze King with that low HP. And Fast trying to take down Foxy 9.
จะให้ทายว่าพวกจะให้ทีมไหนแข่งไม่รอบ
Dropped here
บ้าง
outside of B.
30 seconds left.
เอ้ยได้ครับ
Try
เดี๋ยวลอง
grab this
ถาม
for
ให้
themselves, but
เดี๋ยวไปเสน
Beast
อ
goes
ให้
in. But a further delay found. Prowler on the chase. Mako makes his way across.
ปกติเวทกิ้งมันจะเล่นเฟดนะ
Now
มัน
hanging
กลาย
back
เป็น
rotation. Benkai trying to get himself into
เฮ้ยทุก
position
คน
to intercept these
วันนี้
players.
ตอนดูแข่ง
Way
จบอะครับ
overall,
วันนี้ในรายการคอนเทน
Hits
ต์
for the
นะครับ
wall bang. There's the spam.
Ау!
Mako gets taken down.
พี่จะคุยเกี่ยว
Very
กับ
little
ลีก
time
แข่งทั้งหมด
remaining.
นะ
Spray just a
ว่าแบ
hair
บ
off, but eventually is
จะ
found.
จะมานั่ง
Be the
คุยกับ
round.
มีโอบีด้วยนะครับว่าแบบ
Taken here by
ทีมไหน
Global.
นี่
เหมือนตัดเกรดทีมอะพูดเกี่ยวกับลีก
Well aware
ลีกอะครับ
of
ใคร
their
แบบใครดู
limitations
แข่ง
of
จ
their
บว่าง
HP
ก็ไปรอ
bars
ฟัง
and
ใน
he
คอนเทนต์กันได้นะครับวันนี้
uses that Odin to absolute
จะคุย
perfection.
เรื่องวาโลลีกล้วนๆเลยวันนี้
And I mean, especially also now that you get to keep it, that's the big thing. That alone helps you control whether it's rubble, whether it's the C site from inside. A lot of control now
ผม
from
อยาก
one
รู้ว่าเขา
person
วิเคราะห์แม่น
being
หรือเปล่า
really
ถ้าไปฟัง
keeping
อะครับ
alive here for the defensive team.
ได้ครับผมแม่นอยู่แล้วอันนี้
Esports for now it's still going
ถ้า
to
แม่น
be
ต้อง
a
สั่งแผน
setup,
เป็น
so
นะค
you
รับ
still want to pressure
ยิงอย่างเดียวครับสั่งไม่
a
เป็น
little bit aggressively with the one way.
ฟังแล้วค่อนข้างขึ้นนะฮะเดบเลส2-0แน่นอนครับวันนี้
Reveals
เมื่อ
foul.
วานกับพี่
เอาผ่านนะ
เดี๋ยวพี่
ใช่ครับ
Stack now
พอดี
to
เป็นคนเล็ก
from
ทั้งใจ
leaving Bane.
เอาแต่จริงกูกลับมาแล้วไงแล้วยังไงอ่ะมันเยอะ
ผมว่า มอนมอนนั่งวอตปาร์ตี้อยู่บ้านพี่
But just getting collected up towards this A
แล้ว
side.
พอดูฟอร์มก็มอน
Trying
คงเซ็ง
to
แล้วเลย
displace Benkai.
พี่มึงเป็นมอนเลเวอร์
ไม่ปีกผมงานงอกเลยนะครับต้องกลับไปเล่นสโมกปวดหัวเลยอ่ะ
Side
ปี
of
ก
the
บอก
map. Russ
แต่
not
ก็
too
ดีกว่า
far
ยอมปวด
either.
หัวดีกว่า
Overall, the
แต่มัน
holds
ให้สัมภาษณ์นี่มัน
so
จะกลับ
far
มา
on
เล่น
A
เหมือนตอนที่
positions
ยิ
are
ง
good,
จริงยังอยู่อะ
and you still have C mount control.
อะไรนะ
So
มัน
GE
เหมือนกับ
should
ว่า
feel
อเล็กมัน
comfy.
บอกว่าจะกลับมาเล่นเหมือนแบบ
Right, the
ตอน
alarm
ที่ยัง
bot's
มีจ
still
ริงอ
alive,
ยู่
the nanoswarms
ก็
are
ควร
still
จะเป็นอ
alive
ย่าง
as
นั้น
well.
นะ
The problem is obviously this nanoswarm close to tree, that one may not actually find the value if Benkai gets swarmed upon. The reload can't stick that.
Plenty of bullets to work with here for the moment. As Bars just jumping. Quick little hop right in front of Blaze King.
โอ้ยเอาอะไรไป
Finds
สู้
the
เนี่ย
kill. Stacks got Benkai in the meantime, so now the Odin
เร็วเถอะ
on
นัด
the
น้องว่า
floor.
กิน
Mako
ชาบู
forward, lightning fast, not ready
อะไร
for
พี่
it.
ไอ้
Russ
สีน้อยเหรอ
was able to go ahead and trade
ไม่
that
ไม่
one
ใช่ไม่ใช่
back.
ฮอตพอตแมนพวกไอ้จินพวกไอ้บุ๊กอะไรพวกเนี้ยมันทำงานอยู่เนี่ย
อ๋อ
For the side of DRX on this post plant setup.
ของตูดนะ ไม่ใช่คู่ต่อสู้เด็ก
Try to see if he can get
Uni.
any tags. Won't
ใช่
be
เด็กใหม่
happening.
ใช้ได้นะไอ้
Only
BVI
one,
ไว้
so sure you expect that.
พี่รู้ป่ะ Academy DX อะ
Crossfire as well.
ในลีดเดอร์บอร์ดอะติดท็อป
Good
ท็อป
swing
ร้อย
in.
หมดเลย
Russ takes an immense
กู
amount
เห็น
of damage
วันนั้น
now
กู
down
เดิน
to
เข้าไป
11.
2 รอบไปดูซ้อมกับมิดแล้วนี่ซ้อมใครวะ DRX พี่ชุด Academy
Puts that one
Oh,
right
yeah.
here on the pole, but he swings in, but now he's going to be
Oh,
taken down.
ทุกคน
Now
น่ะ
there's a pain
อีกวัน
shell
เดินเข้าไป
available
ซ้อม
as
ใครวะ
well.
DRX ชุดใหญ่เหรอไอ้
Pops it in right
Academy
on
พี่
top of the spike, and there's just no time
13
left.
36โคตรหด
Can't
แม่
really get
กูถาม
himself
ใกล้
out of
ทำ
the
ทีมทำไม
situation either. Fully
ไอ้
committed
ยี่ถามก่อน
down on side of the site. Stacks will get the
คือถ้า
final kill.
ไอ้
Points
สาม
the
คนหลัก
spike
มันใครแบบ
eruption.
ว่า
That
โร
is
ยลา
now
ก็มี
match
คนพร้อม
point
เสี
in
ยบ
the
ตลอด
hands
อะ
of
ตอนนี้
DRX.
โคตรเจ๋งเลยเนาะ
Just
ไม่ต้องไป
again,
ซื้อด้วย
one of those maps where it's a result of
ไม่
a
แต่ว่า
really
วัด
rough
offline นะ
first half.
ไม่มัน
GE not even
อย่างเงี้ยมัน
being
ทำถูก
given
ที่มัน
a chance to
ค่อย
try to
ๆค่อย
catch
ๆเติม
on
มา
to
ทีละ
things.
คนทีละคน
ก็ต้องคอย
I mean,
แก้
it's not
คอย
over
อะไร
till
แต่
it's
ว่าหมายถึง
over
ว่า
in
จุดอ่อนมันก็
VCT,
คือออ
but
ฟไลน์ไง
right now
Oh.
it's looking rough.
ถ้านิ่งไม่พออะไรเงี้ย
อันนี้เอามาถือว่าสอบผ่าน
Listen
ผม
to
ว่า
these
สองนัด
delayed screams. He's so quiet. He was
He was
building
just
a
จอ
spark.
จะสวยไปไหนอะ
Yeah.
Just DBZ'd that thing.
Oh man, that's funny.
You got to charge up for the scream rather than scream the charge up.
Yeah,
น้อง
there
แนบ
you
วันนี้ครับ
go.
ผม
The smile is wiped away from the
ไม่มี
faces
พลัง
of
แบบว่า
GE.
ในการเล่น
มีไทยครับ มีทารอนฮะ แล้วก็บีไทย
Unfortunate,
เหมือนเพิ่งโดนบังคับมาเล่นน่ะ ดูหน้าดิ
started off so strong. They started
แบบ
off
ให้
so
วันนี้แข่ง
strong,
นะเว้ยเพื่อน
even
เอา
the
หน่อย
rounds they lost. But then they come to Lotus.
อันนี้แบบเฉพาะทำไมอ่ะใจคิดอยู่
แต่หน้าแบบนี้นี่พี่เอ๋ยกับผมเคยเจอบ่อยนะฮะ มีอยู่แค่ 2 อย่าง
Quite frankly, it felt like they couldn't even
หนึ่ง
find the
สู้ไม่ได้
pages
ฮะ
to start writing.
ก็คือสู้ไม่ได้
DRX just keeps
อย่าง
shutting
คือ
it
ไอ้เฮียเรา
down.
บังคับมาเล่น
And I think just given what we've seen
ส่วนมากจะเป็นอย่างแรกมากกว่า
across
คือ
these
สู้ไม่ได้
last two series,
มาอันแรกอะพี่ขึ้นเวทีไป
the now necessity that they
อยู่
feel
หน้าแรกมากกว่า
ban banning bind.
ตอนแรกมายิ้มก่อน
It just works
พอกางเกงเริ่มนิ่งแล้ว
แต่ทีมนั้นตึงไปนะเราจะหันมายิ้มกันเอง
Very reminiscent of RRQ last
เฮีย
year.
สู้ไม่ได้เลย
ถ้าตึงไปมันจะโจ๊กแล้วพี่ เล่นไปขำไปอ่ะ โดนยิงสมองไหลอันนั้นอ่ะ
Basically rest of the season until they had reworked it. and it really limited what they could do with the map pool.
ไปอายเขาด้วยเสียงดังแล้วแพ้
Hopefully we don't see that extend all the way through. Granted, each stage is relatively short.
Okay, well, not cleared, but
เจาะไม่หยุ
also
ด
not found there on that spray. Play back behind architecture, keep himself protected from these wall bang attempts. It's going to be all
ใครเหมือนเอามันแล้ว
reload now coming through. Nightfall going to be committed here. Answering one does come out. Gets the catch on the 3 players on the side of the RX. There's a buzz for now. Just staying tucked. Blaze King in the corner. Finds Mako trying to look forward. Gets that kill. Upgrades the weapon. Bulldog now in his hands. Russ as well. Catching Foxy9 swinging out onto the site.
A huge flood, and
เอาว่ะ
they
มี
still
ลุ้น
have
ว่ะ
control
คัมแบ็ค
of a link right by Baby Door.
ไปอยู่
So if
ข้าว
there
พอ
is a
แล้ว
fast rotate, they'll know about it.
ผมว่าข้าวมารอ
Slow
แกะ
rotate,
อยู่
they'll
แหละ
have the numbers advantage.
รอแกะข้าวอยู่ตอนเนี้ย
GE should be content as long as they don't get
วันนี้เขารอบไหม
antsy.
เนี่ยมหาสงกรานต์
Could
เอ้ย
be
เข้า
a
ดิ
start to a bit of a comeback. Obviously, it's a long way to
เขาเล่น
go,
กัน
so
ขำๆมึงจริงจังอยู่คนเดียวเลยนะ
can't fathom that would go all the
เฮ้ย
way.
เขาก็จริงจังกันหมดเลยพี่
Taking their time with this one. Just keeping that door rotating
30 seconds
constantly. Everybody hearing that noise in my sleep.
Honestly, I should make that my alarm. Probably effective.
Oh, well, okay. Break through the door, and Polvi just going to be absolutely decimated there.
น่าจะต้องเป็นคาร์ลอนเพราะว่าได้ MVP มา
That opens up a bit of a chance. If Buzz, sure, only 9 HP, but if he's able to get a kill here, that really limits the retake.
Buzz trying to swing out, not much HP to try to work with.
ไปกันต่อครับ
All on his stacks. And, well, there was a millisecond where I was like, oh god, he's going to mow them all down. And gets the one. Global will hold on by a thread as they pick up their 5th round victory here in round 17. So more yet to be played. 3 players still alive. A couple ults on the way. How long they're going to be able to stretch this, but nice little lurk from Blaze Kings, what really started this off.
Yeah, they seem to have really good understandings of how to hold these angles around smokes. Saw that on Ascent as well. The G fans aren't done yet. Haven't given up hope just yet, but of course, and we'll have to see how much further they can go. It's a long haul up. The econ is good enough. Showstopper available for that outlaw.
Jump across. Oh, Polvi just swings right into it. I guess maybe not registering what weapon he had in his hand. Either way, let's get traded back swiftly as Lightning Fast wants to take a very forward aggressive position. Stacks rotating back. No prowlers to use. It's not like this is going to go scouted either way. So Lightning Fast will be able to just go ahead. Himself back over towards C.
Yeah, that was so risky because there's no further backup. So if he dies there, then it's an extra rifle on the way.
Well, that's him at 10 HP now. And that should be enough encouragement, I think, for DRX to
อุ้ยไม่แน่เนี่ย
towards C
ถ้าเสีย
site.
ซีไม่แน่
Should they
นะ
get the read that he's going to be the only player here trying to defend this. Russ now joins in. Let's have a seize to try to slow things up, but
Lockdown online though with that orb.
he's available.
มีไลน์เบสอยู่
Come into play, and it will. Now invested. Nano Swarm cleared. Lightning Fast. Trying to get tucked over to the side, but has to take a shot. Oh, a blind fishing shot from Stacks.
แล้วมีปืนเล่นไง โอ้โหแล้วตัวแม่นด้วยดิ
Quick on that. I mean, the
Oh,
from the
man, really?
shadows was the plan. I actually liked it from
Ow.
Lightning Fast.
Oh, Russ with a nice angle does delay. Finds Mako now. Benkai trying to get himself into position where he can once again
ทำไมมันไม่วางปิด
utilize
อ่ะ
this Odin. Bind thrown in. Bane TPing back across.
ตัวจะขาด
Himself to safety. All from Stacks needing to deliver. Bane needing to find some headshots. They're both so very low. So there's a swing in and Russ this time. We'll be able to get out. Bane trying to get it back, and maybe Benkai was going to interrupt that spray. He does not. He continues to hold M1, and once again with 3 players left alive, Global clean up another round victory.
They're staying in it. Lockdown comes online for Benkai as well, so a couple more options. Hit for Blaze King. But again, Lotus is one of those maps where an early pick doesn't always feel so great.
มันเป็นสล็อตอินเดีย
Wait and see
เห
what
มือน
the
ตอนแรก
ball
เขาพยายาม
is.
แบบว่ามีผู้เล่นอินเดียแบบ2-3 คนอะไรเงี้ย
Just the leg spotted before the smoke bloom. More than enough to be able to find Stacks with that low health bar. 4v3 in ult count. Showstopper still available from Buzz. Still 3 away from hitting 20.
They are mine.
Once again, same default for GE. Fight for mound control. A little bit of extra support with the Killjoy util to block off main.
Oh, Buzz take
รอบ
it
นี้มา
down.
พร้อมสแกน มุมเดิม
มันจัด
No clear on the
มัน
haunt.
อยู่คนเดียวเป็นใคร
A bit reminiscent of DRX versus Secret, where they're just not clearing those recon arrows. The haunt goes ignored, and oh, Buzz gets picked off first and foremost. So another solid beginning to the round here for the side of Global as shots through the wall. Bane just getting tagged up a bit.
So all the util still alive despite all the spray. Sure, baby door being broken, but you've already given up B main control. You still have C mound. You basically have a way back in through 3, if not 4.
Foxy breaks things open a bit here for them. Spike now ushered forward, getting planted by Stacks. Lockdown invested. He's through. Hit now, dropped. Holvey on the flank. Showstopper at the ready.
อันนี้แหละ
The door, looks to jump the corner. Sends it in too
Ow!
deep. He gets hounded down. Oh, it went cruising right past Stacks and Foxy 9. Snake bite to try to hold them at bay. Sees out looking for the grab. Not found. But Foxy now on the lurk. Spotted immediately. With his right kill. Hit invested. They're on the Prowler. They look for the hold here.
Bane
on this defuse, but the cleanup is there. The pin now dropped. It is all on Russ. Time is ticking. He just hasn't have it anymore. That'll be it. Stacks will swing back in. He'll give him the fair fight. And he'll be able to win it out. 13-6. DRX close out the series with a win on Lotus.
Yeah, very clean map overall. Sure, GE, they fight back a couple of the rounds, so I think obviously GE, they still have the mental endurance to try to stay in the fight, try to course correct no matter the score line.
พี่โคใครเจ็บขาพี่
But honestly, it feels like they should have been able to try to do a bit more
สกัด
on
ไอ้
a
บุ๊ก
set. Maybe that
แล้วเห
would
มือน
have
แบบ
taken
ไม่ได้
us at least
ตัวไอ้บุ๊กไป
to
มัน
a
ไป
third
ค้ำนิดหน่อย
map.
อ่ะ
But Lotus continues to be a strong suit. Any of these Master 3 sites, DRX is going to come prepared
โอ้ผมอยากไป
with how
ชิ
they
บหาย
want
เล
to
ย
operate it.
โคตรมันอ่ะ
Yeah, I think
เริ่มมีทรงแล้ว
again, some decent ideas, especially
ไม่ได้ซ้อมต้องไม่ได้ไปซ้อม3 รอบไม่ทันแล้วมั้งไป
just couldn't quite
ถ้ามีแรงอะเล่นแบ็คได้อยู่
see the outline of
คือ
what
ผม
the picture's supposed to be.
มานั่งเทียบตารางที่เขานัดซ้อมกันมัน
Yeah, I
มัน
mean,
ก็
again,
จำ
if
เป็น
you're a
อ่ะ
GE
เห็น
มันทิ้งไม่ได้ไงพี่
you have to give credit that
กูทิ้ง
things
งาน
look a lot
เอาบอล
better.
เฮ้ย
Seeing the picture, and honestly, some of the rounds, the execution is good, but of course, right now, DRX looking just as strong as
ไอ้
ever.
ไอ้วันที่ผมกลับจากต่างจังหวัด
They do a solid victory
ผม
here
กะ
for
แบ
the
บ
side of DRX.
ผมเอาของขึ้นรถไปหมดเลยนะเสื้อผ้ารองเท้าสตั๊ด
Action from that series.
กะแบบเดี๋ยวกลับมาปุ๊บเดี๋ยวไปสนามบอลต่อโอ้โหไอ้วันนี้ที่รถติดกันหลาย
DRX
คนอ่ะ
continues to be undefeated this week 1 of stage 1, looking
เมื่อวาน
solid,
เตะบอล
looking
เสร็จ
like
ไป
the
จัดงานที่ว่า
DRX
ปาร์ตี้
we
แมน
know
ยูลิ
and
พูล
love.
ไอ้เหี้ยโดนนาทีบาปอีกอย่างเซ็ง
Mostly pretty clean.
ที่ว่ามัน
other than probably the second
ต้อง
half
ทำไงวะ
percent, this was all DRX all the
มัน
time.
ต้องเปลี่ยนผู้เล่นเลย
Really handling
เอ้
their
ย
opponents
คือ
very nicely.
แรดพอร์ตอ่ะตอนแรกผมว่าผมไม่ได้คิดไปคนเดียวไม่คนตัดคลิปมาแม่งเดินไล่บอลไอ้เหี้ย
มึงบอกก่อนนะ มึงต้องยอมเจ็บเลยอ่ะคือยอมสร้างใหม่เลยเว้ยล้างเลือดเลยแบบขายแม็กไกวฮะขายเฮียแม็กโทมิเน่ขายเฮียเลดฟอร์ดนะคือขายหมดเอาเด็กเล่นเลยเว้ยคาซิเมโร่ขายวาลานขายหมดเลยเอาเด็กที่อยากเล่นอ่ะคือปีที่แล้วอ่ะวาลานกับคาซิเมโร่ช่วยเยอะเพราะว่ามันกระหายที่อยากจะได้แชมป์เก็ตปะ
เพิ่งมา
ตัวเองโดนคนด่าอะไรเงี้ยมันก็เล่นดีเว้ยแต่แบบมันไม่ได้แล้วว่ะจุดสูงสุดมันผ่านมาแล้วความกระหายในพรีเมียร์ลีกมันเยอะมึงดูทีมอื่นดิลิเวอร์พูลไปแม่เซนนอนโอ้โหขอโทษนะฮะช่องแชทน้องเอ๋ยฮะต้องกล้องเจดีแม็กไกวเล่นดีนะ
was overall really good here. Buzz taking a lot of space, being really aggressive at times. Something
แม็กไกวกับฟุตบอลสมัยใหม่มันไม่ได้เลยเว้ย
ไอ้นี่เล่นดีนะตัวไอ้เด็กไอ้อะไรนะคาวิล่าอะไรปะ
คือถ้าพี่เป็นคนนะเว้ยพี่ยอมปั้นทีมใหม่โดยใช้เด็กเลยมึงเห็นแม็กไกวบ้านหน้ามันเป็นอะไรอ่ะอะไรหน้าบูดใส่เพื่อนตลอด มึงไปดูคลิปสารคดีสั้นจากเกนคอปดิ 5,000 อย่างจากเกนคอปอ่ะรู้ว่ามีอะไรบ้าง
ดูที่ไหนอ่ะ
ดูใน YouTube ข้อ 5 ห้ามทำสีหน้าไม่ดีใส่เพื่อนไม่ว่าจะเป็นตอนซ้อมหรือตอนแข่งดีวะมีข้อหนึ่งระเบียบวินัยคือเรื่องสำคัญที่สุดและข้อแรกเว้ยมึงรู้ว่าคืออะไรถ้าเป็นนักเตะลิเวอร์พูลแล้วยังไม่ได้แชมป์ห้ามแตะป้ายสโมสรโหดปะ
Yeah, we didn't really know what to expect from Bane and even, Foxy9, but it seems like so far it's all good. I would say that
ไอ้แม็กควายเนี่ยถ้ามันทำหน้าแบบนั้นแล้วมันเป็นนักเตะระดับโลกเขาจะไม่มีใครว่าเว้ย
So we'll have to wait and see if that can stick, that kind of power, that kind of confidence.
เมื่อวานมีลูกนึงเลี้ยงๆไปติดให้เขามาบุกใหม่กูอย่างชอบ
in Pacific, but for now, looking good, building
เพ
up
ราะว่า
that
มันก็เก่ง
confidence.
นะครับ
This
แต่
is
มัน
the
ไม่ไหว
perfect
แล้ว
spot to be in as a newer player in VCTPacific.
Yeah, very promising.
ผมว่าถ้ามันขายรัดฟอร์ดให้ปารีสอะที่เป็นข่าว70
A rank.
โอ้โห
A rank.
หลุดเลยนะสบายเลยนะ
Buzzkill. Sorry, it's a
กด
buzzkill.
การเงินนี้หลุดเลย
แต่ถ้าเมสซี่ทำหน้าบูดอะกับทีมที่เก่งมาพอกันนะเพราะเมสซี่มีผลนะ
It wasn't.
It went a little too quickly.
These games
แต่ถ้า
make
เม
it
ส
a
ซี่เป็น
little
ซู
bit
เปอร์สตาร์
different
ของ
when we're
ทีมแล้วมัน
watching
ยังแบกทีมอยู่ก็
and
อาจจะหลับ
reviewing
ตา
it.
ครั้งหนึ่งได้เว้ยมันคือสภาพความเป็นจริงอะ แต่แม็กควายทำหน้าบูดแล้วเป็นไงฝีมือเป็นไง
And the Gamecasters are playing this too. So because there was no thrifty, thank you. So we get to double
ที่
rank.
เชียร์แมนยูมาจะ20 ปีไอ้เหี้ยกองหลังแม่งโคตร
I
กำ
like the rules. All right. So do we want to up rank first, or do we want to?
Let's down rank
No,
first.
just down rank me. Just get the bad news out of the way.
All right. Oh,
ใครมันขยันขุดรูปเอามาวะเนี่ย
รูปอะไรวะ
ไอ้รูปผมที่มันถ่ายแบบถ่ายรูปเมื่อก่อน
They just won too fast, right?
Hey, boom,
Yeah, they went too fast. That was really the issue. Yeah.
ต้องบูมนะขุดมา ใครเป็นเริ่มอิงไปเริ่มแน่ๆเลย
I'm bright.
นี่นะเป็นรูปสมัยนัก
Well,
ล่า
that's great. I love the games, and you know what? Buzz
อันนี้
was
ติดต่อผมได้นะครับไม่ต้องไป
well
ขุด
on his way there, and those last couple rounds that Global
ผมไม่เคย
Esports
บอก
had,
ใครเลยนะ แม่งเสือกมี
when
ใน
we
เน็ต
kept getting
ที่หาย
opened down, right?
Inbox หาผมได้เลย
There
นะ
were
ไม่
just
ต้อง
moments
ไปขอ
where we're like, okay, maybe there's a little hope for Paper Thin.
He also had that one round where he got a Bucky kill, then he got the Showstopper kill, and then he picked up
แต่
an
ก่อนที่
operator
ได้
and
ดัก
got
คู
an
ร่าครับ
operator
ดุเดือด
kill. So that was kind of, trading up a little bit too much in that one round. But
That's like an escalation.
My hopia was at an all-time high during that round, and then it just quickly crashed. He was still quite good. It just wasn't enough. But I mean, I think there's good ideas here for GE. When they get the power weapons in their hand, they do really well with them. Polvi does play kind of a unique style. He's not like
ดูดิกรุ๊ปอัลฟามันจะไม่มีคะแนนจริงๆหรอวะ ตอนนี้คือ GE กับ Secret เนี่ยตัดเราไปก่อนเลยนะหมดสิทธิ์ลุ้นละ02นี่หมดสิทธิ์ลุ้นละ
อันนี้มันแข่งเอาเข้ากี่ทีมอ่ะ2เหรอ
คืออย่างงี้พี่มันจะเข้ากรุ๊ปละ3ใช่ไหมอันนี้พี่ดูจอผมอยู่ปะ
ดูอยู่
สมมุติว่าถ้ากรุ๊ปอัลฟาพี่ ถ้าทีมที่3อ่ะมันชนะไม่ถึง3อ่ะมันจะไปเอาทีมโอเมก้ามาพี่ที่ชนะเกิน3
เอาจริงไหมเนี่ย
ก็เหมือนกับว่าอีกฝั่งจะ
ก็
ไป
เป็นโอเมก้าเข้า4
ใช่
โอระยำแท้
เพราะว่าทีมโอเมก้ามันมี6นะพี่แล้วก็มันทำอย่างเงี้ย
เพราะโอเมก้ามันยากกว่า
ใช่ถ้ามันเกิดเหตุการณ์แบบทีมเก่งมันควรจะได้ไปต่อไง
โอ้ยซ้ายมือนี่นะเจนจีเข้าแล้ว
ผมว่าเจนจีกับทีวันว่ะเนี่ยผมกำลังมาดูว่าบีแต่ดูตารางแข่งบีสิบีเจอ RRQ โอ้โห
ตึกนะ
ที่เหนื่อยวะ RRQ เล่นแบบ
RRQ เล่นดีนะ
เล่นดีจัดอ่ะโอ้โหบีเจอเดน
เพื่อนน้องหมีสัมภาษณ์ว่าเขาใช้เมาส์ไม่ได้เมาส์อะไรวะ
เหมือน
รู้ป่ะ
เหมือนพอวันแข่งต้องไปใช้ G Pro ป่ะ
หรอแล้วเขาใช้อะไรมา
ไม่รู้เหมือนกัน
อยากรู้เลยไม่ใช่ใช้ตาอีกฝั่งหนึ่งก็ DIX Paper เล็กนะยืน
แน่นอนผมว่าเกิดเหตุการณ์ฝั่งขวา4ทีมแน่นอนอ่ะ
ไม่ได้อยู่
โอ้โหบีทโอ้โหดูตารางบีทนะครับผมบีทเจอ DRX ครับบีทเจอ Paper เล็กครับวิธีโทเนชั่นอันนี้น่าลุ้นอยู่ บีเซต้าโอ้บีก็เหนื่อยว่ะ
โอ้โหตึงว่ะบีท
เหนื่อยจัด น่าจะเป็นT1ดูทรงฮะสล็อตมาสเตอร์หรือสล็อตแชมเปี้ยนมันฮะคืออะไรอะสล็อตมันไม่ยังไม่ได้ไม่ใช่เหรอมันเก็บคะแนนไม่ใช่เหรอ
มันไม่ได้นี่มันเก็บคะแนน
ไม่มีครับผมไม่มีสล็อต
ไม่มีไดเรก
ไม่มีเนี่ยดูอย่างนี้ก็ได้ครับ เห็นปะมัน มันจะมีบอกอยู่ อันนี้คือแชมเปี้ยนนะแชมเปี้ยนก็จะเอาที่1 2 3ไปใช่ป่ะแล้วก็จะมีเก็บคะแนนไอ้พอยต์ตรงเนี้ยไอ้เก็บคะแนนอ่ะคือมันสำรองไว้สำหรับทีมที่ผลงานดี แต่ว่าอาจจะแบบมาตกมาตายตอนหลัง แต่มันก็ยังมีแบบผลงานนึกออกปะมีผลงานที่แบบช่วยให้ได้ไปแชมเปี้ยนอะไรเงี้ยโห
User disconnected from your channel.
ทารอนนะครับ เป็นไม่ได้อยู่ครับผม เป็นไม่ได้อยู่ทารอน เพราะว่าเขาเอา4 ทีมอะเดานะ อันนี้คือการคาดเดานะครับว่า พี่คิดว่ากรุ๊ปอเมริกาน่าจะได้4 ทีมครับ ดูจากฟอร์มของทางฝั่งของกรุ๊ปอัลฟาแล้วโอเมก้าน่าจะได้ไป4แล้วก็ฮารอนเปิดได้สวยด้วยฮารอนจะเจอ Global T1 ทีมซีเคทพี่ว่าทารอนมีสิทธิ์เข้าสูงจัดอะจะเจอเจนจีนี่ไม่ไหวแน่นอนตัดไปก่อนเลย คือไอแมตช์ใน Global กับ Global กับกับทีมซีเคทเนี่ยต้องเอาให้ได้ ถ้าชนะทีมซีเคท Global ได้นี่แทบจะการันตีละแล้วดูทรงทีมซีเคทแล้วมีสิทธิ์ชนะสูงอยู่ มีสิทธิ์สูงเลยอะทีเด็ดพวกนี้เหรอ ได้ เจนจี20ที่วัน20พรุ่งนี้ทำงานเลิก 5 โมงครึ่งมาทางคู่2อุ้ยรีบมามาสเตอร์เซี่ยงไฮ้เอาโซนลักกี่ทีมเดี๋ยวเปิดให้ดูก่อนไปนี่ครับผม3ก็คือแต่ละโซนอ่ะ มันใช้ไอแพลตฟอร์มไอ้นี่เดียวกันป่าวะใช้ระบบเดียวกันหมดเลยจะมีกรุ๊ปอัลฟากรุ๊ปโอเมก้าจีนก็เหมือนกันอัลฟากับโอเมก้าเท่ากับว่าอย่างนี้ปีหน้าก็จะมีกรุ๊ปละ6แล้วปีนี้มันเพิ่มมา1ทีมไงมันเลยมีเศษใช้ระบบเดียวกันหมดรู้สึกว่าแบบพอ เหมือนปีก่อนๆมันการแข่งขันคัดเข้ามามันไม่ค่อยเหมือนกันเนาะพอมาปีนี้ปุ๊บแม่งแบบเหมือนกันหมดเลยง่ายดิใจไปสีแดงแต่เมาส์คลิกสีทองว่าบีเดี๋ยวพี่ไปอัดรายการเรื่องไม่จีนเขาแข่งกันเร็วจังวะทำอะไรไม่ค่อยรอที่อื่นเลยเหรอดูตารางแข่งจริงอะPay off 9 ถึง 13 พฤษภาจีน Pay off 9 ถึง 13ใช่ไหมจะขอดูตารางว่าแบบ จะไหวหรือเปล่าอันนี้3 ถึง 12 3 ถึง 12 9 ถึง 13 3 ถึง 12 9 ถึง 13 9 ถึง 10โอ้โหเหี้ยเอ้ย9 ถึง 13ไม่ได้ว่ะเฮ้ยได้อยู่นะดูอเมริกาดูจีนลูกเปิดเรียนเอาวะลูกเปิดเรียน15 พฤษภาลูกเปิดเรียน15 พฤษภาเฮ้ยได้อยู่นะครับผมถ้าแบบว่า ดูเดี๋ยวขอมาดูเป็นเพื่อนได้อยู่นะครับเดี๋ยวนั่งดูด้วยกันได้นะ9 ถึงโอ้โหไอ้เหี้ยโอ้โหฟากแมนอีมีก็9 ถึง 13 NA ก็9 ถึง 13นึกสภาพนะถ้าดู NA เนี่ยเราจะไม่สามารถตื่นมาดูPacific ตอนบ่ายได้ ขอจีนดีกว่า ขอจีนได้อยู่นะแต่พี่คิดว่าจีนเขาน่าจะให้เวลาไม่ชนกับแปซิฟิกนะครับ รอบลึกๆหรือเปล่า คือตารางมันยังไม่ออกอะดิปัญหาเลย เวลามันยังไม่ออกไงชนเหรอ ไม่เอาจีนเองถึงจะดู NA ครับ แต่ว่าปัญหาคือ สมมติถ้า NA มันจบแบบ มันตึงแล้วมันจบ9 โมงอะครับ ตื่นมาดู3 โมงไม่ไหวนึกออกไหม NA มันตี 4อะดิเดี๋ยวดูก่อนถ้าไม่ไหวก็แบบรอบรองรอบชิงอะไรเงี้ยอาจจะดูแบบ อาจจะขอมาดูแบบตรง upper final lower final grand final อะไรเงี้ยอย่างน้อยเราก็มาดูลุ้น3 ทีมที่ได้ไปเซี่ยงไฮ้อะไรเงี้ยก็โอเคอยู่นะแล้วเดี๋ยวเอาไว้ว่าดูตารางก่อนแล้วกันแล้วเดี๋ยวพี่บอกนะครับโอเคครับเดี๋ยวขอไปเตรียมตัวอัดรายการก่อนแล้วกันนะครับของคนจีนนะครับใครว่างก็ไปดูได้ใน YouTube นะครับวันนี้คุยเกี่ยวกับ VCT นะครับของทุกภูมิภาคเลยนะครับจีนมีอเมริกาแปซิฟิกอะไรเงี้ยเมื่อเช้าผมตื่นมาดูมีตื่นที4 โมงเห็นไหมแต่พี่ต้องตื่น2 โมงอ่ะมันไม่ไหว ผมเป็นซิลิกี้ดูทั้งมีเอใช่ไหมเห็นแล้วทรมานแทนเอาจริงถ้าแบบ มันไม่มีภาระไทยอย่างอื่นอะไรเงี้ยไม่ต้องแบ่งเวลาอะไรเงี้ยแบบ พี่ไหวนะเอาจริงมันมีลูกมีอะไรเงี้ยมันไม่ไหวต้องหาวัน ไปก่อนเจอกันนะครับผมเดี๋ยวเจอกันน่าจะเจอกันพรุ่งนี้เลยนะครับเจอพรุ่งนี้เลย วันนี้ทุกคนนะครับวันนี้เจอกันคอนโดจีใครว่างๆนะครับผมมี3ไม่ไหวแล้ว